The story begins with a transformation into the embryonic form of Shalu in the future. For reasons unknown, it prematurely evolves into its mature form, observing the every move of Trunks, son Wukong, and androids number 16 and 18 from behind. In the year 778 of the AG era, it consumes the immense energy of the deceased son Wukong. Assisting Trunks, it collaborates to eliminate the androids, ultimately achieving its perfect form, mastering instant transmission, conceiving the idea of a time machine, seeking Namek, making wishes on the Dragon Balls, gaining the power to create Dragon Balls, resurrecting the Z Warriors, traveling to the past, and absorbing energy to enhance itself. Chapter 1. I have become Shalu. In the world of Dragon Ball, Shalu was developed in the year 762 of the AG era, born in the year 786, and by 788, it has matured into its final form. In 763, Frieza and his father invade Earth, and in this timeline, they are vanquished by Wukong himself. A year later, Wukong passes away, and in 765, Trunks is born. In 767, androids number 17 and 18 emerge. They kill Dr. Gero, reveling in slaughter, and during battles with the Z Warriors, they eliminate all fighters, including Piccolo. In 778, the one-armed son Wukong sacrifices his last senzu bean to save Trunks, departing from this world. Trunks, fueled by immense rage, transforms into a Super Saiyan. In the year 778, amidst a city in ruins, smoke billows and darkens the sky. The atmosphere is heavy, as if the heavens themselves might descend, and torrential rain pours down, crashing violently against the ground, creating a cacophony of sound. Rainwater converges into numerous streams, flowing towards the low-lying areas, forming puddles. In this desolate land, a newly constructed yet rudimentary grave is mercilessly washed by the downpour, layers of soil being eroded away. The small wildflowers that once adorned the grave have now wilted, shattered by the fierce rain, swept away by the currents, disappearing without a trace. Creak, creak. A peculiar sound of footsteps suddenly pierces the surrounding silence. A massive figure, resembling a monster, slowly approaches. This creature is predominantly green, adorned with a myriad of black spots. Its vertically slitted pupils exude a sense of cold indifference, and it possesses a pair of wings on its back, while a long tail drags behind it. The tail's tip is embedded with a sharp yellow object resembling a syringe. Additionally, its mouth, groin, and waist are encased in a hard shell, imparting an odd sensation, particularly its mouth, which resembles a grotesque orifice. Shalu, the ultimate android abandoned by Dr. Gero, evolves into its final form by absorbing androids number 17 and 18. Created from the DNA of multiple individuals, it inherently possesses the essence of Son Wukong and Frieza, along with many of their techniques, such as Kamehameha, special beam cannon, solar flare, and instant transmission. The tip of its tail is capable of absorbing energy and the life essence of humans. Originally designed by Dr. Gero in 762, Shalu was prematurely awakened into its mature form in 786 due to some unknown reason amidst the continuous efforts of a supercomputer. The reason is, damn, what terrible luck. I crossed over into the Dragon Ball world, where planets explode at a whim, and I've become the villain Shalu. Lee Si strolls through the rain, gazing at the small grave before him, his thoughts drifting back to the moment of his arrival. Just a month ago, Lee Si had succumbed to a sudden death from overworking while riding at home, only to find himself in the embryonic form of Shalu upon crossing over. It remains unclear whether it was the influence of this powerful soul or some special substance that accompanied his crossing that allowed Shalu to complete its metamorphosis ahead of schedule. Initially bewildered, he gradually began to accept this new reality. After all, in that world, he was merely a lowly author, struggling to make a living by writing novels that some people enjoyed, and his existence was far from joyful. Now, having entered a world brimming with power, he found the prospect of wielding immense strength exhilarating. Naturally, during this process, he had heard tales of travelers possessing golden finger systems. However, after attempting various methods to summon such a system, he ultimately gave up and turned his focus towards understanding his own body. Although Shalu possesses an unattractive visage, the power emanating from within him is undeniably authentic, and his perfected form is indeed strikingly handsome. He is no saint. In pursuit of enhancing his strength, he has committed numerous murders in recent days. Strangely, he felt no fear the first time he took a life. Instead, he experienced a soothing sensation as the essence of life flowed into his body. Furthermore, he is Shalu, a villain, and a villain must embody the essence of villainy, not merely speak of it. After enduring several days of rigorous training, he has now flawlessly mastered this formidable body and harvested a wealth of life essence. He dares to believe that by claiming more lives and absorbing their essence, he will soon surpass those two artificial beings. His lack of strength stems from either insufficient life essence or the meagerness of his current harvest. In recent days, he has also encountered number 17, number 18, Trunks, and Sun Wukong. He has witnessed their fates as well. Sun Wukong was slain, prompting Trunks to transform in rage, while number 17 and number 18 relocated to ambush humanity and wreak havoc upon structures. Before him now lies the grave of Sun Wukong, where he has vigilantly stood for 2 days. Trunks has visited several times, but today he has not come, thus he has arrived. Although he is now capable of defeating Trunks and could kill him, he prefers to avoid unnecessary complications, contemplating his future instead. The first step? Let it commence here. Li Si no. It is Shalu, gazed upon the small mound before him, excavating it to reveal the dismembered form of Sun Wukong, whose complexion was as pale as paper, breath extinguished. Shalu's gaze sharpened as he thrust the tip of his tail violently into the corpse of Sun Wukong, the formidable Saiyan energy flooding into his being. In no time, Sun Wukong's body vanished, leaving only the tattered remnants of his martial arts attire. Ah, Shala murmured, his mouth slightly agape, his entire being suffused with a golden aura. He felt his body brimming with power, his muscles swelling and pulsating, while deep within him lingered something uniquely belonging to Sun Wukong. That was his unparalleled and immense potential. The golden aura stirred a gentle breeze, evaporating the torrential rain outside, as wisps of steam danced into the distance. Shala narrowed his eyes and retracted his aura, allowing his breath to gradually diminish to zero. Although a fragment of Sun Wukong's essence still leaked from his body, in the grand scheme, this slight effusion posed no significant threat to Shalu. Bowing his head to examine his hands, he laughed heartily. The first step has been accomplished. Next, I shall be invincible in this world. I am the one destined for supremacy. What is Zeno or Beerus? In the future, I shall stand above them all, and this world will be transformed by my existence. Chapter 2. The evolution into invincibility begins. Delicate strands of rain cascaded gently from the heavens, falling like silken threads. Initially, the droplets descended one by one, gradually becoming sparse before ceasing their descent in silence. Crystal-clear beads of water hung from the eaves, resembling exquisite pearls, occasionally slipping to the ground and creating tiny splashes that resonated with a melodious clarity. These droplets seemed to whisper the serenity and beauty of nature. Yet they also hinted at a tinge of solitude and melancholy. Suddenly, a faint creaking sound shattered the tranquility, a rhythmic noise reminiscent of footsteps on damp earth. Slowly, Sheru lifted his gaze toward the inky abyss of the night sky. His figure appeared particularly solitary and enigmatic amidst the darkness, as though he were an outsider to the world. With each step, Sheru gradually melded into the shadows, vanishing without a trace, leaving behind only the rain-soaked earth and the subtle moisture in the air as testament to his presence. West City, Capsule Corporation. The once glorious Capsule Corporation had long since lost its former splendor, now a dilapidated shell of its past, with numerous buildings reduced to rubble and countless researchers slain. At this moment, the corporation housed only 2 individuals. In a secluded corner, within a large warehouse, 2 figures began to materialize. Trunks, you've worked hard. Our food supplies are sufficient for the 2 of us for a while. There's no need to push yourself so, spoke a blue-haired woman. No, Mom, with Gohan gone, it's up to me, the only boy in this family, to hold everything together. Even if I encounter an android I cannot defeat, I can still flee. I have learned to transform into a Super Saiyan, Trunks replied resolutely. Home? Is this even still a home? Bulma pondered, momentarily lost in thought before shaking her head to dispel the negativity. She steadied herself, forcing a genuine smile. Wonderful. My Trunks has grown into a true man. Now, he can even become a Super Saiyan. Bulma beamed, her eyes crinkling with age, yet remnants of her former beauty lingered on her face, overshadowed by an undeniable weariness. A Super Saiyan, Trunks murmured, lowering his head, suppressing the emotions that threatened to surface. If this was the price to become a Super Saiyan, he would rather forego it. Clenching his fists tightly, he lifted his head, mustering a strained smile. After a moment of silence, he quietly asked, Mom, is there truly nothing in this world that can bring Gohan and the others back? Bulma paused, contemplating before responding. The Dragon Balls, they can grant that wish, but only for those who have died within the past year. and now, the Dragon Balls have long since turned into useless stones. However, Gohan mentioned the Dragon Balls from Namek. Do they still exist? Indeed, the Dragon Balls from Namek are real, yet several issues must be addressed. Firstly, we are unaware of the new coordinates of Namek. Originally, we could have inquired with King Kai regarding this matter, but for reasons unknown. Following the demise of Goku and his companions, King Kai has not reached out to us again. Secondly, we lack Goku's instantaneous movement ability, thus necessitating a spaceship, of which we currently have none, not even fuel. Thirdly, to my knowledge, the Dragon Balls on Namek have limitations. They can resurrect only one individual at a time. These are significant obstacles that we must overcome. Bulma paused, gazing at Trunks' stubborn yet somewhat reluctant face, feeling a pang of sympathy. Let us search for alternative solutions. Just then, a hoarse voice suddenly echoed. Ah, if only androids 17 and 18 were to perish, matters would be much simpler. Who? Trunks instantly turned, his eyes brimming with caution as he sought the source of the voice. Creak, creak. A peculiar sound of footsteps resonated, and a figure gradually emerged from the shadows. The grotesque visage and monstrous physique unmistakably belonged to Cell. Who are you? Trunks bellowed, transforming into a Super Saiyan with a thunderous roar. His hair stood erect, golden and striking, enveloped in a golden aura. A fierce energy radiated from him. Trunks spread his arms wide, shielding Bulma behind him. Easy now, Trunks, we are not foes. Our true enemies are androids 17 and 18, are they not? Who are you? Answer me. Kanke sera intensifid. Drawing forth the sword from his back and positioning it before him, its blade glinting ominously. Okay. Cell raised his hands in surrender and slowly spoke. I am Cell, the ultimate android created by Dr. Gero, designed to eliminate androids 17 and 18. Cell, created by Dr. Gero? As Trunks tightened his grip, prepared to cleave Cell in two. Bulma tugged at his ear. Trunks, wait. Ow. Mom, what are you doing? Are you not going to let him finish? Did you not hear the last part? He was built to eliminate androids 17 and 18. Cell, is it? How can you assure me that your words hold truth? Well, allow me to show you. These are Dr. Gero's research documents concerning me, Android 17 and Android 18. They state that in order for me to achieve my perfect form, I must absorb androids 17 and 18. Bulma took the documents handed to her by Cell, perusing them intently. After a brief moment, she deduced that the cell before her could absorb the eternal energy cores of both individuals to achieve complete evolution. Mother? Are we really to trust an android created by Dr. Gero? Trunks, I have a way to save your brother Gohan. What do you think? Cell felt a twinge of discomfort, taking a few steps inside before closing the door again. I can teleport. What? Trunks' eyes widened in disbelief. Don't believe it? Cell's mouth slightly parted, revealing a hint of Gohan's essence. How is this possible? This is Gohan's energy. Trunks was once again taken aback. Such a presence was unmistakably Gohan's. I am a product of Dr. Gero's experimentation, cultivated from the genes of many, including Son Goku, Son Gohan, Piccolo, Frieza, and others. With the assistance of a supercomputer, I have mastered their techniques. If that is the case, locating the so-called new Namek should not pose a challenge. Cell waved his hand and spoke softly. Let us reach an agreement. You wish to eliminate the androids, and I need to absorb them. Together, we can rid ourselves of these two menaces. However, I do have one condition. Very well, state your condition. We shall do our utmost to accommodate you. Suddenly, Bulma paused, pointing at herself in bewilderment. Your condition is not me, is it? Cell displayed an excited expression, clapping his hands. As expected of Miss Bulma, your intuition is spot on. But rest assured, what I desire is your scientific prowess, not you as an individual. I need your assistance in constructing a time machine to return to the past. Chapter 3. The first step. A time machine? That is merely a hypothesis of mine. I have yet to attempt it. How do you know? I do not know. I simply wish for you to build one. Moreover, you need not worry about materials. Once I eliminate those two androids, this world will return to a fleeting peace, making it easier to procure the necessary resources. Additionally, if there is anything you desire, just let me know, and I can provide it. Cell's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he regarded Bulma, awaiting her response. Suddenly, his gaze darted to the side, where the materials for the time machine were likely concealed beneath a black cloth. Deceiving others requires no finesse. Wait, I can agree to your condition, but I wish to inquire about what you mean by fleeting peace, and how can you be so confident in defeating those two androids? They are exceptionally powerful. Bulma tightened her fists, her heart racing. The arrival of this creature had brought her the only hope she had experienced in years. Although uncertain of the outcome, she still yearned to try, for after all, what could be worse than the current predicament? A fleeting peace, indeed, but this is merely a prelude to the emergence of even more formidable adversaries in the future. However, rest assured, Miss Bulma, though I'm not of the human race, I am nonetheless a part of this earth. I shall devise a means to confront our enemies. As for combat prowess, undoubtedly, I surpass those two flawed androids. Now, my dear lady, you seem to have an abundance of inquiries. Your current task is to assist me in constructing the time machine. Do you understand? Impatience flickered in Sheru's demeanor as his tail began to sway restlessly behind him. How about this? I shall allow the news of the android's disappearance to circulate among the survivors tomorrow. Very well, I trust you. Bulma swallowed hard and continued. One last question, which you may choose not to answer. A visible tension enveloped Bulma as she spoke. If I am deemed of no utility, meaning if I lack the scientific knowledge and capability to create the time machine, then I will kill you both. I'm a person who values honesty. Sheru shrugged, preemptively voicing Bulma's unasked question, for after all, Trunks' ion energy was indeed quite enticing. He extended his small tongue, licking around his mouth, his eyes brimming with obsession for that potent energy. Indeed, a weight settled in Bulma's heart. She had discovered from Dr. Gero's files that Sheru was a growth-type android, capable not only of absorbing androids number 17 and number 18, but also of siphoning human life energy. Trunks, upon hearing such declarations, felt a surge of fury as he shouted, "Monster, what are your intentions?" An overwhelming aura erupted from him as he brandished his sword in a defensive stance. He sensed from the monstrous presence that the formidable energy was beyond his current capacity to contend with. With a mere flick of his fingers, Sheru unleashed a chilling and powerful aura, a palpable pressure that bore down upon Trunks, causing him to stagger back, his sword trembling, emitting a mournful cry. Indeed, I have shown you, little brat, some degree of leniency, yet you persist in your desire to resort to violence? Trunks, are you all right? Bulma reached out to support him, gently placing his sword on the ground. Observing his stubborn gaze, Bulma felt a pang of sorrow in her heart as she turned to Sheru. I have consented. But you must also promise to deal with androids number 17 and number 18 and refrain from taking any more lives. Seeing Bulma's resolute gaze and emphatic tone, Sheru resignedly nodded. He turned to exit, but just before reaching the door, he abruptly spun around and said, Madam, do not entertain any tricks. You surely do not wish for Trunks to perish, do you? With that, Sheru vanished in an instant. Thud, thud, thud. Trunks picked up the sword from the ground and rushed outside, scanning the surroundings until he felt no trace of Sheru's presence, before returning to the warehouse. Mother, are we truly to place our trust in an android? Trunks questioned, perplexed. Trunks, you must understand that he is now aligned with us. And even if he does not arrive, I have already conceived the idea of a time machine. Although he harbors skepticism regarding the androids created by Dr. Gero, he possesses the capability to confront androids 17 and 18, does he not? As for whether there will be subsequent iterations of 17 and 18, I believe not. At least this entity, named Cell, will engage in dialogue and negotiation rather than resorting solely to violence, correct? This offers a glimmer of hope, one that we can only pray does not shatter like a fragile dream. Bulma scrutinized the documents in her hands, and the conception and design of the time machine suddenly etched themselves into her mind, refusing to fade away. It seems imperative that I refine it further. Trunks, please step outside. I need a moment of solitude. Oh, very well. Trunks nodded slightly in agreement, then slowly sheathed his sword. With steady and resolute steps, he exited the warehouse. Click! With a soft sound, the heavy door closed firmly behind him. Trunks halted, gazing upward at the dark and oppressive sky, as well as the dilapidated buildings surrounding him, teetering on the brink of collapse. An indescribable sense of loneliness and sorrow washed over him. Yet he did not allow these emotions to linger for long. He took a deep breath, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes, his hands clenching into tight fists. The vow he had once made echoed in his ears. He must become a man of responsibility, capable of shouldering the burdens of his family. In that moment, Trunks seemed to discover a newfound impetus and courage to move forward, no matter the difficulties and challenges that lay ahead. He firmly believed in his ability to overcome all obstacles, to protect his home, to safeguard the earth. After all, he was the last warrior standing in this world. Creak, creak. Accompanied by a distinct and familiar sound of footsteps, the enigmatic figure reappeared upon this land. Cell advanced with slow and deliberate steps, emerging from the shadows. His gaze remained fixed intently upon Trunks, as if scrutinizing the young warrior's innermost desires and resolve. What say you, young Saiyan? Do you yearn to grow stronger? If you seek to become a true force to be reckoned with, then follow me. Cell's voice was deep and magnetic, imbued with an irresistible allure. In truth, Cell had never departed. He had been silently waiting for the opportune moment to be alone with Trunks. For in the entire Dragon Ball universe, Trunks was undoubtedly one of his most cherished characters. This character was vividly portrayed, with a tragic timeline and tales of solitary heroism that deeply moved and shook Cell to his core. It is precisely these circumstances that bestowed upon him the courage and strength to persevere during his youth. Throughout the protracted period spent in the orphanage, and even in the subsequent years of middle and high school, whenever despair enveloped him, the image of Trunks would materialize in his mind, inspiring him to endure with grit. Such a compelling charisma ignited within Cell a yearning admiration, prompting him to uncontrollably desire involvement. Life ought not to be perpetually fraught with suffering, should it not? Chapter 4. The Room of Spirit and Time. Why should I place my trust in you? Trunks queried, his right hand gesturing forward, a look of skepticism adorning his features. On what grounds? How amusing. My prowess alone can elucidate everything, he continued. Though I hold you in high regard, this is where it ends. If you keep up with me, you'll gain strength and soon surpass the power of those two flawed androids. Is that truly the case? Trunks' brow relaxed, his yearning for power peaking at that moment. Cell remained silent, soaring into the skies, swiftly vanishing from sight. That fellow, does he relish leaving things half said? Trunks' expression contorted with frustration. After casting a glance at the enormous warehouse behind him, he clenched his teeth and took flight, attuning himself to Cell's energy signature in a bid to catch up swiftly. Whoosh! A white aura ignited around him as Trunks sped towards the sense direction. I see him, Trunks exclaimed, his eyes lighting up upon spotting Cell's figure. Hey, that kid actually followed me. Children are so easily persuaded. A mere tease, and he's right on my tail. If he were an adult, I'd wager he'd land a few hits for such words. A smile gradually crept across Cell's lips, as he indeed harbored intentions of nurturing Trunks. However, if the boy proved to be ungrateful, it would be a different story, as cultivating a person is no simple endeavor. With that thought, Cell began to accelerate, swiftly vanishing from Trunks' sight. Ugh, how infuriating. How can he fly so fast? The disparity in our strengths is truly vast. Trunks clicked his tongue, transforming into a Super Saiyan with a resounding burst. Golden energy flared as his hair stood on end, and with fierce determination, he pursued. His speed was so tremendous that he became but a fleeting golden streak against the sky. Whoosh! Thud! Cell halted, his figure appearing atop the sacred world of the Kais. Creak! Creak! Cell paced back and forth, awaiting Trunks' arrival. Soon enough, a golden streak descended rapidly beside him. Cell, you mentioned a swift enhancement of power. Is this place it? Where are we? Trunks inquired. The sacred world of the Kais, originally the abode of the deity and his attendant, Popo. However, following the demise of Piccolo, the deity vanished. And so did Popo. Yet, there remains a valuable space we can utilize, Cell explained, his mouth slightly agape. The sacred world of the Kais? I've heard my brother Gohan speak of it, Trunks murmured. Ah, the place where one can swiftly enhance their combat prowess is known as the hyperbolic time chamber, where a year spent within equates to merely a day in the outside world. Is that truly the case? You must be jesting. A year for a single day outside? Why has Gohan never mentioned this? Trunks furrowed his brow, glancing at Cell's indifferent expression, shivering slightly. Then let us hasten inside. Creak, creak. The peculiar sound of footsteps echoed once more as Cell steadily approached the inner sanctum of the temple, traversing numerous steps until they arrived at a room before a door adorned with a clock. Trunks followed closely behind, akin to a thief, peering curiously around and touching or tapping anything he laid eyes upon. Very well, let us enter. However, I must clarify that within, we shall only find noodles and similar fare, as we will be spending a year here, though I doubt I need to worry too much. Cell turned to glance at Trunks, remarking, after all, at this point, you are accustomed to foregoing lavish meals. Is that so? Trunks scratched his head, seemingly unconcerned about provisions. Creak! Snap! Cell slowly pushed open the door to the hyperbolic time chamber and strolled inside. Keep up. All right. Thus, the two entered at a leisurely pace. Snap! As they stepped inside, the door closed automatically behind them. Oh! Trunks jumped in surprise, taking a few steps forward, instinctively drawing closer to Cell. Cell cast a sidelong glance, ignoring him, and pointed to two doors nearby, saying, "This one is your quarters, and that one is where you shall dine. Is that so?" Trunks randomly selected a room to open. It was a living space, furnished with two large beds, a wardrobe, and various odds and ends. Further inside, he discovered a grand bathtub and shower, with a restroom adjacent. The left room was filled with kitchenware and large containers brimming with flour and rice, cluttering the space. Cell observed as the little Trunks scurried about. "Uncle Cell, will there be enough food here for the two of us to last a year?" Perhaps it was Trunks' growing familiarity or audacity that led him to address Cell as a more amiable figure, rather than the harshness he had previously exhibited. "Address me however you wish, just call me brother. I'm not old enough to be called uncle," Cell declared, sitting upon one of the large beds, adding, "The food in that room replenishes itself automatically, ensuring you will have ample sustenance, while I require neither food nor sleep." Cell reclined on the bed, pleasantly squinting his eyes. In this apocalyptic world, he had not laid upon a bed in quite some time. It was a long-lost sensation. "Oh, Uncle Cell, how wonderful it must be to need neither food, drink, nor rest," Trunks exclaimed, his eyes wide with envy as he approached to touch and tap Cell's tail. "Rebellious little rascal. Call me brother. Uncle. Forget it. Do you remember why you were here?" Cell murmured softly. Hearing this, Trunks, who had been excited just moments ago, suddenly turned serious. "I am here to become stronger. Stronger than the evil androids, number 17 and number 18, Trunks declared with a resolute tone emanating from his small frame. "Very well." Cell straightened up. "Do you see that white ground below? Our first task is to descend. Go ahead, you try going down first." A sly smile crept onto Cell's lips, as if he had thought of something amusing, giving his face a rather sinister appearance. "All right, Uncle." Trunks stepped forward solemnly, his footsteps cautious as he descended the stairs. Suddenly, an indescribable immense pressure surged like a tidal wave, enveloping his entire being. Trunks had not anticipated such a situation. It felt as though an invisible hand had firmly grasped him, and before he could react, he found himself intimately acquainted with the hard ground. "Ha ha ha ha! How hilarious!" A boisterous, unrestrained laughter echoed from above. It was Cell. At that moment, he seemed to abandon his cold, ruthless facade, laughing uncontrollably, clutching his stomach. "Damn it! What is happening?" Trunks' face flushed crimson with a mix of embarrassment and anger. Gritting his teeth, he exerted force through his arms and stood up. Huff, huff, huff. Trunks turned his head sharply, glaring at Cell with fury. "Hey, Uncle, why didn't you warn me that the gravity here seems to be problematic?" "Tell you? How could I enjoy watching you embarrass yourself otherwise?" "What you said just now was utterly ridiculous," Cell taunted mercilessly, his mocking smile still intact. "I was just starting to think you were a decent android, but it seems you were just another villain, a big bad one." Trunks glared at Cell with bared teeth. At that moment, Cell's expression sobered, and he cautioned, "But do not let your guard down. In addition to the gravity, the temperature here can fluctuate at any moment. It would be best to regulate your energy internally to avoid being affected." Chapter 5. The training must begin. "All right, I won't tease you any longer." Cell approached the steps and took a measured step down, pausing imperceptibly before resuming his normal demeanor. The environment here is entirely different from the outside world. It exists in an alternate dimension where the air is only a quarter of that on Earth, yet the gravity is 10 times stronger. The temperature oscillates between -40 and 50 degrees. Therefore, even if you do nothing here, you will be growing stronger every moment. You need to gather some energy internally to protect your insides, such as your organs. Do you understand? Cell waved his hand, his tone gentle, though his raspy voice did little to enhance the atmosphere. I understand, but Uncle, why do you keep changing your demeanor?" Trunks felt a sense of confusion as a white aura enveloped him, only to vanish abruptly. "Very well, practice on your own." He recalled the instruction from a week prior to train solo, acclimatizing to his surroundings. Suddenly, the once vibrant landscape transformed. The ground began to freeze, the air turned frigid, sending a shiver through his lungs. With a deep breath, Trunks exhaled a cloud of warm air that instantly crystallized into icy shards. "Impressive," he exclaimed. "Hey, are you not joining me, old man?" Trunks inquired. "No, I must first attune myself to my current power," came the reply as Cell vanished from sight, soaring into the infinite depths. "What a peculiar old fellow." Trunks scratched his head, swiftly turning to motivate himself. "All right, I must grow stronger rapidly." Lowering his body, Trunks assumed a combat stance, unleashing a flurry of attacks into the air, Left punch, right punch, uppercut, jab, side kick, and a series of 3 kicks. His youthful face was etched with determination. Practicing the techniques taught by Gohan, he occasionally drew his sword from behind, slicing through the air with fervor. Meanwhile, in the distance, Cell hovered in midair, legs crossed, entering a meditative state. This technique, learned from Piccolo, no longer required further study. He had already maximized his knowledge on the supercomputer. Now, he sought to master control over his power, ensuring that every ounce of energy was efficiently utilized in battle to maximize his combat effectiveness. Cell mused, "My strength has far surpassed that of androids 17 and 18, and I only lack a small margin to match Vegeta's second transformation from the original story." He recalled that the multiplier for the Super Saiyan transformation was 50 times. Thus, the 3 stages of Super Saiyan should represent a gradual mastery of this power. As for the transformation that caused muscle inflation and a drastic decrease in speed, it merely amplified strength to an extreme extent with limited application. What path should my evolution take? Cell pondered. With Saiyan blood coursing through him, he reasoned that he could indeed transform into a Super Saiyan, albeit through a different process. Moreover, he possessed the formidable potential of the Ice Demon, alongside the immense power absorbed from Gohan. Once he dedicated himself to training, his combat prowess would undoubtedly soar to an extraordinary level. As for the matter of S cells, he resolved to consult the supercomputer in the future to replenish the S cells within him, simplifying the process of transforming into a Super Saiyan. The era of Supercell is upon us. Time passed quietly, and soon a week had elapsed. Cell slowly opened his eyes, a formidable aura radiating from him, casting an oppressive force that swept across the distance. The ground, now transformed into a sheet of ice, fractured inch by inch, as a powerful wind generated sharp blades that sliced through the surface. Trunks, who was in training, halted his movements and turned to gaze in the direction of Cell. His pupils constricted. Had the Elder S aura grown so formidable? Cell, with his feet firmly planted, began to tread slowly upon the earth. He had reached the pinnacle of spiritual training. It was time to commence the cultivation of his physical form. With his hands slightly outstretched, he pondered whether it was due to the blood of Namekians and the ice demons that his meditation significantly enhanced his combat prowess. Presently, his strength could overpower the Super Vegeta from the original narrative. Yet he was still far from achieving his perfect form. However, he believed that with diligent physical training during this period, pushing his body to its limits and attaining a unity of body and spirit, his power would soar, potentially matching that of perfect Cell. By fully harnessing his current potential, a dramatic increase in strength was assured. Huff! Cell exhaled a breath of stale air and instantaneously appeared beside Trunks, assessing his aura with a nod. "Well done, kid. It seems you Haven slacked off this week. Your strength has indeed grown, but at this level, defeating androids 17 and 18 remains a challenge. Transform into a Super Saiyan for me." All right." Trunks hesitated for a moment, but then regained his composure, sinking his body slightly, his hands positioned at his sides. Anger roar. In an instant, his aura surged violently. Golden flames erupted, waves of energy radiating outward. His hair lifted slightly, golden locks and azure eyes. He had transformed into a Super Saiyan. Excellent. It appears your first visit to the hyperbolic time chamber has awakened your potential, and you've been training in your base form during this time? Haven TU? Who taught you? Gohan. Cell regarded Trunks with a measure of admiration. While he still fell short of the 2 androids in power, he was at least capable of surviving their onslaught. It was Gohan who taught me. Trunks scratched his head, feeling somewhat relaxed, as his Super Saiyan transformation dissipated, returning him to his base form. Seeing Trunks so relaxed, Cell narrowed his eyes, flicked his fingers, and unleashed a burst of wind pressure that struck Trunks in the abdomen. Bang! Puff! Trunks, caught off guard and fatigued, was instantly hit, expelling a mouthful of bile, his eyes rolling back as he knelt on the ground, nearly fainting. Trunks, this is your first lesson from me. Never allow your body to remain lax at any moment. You must strive to be at your strongest at all times, at least for each stage of your development. Cell looked down at Trunks, grasping his hair to lift him gently before tossing him onto the ground. Do you remember? Bayou. Another wave of wind pressure was unleashed. I remember, Uncle. Please stop, it hurts. Hurt. It is through pain that you will remember. Understood. Trunks clasped his abdomen, struggling to rise to his feet. I have acclimated to this environment. What should my training entail next? Next, his instructor replied. You must maintain your Super Saiyan form and engage in combat with me. Do not hold back. nor revert to your normal state unless utterly exhausted. I will match my energy to yours, fighting with the intent to defeat you. Very well, let us commence the second lesson, a battle for survival. Chapter 6, The Clash. Time flew by swiftly, and soon only a week remained until the year's end. Within the room of spirit and time, Trunks, his muscular physique taut, glared fiercely at Cell. His aura had undergone a dramatic transformation. Influenced by Cell, he learned that in battle, unless increasing his energy, he must never reveal the power within him. This strategy significantly extended his transformation duration while conserving stamina. Huh! Cell bellowed, vanishing from Trunks' sight and reappearing behind him, delivering a fierce punch that shattered the air. Trunks, nerves taut and focus unwavering, anticipated the moment Cell disappeared. He instinctively sidestepped the oncoming blow. A smirk crept onto his lips as he thought, "Got you this time, Uncle Cell." He delivered a knee strike squarely into Cell's abdomen. What is this sensation? Something feels amiss. Panic surged through Trunks as he abruptly turned his head, his body instinctively reacting just as an energy blast detonated at point-blank range. The explosion roared, filling the air with a cacophony as Trunks was hurled from the smoke, plummeting toward the ground. Cell squinted, his hands moving rapidly as he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts toward Trunks. The explosions resonated continuously, shaking the very fabric of space as Trunks' anguished cries echoed throughout. Still pretending? Cell scoffed, his irritation palpable. Trunks had deceived him with that tactic several times, yet this time he would not fall for it again. Exhaling slowly, Cell lowered his stance, hands positioned behind him in a flower-like formation. Boom! A halo of golden energy erupted around Cell, blazing fiercely and exuding an immense pressure. A cerulean energy began to coalesce between his hands, solidifying within moments. Kamehameha! Cell thrust his hands forward. A massive azure beam surged forth, resembling a ferocious dragon, stirring the air with a palpable resonance as the invisible shockwave surged directly toward Trunks. After unleashing this powerful technique, Cell vanished once more, appearing behind Trunks and capturing him, binding him in place to face the oncoming Kamehameha, leaving him no avenue for escape. This is bad, Trunks thought, his eyes widening in fear. Should he be struck head-on, it would spell disaster. The instinct for survival echoed in his mind as Trunks summoned all his strength, unleashing a formidable aura that awakened the latent potential within him. With a thunderous roar, a golden blaze shot skyward, its overwhelming force propelling Cell away. This immense power formed an energy shield enveloping Trunks, shielding him from the onslaught of the Kamehameha. When the two forces collided, a surge of energy erupted, shattering the ice on the ground, the shock waves rippling outward. Cell's eyes glimmered with intrigue. As he once again tapped into his hidden potential, the Saiyans, particularly the hybrid ones, possess remarkable latent capabilities. Could it be due to their S-cells? For nearly a year, he had fought with the intent to defeat Trunks, not truly to kill him, but to incapacitate him sufficiently, allowing him to recuperate and, with the Saiyans' incredible regenerative ability, quickly bounce back to life. Moreover, due to the Saiyan nature, each brush with death or injury during battle would enhance their combat prowess. During this period, Cell's own combat strength had surged, matching that of the initial encounter with Trunks in the hyperbolic time chamber. He had become accustomed to maintaining the Super Saiyan transformation, embracing the savage, furious state it bestowed. Although he could not sustain it indefinitely, he had made significant progress. Nevertheless, Cell remained perplexed. He sensed that Trunks seemed to possess greater talent and potential than his counterpart in the original narrative. After all, in the original story, spending 2 years in the time chamber with Vegeta had only allowed Trunks to reach the second stage of Super Saiyan, unable to achieve full power. Was it a matter of training methodology? Cell licked his lips, contemplating this. Besides pushing Trunks to his limits in combat, he also imparted techniques for mastering power and controlling ki. Of course, achieving a balance between exertion and relaxation was essential. One could not train incessantly without respite. In the latter half of the year, he planned to teach Trunks various techniques, among which instant transmission would provide the greatest enhancement to combat prowess. This technique not only served as an effective means of escape in battle, but also represented a form of mental, indeed ki, adaptation. Mastering this skill would enable Trunks to achieve a harmonious balance between spirit and body, optimizing his strength. Yet, inexplicably, Trunks struggled to grasp its essence. Each attempt at instant transmission yielded unsatisfactory results, marking a failure. Consequently, Cell shifted his focus to developing his own powers. He had attempted to transform into a Super Saiyan, but failed, suspecting it was again an issue related to the S cells. Nevertheless, the year of rigorous training had profoundly transformed his physical form, achieving a unity of body and spirit. His combat power had eclipsed that of the perfect cell, nearly reaching the level of the lightning-fast cell. He surmised that such remarkable progress was likely a result of the initial buildup of potential from his first training sessions, anticipating that subsequent training would slow down and return to a more normal pace. Trunks' formidable power coalesced into a radiant beam, consuming the Kamehameha and rendering it obsolete. Thus, the battle reached its conclusion. Panting heavily, Trunks, utterly exhausted, propped himself up with great effort, his body nearly spent. He collapsed onto the ground and, glancing at the still contemplative Cell, exclaimed, "Uncle, you truly intend to annihilate me. Had it not been for an unexpected surge of immense energy within me, I would likely have met my demise just now." Is it over? Cell emerged from his reverie, scrutinizing Trunks with keen interest. "Very well. Our training session concludes here. But there is still a little time left." Trunks pointed to the clock hanging above the door. "Take a breather. Aren't you fatigued? Your current power level could easily subdue both Android 17 and 18, so what are you worried about?" "But I aspire to grow even stronger." Trunks pouted. "I need to be as powerful as you, Uncle Cell. No, I must surpass you." His excitement was palpable, his brow furrowed yet suddenly relaxed. "Surpass me? Don't jest. At full throttle, I could pin you to the ground with but a mere spit. Do you truly believe that?" Cell was taken aback. Had the young Trunks' ambition blossomed under his tutelage? "I'm only 12, no, 13. I have many years ahead of me, and I will undoubtedly surpass you." Trunks lay back on the ground, his eyes sparkling with dreams of the future. "Very well then, give it a try," Cell replied, observing the diminutive Trunks and shaking his head, choosing to remain silent. Chapter 7. Research. Earth. West City. A secluded warehouse belonging to Capsule Corporation. Dim light flickered within, illuminating Bulma, her blue hair framing a furrowed brow as she scribbled notes on paper. Engrossed in her intense work, she was driven by a fervent hope. Meticulously considering the operational structure of the machine and the selection of energy materials. When she immersed herself in her work, she often lost track of time and even neglected to eat. She labored throughout the day, consolidating her years of accumulation and hypotheses to construct a flawless time machine. After a considerable span of time, the faint light shone upon Bulma's weathered face, the lines around her eyes stark against her visage. Yet within the weariness lay a glimmer of hope. "I did it. The design for the time machine is complete. Now, I must focus on the materials and construction." Bulma smiled with satisfaction as she glanced at the black cloth that concealed her prepared materials. Suddenly, an untimely rumble echoed. Her stomach growled. "Yikes! Has it been that long?" Bulma looked down at her wristwatch, feeling a bit embarrassed as she rubbed her flat stomach. From the inner lining of her lab coat, she extracted a small box and opened it with a snap. Inside, nearly 20 small capsules were neatly arranged, containing numerous scientific tools from the past alongside some rare materials, including remnants of a time machine and components related to various aircraft. Bulma carefully detached one capsule labeled 25, pressed it, and tossed it to the ground. Bang! A cloud of white smoke materialized, and, as the haze dissipated, a sight unfolded before her. An overflowing pile of instant noodles and an assortment of thermoses stored within a large container. After skillfully preparing a bucket of noodles, Bulma sat quietly, eating while her gaze drifted. The sunset outside had long disappeared, leaving only a faint reddish glow flickering on the horizon. In this serene moment, accompanied by the picturesque view, enjoying her noodles took on a unique flavor. Once she finished the last of her noodles, she slurped the broth clean. With her arm propped on her head, she found herself reminiscing about the beautiful moments of her past life and the adventures shared with friends. Her thoughts soon turned to androids 17 and 18, and a surge of frustration and anger welled up within her, causing discomfort and worry. What about Trunks? Bulma turned to look around, opened the door, and glanced briefly, hesitant to call out loudly, before returning to the warehouse. Where could Trunks be? Logically, he should have returned by now. Just as Bulma fretted over this, a spatial shift occurred, and two figures suddenly appeared before her. Whoosh! It was Trunks and Cell. Bulma's face contorted in surprise, her heart racing as she instinctively took a step back. Once she recognized them, she steadied herself and exclaimed, "Trunks, you startled me. Your hair has grown so long, and your clothes. You seem much more muscular." Gazing at Trunks' tattered attire, his towering stature, and the exposed strength of his muscles. Bulma was momentarily taken aback, completely oblivious to Cell's presence beside her. "Mom, long time no see." Trunks grinned, revealing a set of bright white teeth. "Long time no see? Didn't you just leave this morning?" "Come here and explain." Bulma furrowed her brow and asked. "Oh, I spent some time in the hyperbolic time chamber at the Supreme Kai's place." "Mom, you won't believe how incredible it is. A year spent there only equates to a single day outside." Trunks, filled with excitement, reached out for a hug, but Bulma pushed him away with a look of disdain. "Ahem. Trunks, even if it's extraordinary, don't you ever bathe?" Bulma pinched her nose with one hand while pointing at him with the other, her expression clearly displaying her disapproval. "Bathe? Oh, I find it too bothersome. After washing, it feels like I have to do it again shortly after. So I decided to save it up for when I can wash thoroughly later." Trunks widened his eyes, wrinkling his nose as he sniffed his own body, and remarked, "I think it's quite all right." Uncle Cell said, "This is the scent of a man, a part of a man's growth." "Uncle Cell?" Bulma finally reacted, glancing at the cold-faced Cell beside Trunks, frowning. "Didn't TU leave to deal with the androids?" "Tomorrow. We agreed it would be tomorrow. It's quite late now. Let me rest here for a bit. Given how expertly you've taught my son, why don't you go prepare dinner?" Cell waved his hand dismissively. Though he had no need for food, it didn't mean he couldn't eat. He had assumed that Trunks was consuming the kind of sustenance suitable for the apocalypse. Yet, he learned that Trunks feasted on lavish meats and fish. Suddenly, it dawned on him that this fellow was indeed a young master, and even in the apocalypse, that made a difference. During their time in the hyperbolic time chamber, it had been Cell who cooked for him. Now, he too craved some sumptuous meals. Gurgle, gurgle. Just as the mention of cooking arose, Trunks' stomach began to play a symphony. "Ha ha ha." Trunks chuckled, patting his small belly, feeling a bit embarrassed as he scratched his head. "Right, Mom, why don't you go cook? I'm hungry." "Oh, all right." Bulma's gaze flitted between the two, astonished at how their relationship had blossomed. Shaking her head, she dismissed the thought and returned to the kitchen to prepare the meal. Moments later, Bulma brought forth generous portions of meat to the dining table, causing both Cell and Trunks to instinctively swallow. Especially Cell, who, despite not needing to eat, felt a pang of desire at the sight. "Come, don't be shy, dig in." "Trunks, would you like to wash up first?" Bulma frowned. "What did you say?" Trunks, with a large chunk of meat stuffed into his mouth, mumbled incoherently. "Never mind." Bulma sighed, rubbing her forehead in exasperation. She glanced at Cell and noticed that his appetite was no less voracious than Trunks's. Both of them moved with such speed that their arms appeared as mere blurs, swiftly devouring all the food laid before them. I'm full," Trunks exclaimed, happily patting his round belly. "I'm finished too," Cell said, pulling out a napkin and delicately wiping his mouth, his body still showing no signs of satiation. He felt as if he could consume 3 more cows. "Mrs. Bulma, has there been any progress with the time machine?" Cell inquired. Bulma nodded. "Of course, just look at who I am. We're only short on energy and assembly now." "Excellent. In that case, I shall take a short rest." Cell turned and casually found a room, lying down on the large bed. What a joke. Who washes the dishes after dinner? We need to hurry and leave. Indeed, under Bulma's guidance, Trunks diligently washed the dishes and subsequently indulged in a refreshing bath. Following Bulma's request, he trimmed his hair and donned a new outfit before arriving at the door of Cell. Chapter 8. Resolution. Knock knock. Come in. Trunks pushed open the door to Cell's chamber, bringing along a delightful dessert. He observed that Cell appeared somewhat unsatisfied with his meal. Upon entering, he found Cell reclining on the bed, propped against a pillow, with one leg casually crossed over the other, his body occasionally twitching. "What is the matter?" Cell cast a sidelong glance at Trunks, as this was his time to unwind. He wished to think of nothing, reveling in the comfort of the moment. Especially since tomorrow was a significant day. If it were not still early, he would likely have already succumbed to slumber. Although this body did not require sleep, he retained some of his previous habits. Previously, he either lacked time or was engaged in meditation. Moreover, Cell squeezed the plush mattress, realizing that such an environment was indeed conducive to rest. Had it not been for the inability to use his phone at that moment, he might have borrowed one to watch videos, for this lifestyle could become rather monotonous. "I see you seem a bit peckish, Uncle Cell," Trunks said softly. "Oh, this is the dessert and water I prepared for you." "How considerate of you," Cell replied, sitting up and savoring a piece of cake, his eyes scrutinizing the young boy. After all, aside from Gohan and his mother, Trunks was one of the few who showed him kindness. Trunks, seated nearby, felt a pang of sadness as he reminisced about Gohan. "By the way, after we deal with Android 17 and 18 tomorrow, Would you accompany me to pay respects to Gohan? Puffed. Cell sputtered, water spraying from his mouth. What did you say? Pay respects to son Gohan? He asked, uncertainty lacing his tone. Yes. Is there a problem? Trunks responded, puzzled. And no, nothing at all. Cell wiped his mouth and explained. I still think it would be better to head straight to New Namek after dealing with androids 17 and 18 to use the Dragon Balls to resurrect Gohan. What do you think? That does seem reasonable, Trunks mused, scratching his head and chuckling foolishly. Once tomorrow passes, the world will be peaceful again, free from destroyers. How wonderful. Cell turned his face away, tapping his head, silently contemplating that it would be best for Trunks to remain unaware of his consumption of Gohan's remains. Otherwise, given the boy's mindset, he might not comprehend it and could potentially come after him in the night. Phew. Fortunately, that has passed. Cell wiped away the non-existent cold sweat from his brow. Let us wait until tomorrow then. You may head back for now. All right, Uncle, Trunks replied, slowly retreating and gently closing the door behind him. Creak. Phew. Sheru let out a long sigh, devouring all the small cakes and desserts in a single sitting, savoring the remnants of cream on his fingers with a sense of satisfaction. After finishing the last of the tea from the pot on the table, he reclined back, content with his life. Lying on his bed, he gazed at the ceiling, eagerly anticipating the arrival of tomorrow, much like Trunks. He was curious to discover how much his full form could amplify his current power. After all, he was already quite formidable, and the increase should not be too significant for him. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he felt drowsy and began counting sheep. 1 android, 2 androids, 3 androids, 4. That night, the silvery moonlight spread across the ground, resembling a delicate veil in the sky, evoking a sense of allure. Shara slipped outside, finding that counting sheep was not conducive to sleep. A stroll seemed more appealing. He ascended until he reached the edge of Earth's atmosphere, gazing down at the azure planet, his slit pupils slowly dilating. It was breathtaking. Prolonged observation even induced a slight dizziness. Time passed swiftly, and soon the sun hung high in the sky, radiating warmth and brilliant light, illuminating the heavens. A loud clap echoed in Sheru's ears. Who is it? An android? In the blink of an eye, Trunks, who had been drooling and scratching himself just moments before, suddenly flipped over into a serious posture. Yes, what of it? What time is it? The sun's already up, and you're still asleep? Sheru uncle, what time is it? About 10 o'clock. Why? Woke up early? Sheru's tail swayed restlessly, the needle-like tip gleaming with a cold light, stirring unsettling memories for Trunks. He recalled the days spent in the hyperbolic time chamber, constantly pricked by that enormous needle, and thought to himself how blissful it was indeed. Who could fathom the sensation of being penetrated by such a large needle daily? While it caused no severe harm, it was undeniably painful. Wait, Sheru uncle, get up now. Trunks waved his hands anxiously, forcing a dry smile. He quickly got dressed, donned his sword, and hurriedly washed up, all without having eaten anything before Sheru pulled him outside. Meanwhile, Bulma was preoccupied with adjusting the time machine, leaving no time to tend to their affairs. Whoosh! The two of them soared through the sky, weaving through clouds and surveying the ground below. The landscape was a disarray of rubble, with houses toppled and rivers overflowing, presenting a picture of utter devastation. While this destruction meant little to Sheru, Trunks felt a surge of anger, even forgetting his hunger from skipping breakfast. Sheru uncle, do you know their location? Trunks asked, puzzled. It was evident that those two were devoid of any life force. How could they be detected? Sheru turned his head and gazed at Trunks, his small hand pointing upwards. Do you see that? It is a miniature robot created by Dr. Gero. It will relay the intelligence it gathers to the computer, and the computer will transmit it to my mind. They were currently situated near a town, precisely 589, 645 units away, albeit the name of that town was rather peculiar. Is that so? Trunks narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze fixed on the direction Sheru indicated. His sight pierced through the void, landing on a little bee closely trailing them. Oh, it truly is a robot, Trunks exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The thrill of witnessing a moving robot was exhilarating for any boy. This town, designated as 79, appeared to have another name, Effort Town. One odd name indeed. Sheru shook his head, a trace of confusion etched on his face. He simply could not fathom the connection between 79 and Effort. Trunks, equally perplexed, chose not to dwell on it. He was acutely aware of the urgency of their mission and could not afford to overlook any vital clues. Hurry up. It seems they are about to leave. Sheru's expression sharpened as he flickered away like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from Trunks' line of sight. Wait for me. Without hesitation, Trunks followed closely behind, his speed equally astonishing. He raced through the air like a blazing meteor, breaking free from the constraints of the atmosphere as he soared into the distance. Chapter 9, Effort Town. In the distance, the cacophony of explosions echoed relentlessly, the violent force of the blast flattening and destroying numerous buildings. Run. Mom, where are you? Get out of the way or die. Ha ha ha. The end of the world is splendid. I shall not live either. A myriad of people began to wail and howl, with some seizing the opportunity to rob the vulnerable of their food and resources. The multifaceted nature of humanity was laid bare before the eyes of the two in the sky. TSK. Regardless of how many humans are killed, they always behave this way. But isn't it more entertaining this way? Number 17. Your morbid sense of humor is rather dull. My morbid humor? What is so amusing about killing? By the way, number 18, are you still searching for your quality humans? No more searching. After finally spotting a quality one, the first thing he does is insult me, telling me to die, without even recognizing my beauty. Number 18 lowered her head, brushing a strand of her golden hair behind her ear, her eyes filled with fury. Oh, that is indeed amusing. Number 17 looked down with a playful expression, swiftly descending to the ground. As per usual, let us have a contest. Whoever kills the most wins. All right. At the thought of killing, a glimmer flickered in number 18's azure eyes. Killing is indeed entertaining. It's quite cathartic. With a thud, the two landed, standing in place with arms crossed. Number 18 quietly observed number 17's performance. He was the type who relished extinguishing human lives in a manner reminiscent of humanity itself. Yet, it was precisely this approach that allowed her to emerge victorious in every contest, for a single energy sphere could annihilate countless humans. The method employed by number 17 was far too sluggish for her taste. At first glance, number 17 appeared to be a strikingly handsome youth, his long hair cascading down, and his azure eyes gleaming like blue agates. His lustrous black locks were parted down the middle and extended gracefully to either side. He donned a short black shirt emblazoned with a double R red satin military emblem, complemented by white cuff sleeves. An orange scarf was tied around his neck, while his lower half was clad in blue denim jeans, a handgun tucked at his waist, and on his feet, a pair of ordinary sneakers paired with soul green long socks, evoking a distinct Western cowboy vibe. In contrast, number 18, with her golden, softly glowing short hair, had a slightly shorter hairstyle than number 17's. She wore a sleeveless denim jacket over a long-sleeved black top adorned with black and white striped cuffs. Her figure was accentuated by a short denim skirt that revealed her smooth, delicate skin, which glimmered white under the sun's rays. She completed her ensemble with a pair of brown knee-high boots. Number 17 exclaimed, drawing the handgun from his waist, disengaging the safety, and swiftly maneuvering through the crowd, repeatedly pulling the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The distinct, pungent scent of gunpowder wafted from the muzzle as his aim proved remarkably accurate, for there were always ample humans to serve as targets. Each gunshot heralded the demise of several. DC Struli Umilzing. Come, play with me some more. Number 18's dark eyeliner, paired with her manic smile, transformed her into a demon in the eyes of the fleeing crowd. Suddenly, a metallic clang echoed as number 17's head shifted slightly. He looked up, slightly bewildered, to find a burly man aiming a large sniper rifle at him, smoke still swirling from the barrel. Damn android, is your skin truly that thick? Can't penetrate it? Fujino Shu felt a wave of irritation wash over him as he lowered his head, firing shot after shot. Bang, bang. Number 17 did not flinch, instead relishing in his own formidable presence while savoring the despair etched across the faces of the humans. Spent shells ejected one after another, and soon the barrel began to heat up, glowing a fiery red. Is it over? Number 17 feigned ignorance, wearing an expression of foolishness as he raised his handgun. After firing so many shots, surely my single shot is quite reasonable. Quick, run. Fujino Akari's face was etched with anxiety and regret, abandoning his firearm as he sought refuge within a building. How boring. This has lost its thrill, number 17 lamented, retracting his handgun and unleashing a beam of light from his right finger. Boom! The entire building collapsed with a thunderous roar, its windows shattered, debris raining down, and flames erupted amidst the thick, swirling black smoke. Bang! Stones of various sizes tumbled down, striking the ground and stirring up clouds of dust. Android 17, feeling a sense of ennui, was about to take flight elsewhere when suddenly 2 figures emerged. One of them swiftly threw a punch, sending Android 17 crashing into the recently collapsed building. The explosion roared, creating a massive pit. Trunks? And who is that? Android 18, taken aback, lowered her arms from her chest, preparing to take action, when she suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure descending upon her, striking her body directly. In an instant, she felt the weight, her form crouching as the ground beneath her buckled. Bang! The pressure intensified, surging into her body like a tidal wave, as if a colossal hand was forcefully restraining her. The surprise on her face gradually morphed into terror, rendering her head too heavy to lift. Bang! The ground continued to sink, and Trunks, with a cold gaze, looked at Android 18, his expression impassive as he pressed down on her with a single hand, exerting sheer force through his immense energy. Android 18's beautiful visage contorted under the pressure, her posture shifting from a crouch to a prone position. Her denim jacket and black short-sleeve shirt could no longer withstand the oppressive force, shattering apart to reveal her flawless, porcelain-like skin beneath, adorned with a purple undergarment. Her cries of agony echoed, reverberating throughout the area. Boom! Android 17 emerged from the rubble, witnessing Android 18's plight igniting a blaze of fury within him. Trunks, you seek death. Android 17 conjured energy spheres in both hands, relentlessly hurling them towards Trunks. The explosions thundered, thick smoke billowing into the air. Undeterred, Android 17 moved swiftly to the side, positioning himself directly in front of Trunks, intent on rescuing Android 18, only to find Trunks entirely unscathed. Nanny, how is he unharmed? Trunks, his eyes narrowing, remained silent. He lifted a foot and, in an instant, vanished, unleashing a golden aura as he delivered a powerful punch to Android 17's abdomen, the air reverberating with explosive sounds. Bang! Upple! The immense force struck him, creating a dent as the impact shattered his clothing and pierced through into the distance. Android 17's gaze became vacant, his eyes rolling back as he fell to his knees, clutching his abdomen while torrents of blood gushed forth, staining the ground. Trunks looked down at him coldly, lifting his foot. Bang! The sole of his shoe crashed down upon Android 17's head, shifting side to side. The ground fractured, creating a pit filled with intricate cracks spreading outward. Chapter 10. The Perfect Ultimate Android Cell. Trunks, feeling unsatisfied, tossed both individuals into the same pit, continuously applying pressure until they lost consciousness. Oomph, you fainted, huh? If it weren't for Uncle Cell's need to absorb you, I would truly relish the thought of smashing your heads one by one. Trunks donned a black tank top, his physique resembling that of a coiled dragon, undeniably a paragon of masculinity. Meanwhile, Cell observed from the skies, marveling at how effortlessly Trunks dispatched his foes. He mused to himself, if only Goku were here, would it not take him an eternity to accomplish the same? Shaking his head, Cell swiftly appeared beside Trunks, his gaze intensely fixed upon the 2 fallen androids. With a flick of his tongue over his lips, his slitted pupils glimmered with a chilling light. He slightly turned his head towards Trunks, instructing him to stand aside, as the magnitude of the event might be overwhelming. All right, Uncle Cell. Trunks leaped back, his anticipation palpable. After all, Cell had repeatedly mentioned that once he absorbed androids 17 and 18, both his power and form would undergo a significant transformation. Moreover, it was rumored that he would emerge quite handsome, although, despite Cell's amiable demeanor, one could not deny his appearance was rather grotesque, far from the standards of human aesthetics. Indeed, he was aptly described as a monster, particularly with that long tail trailing behind him. With a huff, Cell exhaled a cloud of murky air, the tip of his tail expanding to a size capable of enveloping both androids. He deftly ensnared them within its grasp, and before they could react, he swallowed them whole. A glimmer sparked in Cell's eyes as the spots on his body began to emit a radiant white light, an overwhelming aura emanating from within him, filling the air with a brilliant white flame. Cell uttered a triumphant cry, his entire being enveloped in an increasingly bright white glow, forming a compact orb of light around him. Boom! At that moment, the heavens shifted in hue, clouds converging towards the epicenter, and a fierce wind began to sweep across the earth. As time progressed, the white light transformed into a vibrant green, illuminating the surroundings in a verdant glow. Thunder rumbled ominously within the clouds, and flashes of lightning struck the ground, carving deep fissures into the earth. The ocean trembled, spawning waterspouts that drew in the sea. A potent aura surged forth, spilling out into the cosmos, reaching far beyond the confines of Earth. Crack! Cracks appeared on the surface of the green orb, as Trunks watched from a distance in astonishment. This power has surpassed my wildest imagination. It is astounding. In West City, at the Capsule Corporation, Bulma looked up in alarm as the ground shook. A towering green beam pierced the sky, tinting the entire expanse above in an emerald hue. While waves of white energy cascaded outward, fierce winds whipping through the area. Startled, Bulma hurried back inside, securing the door as she resumed her work on the time machine. In Effort Town, a resounding boom echoed as the beam soared into the sky, white energy swirling in a vortex around it. The green orb shattered, and a figure emerged, shimmering in green, crackling with electricity, bursting forth in a dazzling display. Buzzing with energy, the transformation was complete. A powerful energy surged through the air, causing the surrounding space to twist and warp. With a sigh, Cell exhaled, and the green aura enveloping him dissipated, revealing his true form. His previously grotesque exterior underwent a remarkable transformation. While green remained the predominant hue, his hands, neck, and face exhibited a distinctive white tone, while the rest of his body was adorned with shades of green and black. From his chest to his tail, he was enveloped in a cloak of black, reminiscent of a mysterious and striking nocturnal garment. This dark encasement did not evoke a sense of monotony or oppression. Rather, it enhanced the three-dimensionality and complexity of his figure, elevating his bodily coordination to its zenith. His face, chiseled as if sculpted from stone, bore sharp lines and a clear contour, exuding a unique charm. Behind him, a pair of black mechanical wings, akin to those of an insect, unfurled, their joints shrouded in a deep purple hue, imparting an air of enigmatic allure. Surrounding his cheeks, a delicate application of purple paint was complemented by a vibrant yellow shell, creating a striking contrast of colors. What captivated the eye most were his slightly flushed eyes, deep and clear, resembling the twinkling stars in the night sky. Cell lowered his gaze to his own form, realizing that the enhancement of his physical capabilities was not as profound as he had envisioned. Rather, this body was simply more flawless, with his aura contained within, achieving a near-perfect harmony between body and spirit. In terms of strength, it was comparable to before, likely falling short of the Super Saiyan 3 form of Sun Wukong, let alone the Ascended Super Saiyan. However, Cell mused that this body was indeed formidable. Even if Sun Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 3, he could not defeat him swiftly. In a prolonged battle, Cell held the advantage. For the time being, he felt little fear unless faced with a threat akin to Majin Buu or greater. Should a battle prove too challenging, he could always retreat. There was no shame in that. With a gentle tap of his toes against the ground, Cell began to punch the air, producing a whistling sound. "Wow, Uncle Cell, you've become so handsome. Your aura is immensely stronger," exclaimed Trunks, leaping over with excitement. "Is that so? Call me brother. I still look rather youthful, don't I?" Cell replied, tracing the contours of his face with a smile. "Wow, even your voice sounds more melodious." "That's incredible." Trunks' eyes sparkled with admiration for this transformed Cell, recognizing that this change surpassed any mere cosmetic alteration. It's not too bad." Cell chuckled. "Trunks, I intend to visit Dr. Gero's lab. Will you accompany me?" "Of course. But what does Uncle Cell want to do there?" Trunks scratched his head in confusion, considering that all the androids were gone. "Let's go, and I'll explain on the way." Cell's form began to ascend, glancing back at Trunks. "Oh, all right." Trunks nodded, keeping pace with Cell as they headed northward. "Trunks, do you know how Super Saiyans come to be?" "It was the power of anger that transformed me into a Super Saiyan." Trunks glanced at Cell, speaking uncertainly. "Indeed. However, the prerequisite is a sufficient quantity of S cells, along with a battle power that meets the standard, approximately surpassing the threshold of 3 million grants won the eligibility to transform into a Super Saiyan. The reason I'm heading to Dr. Gero's laboratory is to have the supercomputer inject me with a sufficient amount of S cells or to forcibly activate and catalyze the S cells that reside within me. Along the way, Cell shared all his knowledge with Trunks, who nodded repeatedly, his gaze filled with admiration. Uncle Cell truly knows so much. Chapter 11. Dr. Gero's Laboratory. Uncle Cell truly knows so much. Trunks flew alongside Cell, his mind racing with thoughts. He felt that Uncle Cell was sent by the heavens to save this world. Powerful, kind, and intelligent, he resembled a living encyclopedia. Any inquiries about combat or physical prowess were swiftly resolved by him. Previously, Trunks thought Uncle Cell's only flaw was his appearance. But now that seemed irrelevant. Uncle Cell had become incredibly handsome. Cell turned to Trunks. What are you thinking? Why do you keep smiling foolishly? Have you been paying attention to what I've been saying? Cell found it strange. It appeared that ever since he transformed into his complete form, Trunks' gaze often lingered on him, somewhat absent-mindedly. You aren't even listening to what I'm teaching. Uncle Cell, I'm listening. I am listening. Trunks suddenly snapped back to reality, awkwardly smiling as he said, You just mentioned that the S cells are the key to transforming into a Super Saiyan, and that only by having enough S cells can one meet the transformation criteria. Additionally, a battle power of at least 3 million is required, correct? Trunks blinked, gazing intently at Cell. At least you were somewhat attentive, but you were clearly daydreaming. Lost in thought. As punishment, I'll need to draw 2 vials of your blood later. Cell said half-jokingly, though there was truth in his words. He indeed planned to draw Trunks' blood to allow the supercomputer to study the S cells. After all, they were the only 2 on Earth possessing S cells. And Trunks' quantity would surely surpass his own. Would I draw my own blood instead? That would be absurd. Cell suddenly gazed at Trunks with a sinister smile, his purple eyes gleaming as if he had spotted a rare jewel. Oh, Trunks shivered, his speech faltering as he quietly asked, Will it be with a needle? Can we use something else? What are you talking about? If not a needle, then what? My tail. Cell smirked, extending his tail toward Trunks, lightly brushing against his skin. Perhaps this is unnecessary, Uncle Cell. Trunks quickly pushed his tail away, reasoning that he could simply slice open his skin. After all, it was merely blood that was required. No need for needles. I understand your words. Are you afraid of needles? Cell leaned closer to Trunks, fixing his gaze upon his eyes. Well, just a little bit, Trunks gestured with his hand. All right, suit yourself. I only require a small amount of blood. Cell declared, Now, let us proceed. Very well. Trunks exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful for the situation. Thud, thud. The 2 landed, and Cell surveyed the desolate ground, discovering an entrance that led to Dr. Gero's laboratory. Uncle Cell, is this the place? Trunks inquired curiously, glancing around. Indeed, this is the spot. Cell affirmed with a nod. Cell's gaze fell upon a formidable steel door, emblazoned with 2 capital RS and adorned with a red bow. This was unmistakably Dr. Gero's laboratory. Though he had never entered it himself, during that period, he remained in the underground facility, only emerging post-maturation. Cell pointed gently toward the door ahead. With a swift motion, the entire door shattered into countless small squares, cascading to the ground. Cell strode inside, urging, Keep up, Trunks. Yes, Uncle Cell. Trunks nodded, cautiously entering. Yet, he was somewhat astonished. Theoretically, he could have smashed that door as well, but achieving such precision and power control as Cell had demonstrated was indeed remarkable. Uncle Cell is truly formidable. Trunks silently clenched his fists, his desire for strength intensifying. In the shadows, Cell began to explore, and with a resounding click, the laboratory's electrical system activated, illuminating the room with flickering white lights. How impressive! Trunks' eyes widened as he surveyed the array of experimental apparatus, noting that many of these items he had never encountered in his own laboratory. However, the floor was a chaotic mess, strewn with various documents, manuscripts, and notes. Moreover, a rather unpleasant odor permeated the air. Cell advanced, observing 2 nutrient chambers marked with the numbers 17 and 18. At this sight, Cell instinctively rubbed his abdomen, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, Trunks rummaged through the papers scattered on the floor, appearing intrigued. What are you doing, Trunks? Cell turned to find Trunks picking through the debris, his expression darkening. I'm not scavenging. I'm merely looking for anything useful to show my mother. After all, Dr. Gero's research is quite advanced. Trunks felt a tinge of embarrassment, recognizing that his actions did resemble those of a trash collector, especially since he was even sifting through the contents of a wastebasket. Hey, what is this? Uncle Cell, behold, I have come across your name. Trunks unearthed a stack of documents from a locked box, upon which was inscribed the name of Cell. My name? A flicker of surprise danced across Cell's face as he approached and took hold of the papers. Look at this. The evolutionary path of the ultimate android. Cell? Dr. Gero created such a thing as well. Cell diligently sifted through the materials, uncovering valuable information. It turned out that absorbing androids 17 and 18 was merely the initial step in his evolution. The documents revealed that Dr. Gero had concealed a supercomputer in the 3rd underground level, housing androids 13, 14, and 15, all integral to Cell's evolution. The final evolution was here. The notes abruptly ceased, leaving only a faint impression of his own name. What is this? Uncle Cell, is this of great benefit to you? Trunks inquired, excitement brimming in his eyes as he observed the corners of Cell's mouth curling upwards, aware that he had undoubtedly aided him significantly. Indeed, Trunks, you have been of great assistance. Take the documents and research equipment back with you in a capsule. Who knows what useful information we might uncover? Cell licked his lips, his gaze sharp. Oh, but I did not bring a capsule. Trunks scratched his head sheepishly, his tone somewhat subdued. Then it shall be, come alone next time. Cell paid little mind, scrutinizing the documents in his possession, deeming them a source of inspiration. His gaze shifted forward, landing upon a towering nutrient chamber embedded into the wall, with several large tubes providing power. Beside it lay tattered clothing and skeletal remains, presumably the remnants of Dr. Gero. Cell disregarded them, crushing the skull beneath his foot while eyeing the chamber marked with the number 16. Chapter 12, Supplements. Number 16, the nutrient chamber, or rather, the robotic pod, should be referred to as a hibernation chamber. Cell peered inside at the bionic robot, its visage resembling that of a stout warrior. With a tuft of crimson hair only at the center, the sides completely bald, clad in green armor, with a black bodysuit underneath, it lay with eyes shut, in a state of slumber. Activating the hibernation pod would surely rouse it. Uncle Cell, should we eliminate it? Trunks asked, his expression steely as he gazed at the dormant android. Destruction is indeed necessary, but not at this moment, and this is not merely an android. It is a robot. Cell chuckled softly, continuing, and if that robot harbors any murderous intent, it would undoubtedly pose some complications. A robot? Trunks' interest piqued. He pressed closer to the chamber wall, peering inside. This is an advanced bionic robot created by Dr. Gero, modeled after his deceased son, possessing strength surpassing that of androids 17 and 18. However, due to flaws in its design and research, its temperament has become exceedingly docile, leading Dr. Gero to regard it as a failed experiment, which remains unopened to this day. Cell, observing nearby, suddenly shifted his tone to a colder demeanor, remarking that the robot's docility was of no concern to him, as it would likely never awaken. He gestured towards its heart, which housed a colossal eternal energy core, far greater than that of androids 17 and 18, a resource he deemed essential to absorb. "Ah, what a stunning robot!" Trunks exclaimed, clicking his tongue, which elicited laughter from Cell. "Haha, Trunks, your mood shifts so swiftly. You were the one who declared intent to destroy him, and now you lament his potential loss. What are you conflicted about?" Cell's lips curled in a smirk as he scrutinized Trunks. "Well, I initially thought he was another android, but if he is merely a robot, then perhaps there's no need for that. Besides, you mentioned he has a gentle nature." "Uncle Cell," Trunks replied thoughtfully. "Ah, well, in the future, let Bulma create a few for you. Just ensure you bring back all the data. Once Bulma completes the time machine, producing a few robots wouldn't be out of the question." Cell responded slowly, his fingers dancing over the computer keyboard as he entered a line of code. "That sounds great. I'm quite excited," Trunks said, though he looked at Cell's actions with some confusion. "Uncle Cell, what are you doing?" "I'm entering commands to put him into eternal slumber, ensuring he never awakens. However, it will be a bit troublesome when you take him and the data back," Cell explained. "You will be responsible for transporting both." "All right, understood," Trunks replied, resolutely obeying the order. "Now let us descend," Cell declared, ceasing his input, and moved to a section of the floor, pushing it aside to reveal a hidden passage. Trunks followed closely behind as they descended, with a series of lights illuminating their path. The supercomputer welcomed his return. Cell gazed at the familiar laboratory with a swirl of emotions, for this might be his final visit. Approaching the supercomputer, he entered another line of code, then fetched a vessel and moved beside Trunks. "Time for a blood donation." "No needles required," Cell stated, pausing briefly to glance at Trunks before adding, "just a small cut." Trunks chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. Cell's fingers, sharp as blades, gently grazed Trunks' arm, instantly opening a slender incision, revealing the tender pink flesh beneath. However, the blood seemed oblivious to the sudden turn of events. After a moment's hesitation, it surged forth like a torrent, gushing from the veins in a vigorous flow, cascading down like a waterfall into the vessel held by Cell. "Isn't this a bit excessive?" Trunks exclaimed, his eyes widening with disbelief as he gazed upon the scene before him, fixating intently on Cell. Cell, however, maintained a stoic expression and calmly explained, "Do not worry. It was merely an accidental nick to the artery. The bleeding will cease shortly. Relax, take a deep breath, and everything will be all right. Is that so?" Trunks' voice quivered slightly. Despite his efforts to trust Cell's words, his complexion grew increasingly pale, devoid of color. All right, Cell suddenly declared, his fingers glowing with a white light as he brushed them over Trunks' skin, instantly healing the wound. Wow, Uncle Cell, you possess such abilities? Trunks' eyes widened, filled with curiosity. Minor injuries are manageable, but anything more severe is beyond my capabilities, Cell replied casually, as he approached the supercomputer with a vessel filled with blood, extracting a sample and placing it into a test tube before inserting it into the computer. Beep, 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 beep. The computer operated autonomously, beginning to analyze the components of the blood, searching for the S cells that contained immense energy. Trunks, perhaps you should sit for a while. Cell observed Trunks' pale face and unsteady form, as if he were on the brink of collapse. Cough, cough. There's no need to trouble yourself, Uncle Cell, I assure you. I am quite fine. Trunks hastily waved his hand, signaling his well-being. Very well. That is reassuring, Cell replied, turning his attention back to the task at hand. Meticulously extracting the collected blood into the test tube and storing it with the utmost care. This blood was invaluable, a selfless donation from Trunks. It must not be wasted in the slightest. Beep, 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 beep. A series of urgent electronic sounds echoed. Oh, has the result already emerged? Cell's gaze fixed intently on the computer screen, his excitement barely contained. The display revealed data resulting from the combination of his own metrics and the formidable power contained within the blood. Ah, so it is true. There exists within me a substantial quantity of S cells. Could this be attributed to Gohan? Cell murmured to himself, stroking his chin thoughtfully. He then commanded the computer to produce 2 vials of S-cell enhancement serum. These serums would utilize the blood as their foundation, mixed with certain special substances for preparation. Naturally, this process would require some time to complete. Cell was in no rush, for he had an abundance of time at his disposal. After inputting a series of commands, a multitude of microbots emerged, commencing their tasks as directed by the supercomputer. Meanwhile, Cell wore a contented expression. Now, everything is in order. Accompany me for a stroll, he said to Trunks, inserting a capsule into Trunks' mouth. This will aid in restoring your vitality. It is one of the rare medicines left by Dr. Gero. Cell paused. Though I cannot ascertain if it is still effective, do give it a try. Chapter 13, Level 2 Underground. Through relentless exploration, Cell ultimately discovered the entrance to the second underground level. Let us proceed, Trunks, he urged. A fleeting glance revealed that the medicine had indeed proven effective, as Trunks appeared considerably revitalized. Is that so? I share the same sentiment, Trunks responded with a nod. The sound of crisp footsteps echoed through the darkened passage. Drip, drip. Water droplets fell steadily, suggesting that this was a hollowed-out cavern. It appears to be just that, Cell remarked, but I'm quite curious about the nature of my second transformation. Without a doubt, Uncle Cell will become immensely powerful, Trunks declared. Of course, Cell replied, shifting his gaze to Trunks and playfully delivering a light flick to his forehead. Uncle Cell, you mustn't do that, Trunks protested, rubbing his head in mild indignation. What a nuisance. Come along, lad. With a sudden flash of violet energy in his eyes, Cell surveyed the path ahead. At the end of the pitch-black cave stood a formidable metallic door, identical to the one above. Embellished between 2 large white letter RS was a red bow, the emblem of the Red Ribbon Army. Uncle Cell, please slow down. I can't see. Trunks stumbled in the darkness, aimlessly turning in circles. Cell, slightly annoyed, raised his left hand, summoning a golden energy sphere that ascended to illuminate their surroundings. I see it now, Uncle Cell, Trunks exclaimed, his excitement palpable as his eyes sparkled with wonder. Is it possible that the blood draw has affected your mental faculties? Cell commented, slightly exasperated. I owe you an apology for that. With that, he turned away and continued towards the metallic door, leaving Trunks momentarily dazed. No, Uncle Cell, my mind is perfectly intact. What are you talking about? Trunks followed closely behind, scratching his head in confusion. Silence. You are rather loud. Cell frowned, regretting his decision to bring Trunks along. He pondered whether it was the blood draw or the medication that had left Trunks in such a state. Oh, very well, Trunks acquiesced, covering his mouth with his hand to stifle any further noise. We have arrived, Cell announced, directing his gaze towards the grand door as he raised his hand slightly. With a resounding thud, the door shattered under immense force, disintegrating into dust and vanishing from sight. Wow, incredible, Trunks exclaimed, his eyes wide with awe. Cell remained silent, observing as the wall switch was activated. Click, beep, beep, beep. An electronic sound erupted, and a cascade of lights illuminated the space, revealing the entirety of the second underground level before their eyes. Trunks gazed at Cell, his lips slightly moving, his eyes reflecting a hint of pity. Go on. Who could possibly outshine you? Cell waved dismissively, indifferent. His attention shifted to the 3 nutrient pods ahead and the central supercomputer, which was still operational, pulsating with a kaleidoscope of colors. The surroundings appeared rather rudimentary. All that was visible were the 3 large nutrient pods and several long, dark tubes connecting to the supercomputer. There was not even a single table in sight. Creak, creak. Cell approached the 3 nutrient pods slowly, observing the labels marked 13, 14, and 15. Trunks glanced up at each one and summarized. One is a black man, one is a Caucasian, and one is a robust figure. Aside from the bespectacled black man, the others certainly seemed quite formidable. Trunks had shed the anger he previously felt towards the androids. In his mind, he had long since categorized them as cell supplements. Ultimately, they were destined to be consumed. So what was there to be angry about? Huh, your summary is rather precise. Cell remarked with a hint of sarcasm, his lips twitching. Indeed, I am Trunks. Stop. You huffing because I called you fat? Come over and help. Activate them all. I can hardly contain myself. Cell's eyes gleamed, his gaze fervently fixated on the eternal energy cores located in the chests of the 3 individuals. He had already discerned their physical structures. These 3 androids were of the type that could fuse. Absorbing all 3 would potentially yield exponential growth, unlike the minimal power increase gained from absorbing androids 17 and 18. Understood. Trunks nodded, pressing the activation buttons on the nutrient pods in succession. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The nutrient pods began to activate, emitting light as a cloud of white mist erupted and the doors opened. The 3 individuals simultaneously opened their eyes, their irises glowing red. Bang! Before they could react, Cell sprang into action. He positioned himself before the pod labeled 14, extending his tail to envelop the figure within. Muffled sounds emanating from them as their body trembled. However, Cell offered no chance for resistance, absorbing them directly into his being. With one hand grasping each of the remaining androids, Cell exerted a powerful suction from his palms, voraciously drawing the flesh and blood from their bodies. Finally, he brought his hands together, using his tail to completely absorb the remnants in one swift motion. Delight. A grin spread across Cell's face as he felt the power within him surging, wild and untamed. With the addition of these 3, it was as though he had assimilated the energy equivalent to 5 eternal energy cores. Moreover, the energies of these 3 resonated uniquely with the power within him, continuously nourishing his form. The power surged uncontrollably, golden flames erupting spontaneously, a formidable presence manifesting as arcs of golden electricity danced around him, crackling and illuminating the ground with flashes of light. Trunks widened his eyes, leaping backward, astonished by the overwhelming force he sensed. The fierce winds howled around him. Fortunately, he was in a deep underground location, constructed with the finest materials. Otherwise, the structure would have crumbled in an instant. However, even in such a robust environment, cracks began to emerge throughout the laboratory, threatening to tear apart. Realizing this, Trunks' eyes widened further, for there were still many valuable items left behind. If the place were to collapse, those precious resources would vanish. His robotic companion also began to distance itself from him. Gritting his teeth, Trunks transformed with a thunderous roar into a Super Saiyan, his golden hair and azure eyes radiating power as his aura expanded, creating a protective barrier around him. The wind of his energy morphed into blades, relentlessly surging outward, the energy pulsating wildly. Bang! 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 The barrier was incessantly struck, fractures spreading ominously in all directions. I can barely hold on. That reckless Uncle Cell. Trunks exhaled sharply, his energy surging upward as his muscles suddenly swelled, his stature elevating, resembling a coiled dragon. Golden flames swirling around him, illuminating the entire space. The 3rd stage of Super Saiyan, a transformation that sacrifices speed for enhanced strength and energy, is a remarkable yet flawed form. Chapter 14. Evolution Again. The 3rd stage of Super Saiyan 1 is an astonishing state of transformation achieved by relinquishing speed to maximize one's aura and power. At this moment, the aura expands at an incredible rate, reaching unprecedented heights, nearly rivaling that of Super Saiyan 2, but merely approaching it. In this form, Trunks' abilities stamina, strength, speed, agility, constitution, and aura pale in comparison to those of Super Saiyan 2. Yet, facing the formidable foe Uncle Cell, Trunks had no choice but to rely on this transformation to hold his ground. With every ounce of strength, he unleashed a formidable energy, forming a solid barrier to withstand the terrifying aura radiating from Cell. Each moment was fraught with unending pressure, and Trunks felt as though his body was on the brink of collapse. Yet he gritted his teeth resolutely. Suddenly, a mouthful of blood erupted from Trunks, staining the space before him. He clenched his jaw tightly, his eyes reflecting an indomitable will. He fixed his gaze on the gradually diminishing aura of Cell, a weight lifting slightly from his heart. Can I reach this level? Trunks murmured softly, bowing his head. At last, I have completed my second evolution. Cell grinned widely, scrutinizing his new form, crackling sounds emanating from his body like popping beans, with strands of green lightning swirling around him. Within him now resided 5 eternal energy cores. Snap! Snap! As Sheru clenched his fists, a series of cracking sounds emanated from his bones, a surge of power coursing through his body, infused with an inexplicable energy that enhanced his physical prowess. Externally, there appeared to be no visible transformation. However, his strength and aura experienced an exponential increase. Previously, he may not have had the right to claim such a status, yet now he was unequivocally certain that he had achieved the realm of Super Saiyan 3, at least matching the formidable strength exhibited by Sun Wukong against the Demon Buu in the original narrative, and perhaps even surpassing it in subtle ways. Shera gazed at his palms and could not suppress a hearty laugh, his jubilant voice ringing throughout the research facility. After a considerable time, his laughter gradually subsided. Turning to Trunks, he noticed the latter was bleeding, anxiously appearing at his side. With a firm grip on Trunks' arm, he released a fraction of his energy, allowing it to circulate within Trunks' body. Upon sensing that Trunks had merely sustained a light injury, Shera exhaled a sigh of relief. Trunks, this is indeed my fault. I was a bit too eager, Shera remarked, his eyes shimmering as he channeled a portion of his energy into Trunks. The energy surged within, visibly improving Trunks' complexion. Wow. No worries, Uncle Sheru. You become incredibly powerful all at once. I fear I might struggle to keep pace with you, Trunks admitted, lowering his gaze, avoiding Sheru's eyes, and neglecting to mention his injury, instead preoccupied with the concern of falling behind Sheru. Sheru, taken aback by Trunks' words, had not anticipated that a surge in strength would induce such anxiety in Trunks. He burst into laughter once more. Trunks, we are fundamentally different beings. I was born strong. Besides, my training does not vastly outstrip yours. This is merely the evolution of my artificial form. Saiyans, too, possess the capacity for evolution. Have you not realized that your strength has already increased compared to before? Is that so? Trunks replied, perplexed, scrutinizing the energy within him. A moment later, a smile broke upon his face. My power has indeed grown. But why is that? He inquired with curiosity. Sheru explained, in every battle, when the body reaches its limits or survives near-death experiences, a Saiyan's potential is ignited. This is why Saiyans grow stronger with each confrontation. You, being a Saiyan, will naturally experience this as well. Then if that is the case, Uncle Sheru, you should also be affected, given that you possess Saiyan cells within you, Trunks softly posited, shaking his head. Ah, it seems that your ordeal was not in vain. Your mind is once again turning, Sheru replied with a twinkle in his eye, half-jokingly. Indeed. And additionally, I carry the cells of the Frisia race within me, which grants me immense potential. Moreover, as long as my tail absorbs their life energy, their cells should remain within me, allowing me to harness their abilities. Sheru clenched his fist and continued. The cells I possess now are remnants of your father and his peers from long ago. Had I not engaged in rigorous training, utilizing their techniques would feel rather feeble. Techniques such as the Solar Fist, Mirage Fist, Kamehameha, Demon Flash Cannon, and Demon Light Flash are all within my repertoire. Wow, Uncle Sheru is indeed formidable, Trunks exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with admiration, yet tinged with a hint of sadness. Does this mean I can never surpass Uncle Sheru? Indeed, Sheru nodded affirmatively. Your goal should be to surpass the you of yesterday, not me. I shall reach great heights in the future, perhaps even surpassing the gods themselves. If you can merely catch a glimpse of my back, that will be an impressive feat, Trunks. There is no need for you to fret over this matter. I'm already stronger than 90% of beings in the universe. Now, you must forge your own path, and I shall assist you. Sheru gazed gently at Trunks, moving him deeply. With determination in his eyes and fists clenched, Trunks proclaimed, very well. I shall be Uncle Sheru's most steadfast supporter, the strongest sidekick there can be. Huh. There's no fault in that logic. I shall certainly strive to be the strongest, the best in the universe. Indeed, I believe in that. Trunks turned to Sheru, his tone resolute. All right, let us depart from here. There is no further purpose in lingering. Once we return, we must procure some blank capsules and gather these items to take with us. In this unique period, such equipment is an invaluable resource. Understood, Trunks replied, nodding in agreement. Sheru utilized his instant transmission ability, transporting both himself and Trunks back to the Capsule Corporation in West City. Thereafter, Sheru could comfortably recline in bed, contemplating his next evolutionary direction. Meanwhile, the unfortunate Trunks would have to shoulder all the arduous tasks, as he needed to return alone to retrieve blank capsules. The documentation from the site, various equipment, and even those 2 supercomputers, packaging everything to bring back to the Capsule Corporation. Chapter 15. Preparation. Of course, the most crucial element was the number 16 robot, for its internal eternal energy core was the largest of its kind. If the technology within could be deciphered, it would enable mass production. The mere thought of producing more Sheris caused a smile to creep across his lips. Future energy collection could transform into a mere matter of counting energy cores. Once mass production commenced, he would require 3 energy cores daily, 1 in the morning, 1 at noon, and 1 in the evening. Ha! What a splendid life that would be. Cheryl laughed, becoming increasingly exhilarated. At Dr. Jero's laboratory, the round, fiery sun hung high, radiating intense heat that scorched the earth. Top! The sound of footsteps echoed. A weary Trunks emerged from the laboratory, exhaling phew. The amount of data here is overwhelming. I have no idea how much there is to sort through, not to mention the equipment, which must be handled with utmost care. Trunks gazed at the small capsules in his hands, carefully placing each one into a box and tucking it into the inner side of his clothing. A satisfied smile graced his face, accompanied by heartfelt gratitude for his uncle, Cell. He had never anticipated that the androids, number 17 and 18, would be so easily subdued. It was his uncle, Cell, who had bestowed upon him such formidable strength and had also eradicated the androids. A broad grin spread across Trunks' face, his laughter growing louder, reverberating through the air and startling the distant birds. Suddenly, his laughter was abruptly silenced, replaced by a heart-wrenching sob. Peering ahead, Trunks still wore a smile. Yet from his lips emerged the sound of muffled weeping, tears cascading down the corners of his eyes, trickling into his mouth. Each drop was imbued with a bittersweet essence, reminiscent of the trials he had endured over the years, equally poignant and bitter. What is happening to me? Trunks repeatedly wiped away the tears with his sleeve, yet they continued to flow uncontrollably, saturating the fabric completely. He took a deep breath, trying to steady his tumultuous emotions, and let out a primal howl. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed as dark clouds gathered, obscuring the blazing sun, plunging the surroundings into darkness. The sky rumbled ominously. Flashes of lightning danced across the heavens, golden bolts twisting through the clouds like fierce dragons, their claws extended. A colossal bolt of lightning struck Trunks' side, leaving a charred crater in its wake. Ah! Trunks clenched his fists, bending at the waist, his azure eyes shimmering with golden light. An overwhelming surge of energy emanated from him, enveloping him in a radiant golden aura. The light behind him flickered brighter, culminating in an explosive eruption. Boom! Trunks' entire being ignited in a golden blaze, a whirlwind forming around him as debris was lifted from the ground, only to be crushed into powder by his immense power. The earth beneath him was stripped away, creating a vast circle. Ziz. Blue arcs of electricity surged from his body, a manifestation of the energy pulsating around him. Trunks' hair stood on end, enveloped in crackling arcs of electricity, the air sizzling with energy as his pupils vanished, his once bluish-purple hair transforming into a radiant gold. Just as his energy reached its zenith, his pupils suddenly reappeared, and the overwhelming aura dissipated, causing him to collapse to the ground. Panting heavily, beads of sweat streamed down his forehead, his face contorted in anguish, veins throbbing on his temples. He had just reached his limit, lasting only a few fleeting seconds. As the gentle breeze stirred the sky, the clouds dispersed, revealing the sun's scorching warmth once more. Light returned to the world. Or was that just now? Is there still such formidable power within me? Trunks curiously examined his hands, a look of disbelief etched across his face. In just a few fleeting seconds, his power had surged exponentially, akin to unlocking a new level beyond Super Saiyan. Was this transformation a result of the serum injected by Uncle Cell? He retrieved the remaining half-vial of crimson liquid from behind him, shimmering with golden flecks, a sight most captivating. Could such an effect be achieved with merely half? What if he were to inject the entirety? Trunks fixated intently on the vial, swallowing hard, unable to resist the temptation to administer the remaining dose. Clang! Trunks pressed a button at the base of his tail, revealing a long, thick needle that glinted silver under the sun's rays. The sight of it made Trunks dizzy, and he found it hard to look directly at it. Couldn't he, Uncle Cell, have opted for something more palatable? The last injection nearly caused him to faint. And this one, Trunks repeatedly swallowed, positioning the needle against a vein, closing his eyes as his trembling hand prepared to pierce the skin. Suddenly, a figure flashed by him, grasping his arm. A familiar voice broke through the tension. Huh, Trunks, you don't have to do this alone. But why aim for the artery? It was Cell, who had sensed the immense power emanating from Trunks and rushed over to investigate the situation. To his amusement, he found that Trunks had momentarily transformed into Super Saiyan 2, albeit fleetingly, a genuine display of that form. Yet, the subsequent scene brought a smile to Cell's face. Trunks, clearly terrified of needles, had aimed the syringe at his artery without realizing it, poised to inject. Fortunately, Cell had arrived just in time. He scrutinized Trunks, chuckling. If you're afraid of needles, just admit it. There is no shame in that. Ha ha ha. Uncle Cell, please don't laugh at me. Trunks' face flushed crimson, wisps of steam rising from his forehead. Cell patted his shoulder reassuringly. At this stage, it's sufficient to take half the dose. There is no need to inject it all. I can spare you my portion since I have plenty of SLs within me. What you truly need now is to master the training that allows Super Saiyan to become your norm. The fleeting nature of your Super Saiyan 2 transformation is indicative of your training not being fully realized. It has little to do with the serum. This is all contingent upon your own efforts. Cell's gaze softened, his violet eyes radiating a unique charm that inspired trust. Super Saiyan 2? Trunks latched onto the key point, a hint of confusion in his expression. Oh, that's a tale for another time. Let us move on for now. Are we all set? Yes. Trunks nodded affirmatively. Very well then. Cell slowly ascended into the air, with Trunks following closely behind. As Sheru cast a final glance at the research facility, he unleashed an energy sphere before vanishing alongside Trunks. A resounding explosion echoed as the crimson orb struck the institute, shortly giving rise to a vast, fiery semicircle upon the ground, sweeping through the air and stirring up clouds of dust. A dense mist erupted, enveloping the atmosphere and forming a mushroom cloud. The sphere gradually dissipated, revealing the research facility reduced to mere rubble. Chapter 16. Knowledge. Suddenly, two figures materialized before Bulma. What happened, Trunks? Are you hurt? Bulma halted her work in a flurry and rushed to Trunks, anxiously scanning him. Oh, I'm Fina. Mom, there's still someone here. Trunks. His face flushed, pointed towards Sheru, standing nearby. Is that so? I'm relieved to hear that. Bulma exhaled, turning her gaze behind her. Sheru, is it really you? I just saw you here, but you've transformed remarkably, looking so striking. Bulma blinked her sparkling eyes, perplexed. Wait, was that tremor caused by you? Have you completed your evolution? Bulma inquired cautiously, her voice trembling with concern. After all, Sheru's evolution implied the existence of androids 17 and 18. Indeed, my perfect form is quite splendid. Wouldn't you agree? Sheru chuckled, extending his hand to showcase his newly acquired physique, his tone brimming with confidence and satisfaction. Rest assured, 17 and 18 have long since. Suddenly, Sheru was interrupted as Bulma abruptly collapsed in a Trunks embrace, her sobs resounding through the air. Ah, the androids have finally been vanquished. Sheru, taken aback by the scene, shrugged and exchanged a glance with Trunks, a crooked smile appearing on his lips. The two stood in silence, the lab echoing with Bulma's weeping. After a moment, Bulma gradually wiped away her tears and pulled away from Trunks. Now, all that's left is to revive that program, right? Her voice still quivered. But Trunks understood her clearly and nodded. Yes, Mom. Now we just need to locate the new Namek, and Earth will return to its former glory. With determination in his eyes, Trunks clenched his fists and glanced at Sheru. Sheru, noticing the intensity, quickly interjected, absolutely. Madam, finding the new Namek should be quite simple. It undoubtedly resides within this galaxy, making it easy to locate. Oh, by the way, Trunks, hurry and show Bulma the items you retrieved from Dr. Gero. Sheru patted his shoulder, urging him to produce the capsule. Right? I almost forgot about that. Trunks snapped his fingers and retrieved the capsules from the interior of his clothing. tossing them into an open space after pressing them. With a resounding bang, a cloud of white smoke tinged with yellow materialized. As the smoke dissipated, a plethora of documents was neatly organized in towering stacks, alongside a chaotic array of equipment and two colossal supercomputers. Most importantly, there stood the robot known as Android 16. This was the invaluable legacy left to the world by Dr. Gero after his demise. Of course, the most significant presence was that of Cell, the ultimate artificial being, diverging from the original storyline as a distinct entity. As Bulma beheld the towering supercomputers and the disordered experimental apparatus, her initial feelings of nostalgia evaporated, replaced by sheer astonishment. "You mean to say all of this belongs to Dr. Gero?" she queried, her brow furrowed in confusion as she stepped forward to touch the precious instruments and the two supercomputers. Indeed, it seemed only reasonable that Cell, as Dr. Gero's creation, would inherit such a legacy. "This is quite fortunate. Most of this equipment appears to be functional," she murmured to herself, her hands gliding from one device to another. "But what is this? An android?" Bulma questioned, gesturing towards Android 16's dormant chamber. "That is a robot. I would like you to study this technology, madam, and see if it can be improved. Ideally, we could replicate the two eternal energy cores embedded in its chest for mass production." Indeed, Android 16 possesses two eternal energy cores, a discovery made later by Cell. One of them, however, is smaller, serving as a compact energy source for intricate calculations. Eternal energy cores? Is there truly such a thing as everlasting energy? Bulma pondered, scrutinizing the massive figure within the stasis pod. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in her mind. She rummaged through the documents until she unearthed the blueprints for constructing the eternal energy core. Dr. Gero was indeed a genius. Had he applied such technology towards safeguarding world peace, the world might have been a much better place. After a thorough examination, she clicked her tongue in appreciation. "Cell, this technology holds potential for mass production. With some enhancements, I might even create a time machine powered by eternal energy. Then we would never have to worry about energy shortages again." Moreover, having examined Android 16's design schematics, she realized it was not particularly difficult to replicate. In fact, I could produce an upgraded version. Just imagine, our entire company could manufacture such robots for enhanced security. Bulma envisioned a promising future, a proud smile gracing her lips. "Is that so? That is truly splendid." "Thank you, madam," Cell replied, his face beaming with satisfaction, as he envisioned a future of enjoying the benefits of 3 energy cores daily, perhaps even more. Upon reflecting on this, Sheru remarked, "Mrs. Bulma, you must still have a network for survivor information. Please disseminate the news of the android's demise. It would be splendid to include my name as well." "Certainly, we do possess such a network. I will announce it immediately, and I shall also herald your heroic deeds." Bulma responded with enthusiasm as she briskly darted into a small dark room. Seated before her computer, she swiftly began typing, broadcasting this exhilarating news across the globe. Breaking news. Androids 17 and 18 have been vanquished by the hero Sheru, the new savior of humanity. As soon as Bulma published the announcement, a flurry of pop-up messages erupted. "Is this true? The androids have been defeated? After all these years, I had nearly resigned myself to fate. It must be a hoax. The androids are so powerful that even the military and artillery could not subdue them. What makes Sheru capable? It could indeed be true. There were incessant roars from that area recently, and some even claimed to have heard the anguished cries of the androids. Is it real? If so, Sheru truly is humanity's savior. It is true. I am from a small town that was slated for destruction by the androids today, but I witnessed 2 flying beings dispatch them. In an instant, every person on Earth who encountered this news was rendered wide-eyed, their faces a canvas of astonishment, unable to fathom the revelation. However, as more individuals shared the information, they were compelled to accept this exhilarating news. The 2 demonic androids had finally been eradicated. On the most prominent pop-up, an array of Sheru-esque photographs erupted like a volcanic eruption. Some images depicted him triumphantly treading upon Android 17 and 18, while others showcased the scene of him launching them away with a single punch. Even more astonishingly, a personal hero compilation of Sheru was instantly created. Some of the claims were nothing short of astonishing. Some asserted that Sheru possessed innate divine strength, yet bore an incredibly cruel curse that transformed him from an ordinary human into his current form. Nevertheless, it was precisely this curse that endowed him with unparalleled power. Rumors suggested that he walked from the moment of his birth, and at that time, the heavens displayed extraordinary phenomena. with celestial splendor cascading from the skies and golden springs gushing from the earth, rendering him a reincarnation of celestial being, sent specifically to save this world. In conclusion, irrespective of the ultimate truth, one thought lingered in the minds of the people. Sheru had vanquished the androids and saved the entire world. He was undoubtedly the great hero of this realm, the savior of our time. Phew, it's finally resolved. I was initially concerned that people wouldn't believe this news I shared. I even contemplated recruiting some online supporters to assist me. I never anticipated it would be this effortless. Bulma gazed at the screen before her, a smile gracing her lips. Though she had not foreseen such an outcome, it was, after all, a fortuitous turn of events. Bulma stretched her limbs and let out a languid yawn, reclining comfortably in her lounge chair. Her expression imbued with a sense of contentment. She no longer had to live in fear, for the days of incessant worry had vanished into oblivion. Trunks, Mr. Cell, come and take a look. The news spreads so swiftly online, it reminds me of the past. Bulma rose to her feet, calling excitedly towards the doorway. Yet, there was no response. What is going on? Where is everyone? Her brow furrowed tightly, as though pressed by an invisible force. She parted her lips, poised to call out again, when from the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a piece of paper torn from an unknown source, lying on the table. The paper was slightly yellowed, the handwriting appearing somewhat distorted, as if hastily scrawled. How to describe it? It was akin to the anxiety of a crucial examination, where one finds their answer sheet marred by vast blank spaces, while the invigilator coldly announces that only 5 minutes remain. That sense of urgency and helplessness surged within her, rendering her unable to maintain composure. Consequently, her handwriting became erratic, swirling and chaotic, almost clawing at the page. Bulma stepped closer, flattening the paper with a slight squint, struggling to decipher the text. It read, "Mom, Trunks and I are going to train very." The message abruptly ended there, but the remainder was inconsequential. Bulma's astute mind quickly surmised its meaning. It likely conveyed that they would return shortly. That child, she murmured, shaking her head, with Trunks and Cell together. There was little cause for concern. With nothing pressing at hand, she resolved to investigate the robot still nestled within the stasis pod, along with its so-called eternal energy core. Across the globe, an increasing number of survivors emerged from sewers, hidden bases, shattered homes, deep mountains, and even from submarines beneath distant islands, greedily inhaling the air as if the absence of androids had rendered it sweet. Each face reflected a unique emotion: panic, excitement, a calm that followed anger, while inwardly they felt hollow, unable to summon even a flicker of joy. Observing the ravaged city, with relatives and friends departing one by one, it seemed that after experiencing happiness, one could no longer find it again. Within an underground base, a throng of people moved about, resembling a series of semicircular mounds, all clad in identical uniforms adorned with the familiar red bow emblem against a white background, the insignia of the Red Ribbon Army. Following their encounter with the androids, they had wisely relocated their base underground, clinging to the dream of world domination, a wish that remained destined to be unfulfilled. The center of the base, built rather simply due to its underground location, featured only a small platform adorned with flickering lights. At the pinnacle of this platform was a large pane of glass, through which two peculiar figures could be distinctly observed. One was a diminutive individual, while the other towered in stature. Amusingly, despite the scarcity of resources during this period, the short man was clad in a meticulously tailored burgundy suit, holding a goblet that was not filled with the anticipated red wine, but rather with nearly overflowing clear water. His attire, although exquisitely crafted and of fine material, was paradoxically contrasted by a heavy, gleaming gold chain around his neck, clashing with the formal style of his suit. His hands were adorned with an array of rings, each set with sapphires, rubies, diamonds, and other precious stones, radiating a dazzling brilliance that seemed to flaunt his wealth and status. Furthermore, he sported a golden watch on his wrist, its hands glimmering as if to remind onlookers of the preciousness of time. Strangely, however, he held a cigar in his other hand, merely toying with it without lighting it. His short stature was complemented by a slicked-back hairstyle, and his somewhat weathered face exuded an air of maturity and gravitas, particularly accentuated by his signature handlebar mustache, which seemed to symbolize his identity. Undoubtedly, this individual was Ma Zeta, the biological son of the Red Marshal, who had evaded complete eradication in the past. From the perspectives of appearance and height, the resemblance and father-son characteristics were unmistakable. You claim to have found Dr. Jiro's grandson, but what significance does that hold? Look at this. Ma Zeta pivoted his computer around, continuing, "You may have been preoccupied, but you might not know that this individual, who has gained considerable notoriety online, is named Sheru. He is the very one who eliminated androids 17 and 18 and bears the same name as the ultimate android Sheru that Dr. Gero had researched. From this design blueprint, it is evident that this Sheru is indeed the same Sheru." Unperturbed, the tall assistant adjusted his lofty hairstyle and pushed up his glasses, remarking, "This does bear some resemblance, but isn't it possible that Dr. Gero designed this haphazardly to justify exorbitant research costs?" "Let's set that aside for now and discuss my findings," Ma Zeta continued. "Dr. Gero had another brilliant grandson, although he has seemingly vanished. Most of his plans and designs remain stored on his work computer. Thus, we can indeed proceed with the so-called Android project. We merely lack a capable individual to actualize it, do we not? And Dr. Gero's grandson, Hyde, is the talent I have secured for the organization." Chapter 19, Hyde. "I have lured him with a substantial research budget, and he has agreed to assist us in reviving the Android project. Most crucially, we aim to create an ultimate android. Sheru, the other Sheru. What is this? A substantial research budget? Is there still a demand for such things?" Mazetta beckoned, and his assistant immediately understood, bending down to assist him in trimming a cigar before igniting it with a lighter. After taking a puff and exhaling slowly, Mazetta remarked, "That substance, along with our materials, can be utilized by him. As long as he can recreate a powerful being, a cell, stronger than anyone else, I would be satisfied." A glimmer of greed flickered in Mazetta's eyes as he gazed at the image and comments of Cell on the computer screen, taking another drag. "By the way, how did you discover this Hyde's capabilities? We have searched for years without finding any talent." Mazetta sipped from his glass of pristine water, his expression one of sheer ecstasy, as if savoring a divine elixir. The assistant adjusted his glasses and replied, "When I found him, he was already accompanied by 2 artificial beings. According to him, he used that inheritance to barter for supplies. Now he sustains himself by combating illegality and eradicating evil." "Combating illegality and eradicating evil?" Mazetta paused, instinctively taking another puff. "Oh, to put it plainly, in his eyes, those he perceives as evil are subjected to robbery, or rather, he assists in eliminating this evil while conveniently acquiring resources." "Ha ha ha. This Heidi is indeed intriguing. When can you bring him to meet me?" "Tomorrow." The scorching sun poured its light and heat onto the earth, rendering the ground blistering. As countless individuals ventured out in search of resources, sweat streaming down their backs. "Phew, this heat is unbearable. Thankfully, my battlesuit is equipped with a temperature control system." A short, stout man with large, heavily lined eyes walked along the road, donned in a self-developed purple battlesuit, yellow gloves, and a yellow belt. His slick, shiny hair gleamed brightly under the sun. "Don't you agree, Gamma 2? 1? Heidi squinted at a building before him and spoke. "Of course, Doctor. How could what you say be incorrect?" "Indeed," echoed 1, as the 2 rudimentary artificial beings beside him nodded in agreement. They wore matching uniforms in different colors. "Ha ha ha." Hyde's lips curled into a sinister smile as he surveyed his 2 creations, Gamma 1 and 2, feeling quite pleased. Although they were merely constructed from simple materials and equipment, falling short of his vision of an invincible superhero, they were nonetheless impressive. Yet, the energy source remains a challenging issue. With this thought, Heidi frowned slightly and lifted his gaze to the building ahead. Universal Capsule Corporation, the company of the wealthiest man. "Phone 1. Heidi spoke to his wrist. Before long, the yellow part of his wrist stood upright like an antenna, and a small robot resembling a wasp materialized on his wrist. "Indeed, Cell frequents this place. And the illustrious Mrs. Bulma. A hero indeed. A great hero. He resolved the issues with androids number 17 and number 18. The only discomfort I feel is that those remain unaccounted for. Otherwise, my Gamma series could have been enhanced further." Hyde shook his head, aware that Cell is a bioengineered being that evolves by absorbing androids number 17 and number 18. "My grandfather, notorious for his misdeeds, ultimately did one good thing." Hyde's eyes sparkled with excitement as he dispatched the Gamma unit once more and strode boldly into the Universal Capsule Company. This time, he sought employment. Previously, he had refrained from doing so simply because he was reluctant to work for others. However, the circumstances had changed. Working beneath the same roof as the heroic Cell was not a cause for shame. Moreover, this place was stocked with abundant resources, and coupled with the funds and equipment acquired from the Red Ribbon Army, he could better advance his research. Could he not? In no time, Hyde had Gamma know. Two carry him swiftly to the large warehouse where Bulma was located. Top top. Hyde first adjusted his attire and instructed Gamma number 1 and no. 2 to be courteous and bow when meeting Mrs. Bulma. Understood. Okay. The two Gamma units nodded in unison. Excellent. Hyde tidied his hairstyle and knocked on a side door of the warehouse. Knock knock knock. Mrs. Bulma, I have come to apply for a job. I do not require a salary, merely a bit of access to materials and equipment. Hyde furrowed his brow and reiterated, I am quite capable. I am a super genius. I can create androids? Hyde murmured softly, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Creak. The door swung open slightly, revealing a crack. You claim you can create androids. Do you? Let me take a look at this blueprint first. Bulma thrust a large roll of blueprints directly into Dr. Hyde's hands. Huh? A child? You must be jesting. Bulma scrutinized Hyde's youthful visage, her brow furrowing in confusion, just as she prepared to close the door and return to her research. Her peripheral vision caught sight of the two rather rudimentary androids behind him. You made those? You are a genius? I constructed them, but madam, you have misjudged one thing. I am not merely a genius. I am a super genius. Hyde beamed with pride and then slightly bent at the waist. The Gamma duo exchanged glances and bowed in unison. Please, allow me to join your research. I am certain I will be of great assistance to you. As he spoke, Hyde pondered for a moment, appearing somewhat hesitant, yet he continued, Dr. Glow is my grandfather. Naturally, I possess even greater genius than he. Provided that the materials and equipment are adequate, creating androids is quite feasible. Dr. Glow, you are the grandson of Dr. Glow? Bulma furrowed her brow, instinctively wanting to close the door. However, my relationship with him is rather tenuous. He was absent when I was born, and my parents did not hold him in high regard. Nevertheless, that does not hinder my status as a super genius. Gamma, yes, understood. Huh. Fighting against injustice and vanquishing evil, the Gamma duo, and I, Dr. Hyde. The two Gammas struck poses they deemed impressive, smiling confidently at Bulma. With Hyde crouching in the center, arms outstretched. Why does that seem somewhat familiar? Bulma rubbed her forehead, realizing that this young lad was most certainly not a villain. Rather, he appeared to be slightly unhinged, and the androids he created seemed to reflect that as well. Well, it seems I cannot prevent this. Do come in. She glanced at the Gamma duo, acknowledging that even the weakest android would be a formidable opponent for her. With Trunks and Cell off training, she wondered what else she could do to oppose them. Chapter 20. The Divine Palace. The Hyperbolic Time Chamber. Cell lay quietly upon the spacious, soft bed, his eyes shut as if in slumber. Directly in front of him, Trunks had brought over a small stool. Sitting gently upon it, his gaze fixed intently on Cell. Uncle Cell, please continue your narration. I am truly eager to learn about the Super Saiyans. Trunks' voice brimmed with longing and anticipation. Cell turned slightly, casually uttering a seemingly unrelated remark. Do not fret. We can remain here for an extended duration. As for your mother, there is no need for concern. At least for a considerable time, you are both safe in the outside world. Huh? Trunks was taken aback, clearly unprepared for such a statement from Cell. Furrowing his brow, he inquired with confusion, isn't it stipulated that one can only stay for 2 days in a lifetime? We have already spent nearly a year here, so according to logic, we should have just over a year left. Cell opened his eyes, the corners of his mouth curving up in a slight, enigmatic smile. He spoke softly. Rules are not immutable. Sometimes, miracles occur at the most unexpected moments. This world is rife with countless possibilities, and our circumstances may not be as straightforward as they seem. Trunks blinked, striving to comprehend Cell's words. A peculiar mix of tension and excitement surged within him. Could it be that Cell possessed some special method or plan to extend their stay in this mysterious realm? Cell's gaze became profound and distant, as though he glimpsed hidden secrets through the fabric of time and space. He spoke slowly. The power of a Super Saiyan is limitless. Yet to truly master it, one must endure numerous trials and tribulations. In this journey, time is not the sole constraint. As long as you possess determination, courage, and wisdom, you can transcend the ordinary and create your own miracles. Listening to Cell's words, Trunks felt a surge of fervor within him. He resolutely vowed to make the most of this precious time, to explore the mysteries of the Super Saiyan and enhance his own strength. Rules cannot be altered by oneself, so one must learn to be a rule changer. Only then can one achieve great accomplishments. Come with me. Cell gradually rose, stretching slightly, and walked towards the vast expanse of blank space. Trunks stood momentarily stunned by Cell's display, his mind enveloped in confusion. He had merely wished to inquire about the transformation into a Super Saiyan, yet the conversation had shifted to the utilization of the hyperbolic time chamber. Never mind, he thought. He would address it later. Shaking his head, Trunks followed closely behind Cell, descending the steps into that white void. This time, unlike the last, there was no clumsiness. He walked straight down without incident. Cell halted at a considerable distance from the house, turned, and gazed at Trunks, asking, "Do you know where we are? What place?" Trunks furrowed his brow at the sudden question. "Is this another dimension?" He replied uncertainly. "Exactly, it is another dimension, since it is a different space. It can be shattered. In essence, any space can be broken if one possesses sufficient power. With enough strength, the universe can be fragmented in an instant. Thus, if you have the power to break through this alternate dimension, you can traverse it freely, just like this." With that, Cell suddenly began to gather energy. Golden flames surged from his body, coalescing into his right hand, igniting it in a brilliant golden hue, with arcs of golden electricity swirling around. A formidable aura érupté de forte. Akin to a volcanic eruption. Cell's eyes sharpened, a glint of gold revealing itself as his right arm swelled dramatically, delivering a rapid punch. Boom! Crack! Though Cell's strike met the air, it resonated like shattering glass. The cracks expanded, and Cell slowly withdrew his right hand, observing the fragmented space before him. Wow! Incredible! Truly! Uncle Cell is remarkable! Trunks exclaimed, his eyes wide with awe. Though he understood what Cell was doing, witnessing it firsthand was utterly astonishing. The space had been shattered. This was beyond his imagination. With a roar, a vortex erupted, the surrounding space completely rupturing to form a vast opening. Cell slightly turned, allowing Trunks to glimpse the scene within. What is this? A grand hall outside? Trunks pondered, uncertain, glancing up at Cell. Indeed, this is the heavenly temple of the outside world. With sheer force, I have ruptured the barrier between this realm and the external world. I shall grant you time. Once you achieve this step, we shall venture forth. Sherry squinted, fixing his gaze upon Trunks. The Super Saiyan can be categorized into 3 stages, and you are but a hair's breadth away from attaining the ultimate full power. As you continue your training and gain the ability to wield the Super Saiyan form at will, you will reach that pinnacle of power. At that juncture, you must commence the sprint towards the limits of the Super Saiyan, culminating in the transformation into Super Saiyan 2. This transformation is not insurmountable. With perseverance, you will unlock the full potential of your Super Saiyan energy. As for whether there are transformations beyond Super Saiyan 2, I can assure you that there are indeed Super Saiyan 3 and Super Saiyan 4, though they are exceedingly challenging. You must awaken the Saiyan blood coursing through your veins. Do you have any doubts? Sheru inquired, observing the frown on Trunks' face. Uncle Sheru, what level of Super Saiyan can you transform into now? Trunks pondered thoughtfully before speaking. What led you to inquire about me? Sheru replied with an amused expression. Because, Uncle Sheru, you mentioned that you possess Saiyan cells within you. Hence, you should also be capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan form. Indeed, I do. Yet I have yet to attempt it, as numerous matters have delayed me. Now that you mention it, I'm inclined to give it a go. Sheru glanced down at his hands, reasoning that the Saiyan cells within him should suffice. Why not give it a try? 50 times the strength, combined with my uniquely perfect physique, could very well yield a full-powered Super Saiyan transformation from the outset. After all, I am Sheru, the most potent individual in the current Dragon Ball universe. Chapter 21. The Super Android? Sheru, increasingly absorbed in thought, found it difficult to quell the restlessness of his heart. He gently pressed his feet against the ground, lifting his body into the air. With legs crossed in a meditative posture, he addressed Trunks. Stay back. I am about to attempt a transformation into a Super Saiyan. No, rather, a Super Android. A smirk danced upon Sheru's lips as he shot a warning glance at Trunks, who complied obediently, nodding before soaring into the distance. Let me try. Sheru's eyes shimmered with a purple light before closing. He entered a meditative state. Trunks observed from afar, perplexed by Sheru's demeanor. Shouldn't the transformation into a Super Saiyan be triggered by immense anger to unleash the latent power within? Yet, Uncle Sheru appeared tranquil, immersed in meditation. How could this possibly yield results? Regardless, I trust that Uncle Sheru knows what he is doing. Trunks furrowed his brow, and before long, it deepened further. Boom! A formidable aura emanated from Sheru, radiating an overwhelming pressure that filled the air with a cacophonous sound, causing the recently frozen ground to shatter and vanish into the void. Is Uncle Sheru beginning to exert his power? Trunks' eyes sparkled with intensity, his brow furrowed, and his palms began to perspire slightly, his heart racing with anxiety. He appeared exceedingly tense, as though he were the one attempting to transform rather than Sheru himself. However, if Sheru were to witness his demeanor, he would undoubtedly feel the sting of ridicule. "Damn it, you look as if I am on the brink of death." Such words would surely escape his lips, for this was not an exceedingly perilous experiment. Even in failure, what could it possibly entail? Sheru immersed himself in concentration, when suddenly a golden radiance enveloped his entire being. A torrent of wrathful, violent energy surged through him, reminiscent of his past traumas, abandonment by his parents, bullying in the orphanage, and later, mistreatment by his corporate superiors. His commendable achievements were usurped, while the blame for failures was indiscriminately cast upon him, leaving him utterly scapegoated. Memories of past injustices and current grievances echoed relentlessly in his mind. In an instant, the golden light expanded exponentially, and Sheru bellowed with fury, "Damn you!" Waves of energy erupted outward, creating a series of explosive ripples in the air, as a mixture of brutal force and a chilling aura enveloped the entire hyperbolic time chamber. The very fabric of the space began to tremble ominously, as though on the verge of collapse, with fractures spreading like a spider's web all around him. Sheru unleashed his entire essence in one overwhelming release. Is this aura truly so potent? Trunks gazed, entranced, at the figure of Sheru, now standing in the air, his voice a continuous roar, as the myriad of cracks expanded outward. Is this still within the realm of humanity? He clutched his chest, his heart pounding violently, as his legs trembled under the weight of Sheru's powerful aura. Sweat soaked through his clothing. "Nanny?" Trunks' pupils dilated sharply as powerful gusts of wind energy transformed into razor-sharp blades. Hurtling towards him, without hesitation, he transformed into a Super Saiyan, his golden hair and azure eyes aflame with energy, drawing forth his sword with a swift motion. Boom! 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 The wind blades exploded around him, and Trunks, his expression grave, observed the relentless onslaught of the incoming blades, unable to suppress his exasperation. What is this madness? Why are they all targeting me? Uncle Sheru must be doing this on purpose. Trunks relaxed his body and exhaled a deep breath, feeling a surge of golden energy in his hand. The golden flames entwined around the blade of his sword, forming a delicate glimmer of light at its tip, continuously pulsating with luminous particles. The fruits of my training are evident. Trunks gazed at the golden light on his sword, a rush of joy swelling within him. He had finally mastered it, overcoming previous failures that had led him to doubt his success this time. The techniques imparted by Uncle Cell were finally yielding progress. With confidence blossoming as the blade of wind approached him, Trunks positioned his sword defensively before him. Clang! At the moment of contact, the blade of wind was effortlessly severed, dissipating into a gentle breeze, leaving only the sound of impact resonating in the air. Truly impressive. Trunks gazed at his sword, a smile instinctively forming on his lips, only to vanish upon catching sight of Cell. Is that still Uncle Cell, the Super Saiyan? His aura has become increasingly terrifying, escalating further. A furious roar erupted from Cell's lips, golden flames erupting skyward, shattering the surrounding space and revealing the celestial palace beyond. The golden flames rose from his feet, acting as a dye that transformed his green hue into a resplendent gold, resembling a gilded statue. His wings lifted slightly, arcs of golden electricity crackling around him, flickering brilliantly as they lashed out towards the celestial palace. Boom! The celestial palace instantaneously erupted with multiple craters as Cell's suddenly opened eyes gleamed with a hint of gold amidst their original purple hue, creating a striking sight. It seemed as though he had awakened, sensing the immense power coursing through his body, momentarily taken aback. With a subtle flex of his fingers, the overwhelming aura dissipated, and the golden flames gradually retreated into his being, the arcs of electricity diving into him. Phew! Cell exhaled a deep breath, feeling invigorated. Though a tempest of rage still swirled within his mind, he observed his body with an indifferent gaze, shimmering with golden light, radiating a dazzling brilliance. I must admit, this transformation is rather impressive. Yet, wasn't I just engaged in a fight with the manager? It was quite exhilarating. So how did I suddenly succeed in transforming? Furrowing his brow, Cell noted that his transformation felt distinct from others. Nevertheless, that sensation was rather pleasant, as the tension in his brow eased. The vestiges of rage in his mind dissipated. Sensing Trunks' aura, he took a slight step forward, instantly vanishing from his original position to appear behind Trunks. Trunks! Swish! A ripple of light surged forth, the blade aimed directly at Cell's head. Huh! Cell observed the trajectory of the sword, and that familiar surge of rage resurfaced in his mind. Although this action seemed excruciatingly slow to him, it did not provide Trunks the courage to strike him. With a delicate flick of his finger, Cell redirected the blade, and suddenly, a resounding slap echoed through the air, striking Trunks squarely on the face, leaving it instantly red and swollen. What on earth? Trunks exclaimed, eyes wide open. The sword he had been gripping tightly slipped from his hands. Upon seeing Cell's visage, he covered his reddened cheek with his right hand, a look of awkward realization crossing his face, his lips twitching. Uncle Cell, do you believe that I didn't notice you? Chapter 22, Super Saiyan 2. Humph. Cell's expression remained indifferent, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, his gaze toward Trunks laced with mockery. Do I appear to be a fool to you? With swift motion, Cell delivered another resounding slap, this time to Trunks' left cheek, aiming for symmetry. The sharp sound of the slap reverberated throughout the space, and Trunks, now clutching his left cheek, felt a surge of helplessness. Uncle Cell, please listen. I thought it was a wind blade. Your energy is so overwhelming. How could I distinguish it? At present, Trunks' face was swollen to a comical degree, symmetrical and red, causing his speech to become somewhat indistinct. Oh, is that so? Cell stroked his chin, appearing to ponder deeply. Wow, Uncle Cell, you look so handsome. Is that golden hue all over you a sign that the Super Saiyan android has succeeded? Trunks quickly shifted the subject, commenting on Cell's transformation. Handsome? Cell replied flatly. Although it was phrased as a question, his tone and expression conveyed a sense of affirmation. Absolutely. So incredibly handsome. I've never seen anyone so striking. Trunks nodded vigorously, his speed causing afterimages to flicker. Is that so? Ha! It seems you have a keen eye, Trunks. Quite impressive. Cell teleported them to the main hall of the hyperbolic time chamber, observing his reflection in the mirror with great satisfaction, the remnants of his earlier brutality vanishing from his mind. With a swift motion, Cell placed a hand gently on Trunks' shoulder. Trunks suddenly felt a shiver run down his spine, his body involuntarily trembling from head to toe, his earlier intent to escape thwarted by Cell's grip. Uncle Cell, is there something else? If not, I would like to resume my training, Trunks replied, retracting his neck and gesturing below. How could there not be? I've just recalled the best method for transforming into Super Saiyan 2, Cell said with a hint of mischief in his voice. Is that so? Trunks' eyes widened, gazing at Cell's mischievous expression. No worries, I prefer to train steadily. Not a problem. I will assist you in solidifying your power. You needn't worry. Cell cracked his neck, lowering his energy to match Trunks, tightening his fists. Come, let me see whether the Super Android is superior or the Super Saiyan. Whoosh. As Sheru seized Trunks by the shoulder and forcefully yanked, his body slammed against the right side like a battering ram, sending Trunks hurtling backwards. Uncle Sheru, are you serious? Trunks stabilized himself mid-air, gazing down at Sheru with a pained expression. Yet, his body remained obedient, with a swift motion of his right arm. A long sword appeared in his grasp. Lowering his stance, he held the blade horizontally before him. His left hand transformed into a pointed sword, swiftly slicing across the blade, releasing a cascade of golden light that surged into the sword. A hum resonated in the air. The gossamer golden glow shimmered, radiating a fierce edge. Trunks eyed the sword, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. Uncle Sheru, you have underestimated me. I possess a formidable weapon under the same aura. Oh, reaching this stage is indeed commendable. But my power surpasses yours. Sheru raised an eyebrow, slightly taken aback. He had not anticipated Trunks' profound understanding of the sword and the fusion with his energy. However, his surprise was fleeting. Exhaling a deep breath, Sheru expelled a stream of murky energy, which transformed into a golden hue as he grasped it, gradually coalescing into a blade of energy. Come, let us see who is more formidable. With a simultaneous roar, the two charged at one another, their blades clashing and scattering countless golden particles. Trunks' eyes narrowed, his right arm swelling with power, veins bulging on his forehead as he brought his sword down with great force. Sheru retaliated, aiming upwards, and at the moment their weapons collided. Trunks' sword pierced through the energy blade. What? Trunks' eyes widened in disbelief. Sheru scoffed coldly, the previously ethereal energy blade solidifying once more as it lunged towards Trunks' chest, ignoring the energy from Trunks' sword. The blade struck true, slicing into him and erupting a crimson spray of blood. Meanwhile, Trunks' longsword aimed directly at Sheru. With a sizzling sound, their energies clashed. Upon making contact with Sheru's chest armor, sparks flew, but in the next instant, the sword cleaved through, revealing the gray-brown flesh beneath. Both fighters staggered back. Trunks, instead of tending to the long gash on his chest, looked at Sheru with concern. Uncle Sheru? This. He gazed at Sheru apologetically. Huh? You don't actually believe you've inflicted a grave injury on me, do you? Sheru's brow furrowed as the gray-brown flesh gradually knitted itself back together, appearing as good as new. In an instant, he vanished from sight, leaving a distinct afterimage behind, and with a light step in the air, he launched a powerful right fist forward. Not good, Trunks thought, raising his sword to defend, but in a mere moment, he was sent flying back, letting out a cry of anguish. Humph! Sheru gathered his hands, unleashing a wave of energy that barreled down towards Trunks. A wave of golden energy surged forth instantaneously, engulfing Trunks. The anguished cries echoed as Trunks plummeted to the ground, his attire charred and his body exuding tendrils of black smoke. Bang! Cell hovered slowly in the air, his gaze fixed downward, observing Trunks from above. He then spoke. Trunks, your combat awareness has truly regressed. Has the annihilation of androids 17 and 18 stripped you of your resolve as a warrior? Did I not mention that our battles in the hyperbolic time chamber were mere bloodshed? How can you still harbor concern for your adversaries? You must possess the unwavering determination to vanquish me. Reflect on your father, your uncles, and your brother Gohan, even if they are resurrected. Stronger foes will arise in the future, and they will perish again. Are you content with that? Will you remain the helpless child, forever a spectator? Cell's voice grew louder, an invisible pressure radiating from him, his golden aura becoming increasingly resplendent. Trunks, Gohan, you are both worthless, especially you, Gohan, who fell so easily. Suddenly, the voice of Android 17 echoed, and Cell's face morphed into that of 17. Whoosh! Trunks's eyes blazed crimson, an inferno of fury igniting within him. Shut up! Shut up! Damn Android! A flash of red light surged through Trunks's mind. His aura intensified, with arcs of golden electricity swirling around him, his pupils vanishing, and his hair standing on end, a golden flame erupting skyward. A whirlwind emanated from within him, causing the already unstable space to crackle ominously. Trunks abruptly lifted his gaze at Android 17. His eyes narrowed as he declared, Die. Chapter 23. Transformation Again. Trunks raised his head, his once blue eyes now glowing with golden light, revealing emerald orbs within, bloodshot and fierce. 17. Trunks's gaze towards 17 was laden with murderous intent, a unique oppressive aura emanating from him, white vapor escaping his lips. Trunks bent deeply, his left hand resting on the ground, while he drew his sword with his right, hoisting it onto his back. Oh, here we go again, Cell mused, his eyes deep and contemplative, glancing at the dazed Trunks below, sensing the overwhelming aura surpassing his own. Cell's body trembled uncontrollably. This was not fear. It was exhilaration, the thrill of confronting a formidable adversary. However, he did not intend to amplify his aura, but instead sought to expel the distractions within, maintaining the unstable full power of the super android. A smirk graced Cell's lips as he sank slightly, assuming a combat stance in the air, beckoning Trunks with a subtle curl of his fingers. Come on, D. Trunks roared, his feet crashing against the ground, his form vanishing in an instant. How swift! With his pupils dilating, Cell conjured an energy orb in his right hand and, without looking back, hurled it behind him. He understood all too well that in the choreography of Dragon Ball battles, an opponent would invariably reappear from behind. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted, striking Trunks directly, yet it proved futile. Trunks, with narrowed eyes, swung his longsword fiercely, unleashing a glimmering golden beam that aimed straight at Cell's head. With a sickening squelch, the blade pierced through flesh, severing Cell's head from his body. In the air, one could still discern the expression of terror on Cell's face, albeit wearing the visage of Android 17. Huh! Trunks let out a low growl, sheathing his sword, his hands weaving intricate seals in the air. With a flurry of movements, his hands created afterimages that danced in the air, the sound echoing like a tempest. Once the seals were completed, his right hand transformed into a palm, gathering a golden energy that crackled with immense power, sizzling in the air, the golden luminescence flickering and arcing with electricity. Farewell. No, never to be seen again. Trunks' voice was devoid of emotion as the energy in his palm surged forth with tremendous force. Bang! The golden stream instantly engulfed Android 17's head, searing half of his body before shooting off into the distance. Boom! The sound of violent explosions reverberated, smoke billowing as the very fabric of space trembled. Ah! 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 Trunks wiped the sweat from his brow, gasping for breath, his eyes streaked with crimson, presenting a particularly terrifying sight. Thud! The remaining half of the corpse fell to the ground, emitting thick black smoke, shrouding it in mystery. A corpse still? Then I shall reduce you to ashes. Trunks's eyes narrowed sharply, his body bending slightly backward with his hands behind him. Boom! A violet aura erupted from his being, roaring fiercely as the air began to resonate ominously. Ha! Cannon of the heavens! Trunks unleashed his hands, the violet energy wave accompanied by crackling arcs of electricity, crashing down toward the ground. Bang! The black smoke evaporated instantly, the half-corpse consumed entirely by the overwhelming violet energy wave, leaving not even a trace of ash. Ha ha ha! Now you are truly gone. Trunks, in a state of near madness, his mind clouded, tilted his head back in raucous laughter. He remained oblivious to a small green orb hovering behind him, which, within moments, morphed back into Android 17. 17 tapped his head and then stretched lazily, yawning. Nanny? Trunks, of course, heard this and instantly turned around, disbelief etched on his face. One step. Android 17 took a step forward, an indescribable, terrifying pressure emanating from him, crashing down upon Trunks. Puff! Trunks plummeted to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth as an overwhelming pressure enveloped him, akin to an invisible hand that firmly restrained his body. His gaze turned defiant, mingled with a hint of trepidation. The second step. Android 17 stood directly before him, lightly tapping his back. Touch! Boom! A tremendous force surged into Trunks' body, resonating with a deafening roar. Oh! A wretched scream escaped Trunks' lips, his bloodshot eyes reflecting sheer despair. Enough games, Trunks, Cell intoned softly, reverting to his true form. He delicately pointed a finger toward Trunks' neck. Crack! In an instant, Trunks' pupils vanished, his head drooping toward the ground. Phew! It was done. His Super Saiyan 2 transformation was complete, albeit through a rather tragic ordeal. Cell smacked his lips, surveying the blood-soaked ground. Gradually, he dragged Trunks' lifeless body toward the building behind him, the once pristine floor now stained a deep crimson. A month passed. Cell lay half-lidded on the grand bed, observing Trunks as he trained. Fearing the proximity to the structure might lead to an explosion, he had moved the bed downstairs, fortunate that it remained sturdy even under tenfold gravity. Watching Trunks as he wielded his sword, Cell exclaimed, "Too slow. Speed it up." Responding to his words, Trunks transformed into Super Saiyan 2, quickening his movements. The sword whistled through the air, slicing with audacious power as he executed a myriad of techniques, stabbing, slashing, and cleaving in every conceivable manner. Cell's lips curled upward as he witnessed Trunks' accelerated prowess. This young warrior had progressed remarkably. In merely a month, he had mastered Super Saiyan 2 and was attempting a form of accelerated transformation, though he had yet to succeed. This was a testament to Trunks' diligence, for Cell had not instructed him in these advanced techniques. During this period, he had shared his knowledge of the Super Saiyan transformations and various Saiyan experiences, aspiring for Trunks to carve his own path rather than merely emulate the route of Super Saiyan 3. After all, while that transformation far surpassed Super Saiyan 2 in speed, strength, aura, and defense, its sustainability was severely lacking, inflicting considerable strain on the body and draining stamina excessively. Moreover, Cell recalled that in the future, Trunks had indeed mastered a transformation that, while not Super Saiyan 3, achieved power and speed comparable to it. Of course, he intended to explore Super Saiyan 4 eventually, though not at this moment. Cell's gaze drifted, and he lightly tapped his chest plate, reflecting that his transformation into the Super Android was already perfected. Perhaps he would test Super Saiyan 2 in due time? 100 times, indeed. Sheru's eyes were gently closed, a look of contentment gracing his face. Chapter 24. The Genius. Earth. West City, Universal Capsule Corporation. In the air, surrounding them, beside the towering trees, and beneath the ground, a multitude of small blue beings chattered incessantly, as if engaged in a soliloquy. Speaking of which, that little dwarf and those two inferior androids truly should not have been permitted entry. Did not our father decree that no outsiders were to enter this place? A recently emerged blue figure from underground, puzzled, clutched an unknown object in one hand, continuously munching away. With a daft expression, he stuffed morsel after morsel into his mouth. Silence. Number 6. Has father not transmitted the memories to you? You spend your days only eating. That chubby one can be considered a scientist, alongside Bulma, one responsible for generating energy and the other for creating bodies. A formidable alliance indeed. A stroke of good fortune. I do not comprehend. There's so much memory to digest. There's no time to spare for it. Eating is far more enjoyable. Number 6, with a satisfied demeanor, devoured the entirety of a yellow-brown solid food in one go, patting his small belly. Boss, do you wish to eat as well? Should I fetch more? Number 6 gazed earnestly at the sky, his tongue incessantly licking his hands. No, I do not require sustenance. The one referred to as boss. Number 1 hovered in the air, the corners of his mouth twitching as he suppressed an urge to strike out. Number 6, should you indulge in such filth again, I shall, on behalf of father, eliminate you. What do you all think? Number 2 agreed. Number 3, boss is formidable. Let us hasten. I can barely endure. Number 4, indeed. Number 5, I believe number 6 is bringing disgrace to our Sheru team. He must be eradicated. I support this. Boss, I shall cease eating, I promise. Do not inform father. I will work harder from now on. Is that acceptable? Upon hearing his brother's unanimous support for his demise, number 6, who had been holding on to remnants of the yellow-brown substance, suddenly found it unappetizing and hastily wiped his hands on the ground. Do as you wish. Number 1 replied softly, slightly bowing his head. Brothers, report the situation. Nothing happening in the east. Nothing in the west. All is quiet in the south. And in the north. Number 6. Underground as well. Never mind. You need not report further. I am aware. Number 1 raised his head, his body coiling in the air, his eyes narrowed. Among the 6 beings, only he was green, bearing a striking resemblance to Sheru, almost a miniature replica. These beings were all prepared by Sheru in anticipation of any unforeseen occurrences involving Bulma, forming the Sheru squadron. Except for number 1. The remaining small Sherus possessed approximately 50% of the true Sheru's combat power, with the most formidable, number 1, wielding 70% of Sheru's might. Thus, one could assert that he was, apart from Majin Buu, the most powerful being on Earth at this moment. With their assistance in safeguarding Bulma, Sheru felt a profound sense of relief. Within the expansive confines of Bulma's warehouse, she exclaimed, "Wow, Hyde, you are truly brilliant. Come help me out more often. You've just alleviated a significant burden for me." Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she observed the rapidly deciphered computer data, her left hand playfully patting Hyde's shoulder. "You are a genius." Hyde, upon receiving Bulma's accolades, scratched his head modestly and added, "However, madam, you are slightly mistaken. I am not merely a genius. I'm a super genius." He elevated his short neck with a look of pride. All right. You are a super genius then," Bulma remarked with a sidelong glance at Hyde, secretly thinking how children revel in praise. "Now, Mrs. Bulma, I've resolved all these issues. Could you possibly show me the blueprints for the Eternal Energy Furnace?" Hyde inquired, his eyes gleaming as he looked at the documents beside Bulma. "Oh, certainly. You intend to upgrade the 2 androids accompanying you, right? I can assist." After glancing at the 2 subpar creations by Hyde, Bulma handed over the blueprints. No need. I can manage this myself," Hyde replied, taking the blueprints with a sinister smile. With this, his Gamma series would no longer struggle with energy concerns. An inexhaustible power source awaited him. With this thought, Hyde retrieved 2 capsules from his pocket and tossed them onto the vacant ground. Boom! A resounding noise erupted, accompanied by a cloud of smoke that gradually revealed their true nature. A plethora of experimental apparatus and abundant materials emerged, including food, water, and even several small robots. "Wow, how do you possess such a vast array of materials?" Bulma gasped, partially covering her mouth and nose in astonishment. Her own equipment paled in comparison, as much had been destroyed, leaving only a fraction behind. Had it not been for Trunks and Sheru relocating Dr. Gero's belongings, she would have been unable to pursue her research on these robots. However, research was no longer necessary, for Dr. Hyde brought his own technology capable of transforming inorganic materials, even non-human entities, into androids, a new breed of creation. Their functionality and practicality ensure that the androids would obey their master's commands without fail, sparing them from the rebellious nature exhibited by androids 17 and 18. It could be said that Hyde was a genius in the field of androids, even surpassing her. as he claimed to be a super genius. Oh, the materials? A portion is my own, but the vast majority I acquired by outsmarting a group known as the Red Ribbon Army. It was the very organization that my grandfather once participated in. I deceived them into believing that I wished to join and assist in their research on artificial beings. To my surprise, that fool readily handed over the materials right in front of me. Hyde chuckled ominously, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. The Red Ribbon Army, astonishingly, still exists. They proved to be remarkably resilient. Bulma expressed her astonishment, inquiring how, after all these years, remnants still lingered, aside from Dr. Gero. No matter. I recall they're your adversaries, correct? Once I utilize the materials they provided, in conjunction with the Eternal Energy Reactor to upgrade Gamma, I shall eradicate them entirely. Such societal threats must be eliminated, Hyde remarked, glancing at Gamma. Indeed, Doctor, my number 1 and number 2 will undoubtedly vanquish those villains. Number 2 chimed in cheerfully, draping his arm over number 1's shoulder. Chapter 25, Eternal Energy. Is that so? You truly are formidable. Bulma's lips twitched slightly as she offered a thumbs up towards Hyde. Of course. Just look at who I am. Hyde's cheeks flushed as he slightly wrinkled his nose and approached the numerous devices ahead. Well then, Mrs. Bulma, I shall not interrupt your work any longer. I must proceed with Gamma's modifications. With a wave, Hyde turned his back on her and made his way toward the equipment. He then produced a white lab coat from seemingly nowhere, donned it, and placed Gamma into a special container, commencing the machine's calibration. Phew, I too must get to work. The time machine requires some adjustments, and I need to import the data to ensure stability. Bulma exhaled a sigh, turning toward a room behind her to commence her preparations for the time machine. To her left stood a nearly assembled time machine, with ample materials and equipment. Along with her adept skills, most of the time machine was complete. Next came the selection of energy sources and various adaptation and assembly concerns. Bulma furrowed her brow as her fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, inputting a multitude of command codes. On her right lay the disassembled number 16, reduced to mere shell, with the Eternal Energy Reactor and several core components entirely removed. She had connected the large Eternal Energy Reactor to the time machine, aspiring to forge a time machine powered by eternal energy, allowing her to traverse any era without the concern of energy depletion. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. That night, humanity had come to realize the grim truth of the destruction of androids 17 and 18. Cities across the land began erecting statues of Cell, extolling him to the highest degree, and a considerable portion of daily life gradually returned to normalcy. With many electrical systems having been restored, from a lofty vantage point, the city sparkled with lights, each household aglow, even the dilapidated dwellings flickered with illumination. The survivors, emboldened, ventured into the streets, no longer fearing enemy incursions. Many individuals displayed their wares on the thoroughfare, creating a vibrant atmosphere. At last, it is accomplished. The calibration of the time machine. Bulma gazed contentedly at her creation, stretching languidly and tapping her arms. It was indeed exhausting, toiling day and night. Yet she had completed it, the eternal energy version of the time machine. She pondered what purpose Cell could possibly have for it. After all, the very reason for its creation was to tackle the issue of the androids, now vanquished. What utility does it serve now? A flicker of doubt crossed Bulma's mind as she reclined in her swivel chair, her thoughts wandering. And what of Trunks and the others? How long were they planning to train? The Earth was at peace, yet they sought to grow even stronger. She could not fathom the mindset of those Saiyans. If they intended to train for another year or two, who would keep her company? That little brat? Bulma paused, rising slowly to her feet, turning off the lights and closing the door behind her, making her way to Hyde's laboratory on the androids. Mrs. Bulma, good evening. It has been quite a while since we last met. Hyde's eyes sparkled as he beheld Bulma, his arms slightly outstretched, eager to showcase his progress. Tajda, within this nutrient pod lies the new Gamma. In approximately 3 months, they will awaken, and by then, my research on the eternal energy furnace will also be complete. Once they are equipped with the energy cores, it will be nothing short of perfection. At that time, their strength will reach an extraordinary level, akin to that of androids 17 and 18, capable of obliterating foes with a single blow. Heidi animatedly gestured, attempting to elicit further praise from Bulma. What is this? Bulma observed the Gamma within the nutrient pod with a composed demeanor, but her gaze was soon drawn to another, more imposing pod. Inside, a spherical entity the size of a bean was immersed in a green liquid, surrounded by rising white bubbles. Which one? Heidi turned to follow Bulma's line of sight towards the pod. Oh, this one. It is my precious creation from the past 3 days. Though I'm quite displeased that it was inspired by Dr. Jero's research, this is the pro version of the superhero cell, a distillation of my intellect. I infused it with my own concepts, employing my newfound techniques in android creation. However, as it is a biologically growing android, its development will take some time, approximately 6 months. The only dissatisfaction I harbor lies in the constraints imposed by the equipment and materials. At present, I can only produce the Share Pro version. However, once sufficient materials are acquired, I shall be able to create the Pro Max version, at which point I shall undoubtedly be the strongest in the universe. Hyde raised an eyebrow with a sense of pride, folding his arms across his chest, his eyes narrowed slightly. Oh, is this what Shara looked like in his youth? Bulma pressed against the outer wall, her eyes wide with wonder as she gazed at the small sphere within, which pulsated and contracted rhythmically. Could it possibly surpass the current Shara? Bulma inquired, a hint of doubt in her voice. I'm not entirely certain. Logically, an android like Sheru, who merely needs to absorb life essence and energy to grow stronger, would indeed see changes if he were to undergo training and cultivation, as you mentioned, madam. However, it is difficult to ascertain the specifics. Hyde shrugged and tapped the exterior of the nutrient pod, continuing, nevertheless, I remain confident in my creation. While it may not rival the current Sheru, its combat prowess will not fall significantly short. 3 years. The Divine Realm. The hyperbolic time chamber. Who keeps muttering behind me? Sheru emerged from his meditative state, his footsteps resonating against the ground, feeling the surge of power within himself. A slight smile curled at the corners of his mouth. 3 years ago, in his normal state at full power, he should have nearly matched the strength of the Super Saiyan 3 Goku from the original narrative when battling Majin Buu. In his transformed state as a super android, his power had escalated 50-fold, reaching an extraordinary level, likely not far from that of the Super Saiyan God. Presently, he had mastered the transformation into Super Android 2, and his base combat strength had improved significantly since 3 years ago. He had undoubtedly surpassed the Super Saiyan God. Sheru speculated that upon achieving the transformation into Super Android 3, he would reach the Super Saiyan Blue stage. After all, with a 400-fold increase. Even if he could not match it precisely, the difference would not be insurmountable. Naturally, these were merely his conjectures. The reality of combat remained uncertain, as he had yet to engage in a true battle. Indeed, the completion of Super Android 3 is imminent, likely just a few days away. I sense an opportunity approaching. Sheru spoke softly, lowering his head to observe his hands, tightening his grip slightly. Given his mastery over energy control and the balance of body and spirit, he anticipated that the transformation into Super Android 3 would not lead to excessive energy depletion or an inability to harness ki. Alas! But how shall I address the transformation into Super Android 4? I do not possess that furry tail. Am I to wish for one from the Eternal Dragon? Chapter 26. The Exit. How, then, shall I realize the transformation into Super Android 4? I cannot simply conjure a tail for myself. Sheru pondered with a touch of frustration. Arms crossed, fingers gently stroking his chin as he contemplated various methods, when he suddenly sensed a unique pressure. This pressure made his skin prickle with its intensity. Is this Trunks? Sheru gazed into the distance. A hint of perplexity etched on his face. There stood Trunks, transformed into a Super Saiyan 2, his eyes firmly shut, grasping his long sword with unwavering resolve. A delicate stream of white light danced along the blade, emanating an aura of formidable intensity. His golden hair, billowing in the air after 3 years, swayed gracefully, while the fabric of his attire rustled in the gusts of wind. The atmosphere felt almost tangible, solidified in response to Trunks' breathing, as the energy surrounding his sword grew increasingly grand. A resonant hum reverberated through the expanse, as a piercing note of the sword echoed throughout the space. In an instant, the white light swirled around Trunks, forming a vortex that encased him. With a sudden exhale, Trunks' eyes flew open, revealing 2 bright beams of light, his muscles taut and his legs swelling with power, his presence reaching its zenith. With a soft utterance of break, Trunks thrust the sword forward, unleashing an astonishing beam of light that struck against the fabric of space. A loud crash ensued as a small rift tore open. A brilliant white light surging forth, reminiscent of shattering glass, with cracks radiating outwards like a spider's web in the air. Impressive. Sheru's eyes sparkled with admiration as he observed the scene. The might of this sword technique was formidable, evident in its ability to breach the dimensional barrier in an instant. Yet, the opening was rather small, likely too narrow for even a single person to pass through, let alone two. With a sudden surge, Trunks readied himself to ascend. But at that moment, the white light dissipated abruptly, causing him to falter, his movements halting suddenly. Gasping for breath, Trunks collapsed to the ground, sweat cascading down his face. His body seemingly drained of vitality, his Super Saiyan transformation faltering as his golden hair reverted to its natural hue. In a swift motion, Sheru appeared beside Trunks, a golden glow radiating from his hand as he struck down towards him. The golden light enveloped Trunks, replenishing him with an abundance of energy. Uncle Sheru, have you completed your training? Have you become significantly stronger? Trunks exclaimed, his face brightening as he felt his strength returning. Not too shabby, just at the level of the universe's finest, Sheru replied, a proud smile gracing his features. However, why has your growth stagnated so much over these 3 years? By all accounts, you should have made considerable progress. Sheru furrowed his brow, his violet eyes fixed intently on Trunks. It's because I've been inspired by your teachings, Uncle Sheru. Thus, I've devoted almost all my time to honing my swordsmanship, neglecting my energy training. Trunks chuckled, scratching his head, his gaze cast downward. What inspiration have I given you? I was entirely unaware. A large red question mark seemed to materialize above Sheru's head as he placed his hands on Trunks' shoulders, speaking loudly in disbelief. Uncle Shalu, did you not tell me that those celestial beings soar through the skies on their swords, that sword immortals kill invisibly with immense power, and that a sword practitioner must possess a heart of the sword and an intention of the blade to truly manifest the strength of a sword cultivator? Moreover, I feel that the world you have painted, Uncle Shalu, is quite splendid. Trunks, increasingly exhilarated, broke free from Shalu's grasp and began demonstrating sword flight, swordsmanship, and the ability to condense his aura into sword energy in a nearby open space. Shalu watched, astonished and somewhat bewildered. Wait, did you actually manage to achieve that from my mere words? Shalu's lips twitched slightly as he began to inquire. Trunks, how did you come to study all this? Can you enlighten me? Of course. Trunks paused his swordplay and began to explain one by one. Firstly, sword flight is quite simple. It merely requires adept control of one's aura, allowing the sword to closely adhere beneath one's feet to achieve levitation. I find this technique the most impressive. Swordsmanship is not difficult either. The principle is similar to what you, Uncle Shalu, taught me about manipulating energy blasts. It involves channeling a bit of aura to the sword's body and then controlling it. At this point, by utilizing the ability to condense one's aura into sword energy that I learned previously, one can compress and solidify the aura to form a razor-sharp blade. As for those techniques, I have pondered and experimented with them for quite some time. Whatever looks the most impressive shall suffice. So what do you think, Uncle Shalu? Have you understood? Trunks blinked his striking blue eyes and spoke. Oh yes, I comprehend it all, more or less. Trunks, you truly are a genius. Shalu threw back his head in uproarious laughter, his voice resounding and causing his body to tremble with mirth. It appeared that he would need to regale this young lad with tales and techniques from fantasy and cultivation novels more often in the future. This young man's ability to merge imagination with practical application was indeed remarkable. Within just 3 years, he had conjured such an array of techniques through mere imagination and description, leaving one in awe. This reflection brought to mind the scene from the original work where Goten and Trunks transformed into Gotenks. Those techniques must have been conceived by these two little rascals, all of them peculiar and extraordinary, particularly that technique capable of summoning spirits, which wielded considerable power, with each spirit possessing its own independent consciousness, truly formidable. As Shalu contemplated, he patted Trunks' shoulder heartily. Trunks, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Am I a genius? Uncle Shalu finally praised me. Indeed, you are a genius. However, I believe we should depart. Lingering here for too long may not be wise. But did you not say, Uncle Shalu, that if I cannot shatter space, I cannot leave? What good is the little bit I just fractured? Trunks looked at Shalu with wide, puzzled eyes. Smack! Sheru struck Trunks on the head, admonishing him loudly, You must learn to apply your skills with agility. I can impart some energy to you. That would suffice. You are already of age, and considering the time here, you are now 16. It's time to think like an adult. If that doesn't suffice, I could always remove your tail. The choice is yours. Or perhaps you would prefer both options. Chapter 27. Departure. Forget it, I won't remove it after all. It would be unfortunate if I caused you any harm. Sheru tapped his forehead. gathering a sphere of potent energy in his hand. With a swift motion, he thrust the energy sphere into Trunks' body. Buzz! The energy enveloped Trunks entirely, swiftly replenishing his withered form. Moments later, the golden glow dissipated, revealing Trunks with eyes aglow, his hands delicately wielding his sword. He sensed a power within him that surpassed his previous strength, and he could not help but express his astonishment. Uncle Sheru, will this allow me to break free? Trunks gazed at his hands and the sword he held, his voice barely a whisper. Though he addressed Sheru, it felt more like a conversation with himself. Sheru cast a glance at the brilliance in Trunks' eyes and nodded slightly, choosing silence. I understand now. This technique can be even stronger. Step back, Uncle Sheru, Trunks declared, his eyes sparkling with newfound vigor as his sword emitted a resonant chime, his aura transforming into one of confidence. Sheru tilted his head and took a step back, observing Trunks' personal display from a distance. The success of this endeavor hinged upon Trunks' belief in himself. If he had faith, he could indeed succeed. Sheru crossed his arms, contemplating the flowing white energy surrounding Trunks. Is it the fusion of energy with another system? No, it is merely an advanced method of harnessing energy. If Trunks can do it, then so can I. Sheru furrowed his brow, fixated on Trunks' form. Exhaling deeply, Trunks released a breath of stale air, channeling his energy for continuous enhancement. Boom! Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from him, akin to a volcanic eruption, majestic and powerful. A dazzling golden flame shot skyward, enveloping him entirely. His originally purple hair transformed into a brilliant golden hue, while his once sapphire-like eyes morphed into a striking emerald color, radiating an arresting brilliance. As the energy continued to pour forth, fierce waves of energy erupted relentlessly. These waves coalesced into a powerful whirlwind, swirling around him with ferocity. The wind intensified, tousling his golden locks and garments, creating a resonant sound. Simultaneously, arcs of blue lightning began to flicker around him, crackling audibly. Within the flashes of electricity, it appeared as if agile dragons danced in the air. However, at that moment, the white aura that had been swirling around him quietly vanished, replaced by a more translucent gas that silently seeped into the blade. Simultaneously, the continuously swirling blue arcs of electricity seemed to be drawn by some invisible force, converging towards the sword's body. Ultimately, even the blazing golden flames disappeared without a trace in an instant. Along with their disappearance, the immense pressure and sense of oppression that had enveloped Trunks also dissipated. With narrowed eyes, Cell observed the scene, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. Buzz! The sound of the sword resonated as the original azure hue in Trunks' eyes transformed into a smooth, jade-like appearance, exuding an unprecedented aura. He now resembled a drawn sword, a sharp energy radiating towards Cell, leaving him astonished. Huh! Trunks exclaimed, his eyes glowing brighter, and with one hand gripping the hilt. He thrust the sword forward with great force. Whoosh! It was as if time slowed. The entire space fell into a profound silence as a beam of sword light surged forth, piercing the fabric of reality ahead. Bang! A tremendous roar echoed, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass, as the space before Trunks erupted, creating a rupture the size of a basketball that began to heal slowly. Not enough. Trunks clenched his teeth, a fierce expression crossing his face as his aura surged once more. Gripping the sword hilt tightly, an unrelenting gale swept around him, his muscles bulging, veins popping, while the white radiance on the blade intensified, aimed at the mending fracture. Boom! The long sword's white light dramatically elongated, striking down with an unmatched force upon the shattered void. Crack! The entire expanse ahead shattered, no longer just a small hole, but a vast area torn apart, with cracks proliferating and gradually fragmenting. Bang! The white radiance blazed brilliantly, unleashing an unparalleled wave of energy in an explosive release. Clap, clap, clap. Well done, Trunks. You are but a breath away from this realm. I look forward to seeing you fully break the space with your own strength next time. Cell approached, applauding while observing the exhausted, sweat-drenched Trunks, patting him on the back. You have performed admirably this time. Is that so? Trunks squinted one eye, breathing heavily as beads of sweat streamed down his forehead, some even trickling into his eyes and mouth. The slightly salty taste made him smack his lips. Uncle Cell, now it does not seem to be the time for this. Let us discuss it outside first, or the space I so laboriously opened will heal again. Trunks stood up, pointing toward the exit ahead, speaking loudly. This? No worries. We can take our time. After all, I am here. All right, enough with the jokes. Let's be on our way. Suddenly, Cher's expression turned serious as he grasped Trunks' arm tightly and activated his instant transmission technique, causing the two of them to vanish in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! At the moment of their disappearance, the ruptured opening began to rapidly shrink, eventually vanishing entirely, and the entire space reverted to its original state. Earth, Capsule Corporation. In the warehouse, Bulma, having grown accustomed to this place, had no intention of relocating. Furthermore, due to the presence of the time machine, she needed to remain here to conduct some adaptation work. Although the time machine had been completed, there were still some adjustments required. Staying here would prove more convenient. Additionally, she needed assistance from Dr. Hito regarding certain matters related to the androids. Though she was reluctant to admit it, Hito had indeed reached a level of expertise in android creation that was almost beyond human comprehension. Chapter 28, The Return. At least in the realm of androids, she was unable to compare herself to him. To call him a super genius would be an understatement. Sigh. Bulma sighed softly, acknowledging that this era belonged to the youth. She was aging, and while her mind kept pace, her body did not. She caressed her wrinkled cheeks, her fingers trembling slightly as she lamented the passage of time. Never mind, I shall continue working. I am but a step away from completion. Bulma instantly regained her focus, her fingers dancing across the keyboard as she connected several lines of code to Android 16's head. Her objective was to restore 16's mobility. After all, she had thoroughly analyzed his data and now only needed to modify his command code, changing the directive from one of destruction to one of love for humanity, a passion for Earth, and protection of her company and Trunks. After all, with Sheru's immense strength, such measures were likely unnecessary, and upon revival, Vegeta would certainly disdain anything of this sort. Is this command to kill Son Goku? Let me modify that. Bulma paused at the sight of the familiar name, momentarily lost in thought. Just as she diligently completed the command modifications and prepared to assemble and activate Android 16, she suddenly sensed two strange gusts of wind behind her. Curiously, she turned her head, her previously expressionless eyes now sparkling with life. Trunks? You've grown so much. Oh my, look at those robust muscles and that hair. My Trunks seems to have transformed into a formidable man. Bulma's eyes, once gleaming, widened in surprise as she playfully poked at Trunks' muscles. Mom, there's someone else here. Trunks' face flushed, and he lowered his gaze, feeling a bit shy as he glanced at Uncle Sheru beside him, daring only a tentative look. Upon seeing Cell's expressionless gaze fixed ahead, he slowly exhaled. Trunks, you didn't spend 3 years in that hyperbolic time chamber with Cell, did you? You've changed so much. Transformed into quite the handsome young man, Bulma remarked, a hint of uncertainty mingling with certainty in her voice. Indeed, madam. Those 3 years have made Trunks and me stronger than anyone else, Cell interjected, at least in this universe. Is that so? I thought as much. However, your hair needs a trim, Trunks. Later, your mother will give it a little touch-up. Shorter looks better on you, Bulma said, rubbing her hands together, visibly pleased with her handsome son. Oh, by the way, Cell, the time machine is nearly complete, and I've upgraded it by installing the Eternal Energy Core from Android 16's body. Theoretically, it can now traverse time an infinite number of times, Bulma suddenly whispered, as if a thought had struck her. Oh, really? What a delightful surprise. I thought it would take longer. Cell's previously calm eyes sparkled with interest, his arms dropping from their cross position. Can you take me to see it? You can check it out yourself first. The operation instructions are on the computer. That's the room over there. I'll give Trunks a haircut and change his clothes. He is only left with a tank top, Bulma murmured, pointing toward the large black door at the back, then led Trunks back to her room. Got it. You two go ahead and busy yourselves. Oh, by the way, I originally intended for the time machine to be yellow, but after some thought, I decided green suits you better, so I changed it. I hope you like it, Cell. With that, Bulma closed the door, leaving only the sound of it shutting behind her. Is that so? Thank you very much. Cell smiled genuinely, then pushed open the door. Before him lay the familiar outline he had envisioned, though the color had shifted to green, matching his attire. Bulma truly has a thoughtful disposition. A smile crept on his Cell's lips as he approached and gently caressed this remarkable piece of technology. The greatest marvel of the Dragon Ball universe aside from the Dragon Balls themselves. Even the time rings of the gods cannot traverse time at will. Yet this machine has achieved that feat. Bulma is indeed impressive. Captivated by the perfection of the time machine, Cell realized, according to Bulma, he could use it to visit various timelines, exploring everything he desired, even attempting to venture into the timelines depicted in the movies. For him, this place was no longer just a spectator's realm. It had transformed into a reality where its inhabitants were no longer mere illustrations. The wish-granting dragon and the sovereign who governs all truly existed here. Since the time machine was completed ahead of schedule, the plan must also be adjusted. The first step is to seek the Dragon Balls on Namek. That wish is one I can no longer wait for. My strength is eager to be unleashed. Soon, Sherla memorized all the operational methods of the computer before him, and, feeling satisfied, exited the room, closing the door with a click. As he turned to return to his own quarters for a brief respite, he unexpectedly encountered an individual who ought not to have been present. Is that Dr. Hade? Sherla squinted, placing a finger near his ear, and quietly murmured, Sherla Squad. Number 1. Why did you fail to report this information? Father, I thought you'd want to see it upon your return, came the reply, lacking any intention of reporting. Suddenly, a miniature version of Sherilu appeared before him. Standing on the floor, its diminutive frame barely reached half of Sherilu's height, wide-eyed and feigning cuteness, blinking innocently. All right, who are you trying to impress with that act? Off you go. I have serious matters to attend to. As Sherilu regarded the adorable antics of Number 1, his initial impulse to deliver a slap dissipated entirely. He gestured for Number 1 to depart and then proceeded toward Dr. Hade. With resounding footsteps, Sherilu advanced swiftly into Dr. Hade's domain. Number 1, witnessing that father did not chastise him, wore a triumphant expression and vanished from sight. You must be Dr. Hade, Sherilu declared, standing at a short distance with arms crossed. Speaking slowly, his voice was not loud, yet he ensured that the man before him could hear, especially since the fellow was currently adorned with noise-canceling headphones. What was that sound? Who's calling me? Dr. Hade removed his headphones, halting his meal, and rose to ascertain the source of the voice. Is that the hero Sherilu? Dr. Hade's eyes sparkled with excitement as he tossed aside his headphones, gazing at Sherilu as if he were a long-cherished idol. Chapter 29. The First Encounter with Hade. Is this real? Could it be a figment of my imagination from conducting too many experiments? It has been days since I last saw him, and today I finally have the chance. Dr. Hade rubbed his eyes. A mixture of exhilaration and disbelief etched upon his face. He had forgotten that his initial motivation for taking this job stemmed from the surveillance of Sherilu's last known appearance here, which led him to this position. He even orchestrated a scheme to deceive the Red Ribbon Army as a means to ingratiate himself with Bulma and her associates. After all, they were considered adversaries of the Red Ribbon Army. This way, he could not only garner goodwill, but also acquire scientific equipment and research materials. What's not to gain? A hero? Sherla shook his head and replied, What do you mean by that? Care to enlighten me? He lowered his arms and approached, scrutinizing Dr. Hade. At that moment, he confirmed that this was indeed the individual he recognized from the later arcs of Dragon Ball Super, an entity capable of creating 2 gamma androids with exceptional strength, even achieving ultra-blue power when fully unleashed, albeit at a significant energy cost. What captivates him the most is the so-called Cell Max, a formidable entity in the narrative whose strength is remarkably pronounced. If Dr. Hito were to perfect the aspect of controlling his brain, one can only imagine how powerful he would become. Cell's eyes glimmered with intrigue as he suddenly sensed something, casting his gaze towards the enormous container beside him. His pupils dilated as he focused on the diminutive, contracting sphere at its center. Are you not aware? Because you have eradicated androids 17 and 18. You are now universally hailed as the hero Cell. Dr. Hito was overwhelmed with excitement, his toes tapping the ground rhythmically, fingers interlaced, appearing somewhat fidgety, entirely oblivious to the shift in Cell's demeanor. Is that so? That thing, never mind. Tell me, what is this? What are you creating? Cell's eyes fixated intently on the small sphere within the container, gesturing towards it, his voice tinged with enthusiasm. Dr. Hito, who initially intended to inquire how Cell knew his name, momentarily froze. This. Dr. Hito's expression faltered. Could it be that the hero Cell was displeased to see him attempting to create another Cell? No worries. Just speak freely. I won't be upset. Cell observed Dr. Hito's hesitance mingled with a hint of awkwardness, meeting his gaze briefly before adjusting his own excitement. He said, This is my creation, the Cell Pro version. Dr. Hito hesitated, muttering softly, seemingly embarrassed, fiddling with the headphones he had discarded. The Cell Pro version? Not Max. Cell also paused, noting a slight discrepancy in the name compared to what he was familiar with. How did you know I was going to create Cell Max? However, you have made a slight error. My true aim is not Max, but the Pro Max Ultimate version of Cell. He shall be my magnum opus. Pro Max. Wonderful. Cell eagerly nodded, inquiring, how long will it take to create this? Cell clasped Dr. Hito's shoulders, his face nearly brushing against him. Well this, Doctor. Hito's face flushed, stammering as he searched for words, glancing at the ground to his left, then to his right. Cell seemed to sense something, distancing himself slightly from Dr. Hito, clearing his throat before gently asking once more, may I inquire, Dr. Hito, how long until this creation is successfully developed? Cell's expression turned serious. His bloodline, his very being, was igniting his nerves, compelling him with an insatiable desire to consume the sphere before him. It is worth noting that he had never experienced such an intense urge to devour upon encountering androids 17 and 18. Yet upon first seeing this cell embryo, his eyes felt as though they were ensnared, his body seemingly unable to extricate itself. Suddenly, a memory surged forth. Dr. Gero's sketch, which spoke of the ultimate evolution, leaving only the word self behind. Could it truly refer to him? Was it alluding to another cell? Ultimately, is evolution merely the act of devouring another version of oneself? The more Cell pondered this notion, the more plausible it seemed, for it could indeed elucidate the intense feeling of consumption that resided within him. Hyde gazed at the gentle demeanor of Cell before him, akin to savoring an exquisite, rare chocolate cake, which filled his heart with sweetness. Subsequently, Hyde appeared to arrive at a resolute decision. He inhaled sharply and proclaimed with vigor, if my idol has any requests, I can fulfill them 3 months in advance, requiring only a mere drop of your blood. He illustrated this by bringing his thumb and forefinger together, leaving only a slight gap, as if to emphasize the minimal amount needed. Oh, 3 months, just a drop of blood, is it? Cell momentarily regained his focus, scanning the vicinity of the laboratory before retrieving a massive container from below. Transforming his right hand into a sword-like gesture, a small energy blade materialized, subsequently creating an opening from which a copious flow of blood began to surge forth. Observing this, Cell furrowed his brow slightly, sensing that the blood was trickling too slowly. Consequently, he severed his entire left hand and squeezed every drop of blood from within, tightening the severed limb before reaching in once more. In an instant, a torrent of blood gushed forth until the container was filled to the brim. Only then did he turn to Hyde, inquiring, how about this? Is it sufficient? If not, I can certainly provide more, as I am aware you scientists often hesitate to articulate your material needs. Allow me to accommodate you. Turning around, Cell was splattered with blood, yet he regarded Hyde with a friendly demeanor. No, that's not necessary. I truly only require a tiny amount. Hyde, witnessing the blood cascading behind him and realizing that his idol had sacrificed a hand for him, felt profoundly moved and hurriedly replied. Cell explained, initially, I need a substantial quantity of mixed cells. The cultivation process is swift. Moreover, my research into Cell's evolution will expedite his growth. The blood is merely needed for the cells contained within. This excess is of no practical use. Hyde, contemplating this revelation, began to speak in a diminished tone. Thus, the once smiling Cell's expression became rigid, the joy fading from his face as his gaze towards Hyde transformed, imbued with an entirely different sentiment. Is that so? Then why didn't you mention it sooner? Cell's demeanor shifted back to amiable as he spoke slowly. I misspoke earlier. This blood is indeed essential. Without it, Cell Pro cannot possibly develop. Hyde forced a smile, hastily adding, I see. I was certain my efforts would yield results. I shall rely on you from now on. Cell joyfully patted Hyde's shoulder before vanishing in an instant, retreating to his chamber. In truth, he desired solitude and did not wish to see Hyde again for the time being. Chapter 30, A Dull Day. I forgot to ask, how did my idol come to know my name? I was so thrilled that I completely neglected to capture a photo for keepsake. Hyde, feeling somewhat bewildered, scratched his head. Pondered what he had just said. Why does it feel as though I am suddenly at a standstill before my idol, unable to utter a single coherent sentence for what seems like an eternity? Moreover, why must I hasten the creation of a Share Pro version? Hyde furrowed his brow, striving to recall the earlier conversation, eager to unearth some clues. He murmured to himself while searching for relevant information about Sheru on his computer. After an extensive search, he finally stumbled upon some insights within Dr. Gallo's exposition on Sheru and his research on its evolutionary process. Could it be true? The findings were akin to my previous speculations. The Sheru crafted by Dr. Gallo evolves by consuming other organisms. Thus, could its ultimate evolutionary form entail devouring its very own essence? Hyde's gaze deepened, as if he had pierced through the very fabric of Sheru's nature. By consuming another Sheru, the myriad bloodlines within would amalgamate into one, thereby forging an entirely new lineage unique to itself, heralding the dawn of a novel species. In this process, I realize I possess immense significance to the idol. A sudden epiphany illuminated Hyde's mind. If he were indeed to succeed in creating the Sheru Pro, it would signify that Sheru would ultimately consume itself, achieving the pinnacle of evolution. In other words, he would be the pivotal catalyst for this transformation. Such exquisite fate. Henceforth, I, Heidi, shall devote my utmost efforts, employing all optimal resources to refine this endeavor further. A sinister smile crept across Hyde's face as he activated a special device, unhesitatingly pouring an entire bowl of fresh blood into it. Subsequently, he injected this blood into the nutrient chamber, meticulously targeting the circular embryo of Sheru. With a low rumble, the liquid within the nutrient chamber began to churn violently, countless bubbles rapidly emerging and bursting. The once tranquil circular embryo suddenly began to contract sharply, as if being compressed by an invisible force. In the blink of an eye, the immense attraction generated by this contraction drew the freshly injected blood into the embryo's interior without resistance. Thump, thump, thump. Then, a powerful heartbeat resonated like thunder. The circular embryo began to split open, and a peculiar figure, reminiscent of a human yet distinctly different, emerged. This figure expanded at an astonishing speed, reaching the size comparable to the nutrient chamber in mere moments. My goodness, could it be? What secrets lie within the idol's blood? How can my Sheru Pro grow at such an unprecedented rate? It appears that a profound mutual attraction exists between these two Sherus, with each act of consumption heralding monumental transformations. Heidi pressed closely against the petri dish, observing the transformations of Cell Pro with wide eyes. Gradually, he adjusted the short hair atop his head and began to scan the current data of Cell Pro, preparing to transfer it to his computer for further study. The rhythmic clatter of the keyboard resonated as Hyde's fingers flew across it. Remarkable, the original blood contained an abundance of energy, not only replenishing the cells required by Cell Pro, but also providing all the energy necessary for its growth. There was no longer a need for me to supply energy. It merely awaited the maturation of its organs and tissues for Cell Pro to be complete. Hyde's eyes sparkled with increasing brightness. He was tempted to slice Cell Pro for examination, for according to the data derived from Dr. Jero's research, it should not possess such formidable power and energy. Indeed, the energy contained within this blood was vast to an indescribable extent. At this rate, it seemed that a week would suffice, perhaps even leaving some time to spare. In Cell's room, after returning, he first extended his arms, then reclined on the large, soft bed, feeling a mix of excitement and a hint of melancholy. Was his next evolution to be the consumption of himself? Dr. Jero was quite the genius. A faint smile played at the corners of Cell's mouth as he raised an eyebrow. However, he felt a disconcerting emptiness within him, a sense of discomfort. Zao. Perhaps too much blood was supplied. Why did he suddenly feel a bit dizzy? Cell propped himself up with both hands on the bed, one hand resting on his forehead. Sensing an overall malaise, resigned, he settled into a cross-legged position, entering a meditative state to recalibrate his bodily balance, striving to find some comfort. Thoughts lingered in his mind. Just 3 more months, and he would achieve the ultimate evolution. After consuming Cell Pro, he wondered what changes his body would undergo. Surely, it would not significantly enhance his strength or aura. It was likely that his bodily functions would attain a truly perfect state. Soon, Cell successfully restored the equilibrium of body and spirit, the weakness within him gradually dissipating, and he returned to his former vibrant demeanor. The once dull violet of his eyes now sparkling with brilliance. Phew! It was indeed exhausting. He wiped the perspiration from his face, then rose to seek out Trunks. For idleness was not to his liking. It would be better to take him to Namek to search for the Dragon Balls and fulfill a few of his inner wishes, including resurrecting those who had perished. If only he had some senza beans, they would be quite convenient. Unfortunately, Corinne was nowhere to be found. It was uncertain whether he had perished or what had happened, and he could not locate a single bean. A hint of regret crossed Cell's face as he rapped on Bulma's door. Knock, knock, knock. Mrs. Bulma, are you not yet finished with your haircut? I have matters to discuss with Trunks. Sheru's violet eyes shimmered with anticipation for the arrival of the future Z-Fighters. Indeed, he felt a tinge of excitement, especially since many of them were familiar to him. Among them, he was most curious to witness how Krillin managed to breathe without a nose. He chuckled softly, shaking his head to dismiss such trivial thoughts. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing Trunks with his iconic hairstyle, momentarily causing Sheru to drift into a reverie. It was just as he remembered from the original tale. The blue denim jacket, black cargo pants, and yellow combat boots all stirred a wave of nostalgia within him. Sheru murmured softly, Chapter 31, New Namek. What is the same? Trunks inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. Although Sheru's voice was barely audible, he caught the murmured words. What is the same? You look foolish enough as it is. Sheru retorted, pouting before playfully slapping Trunks on the forehead. By the way, are you still searching for the Dragon Balls? If you're free at the moment, why don't you accompany me to New Namek? Sheru said, crossing his arms with a touch of authority. Of course, I'm looking. I have nothing else to do right now. Shall we go, Uncle Sheru? Trunks' eyes sparkled with excitement, his heart racing as the world around him momentarily blurred before returning to clarity. Then let us go. Sheru waved his hand, casting a glance inside to see Bulma reclining in a chair with her eyes closed, seemingly asleep. Tired, perhaps? He mused. As he walked ahead, he inadvertently spotted the room where the time machine was stored. After careful consideration, he concluded that it would be prudent to keep such an item readily accessible. He strolled inside, reverting the time machine back into capsule form before handing it to Trunks. Huh, what is this? I've never seen this model before, Trunks remarked, examining it closely. However, he didn't dwell on it for long. Placing it into the capsule storage box, for the Dragon Balls remained a priority, overshadowing all else. Let us head out first. I need to gather a few people, Sheru stated casually, resting a hand on Trunks' shoulder. In an instant, the two vanished, leaving behind only a gentle breeze. At the zenith of the Capsule Corporation, Number 1 seemed to sense something amiss and turned to glance behind. In the next moment, Sheru and Trunks appeared before Number 1. Father, did you summon me for something? Number 1 asked, tilting his head slightly, his large eyes expressing a hint of confusion. Why are you here this hour? Oh, nothing. Wow, Uncle Sheru, you've had a child. Why didn't you tell me? So adorable, Trunks exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise. He was exceptionally thrilled, never expecting that his uncle, a synthetic being, could have a child. Wait, Uncle Sheru, you can have a child? Alone? Trunks was somewhat bewildered. Could men truly bear children now? Slap, slap. Cell delivered 2 resounding slaps to Trunks, the sound echoing loudly. Do not interrupt, nor ask questions. Cell shot Trunks a warning glance. Oh, Trunks covered his swollen cheeks with both hands, nodding like a quail, utterly compliant, his earlier curiosity extinguished. Number 1 observed this scene, his lips twitching slightly as he recalled a similar experience of being slapped. Ouch, just thinking about it was painful. All right, let's get to the matter at hand. Call your comrades. We are heading to Namek. We shall leave this place for now. Cell glanced at the Capsule Corporation below and spoke leisurely. Never mind. Just you come along. It's best for the others to stay here. Suddenly recalling something, Cell added, Come here, Trunks. Let us depart. He looked at Trunks, who was still rubbing his cheek with an exasperated expression. Oh, okay. Trunks hurriedly complied, fearing another hit, and quickly placed his shoulder against Cell's as they vanished in an instant. He was well aware of the direction to the new Namek and could head there directly. As for Number 1, he could perform the same technique, so there was no need for him to follow. The new Namek appeared remarkably similar to the now exploded original. With a verdant sky, green lakes, and even green inhabitants, this planet was a lush paradise. Today it was about to welcome 2 green-clad visitors. In the largest Namekian tribe, the Grand Elder Muley was joyfully playing with 2 children. Suddenly, 3 figures materialized behind him. Muley, holding the children, paused momentarily, sensing something, and his previously bright smile widened further. He turned around sharply, speaking warmly, Mr. Goku, you have come. However, before he could finish his sentence, Muley's expression froze, gazing at the 3 unfamiliar figures with a mixture of confusion and wariness. Who are you? How did you arrive on our planet? And why do you carry the aura of Mr. Goku? Muley's demeanor turned grave as he sternly questioned, placing the 2 Namekian children behind him for protection. The Namekians working nearby and those inside the dwelling heard Muley's shout and quickly emerged, surrounding the trio. The 3 individuals were, of course, Cell, Number 1, and Trunks. Number 1 was indifferent to Muley's loud inquiries, but as he noticed the multitude of Namekians encircling them, a hint of disdain and mockery flickered in his eyes. Meanwhile, Trunks wore a troubled expression, his cheeks sagging, appearing quite disheartened and helpless. His hands gesticulated incessantly as he endeavored to elucidate something to the nearby Namekians. In stark contrast, Cell appeared remarkably composed, his countenance betraying hardly a flicker of emotion. He gently placed a hand on Trunks' shoulder, for at that moment Trunks, overwhelmed by confusion, began to babble incoherently. Subsequently, Cell turned to face Muley, speaking in a gentle yet resolute tone. "Please do not misunderstand, esteemed elder. We three hail from Earth." Cell's voice resonated powerfully throughout the venue, ensuring that every individual present could hear his words clearly. "Earth, elder, he claims they are from Earth," exclaimed one Namekian. "It was Earth that once saved us Namekians." Indeed, many Namekians began to murmur in agreement, nodding as they scrutinized the trio of strangers. Their striking appearances did not suggest malevolence. "Earth, do you possess any evidence? And what is the source of this aura surrounding you?" Muley pondered for a moment before posing his inquiries. Cell, undeterred by the questions, stated directly, "I have come to resurrect Goku and the souls lost on Earth." "Will you disregard your saviors?" The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. "Mr. Goku has perished? Is that true? He was a formidable warrior who even vanquished the tyrant Frieza." The atmosphere grew tense as disbelief rippled through the assembly. How could Mr. Goku have died? Elder Muley's eyes widened, his arms trembling slightly in disbelief. To him, Goku was in the prime of his life, brimming with strength. How could such an untimely end be possible? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Though a few youthful Namekians remained perplexed, their expressions reflecting confusion as they scanned their surroundings. "Mr. Goku has died? What of Gohan? Has Gohan also perished?" A clearly youthful voice interjected from the side, belonging to a moderately tall Namekian whose face was etched with worry, hands clasped together in concern, albeit quietly enough for Cell to hear. Ahem. Cell cleared his throat, spreading his arms to quell the murmurs of the crowd. Upon hearing Gohan's name, Trunks jolted, fixating intently on the young Namekian who had spoken. Silence. Elder Muley's gaze revealed a hint of sorrow, yet he stepped forward to restore order. In an instant, the previously chattering assembly fell silent. "Our guest from Earth has something of significance to share. Let him speak freely," Elder Muley urged, his expression grave. Cell nodded and began recounting the events that transpired on Earth following the Frieza incident. From the very beginning, Frieza and his father, King Cold, were eliminated by the valiant son Goku upon their arrival on Earth. Following this, Goku succumbed to a sudden and severe heart condition. Subsequently, the emergence of the androids, number 17 and number 18, wreaked havoc upon humanity, annihilating countless lives and laying waste to cities. One by one, the warriors of Earth fell, Piccolo, Ten, Kaiatsu, Krillin, Yamcha, and Vegeta among them. Ultimately, only the sons of Vegeta and Goku, Trunks and Gohan, stood side by side in battle. However, in the preceding events, Gohan too met his demise at the hands of the androids, leaving Trunks to face the challenge alone. The final threat was Cell, who guided Trunks in his training to attain a transcendent state, ultimately triumphing over the androids and saving the world. With a deep sigh, Cell exhaled a cloud of frustration, having recounted an exhaustive tale. "How was that? Am I clear enough?" he inquired. "So, may I borrow your Dragon Balls?" Cell gently patted the emotionally stirred Trunks. Speaking in a soothing tone, Trunks paused, wiping away his tears, regaining his composure. Meanwhile, the young Namekian also underwent a significant emotional shift. "Is it true? He is dead." Cell cast a glance at the weeping Namekian, who appeared diminutive in stature, contemplating silently. "Ah, it seems your experiences on Earth over the years have indeed been tumultuous. Ahem. You may borrow the Dragon Balls. Rest assured, we have learned from past lessons and have upgraded and iterated the Dragon Balls several times. The capabilities of Purunga are far superior now. Even if Mr. Goku passed away naturally, he could be resurrected, albeit at a significant energy cost to Purunga, necessitating a 2-year rest period." Muley chuckled wryly, addressing the three. "Moreover, I can now facilitate the resurrection of multiple individuals at once." With that, Muley turned to beckon the elders, who promptly acknowledged his call and returned to their respective clans to retrieve the Dragon Balls. The Namekian tribes were now closely situated, making their collection quite convenient. "Trunks, you must embody the spirit of a true man. Your brother Gohan will soon return. Why do you weep?" Cell looked down at Trunks, who barely reached his chest, with an exasperated expression. "Woo-woo, it's just overwhelming excitement." Trunks wiped his eyes, only to find more tears spilling forth, dampening his clothing. "Stop crying. If you continue, I shall have to discipline you." Number 1 fluttered above Trunks, plopping onto his shoulder and tugging at his ear. "Behold my ear technique." "Ha! Hiss! Ouch! You little rascal!" Trunks shouted in protest, only to find number 1 hiding behind Uncle Cell and making faces at him, leaving him at a loss for how to respond. All right. You two are merely children. Cease your clamor. Look, that little one has been frightened to tears. Salu furrowed his brow, gesturing towards Dondi and casually discarding number 1 from his shoulder, speaking with a hint of amusement. Is that not the Namekian from earlier? Trunks pondered for a moment before approaching the other. Number 1, cheeks puffed in indignation, glared at his father with wide eyes. Seated on the ground, as if throwing a tantrum. Oh dear, it has been quite a while since I last reprimanded you, hasn't it? Salu clicked his tongue, his right hand poised to strike. Yet, he watched as number 1 instantly sprang to his feet, assuming a compliant stance beside him. Salu, feeling somewhat helpless, wrestled with the decision to strike, ultimately clenching his teeth and reluctantly delivering a slap. Imparting a sage piece of advice: to strike another's body is to wound one's own heart. Meanwhile, Trunks approached Dondi with measured steps, speaking from a short distance. You know Gohan, don't you? What? Dondi's eyes glistened with tears as he turned to Trunks. You are Trunks, right? Mr. Vegeta's son? You bear a striking resemblance to him. Indeed, I know son Gohan. He is a dear friend and has been my savior in times of need. Is that so? Could you share with me the tale of your bond? Upon hearing that Dondi was a childhood companion of Gohan, Trunks' demeanor softened considerably. Of course, Dondi, thrilled to reminisce about that time, smiled broadly, tears glistening in his eyes. I am Dondi. It is a pleasure to meet you, Trunks. I am Trunks. Nice to meet you too, Dondi. The two soon engaged in a lively exchange about Gohan's adventures on Earth and Namek, laughter echoing between them. For the impending revival of Gohan lessened their sorrow. Salu, feeling a tinge of boredom, began to survey the distinctive artistic aesthetics of the Namekian landscape. Oh wait. Salu suddenly recalled something and strode purposefully towards Trunks, seizing his collar and dragging him towards Elder Muley. Wow, Uncle Salu, what are you doing? I can walk on my own. Trunks flailed his arms, being dragged along the ground. Elder, I recall that your kind possesses the ability to help others unlock their potential, correct? Yes, Mr. Salu, Elder Muley replied. No, not me, it is this lad. Salu waved his hands dismissively, pointing at the bewildered Trunks. Me? Trunks, equally astonished, pointed at himself. What potential do I possess? Chapter 33, Unlocking Potential. Do I truly have potential? Surely this is a jest? Trunks freed himself from Salu's grip, stumbling to his feet with an expression of disbelief. Is my gradual improvement due to the lack of unlocked potential? His gaze darted back and forth between Salu and Elder Muley. Mr. Sheru, do you not require assistance? The Grand Elder Muley inquired, his hands instinctively clasped behind his back. I fear you may not possess the requisite ability at this moment. Thus I only ask that you enhance this young lad, even if just a fraction. Sheru furrowed his brow, pondering momentarily before responding. My current combat prowess could be deemed unparalleled throughout the universe. Hence I have no desire for you to awaken my potential. His expression remained composed, as if stating an undeniable truth, a truth indeed. The mightiest warrior in the cosmos. Is it? Very well. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Muley's eyes. Yet he refrained from further comment. Observing the somewhat innocent demeanor of Trunks, he resignedly placed his hand upon the boy's head. Let me see what potential this little fellow possesses. Muley's gaze intensified. A radiant white light surged forth, swiftly inundating Trunks' being. What is occurring? Trunks stood rigidly, scrutinizing the elderly figure before him, who bore an expression of concentrated effort and dared not move. Oh, what tremendous potential! Muley marveled, recognizing the remarkable prowess of the Saiyan. His eyes sparkled with golden light, and his previously stooped form straightened, radiating an air of authority. Muley spoke, and with a vigorous swell, his right arm expanded, a stream of golden light coursing into Trunks' essence. Boom! In an instant, a formidable aura erupted from Trunks, infusing every fiber of his being. Muley gasped in astonishment as the unleashed power sent him hurtling away, directly towards a towering mountain. At that moment, under Sheru's command, number 1 sprang into action, deftly vanishing and reappearing to catch the startled Muley, subsequently depositing him safely atop the mountain. Snap! Sheru raised his hand slightly, snapping his fingers, conjuring a verdant energy shield that formed a semicircular dome, expelling all extraneous onlookers, leaving only the 3 of them. Boom! Boom! The atmosphere surged with escalating energy, waves of power striking against the barrier, resonating with a thunderous roar. What is this? The inexhaustible force surging within me, This feels utterly exhilarating, Trunks exclaimed, marveling at his own hands, spontaneously transforming into Super Saiyan 2. Buzz! The ground suddenly caved in as an invisible energy compressed the earth, the grass vanishing in its wake. Golden flames erupted from beneath his feet, his hair lifting skyward, defying gravity, enveloping him in a golden glow. His once purple hair and blue eyes transformed into golden locks and azure orbs. Delicate arcs of golden electricity began to rise, swirling around Trunks, crackling with vitality. Présenting un formidable spectacle. As his potential was ignited, swirling waves of white energy encircled him, gradually coalescing into his own unique strength. Trunks gently closed his eyes, exhaling a breath laden with fatigue. He lowered his shoulders, allowing his entire being to relax, as tendrils of electricity coursed through him, and the golden light swiftly dissipated. In this moment, he achieved a fleeting equilibrium of mind and body, a state imparted by Cell, deemed optimal for prolonged combat. By harnessing the formidable ability to control his ki, he effectively minimized physical exertion and regulated his power. Upon reaching this state, Trunks abruptly opened his eyes, clenched his fists, and directed a powerful strike towards Cell from a distance. With a resounding impact, an invisible force accompanied by a howling wind surged forth. Cell, with a casual flick of his wrist, effortlessly dispersed the pressure of Trunks' blow, then chuckled. What's this, Trunks? With your newfound strength, your first instinct is to strike me? Just take a look around at what you've done. Startled, Trunks turned his gaze to his surroundings, only to find the ground marred beyond recognition. While the once chattering Namekians now stood outside the energy barrier, their faces painted with shock. Oh no, he exclaimed, realizing he had grown accustomed to the prolonged time spent in the hyperbolic time chamber. In a moment of embarrassment, Trunks reverted to his normal form, sheepishly scratching his head, and approached Cell with a reddened face, inquiring, where is Elder Guru? Why is he absent? Look to the sky. Cell smirked, pointing upwards with a mischievous glint in his eye, clearly reveling in Trunks' discomposure. Trunks quickly lifted his gaze, spotting the disheveled Elder Guru Muley descending awkwardly, his expression grim as he muttered under his breath. My sincerest apologies, Elder. Trunks' face flushed deeper as he bowed repeatedly in contrition. Cough. It's quite all right, Muley replied, waving his hand dismissively. Your potential is truly astounding. I have merely unlocked about a third of it. The rest is beyond my capability. He scrutinized Trunks with one eye larger than the other, still in a state of disbelief at the sheer intensity of the energy. If not for the sheer willpower sustaining him, his legs might have given way. With a forced smile, Muley wiped the sweat from his brow and continued, Mr. Cell, Mr. Trunks, I must apologize, but I'm feeling rather fatigued and need to rest for a moment. With that, he turned to retreat toward the nearby dwelling. Cell, in a show of cooperation, retracted the energy barrier. Thankfully, the structure remained unharmed, which was a small mercy. As the barrier fell, the Namekians, who had gathered to observe, began to disperse, some returning to their tasks while others opted to head home, leaving only a few lingering. Just then, the elders of the tribe hurried back to the scene. Expressions of terror were vividly etched upon their faces as they hurriedly gathered the Dragon Balls in their hands. Scampering into the elders' sanctuary. Here's another one. Dandy approached, cradling a one-star Dragon Ball that was larger than his own head, placing it beside the others. With this, all 7 Dragon Balls were assembled. Suddenly, a radiant light burst forth as if the Dragon Balls resonated in unison. However, this brilliance was fleeting, vanishing in the blink of an eye as if it were but an illusion. Chapter 34, Arise. Shenron, did the Dragon Balls just glow for a moment? Trunks, standing to the side, felt as though he had been momentarily struck by a golden beam, seemingly emitted by the Dragon Balls below. He posed his query, but both Cell and Android 16 chose to disregard his childish question, opting for silence. Only Dandy, maintaining a calm demeanor, smiled and patiently explained, Trunks, it's merely the resonance produced when all 7 Dragon Balls are gathered. Everyone witnessed it, so there is no need to voice it. Haha, is that so? Trunks chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head, his gaze darting sideways to gauge Cell's reaction. Noticing Cell's composed expression, his eyes fixated on the Dragon Balls. Trunks exhaled a sigh of relief. Dandy, summon Purunga. Now, Cell's demeanor turned serious, his arms dropping from their crossed position as he addressed Dandy. Certainly, Mr. Cell. I shall do so. Dandy's smile gradually faded, his expression turning grave as he lowered his hands to face the 7 large, round Dragon Balls. uttering incantations in an incomprehensible tongue. As he pronounced the final syllable, his hands shot skyward. Buzz! The 7 Dragon Balls radiated an extraordinary golden light, accompanied by peculiar energy fluctuations that erupted explosively. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as a colossal beam of light surged into the heavens, casting the once verdant sky into an inky blackness, illuminating the entire space. Golden arcs of electricity crackled, swirling around the 7 Dragon Balls, while the clouds above resonated, thunder rumbling within them. Zzz. The beam of light gradually solidified, transforming into a tall, imposing yet somewhat grotesque green lizard dragon. Purunga. Below. Cell's eyes sparkled with intensity, staring in awe at the imposing and peculiar dragon above. This was the first dragon he had encountered in the Dragon Ball realm. Although it possessed powers far surpassing those of Shenron on Earth, was this truly it? It appeared far more hideous than in the anime, with its irregularly shaped scales, for antenna-like spikes on its head, and the fish-like fins on its back, presenting a visual shock rather than a moment of awe. The only thing that could possibly exude such a formidable presence was the robust musculature of his body, reminiscent of a coiled dragon, emanating an air of awe akin to that of a divine dragon. A low hum resonated as Purunga descended, his crimson eyes shimmering with a radiant glow. With his mouth slightly agape, he spoke in the tongue of the Namekians. "Warrior who summoned me, articulate your desires. I can grant you 3 wishes." Purunga's voice rolled forth like thunder, deafening in its might. Trunks stood by, entranced and astonished, his mouth agape and eyes wide, his arms trembling slightly. Incredible. So impressive. Trunks's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had not anticipated that the dragon would take such a majestic form, radiating an overwhelming sense of authority, with bulging biceps and triceps, striking horns, and a magnificent physique. The only barrier lay in the language. Dandy turned to Cell and spoke slowly. "Mr. Cell, what is your first wish?" Clenching his fists slightly, beads of cold sweat trickled down Dandy's face as his gaze swept over Cell's countenance. He felt a mix of elation and anxiety. After all, once the wish was made, Gohan would be revived, along with Mr. Goku and their comrades. Revive all those slain by the androids 17 and 18, including Goku. Cell lowered his head, lips parting as he replied, "Very well, I understand." Dandy exhaled slowly, raising his eyes towards Purunga in the sky, reiterating this wish, albeit translated into the Namekian language. After the words faded, Purunga remained silent for a moment. Cell furrowed his brow, impatience creeping into his demeanor as he glanced at Dandy. "What is the matter? Can Purunga not fulfill this wish? I don't know. I've never encountered such a situation before. Let me inquire." Panic flickered across Dandy's face, sweat streaming down as he hurriedly asked, "Goku died a natural death. Are you certain you wish to revive him?" This time, Purunga responded, his grand voice resonating. "Understood. Do you truly wish for Goku to be revived?" Without waiting for Cell's reply, Dandy asserted, "Yes, Purunga, please revive Mr. Goku." His tone turned exceedingly earnest, his gaze unwavering. "Understood. I shall grant your wish." Purunga nodded, his eyes gleaming with crimson light as an extraordinary energy surged forth, creating ripples in the void that radiated into the distance. "Done. Your first wish has been granted. What is your next desire?" Dandy turned, still silent, when Cell stepped forward, his expression revealing a hint of anticipation. "My second wish is for my dragon lineage to reach its pinnacle, and my third wish is to possess the ultimate capability to create Dragon Balls." A chorus of astonished voices erupted in the air, belonging to Trunks and Dandy. "Uncle Cell, that wish is simply magnificent!" Trunks exclaimed, pumping his fist in the air, his face alight with exhilaration. Dandy presented yet another expression, one of astonishment and disbelief. "Mr. Sheru, do you also possess the bloodline of dragons?" Dandy's face was a canvas of incredulity. How could Mr. Sheru, an outsider, possibly have a dragon lineage? Such bloodlines were exceedingly rare, even among the Namekian tribes. "This situation is somewhat convoluted. I shall explain later. For now, please grant my wish." Sheru's tone was firm, laced with an undercurrent of threat, causing Dandy to nearly burst into tears. Nevertheless, despite Sheru's intimidation, Dandy resolutely presented Sheru's 2 wishes to Purunga. In an instant, Purunga's eyes glowed with a crimson light, and golden arcs of electricity surged forth, swiftly penetrating Sheru's body. "Until we meet again," Purunga nodded, his form gradually becoming ethereal, the once mighty figure transforming into a stream of golden light. Simultaneously, the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground began to levitate slowly, ultimately dispersing into 7 beams of light, each racing in a different direction. Almost concurrently, number 1 took action. He rapidly transformed into a super android, radiating a scorching golden brilliance that was dazzling to behold. He then stepped forward, only to vanish without a trace in an instant. Trunks, standing nearby, observed this spectacle with a sense of shock. He had never anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner. What transpired before him exceeded the limits of his imagination and understanding. He was utterly unprepared for the sheer power of Sheru's son, whose speed was astonishing, leaving no trace behind. Time slipped away quietly, and a mere 7 seconds passed. With a sharp sound, number 1 materialized in midair like a wraith. Simultaneously, 7 enormous stones emerged behind him, surrounding him in an eerie fashion before gently descending to the ground. Incredible. He can keep pace with the dispersing Dragon Balls. Dandy's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth slightly agape, and his small fists clenched tightly, revealing his excitement and exhilaration. However, at that moment, no one noticed Sheru standing still. His form emanated a golden red glow, as if he were harnessing some formidable power. Chapter 35. Sheru after the wish. A low hum resonated as golden arcs of electricity surged into Sheru's body, accompanied by a surrounding aura of red light. The atmosphere crackled with tension as dark clouds reappeared, overshadowing the land once more. Thunder rumbled ominously, and the golden arcs twisted and coiled around him, unleashing a tremendous current that struck the ground, creating massive craters. What is happening? The arrival of the dragon earlier pales in comparison. How striking is Uncle Cell? Trunks shifted his gaze, pulling Dandy along as they retreated several miles, observing from a distance. Meanwhile, number 1 stood vigilantly around Cell, acting as a steadfast sentinel, a barrier enveloping both of them. With a resounding boom, it seemed the golden arcs of electricity unleashed Cell's latent power, a formidable aura erupting forth, causing the ground to gradually sink, the surrounding grass vanishing in an instant. Cell's pupils began to fade, overwhelmed by a tempest of knowledge flooding his mind, burying him in insights. Is this the essence of Dragon Ball creation? Cell gazed in astonishment at the surrounding golden light, which transformed into scrolls swirling in his consciousness, revealing myriad methods of Dragon Ball fabrication alongside the extraordinary abilities possessed by those of the dragon lineage. With eyes gleaming with avarice, Cell extended his right hand, reaching out to touch a beam of golden radiance. With a sudden whoosh, an unusual sound resonated as the golden light burst forth, cascading into his body, penetrating the 2 horn-like protrusions atop his head. What is this? A healing technique? Upon feeling the peculiar sensations within his body and mind, Cell turned to the seemingly infinite golden light in the distance, erupting into hearty laughter. Ha 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 ha! In this case, aren't these abilities all gifts from the Namekian dragon lineage? If I make a wish, they shall all belong to me. Remarkably, the method of Dragon Ball creation has bestowed upon me such an abundance of bonuses. What a delightful surprise. Cell blinked with a broad smile, thoroughly satisfied with this turn of events. Now, the next step is to master all these abilities and techniques. Yet, gathering them one by one is too slow. I demand them all. Cell bellowed, extending his arms and legs, his mouth agape as he expelled energy, then inhaled deeply towards the golden light. Boom! The golden radiance transformed into particles of light, entering Cell's mouth and conjuring a golden tempest. His expression filled with delight. He opened his mouth wider, consuming the golden light entirely into his being. Puff, puff, puff. The golden light flickered continuously as Cell assimilated an innumerable array of powers within him, the brilliance intensifying until he was enveloped entirely, encased in a colossal golden egg. In the external world, golden thunderclaps flickered across the sky, reverberating with deep rumbles, intertwining until they gradually formed a golden thunder dragon, fierce and menacing, glimmering with golden light, its scales shimmering as it soared through the clouds. Isn't this magnificent? Did you see that, Dandy? That dragon is absolutely stunning, even more impressive than the previous divine dragon. Trunks exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, nearly leaping into the air as he tugged at Dandy's collar, swaying him from side to side. Indeed, there exists a lineage of dragons. Dandy, with a look of sheer bewilderment, lost his balance and sat down abruptly, dragging Trunks along with him. Yet, Dandy appeared unresponsive, fixated on the external world where the formidable Cell had transformed into a golden egg, his gaze unwavering. Dandy? Trunks observed this state of Dandy, and the excitement in his eyes gradually faded as they both stared at the magnificent golden egg at the center. Creak! The door to the elders' lounge swung open. The 7 elders, including Muley, stepped out in an orderly fashion, their expressions grave as they beheld the thunderous dragon phenomenon in the sky and the golden egg emanating a potent dragon bloodline from the ground. Elder, this individual also possesses our dragon lineage and has grown even stronger after receiving the divine power of Palunga, stated the second elder, leaning on a cane, his voice gravelly. I understand. I have witnessed it as well. From what I can deduce, the bloodline within him must originally belong to the one from Earth, the Namekian known as Piccolo, replied the Grand Elder, his face somber as he gazed upon the extraordinary spectacle, a hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes. Now, let us remain silent and observe. What is my father up to this time? Why does it feel as though the blood within me is boiling more fervently? Number 1 pondered wide-eyed as he gazed at the golden egg before him, occasionally reaching out to touch it. Rumble! The thunderous dragon in the sky seemed to have gathered all its lightning, unleashing a furious roar directed at the golden egg below, then dove swiftly downwards. In an instant, it pierced through the green barrier that Number 1 had summoned, striking the golden egg where Cell resided. Boom! Number 1 was startled, leaping backward. Crackle! Arcane bolts of electricity ascended and descended, tearing apart the golden egg. Amidst the cacophony, a pristine white hand burst forth, shattering the egg, and an individual emerged. Exhaling deeply, Cell expelled a cloud of stagnant air, his previously closed eyes gradually opening to reveal a golden radiance. His once black pupils transformed into shimmering gold, and upon closer inspection, one could faintly discern the image of the thunderous dragon that had circled in the sky, now etched within his golden irises. The purple cornea adorned with golden pupils exuded an enchanting allure. Cell tilted his head upward, seemingly sensing something, as his right hand slowly rose. Threads of golden electricity coursing up his arm to his palm, the brilliance in his eyes intensifying. Buzz! In the Grand Elder's chamber, several shattered orange-yellow fragments seemed to resonate, breaking through the walls and swiftly racing towards Cell. Could those be materials for creating Dragon Balls? Muley, the Grand Elder, squinted as he noticed golden lights escaping from his room. Observing closely, it appeared to be the very materials for crafting Dragon Balls. Whoosh! The fragments zipped through the air, soon hovering in the palm of Cell's right hand. Without a change in expression, Cell's golden electricity suddenly surged, drawing closer to the fragments. Crackle! A crisp sound resonated as the fragments within Sheru's palm gradually split into 7 equally sized pieces. Sheru's eyes flickered slightly, and in the distance, a colossal mountain crumbled, with boulders soaring chaotically amidst a shroud of smoke. A sharp snap echoed repeatedly, causing the space to ripple and undulate. The entire mountain shimmered with golden light before instantaneously disintegrating into 7 stones, each as large as a house. At that moment, Sheru gestured with his right hand, and the 7 fragments plunged directly into the stones, slowly merging into them. Chapter 36. Sheru's own Dragon Ball? Buzz! The fragments seemed to plunge into a torrent of flowing water, layers of ripples cascading outward. In a brief moment, the 7 fragments completely vanished within the stones, which were reminiscent of houses in size. With a gentle step, Sheru inhaled deeply, his eyes brimming with fervor. One could only imagine the ecstasy of possessing a Dragon Ball capable of granting one's wishes. Would one lie awake at night, tossing and turning, consumed by anticipation? Regardless, Sheru was overwhelmed with excitement, his left foot stepping forward, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before the 7 massive stones. His fervor undiminished. A radiant golden aura enveloped him as he extended his hands and fiercely pressed them together. Clap! The sound of palms colliding resonated as Sheru murmured the incantation echoing in his mind, not in the language of the universe, nor that of Namek, but in the tongue unique to the Dragon Clan. It was a language crafted by the dragon god Salama, specifically for the creation of Dragon Balls. Legends say that anyone who utters this incantation would be observed by the dragon god Salama from the void. Before long, Sheru completed the intricate, tongue-twisting incantation, retreating to observe the 7 colossal stones from a distance. Roar! Like the roar of a majestic dragon, the sound surged towards Sheru's mind, while simultaneously, an apparition emerged from the void, a magnificent golden dragon with 5 claws. Its horns resembled those of a deer, its head akin to a camel, its eyes reminiscent of a rabbit, its neck like a serpent, its belly akin to a mythical beast, its scales resembling fish, its claws like those of an eagle, its paws reminiscent of a tiger, and its ears akin to a cow. This was a quintessential Chinese dragon, bearing some resemblance to the mythical dragons of Earth, though differing in claw count, hue, whiskers, and physique. Roar! A thunderous roar erupted from its maw, exuding an overwhelming presence. The 7 elders of Namek, along with all those possessing even a trace of dragon blood, witnessed and heard the roar of this apparition with its accompanying pressure. They felt their blood boil, their vision filled with the spectacle of the golden dragon, their bodies weighed down, legs rendered weak. Thud! Thud! The sound of kneeling resonated, with even the elders of the Namekian race succumbing, save for the eldest, Muley, who struggled to maintain his stance. His face contorted with effort as he clutched at the protrusions of the ground, his legs trembling incessantly. Is this the pressure wielded by a being of the highest dragon lineage? Truly formidable. After a few seconds of struggle, Muley too fell to his knees, his eyes filled with reverence, his body aglow with golden light, resonating with the golden dragon apparition before him. The entire Namekian tribe, comprising over 20 individuals of the dragon lineage, knelt upon the ground, radiating a golden luminescence. Dandy, what is this? Trunks glanced alternately at the sky and then back, observing the Namekian elders, all of whom were prostrate, their faces etched with astonishment. Is this the essence of the dragon lineage? Trunks murmured. He had certainly heard the 2 wishes articulated by Uncle Cell, and it was evident that the task at hand was the creation of the Dragon Balls. Thus, the elder's supplication must be attributed to the supreme dragon bloodline. Trunks' eyes widened momentarily, his azure gaze halting upon Cell, or perhaps upon the colossal stone emanating faint golden glimmers. Cell fixated on the golden dragon, his eyes wandering until they fell upon the creature's claws, which were not 4, but 5. A 5-clawed golden dragon? Am I destined to be a sovereign? Cell's body stiffened. If memory served him correctly, true dragon forms were characterized by 4 claws or fewer, making him the first 5-clawed dragon. The size of his current Dragon Ball only paled in comparison to the Super Dragon Ball, did it not? Cell narrowed his eyes as the golden dragon's illusory form abruptly vanished, transforming into shimmering golden particles that dispersed towards the 7 colossal stones. Suddenly, the stones began to shimmer with an orange-yellow hue, a constellation of 7 stars materializing at their center. The Dragon Ball, uniquely belonging to Cell, was thus conjured. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Superb! Cell exclaimed, his laughter echoing as he spread his arms wide, as if embracing something magnificent. Above Earth, the vast cosmic expanse was illuminated by numerous twinkling stars. The sun, a blazing orb exclusive to the solar system, emitted intense light and heat, bestowing brightness upon Earth. Above, a peculiar spacecraft materialized in the skies, adorned with what appeared to be an immense, slanted and drawn in ink. Within the vessel, 2 figures strolled along the expansive corridor. Dubra, do you possess confidence in our journey to Earth? Babidi inquired, his hands clasped behind him, a hint of concern etched upon his visage. Babidi had discovered many years prior that the Majin Buu was concealed within this very planet. However, due to various circumstances, considerable time had elapsed. Recently, he detected 2 formidable energy signatures emanating from Earth, their potency instilling a sense of apprehension. Would his warriors prove insufficient? Fear not, Lord Babidi, for with me, the Demon Realm King Dubra, no adversary poses a challenge. Dubra replied, a confident smile gracing his lips. Humph, do you truly disregard all foes? Can you contend with Majin Buu? Babidi, sensing the bravado in Dubra's tone and demeanor, felt an unexpected surge of ire. Majin Buu? The individual in question seems to possess nothing more than a mere reputation. Akin to the likes of the Supreme Kai, they are utterly inconsequential. As for the conquest of planets, what significance does that hold? Dubra, fiercely competitive, immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. Very well. I hope you maintain such arrogance before the Majin Buu. He retorted. Listening to Dubra belittle Majin Buu's standing filled Babidi with increasing ire. Yet, he was somewhat powerless, as Dubra was indeed his most formidable subordinate at present, and he could not demand too much of him. Humph. Then let us proceed to Earth, Babidi declared, striding into the lounge and plopping down onto the plush sofa, issuing commands with a huff. Dubra smiled faintly and exited the chamber. Click. The door closed behind him. Dubra straightened his posture instantly, expressionless as he made his way to the cockpit. Boom! The spaceship's engine roared to life, rapidly hurtling towards Earth's atmosphere. its crimson exterior resembling a shooting star, a brilliant and resplendent sight. West City, Capsule Corporation. A diminutive blue figure perched upon a grand tree opened its eyes. All except number 6, follow me. Number 2 announced, his violet eyes gleaming. Number 6, why should I? You, who relish excrement, are unworthy to proceed. Number 2 calmly assessed the situation as the others gradually revealed themselves, nodding in agreement. You may serve as the vanguard. Go forth. Number 2 said to the defiant number 6, who was holding a chunk of yellow-brown substance, his body suddenly shuddering as he hastily added, is that so? So you're in agreement? Number 6 took a hearty bite of the delectable morsel. I agree, you may go. Chapter 37, Dubra and Babidi. Observing number 6 devouring his fragrant food, number 2's mouth twitched slightly as he waved his hand, signaling him to depart hastily. TCH, you fail to recognize true deliciousness. This is the pinnacle of indulgence. Its odor repugnant, yet its taste exquisite. Number 6 disdainfully surveyed the others. Upon closer inspection, the collective countenance of the group shifted dramatically, each person retreating a step, arms outstretched, signaling number 6 to maintain his distance. Do you truly find me so distasteful? Number 6 felt a profound wound from their disdainful gazes and retreating actions, an inexplicable fury surging within him. Number 2 scratched his head, casting a puzzled glance at number 3, who in turn looked at number 4, who then glanced at number 5, who exchanged knowing nods with number 2. In unison, they proclaimed, indeed, we are thoroughly disgusted by you. Their voices boomed with conviction. Very well. Once I achieve merit, I shall summon Father to adjudicate on my behalf. Number 6 declared defiantly, his eyes wide with fury, as he consumed the remainder of his delectable dish. A white aura emanating from him as he propelled himself backward in a fit of rage. Ah, number 2, do you think we might be crossing a line? Number 5 chuckled innocently, plopping down onto the ground, his fingers tracing small circles upon the surface. Indeed, number 2. It seems we're not being particularly kind to number 6. Number 4 whispered, his eyes darting about, lost in thought. Quite true, number 3 replied, arms crossed, imitating an unknown figure, his eyes narrowing slightly as he nodded. Number 2 stood still, taken aback by the complaints of his once synchronized companions. His body stiffened momentarily, pupils dilating as his right foot slowly retreated. A sudden thought crossed his mind, and he let out a cold laugh, a mocking smile gracing his lips. So, do you eat dung, number 5? Who would consume such filth? Number 5 stumbled back to his feet, his corpulent form barely managing to rise. The most rotund among the brothers. Wait, number 2, what do you mean by that? Dung is something one wouldn't even touch. Number 5's face paled as he glanced towards the retreating forms of number 4 and number 3, waving his hands in protest. You are merely afraid that number 6 will inform our father. Fear not. I assure you, our father will not hold us accountable. With confidence, number 2 strode over, patting number 5 on the shoulder. Is that truly the case? Number 4 questioned, skepticism evident in his wide eyes, doubting number 2's proclamation. Of course. Remember, the leader too finds number 6 bothersome. What is there for you to fear? Number 2 locked eyes with number 4. Indeed. So, does number 3 have any objections? Number 2 observed number 3, arms still crossed, shaking his head, sensing an underlying irritation. I heed the leader. Very well. Let's be off. Number 2 nodded in satisfaction, gesturing for everyone to place their hands on his shoulders. After all, in the entire Shala squad, only he and number 1 had mastered the invaluable skill of instantaneous movement, perfect for evasion and pursuit. With a swift motion, the group vanished from sight. A gentle breeze rustled through the trees, scattering a few green leaves, which drifted down to the ground in scattered disarray. Not far from the city of Shidu, a spacecraft descended slowly, landing amidst the ruins. The hatch opened with a soft hiss, and a troop of henchmen swiftly emerged, followed closely by Dapula, clad in a blue battle robe, a white cape billowing behind him. His crimson skin glistened ominously. His elongated face was adorned with a comical beard, while 2 short horns sprouted from his forehead, and his yellow-brown eyes betrayed a cold and indifferent nature. From the front, his hair formed a thin, inverted triangle, clinging to his scalp, the prominent matting an aura of malevolence. He was none other than Dapula, the king of the demon realm. Step, step, step. Beside him, Pwai stood respectfully, cautiously inquiring, My lord, is this truly Earth? Not only is the gravity so light, but the cities appear so dilapidated. Pwai gazed in bewilderment at the desolate ruins before him, his yellow eyes wide with astonishment. Indeed, it was a sight that was exceedingly jarring. Dapper nodded, his body gradually ascending into the air, a fiery glow intensifying in his eyes. Let vanish. With a swift motion, 2 crimson beams shot forth from Dapper's gaze, hurtling towards the remnants of the city. A tendre explosion érupted, and the entire cityscape was obliterated in an instant, reduced to mere rubble. A colossal mushroom cloud ascended, dispersing into the heavens. An invisible wave of energy surged forth, stirring layers of dust and piercing through the smoke. Dapper surveyed his handiwork, a smirk unconsciously forming on his lips. The city lay in complete ruin, leaving only a barren expanse of yellow earth and char debris. This shall serve as my initial greeting to the Earthlings. Dapper chuckled softly, returning to the deck of his spacecraft. Pwai, you may commence the invasion of Earth with these soldiers. Yes. A wicked grin appeared on Pwai's face as he beckoned with his right hand, preparing to embark. Just then, an unknown glob of viscous brown substance hurtled through the air and landed squarely in Pwai's gaping mouth. Initially taken aback, Pwai soon felt the foul substance make contact with his tongue, an overwhelming stench surging forth into his mouth and racing to his head. What is this? Why does it smell so vile? Pwai's expression contorted in agony as the noxious odor assailed his senses, causing him to collapse to the ground, desperately attempting to expel it. Dapper, witnessing this scene, felt his muscles tense, his eyes darting around warily. Where had this foul substance originated? He had not caught a glimpse of it. On high alert, Dapper floated upward, scanning the surroundings. Who dares to confront me? Come forth and face me. Do not resort to such cowardly tactics. Suddenly, a dark, stick-like object whizzed towards him. Dapper squinted, swiftly extending his left hand to catch the projectile. Just as he was about to mock its audacity, the moment the object made contact with his palm, it detonated, showering Dapper with a revolting mess. What is this? Dapper recoiled, engulfed in a pungent stench that clung to him, soiling his once pristine cloak. Gritting his teeth against the foul odor, he leaned in closer. Good heavens! Is this not excrement? Who in their right mind would wield such a thing as a weapon? Dapper felt rage surging within him, his senses heightened to a fever pitch. With a flourish, a crimson light erupted from him, and the filth instantly vanished, replaced by a fresh ensemble. Who dares? Come fort! Dapper's eyes blazed with fury, a crimson radiance illuminating his form, a purple aura flickering around him. That would be me. A youthful boy's voice echoed from behind Dapper. Upon turning his head, he was met with the sight of number 6, still indulging in his meal. What? I offer you something warm, and you choose to waste food? Number 6 gazed down at Dapper from above, his eyes ablaze with a crimson intent to kill. Chapter 38. I shall end you. The two stood in stark opposition. After finishing the viscous substance in his hand, number 6 wiped his mouth and remarked, What is the matter? Has my generosity sparked any unpleasant thoughts in your mind? His gaze was vacant, with a surge of purple light in his eyes, exuding an air of arrogance as he regarded Dapper, showing no sign of deference. Generosity? Are you referring to that excrement as a gift? Dapper's ire intensified with every word. You relish excrement, so it must be a fine delicacy, correct? What absurd logic. With a subtle grip of his wrist, a long blade manifested, and a palpable aura of menace enveloped him, his expression darkening as he declared, You should descend into hell. With that, he swung his right arm fiercely, the air seeming to tear apart with a howling roar, aimed directly at number 6's neck. Clang! 2 pristine fingers firmly grasped the blade, and in Dapper's startled gaze, number 6 effortlessly extracted the weapon from his grasp, crumpling it in his hand. You should perish. Number 6 spoke coldly, devoid of his previous playful demeanor. With a gentle flick of his fingers, an overwhelming sense of pressure descended, crashing down upon Dapper. Thud! Dapper's expression shifted to one of shock as he felt his entire being compressed by a peculiar force, his body beginning to contort under the strain. How can this be? I lack the strength to resist. Regretting his journey to Earth, Dapper felt as though he might be crushed to death by this immense pressure, leaving no trace of his existence. The force felt like an enormous hand, squeezing him mercilessly, making it difficult to breathe. Great One, I realize my error. Spare my life. Dapper's eyes widened in terror, his arms and legs now reduced to a mushy mass, leaving only his torso and head intact. Oh, spare you? Number 6 produced yet another warm morsel from seemingly nowhere, gently placing it by Dapper's lips and murmuring, If you consume this delightful treat, I shall release you. What say you? With a mischievous smile, he awaited the reaction of the Demon King, contemplating whether dignity or survival would prevail, though he had no intention of truly allowing him to live. Suddenly, a red energy blast erupted from the ground, and number 6 glanced over, watching it explode. Boom! Smoke billowed forth, revealing Barfiti, with a face smeared in excrement, alongside Pwai and Yego. As the smoke cleared, number 6 did not turn his attention to them, but instead lifted his head, coldly gazing upward. For figures, resembling him, appeared in the sky, arms crossed, as if they were spectators at a performance. So we've been discovered. 5. Your skills in concealing your presence leave much to be desired. Number 4 jested, playfully pinching the pudgy belly of number 5. What now? Observing the battle is permissible, yet one must not usurp my achievements. Indeed, we are merely here to witness. Absolutely. What else could it be? I feel the same. The 6th one noted that his companions had verbally consented and nodded in agreement. Turning to his side, he caught sight of Depola, whose eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on the 4 figures soaring above. Are there truly 4 more individuals of such formidable prowess? The 6th one shook his head, the viscous substance in his hand abruptly vanishing. Observing Depola's despondent demeanor, his own spirits were dampened, and he lost the desire to continue the game. There are indeed many who surpass us. This is hardly surprising. By the way, you shall become my nourishment. Without allowing Depola a moment to react, the 6th one curled his fingers sharply, swiftly grasping towards his skull. A spike protruded from his palm, piercing into Depola's cranium. In mere moments, Depola was absorbed, leaving only his azure battle robe and fluttering cape behind. This sensation is rather delightful, and I have acquired some new abilities. Let me see. Whoosh! A suit of armor materialized around the 6th one, fitting him snugly, as he wielded a long spear in his right hand. It appears quite impressive. He chuckled with the glee of a mischievous child as he fiddled with the armor adorning him. On the deck of the spaceship, Fady trembled, his legs shaking uncontrollably, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Grasping onto Gugu tightly, he hoarsely shouted, "Everyone, unleash your full might now." Fady, panting heavily, began reciting a series of incantations, causing his form to abruptly vanish. Upon hearing Fady's command, all those present were suddenly engulfed in a crimson haze, charging madly towards the 6th one above. Kill! The synchronized battle cry rekindled the playful, sinister smile on the 6th one's face as though he were indulging in a game. Look, the 6th one is ready to play again. Are we to remain stagnant? The 4th one yawned, resting his hand on the rotund belly of the 5th. No, we must secure the first kill. Did you not see the enemy leader fleeing? Let's capture him. The 2nd one, observing the playful 6th, chose not to disrupt, but instead sensed Fady's aura, prompting him to summon the group for a swift retreat. On a desolate isle, Fady suddenly materialized, hands braced on his knees as he gasped for breath. Damn! Had I known, I wouldn't have come to Earth. It is utterly terrifying. I suspect Earth has been overrun by another faction, filled with monsters. The Demon Realm King, Depola couldn't withstand even a single blow. I must flee further away. Fady steadied himself, wiping the sweat from his brow, preparing to escape to a more distant location. Whoosh! High above, the 4 small figures appeared in an instant, surveying their surroundings before spotting Fady. Hey, are you all right? The 4th one greeted politely. My heavens, they have already pursued me. Fady, in a panic, recited another incantation, causing his form to vanish once more. Oh, is this a game now? Number 2 was somewhat taken aback, hesitating to pursue immediately. Instead, he attempted to communicate with number 1 through thought, but it appeared that the signal was poor, and he received no response. Well, I suppose that makes me the leader now. I shall play as I wish. Number 2 laughed heartily, leading the 3 others in a sudden teleportation to catch up. Buffety ran while they chased him. The pursuit continued until they reached Antarctica, where Buffety was nearly out of breath, waving his hands in surrender. I yield. I can't run anymore. He gasped, sprawled on the icy surface. Is that it? How dull. Number 4 clicked his tongue. Number 3, it's your turn. Deal with him. Why? Didn't he just surrender? Number 3 squinted, speaking slowly, arms crossed, appearing both delighted and melancholic. Indeed, Brother 4, he has surrendered. Shouldn't we treat prisoners with leniency? Number 5 rubbed his round belly and spoke softly. Huh, leniency? What do you think, Number 2? Number 4 scoffed, turning to hear Number 2's opinion. Offer him leniency first, then execute him. A minute of leniency is still leniency. Number 2 contemplated before delivering his response. Haha, you certainly have a way with words. Number 4 patted number 2 on the shoulder, pleased with his answer. Chapter 39. Treating prisoners with leniency? Number 2, no, brother 2. Haha, our personalities truly resonate. In the future, I will undoubtedly handle matters for you splendidly, unlike brother 3, who acts like a saint, oblivious to what he is portraying. Number 4 shot a fierce glare at number 3 and then contentedly pinched number 5's belly, flying towards Buffety, who lay exhausted like a dead dog, completely oblivious to his unusual state. While they debated, Buffety caught sight of something through the ice that filled him with unexpected joy. Could it be that I am not mistaken? Haha, fate has not abandoned me. Buffety felt a surge of delight within, his face shadowed as his eyes subtly glanced at the 4 figures above, his murderous intent reaching its peak. Number 3 furrowed his brow, his half-closed eyes glowing with a violet light. Why does this person's aura of malice intensify, even in such a state? Surely, he cannot have a hidden ace up his sleeve? Yet, what could he possibly do now? Number 3 was puzzled, lowering his crossed arms, feeling as though something significant was about to unfold. You're naive, number 4. Just as number 3 was about to speak, the ice beneath Buffety suddenly shattered. A web of cracks spreading outward, collapsing like a spider's web. What? A flicker of surprise crossed number 4's rebellious gaze, and he turned to number 3, dismissing Buffety entirely and attributing this little trick to mere death throes. I have a feeling something is about to emerge. Perhaps Majin Buu. Number 3's expression darkened. They possessed half of their father's battle prowess, but that was merely a shadow of their father's strength from long ago. At that time, my father had only just begun to approach the formidable power of Super Saiyan 3, and with merely 50% of their strength, they found themselves utterly powerless against an opponent like Majin Buu. Majin Buu, are you afraid? Number 3, he is merely a diminutive Majin puppet. We are not without our trump cards. Trump cards? Number 2 appeared bewildered. What trump cards do we possess? So, shall we eliminate Babidi now? Or allow Majin Buu to emerge? Let us deliberate. Number 2's eyes shimmered with purple light, his tone becoming earnest. Let us decide by vote. I will go first, Majin Buu. Haha, as expected of brother 2. I shall do the same. What say you, number 5? Number 4 patted number 5's belly, imparting a hint of significance in his words. I also agree with brother 4, number 5 stammered, his expression shifting slightly. Excellent. Do you see, number 3? That's 3 votes. Your opinion is no longer relevant. So let us wait a bit. Number 4 placed his hands on his hips, laughing arrogantly. By the way, does Majin Buu hold any value against father? Number 2 pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Boom, boom, boom. As they conversed, the ice beneath them erupted, and Babidi, exuding confidence, held aloft a pink, egg-shaped object, its nature indiscernible. Ha ha ha, you little brats are finished. Though it's not Majin Buu in his full power, he is still beyond your capability to contend with. Babidi levitated the sealing egg of Majin Buu into the air, biting his right finger to draw blood, which he smeared onto the shell, chanting an incomprehensible incantation. Thunder rumbled. The sky gradually darkened, clouds thickened, lightning flickered, and thunder echoed. The electric currents flashed, inciting great excitement in the 4 little ones, as the Saiyan blood within them began to boil fervently. Ha ha, brother 2 truly is Majin Buu. We struck gold. Let us not be afraid. If we truly cannot win, we shall flee. Number 4 laughed heartily, his enthusiasm soaring as he observed the changes in their surroundings. Entirely devoid of fear, even if they couldn't win, their spirit must not falter. What is there to fear? Did you not hear? He is not at his peak, and he is merely a fat puppet, a trivial matter. Number 2's smirk widened, his aura rising steadily, golden flames swirling around him, his gaze sharp and determined. No choice then, let us engage. Number 3, with his half-closed eyes now wide open, felt his own golden aura surge, matching the intensity of number 2's. Shall I spectate? Number 5 chuckled innocently, taking a step back. It matters not. Do as you wish. Very well. Numbers 2, 3, and 4 lined up, their energies surging, golden flames reaching for the heavens, their battle intent peaking. Huh, is this meant to intimidate me? Babidi quickened his chant. Buzz. A burst of golden light erupted, splitting the eggshell, releasing a cloud of pink smoke. Majin Buu? Where's my Majin Buu? Baffity's eyes widened in disbelief, his body weakened as his legs trembled incessantly. Surely, It could not be that the seal had lasted too long, causing him to perish. What was the purpose of his arduous journey to Earth? His face turned ashen, and he could no longer support himself, collapsing in despair. He had lost the will to live. The trio sprang into action simultaneously, their 6 hands extending outward as 3 beams of golden energy coalesced from their palms. Golden arcs of electricity danced around them, and the very fabric of space seemed to lament, emitting a crackling sound. With a hum, the 3 energy spheres fused together, forming an immense orb of energy, a sight that belied the extraordinary power contained within the small bodies of the trio. They exerted their strength in unison, launching the colossal orb toward the ever-expanding pink mist above. The pink fog swiftly coalesced, transforming into a corpulent figure, Majin Buu. At that moment, Buu's eyes widened. He sensed a hint of threat emanating from the gigantic energy orb. With a powerful thrust of his arms, Buu propelled the orb skyward with a forceful flick of his wrist. Bang! The formidable energy sphere shattered the dark clouds, soaring into the cosmos. Bafidi, who had appeared ashen just moments before, seemed to be revitalized upon witnessing this spectacle, his eyes round with exhilaration. Gasping for breath, the trio's excitement escalated. It seemed that even in a diminished state, Majin Buu retained formidable strength, beyond their capacity to confront. Number 2 blinked and glanced at number 4, saying, "Hey, old 4, it seems it's time to unleash your trump card." That oversized fellow seems rather irate. Turning his gaze, number 4 observed Buu, whose eyes bulged with rage. Steam erupting from the vents atop his head, his entire visage contorted in fury. "Oh dear, it appears he is angry. But brother 2, don't strike me. My trump card involves our fusion, utilizing the Metamor fusion technique. It's quite simple, just a few movements." Number 4 stole a glance at number 2, gauging his reaction. Fusion. He demonstrated the movements again, undeterred by number 2's indifference. 4, I'm off to find number 5, farewell. Number 3, blushing from the embarrassment of the display, hurriedly retreated to hide behind number 5. "Is this what you call a trump card?" Number 2 raised an eyebrow, a hint of a smirk twitching at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 40. Is this what you call a trump card? The thought of despair crossed number 2's mind, the embarrassing movements stirring memories left by his father. Indeed, this motion seemed tolerable enough. Number 4 scratched his head, chuckling as he continued, "Brother, what is there to fear? It's just this once, and once we fuse, we will undoubtedly be formidable, easily overpowering that hefty foe." Just this once? Number 2 pondered for a moment, uncertainty creeping into his voice. Just this once. At that moment, we shall learn from our fathers to enhance our combat prowess. Number 4 chuckled awkwardly. Suddenly, the sound of steam interrupted their conversation. In the distance, the laughter of the demon Buu appeared particularly irksome, having been confined in that wretched shell for such an extended period. Just as he emerged, he was ambushed, and the force of the energy blast was considerable. His yellow gloves remained charred to this day. Whoosh! A purple energy sphere hurtled toward them, accompanied by a tremendous sound of air being displaced, catching both numbers 4 and 2 completely off guard. Boom! As the purple light swirled, the energy sphere erupted violently at the moment it drew near. A thunderous roar filled the air, and the flickering purple arcs of electricity stood out vividly amidst the billowing smoke, eliciting cries of terror from numbers 3 and 5, whose spirits soared, eager to assist. "Well done, Demon Buu. Magnificent. Far superior to that incompetent Depura." Babidi danced with elation, his excitement evident even in his raised eyebrows. Suddenly, from a distance, number 3 seemed to discern something, stepping forward from behind number 5, arms crossed over his chest, eyes narrowed, casting a sidelong glance at the foolish Babidi. Just joking, just joking." Babidi clearly sensed the hint of malice in number 3's gaze, retracting his neck slightly as he spoke in a hushed tone. As the smoke gradually dissipated, 2 green energy shields came into view, followed by the youthful voice of a boy tinged with anger. "Demon Buu, how dare you? No, you motherless creature. Is ambushing your specialty? Have you paid the licensing fee?" The furious tirade from number 4 echoed, and upon hearing it, Demon Buu tilted his head, wearing an expression of confusion, his small eyes betraying a hint of bewilderment. "I knew it." Number 3 smiled at number 4, who was shielded by 2 layers of defense, then turned his attention to number 5. 5, go and eliminate that insufferable Babidi. This task is entrusted to you," he commanded with a firm demeanor. "Why must it be me? I refuse." Number 5 pouted, turning his face away in rejection. Ha! If you refuse, I'll inform sixth and say you fifth. Have a fondness for his culinary delights. Number 3 spoke slowly, exuding an air of control. How could you do this? I thought you were my third brother. Is this how you treat your own kin? Number 5 clutched his chest in disbelief. Hurry up. Number 3 frowned slightly, a flicker of purple light glimmering. Fine. Number 5 relented, his expression one of reluctance as he swiftly appeared beside Babidi. In the latter's incredulous gaze, Number 5 effortlessly removed his head. You ambushed me. Babidi's severed head exclaimed in terror. You're still alive without your head? Truly fortunate. I shall kindly send you to your final rest. The fifth figure's eyes shimmered as a transparent energy sphere emerged from his palm, within which numerous small golden energy blades spun. With a slight forward motion, the fifth figure enveloped Buffety's entire head. In an instant, the sphere expanded, completely engulfing Buffety's head and body. With a resounding explosion, Buffety was reduced to a gruesome mush, mixed with blood, transforming the icy surface into a crimson tableau. The scene shifted. Majin Buu ceased to ponder the meanings of maternal absence, and instead bore a cruel smile. Vanishing in an instant, with a sudden expansion of his right arm, he unleashed a rapid punch that shattered the air with an explosive sound, targeting the fragrant fourth figure. Startled, both the fourth and second figures reacted simultaneously, conjuring numerous energy shields before them. One after another, these shields were obliterated by Majin Buu, scattering into a flash of green light. Meanwhile, the fifth figure, still on the icy surface, contemplated briefly before charging forward. With a wave of his hand, a multitude of energy blades erupted, hastily assaulting Majin Buu, slicing him into pink mush with astonishing speed. The second and fourth figures, now alert, clasped their hands together, uniting their powers to form an energy cannon that incinerated the mass into ashes that drifted away. The fifth figure, imposing in stature, positioned himself before them, urging, "Hurry and merge. I can hold him off for a while." Yet, he reminded them, when the sixth returns, tell him that the third brother delights in sharing delicacies. The fifth figure harbored a grudge. When the third had threatened him, he would ensure that repayment was made. Absolutely. Old fifth, given your assistance just now, both fourth brother and second brother will vouch for you. Won't they, second brother? The fourth figure, eager for escalation, turned to the second figure. Of course. But let us not delay any longer, old fourth. Let us merge now. The third figure interjected. Do you think I'm not listening? As the last remnants of ash combusted, they coalesced in the sky, revealing Majin Buu, whose gaze was laced with malice. The purple aura surrounding him surged, emanating a formidable presence that caused the very earth to tremble. You've angered me. Steam billowed from above Majin Buu's head as he vanished from sight. The fifth figure, observing the vanishing form, felt a growing weight of urgency. With a sweeping motion, he summoned a flurry of small energy blades that encircled him, forming a perfect protective barrier that combined offense and defense. Suddenly, Majin Buu reappeared behind the fifth figure and delivered a vicious kick aimed at his groin. However, the swirling energy blades swiftly severed Majin Buu's right leg, and more blades surged forth, reducing him once again to a gruesome pulp. Majin Buu suddenly broke into a peculiar smile, and in an instant, his leg, which had been reduced to a pulp, miraculously restored itself. He delivered a powerful strike right to the groin of number 5, sending him hurtling backwards. Bang, bang, bang. He propelled number 5 straight into the icy depths below, and Majin Buu erupted in laughter. Just then, a dazzling white light illuminated the arena, and a tall figure emerged from within. His skin was a striking azure, his stature grand, and his chiseled features bore a hint of menace. The once violet hue of his eyes was now ablaze with crimson. The fusion of number 2 and number 4, henceforth to be known as number 8. Chapter 41, Fusion. Enter number 8. How do I look? Number 8 struck what he believed to be an impressively suave pose as he glanced back at number 3. Well, can I really say otherwise? Aside from the color, you all bear an uncanny resemblance to our father. To say otherwise would be a betrayal of my conscience, wouldn't it? Number 3 paused for a moment, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Damn it, to say he isn't handsome would imply our father is lacking. How could I dare to say that? The retort that number 3 had prepared was swiftly altered upon catching sight of the so-called number 8's eyes. I knew it. It seems my looks are indeed exceptional. Even number 3, who rarely speaks, can acknowledge this. Number 8 produced a mirror from seemingly nowhere, admiring his own visage with great satisfaction. However, Majin Buu was far from pleased. His fury towards these individuals reached a boiling point, steam escaping from the hole atop his head. I want you all to die. Majin Buu struggled to open his eyes, his murderous intent surging. His face contorted with malevolence. His aura intensified, violet flames swirling around him, mingling with white steam that enveloped his form. Boom! The sky rumbled with thunder and flashing lightning. Hey. It's quite noisy, don't you think? A little decorum wouldn't hurt. Didn't your mother teach you any manners? Number 8 put away the mirror, visibly annoyed as he glared at the swirling mass of steam. With a swift motion of his right arm, a golden beam shot skyward, and in an instant, the dark clouds, accompanied by the deafening thunder, vanished without a trace. Clap. Oh, I forgot, you don't have a mother. Number 8, feeling quite pleased as he gazed at the azure sky, took a deep breath. With a slight curl of his finger, an extraordinary force enveloped the steam, binding Majin Buu and drawing him closer. Buzz! The white steam dissipated entirely, revealing the snarling visage of Majin Buu, who struggled futilely. I will kill you. Majin Buu glared with his small, bead-like eyes, fixating intently on Number 8. If a gaze could kill, Number 8 would have perished 1,000 times over. Bang! The icy ground shattered, and a corpulent figure emerged with great difficulty, his eyes ablaze with fury. Although his eyes were half closed, a surge of anger and hostility erupted from within him, as if the golden light emanating from his body sought to envelop him in a radiant glow. Number 3's half-squinting gaze widened in disbelief. Could it be that Number 5 was on the verge of becoming a super-artificial being? Number 3 murmured, his expression somewhat dazed as he slowly lowered his arms. No, perhaps not entirely. It might be considered half an achievement. Number 3 shook his head, observing the flickering golden light surrounding Number 5. After all, none of them had undergone rigorous training or cultivation, making complete mastery of this power quite challenging. Nevertheless, it was astonishing that the least prominent among them, Number 5, had reached such heights. Was it anger that fueled this transformation? Number 3 gradually regained his composure, half closing his eyes once more, stroking his chin in contemplation. Oh, Number 5, you. Number 8 remarked with a hint of excitement, but before he could finish, Number 5's form flickered and appeared beside him. His voice, more assertive than usual, echoed, "Is it you, Number 8? I just heard you. But can this person help me vent my frustrations?" Number 5 lifted his head, his eyes narrowed, a thin smile playing at the corners of his lips which, combined with his tone and demeanor, rendered him particularly intimidating. "Oh, that's acceptable." Number 8 nodded, not pondering whether Number 5 could handle it. He simply released the restraints, binding Majin Buu, retreating swiftly. Though uncertain of Number 5's intentions, Brotherhood demanded mutual understanding. At worst, it would just be a matter of death. They could always rely on their father to bring them back. Number 8 looked on with eager anticipation at the two figures. It seems fitting, both are portly. A battle of the stout would be quite amusing. Number 8 nodded approvingly. The scene shifted. Number 5 stood opposed to Majin Buu, both exuding formidable auras. Majin Buu, nearly driven mad, unleashed a powerful punch, the force of which reverberated through the air. The speed was astonishing. Number 5 barely had time to react before being sent flying, crashing once more into the pit from whence he emerged. But. Majin Buu donned a serious expression, his hands moving in rapid succession, unleashing a barrage of purple energy spheres that fell like meteors into the pit. Boom! The sound of explosions resonated, echoing continuously as the ice cracked and ultimately shattered, releasing torrents of water in a fierce surge. Huff, huff, huff. Majin Buu, reveling in his handiwork, placed his hands on his hips and made a face at Number 8. He. Majin Buu waggled his head, his hands stretched wide, tongue lolling out. Number 8 and Number 3 exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting disbelief. "This is utterly embarrassing. No, you lack the prowess to act so grandiose. I expected a grand revelation. Yet this is all you have?" Number 8 scratched his head awkwardly, sensing Number 5's faint energy and preparing to avenge him. With renewed determination, Number 8 steadied his focus, his hands gracefully sweeping through the air. Buzz! Golden, minuscule energy orbs gradually coalesced, forming bullets with protruding tips. Go! With a gentle flick, Number 8 unleashed all the bullets, sending them hurtling towards the fiend, Majin Buu. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of air being pierced echoed as the bullets raced forward. In an instant, Majin Buu, who had been making faces, found himself riddled with multiple bullet holes. Alas, what a nuisance. Number 8 waved his hand dismissively, his body sinking as he stepped lightly, vanishing in an instant, only to reappear before Majin Buu. With his left hand, he grasped a tuft of Buu's head, followed by a flurry of punches from his right fist. Slap, slap, slap. The sound of air being split resonated continuously, waves of white energy erupting forth. The sounds of flesh striking flesh reverberating around them. Strike, recoil. This cycle continued, reminiscent of an eternal recurrence. 20 minutes elapsed. Glancing at the sun high above, Number 8 felt a twinge of boredom and ceased his actions. He casually tossed the now limp Majin Buu onto a patch of ice, indifferent to his fate, only to notice the silhouettes of numbers 5 and 3 had vanished. Were those two plotting with number 6? And this aura? Number 8 furrowed his brow, losing interest in the grotesque heap of meat that was Majin Buu. Whoosh! He kicked the ground, nudging the pink, lifeless mass of Majin Buu. Duong. A bounce, but no response? Surely he cannot be dead. Number 8 leaned closer, pinching the flesh, concluding that Majin Buu should not succumb so easily. Just as he prepared to leave out of boredom, the heap of seemingly dead flesh stirred, the pink, viscous substance springing up towards him. Number 8 turned in confusion, wondering how the sun had vanished so quickly. Buzz! A large mass of the pink, sticky substance enveloped them, swallowing number 8 whole. Chapter 42. The Resurrection of All. Huffing. Number 6 inhaled deeply, as if striving to draw every ounce of air into his lungs. His eyes were half closed, yet a barely perceptible smile graced his lips. A glint of mockery flickered in his gaze as he slightly spread his arms, causing the void to surge with hundreds, if not thousands, of various weapons. These weapons gleamed with a cold light, seemingly imbued with life, aimed menacingly at the crowd below. Buzz! A low, resonant hum filled the air, causing the entire space to tremble. Standing at the forefront was Pwai, his eyes brimming with fervor and bloodlust. He bellowed, "Kill!" Simultaneously, energy spheres erupted from his hands, bombarding number 6 above like cannon fire. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions resounded relentlessly, deafening all in proximity. A thick plume of black smoke billowed forth, swiftly enveloping number 6. Yet, he remained unscathed, standing resolutely at the center of the dark cloud. Before him lay a multitude of blades and spears, forming an unyielding barrier that effortlessly thwarted Pwai's energy sphere assault. These weapons shimmered with an enigmatic radiance, seemingly harboring boundless power. Truly feeble. Number 6, with his hands clasped behind his back and a sardonic smile at the corner of his lips, ascended steadily, the weapons behind him beginning to rotate languidly. Number 6's eyes narrowed slightly, an air of murderous intent enveloping him as his right arm lifted subtly, causing all the weapons to plunge down in unison. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless blades and clubs rained down, instantly piercing through the bodies of the minions and crashing to the ground. A cacophony of anguished cries erupted, while number 6 maintained a placid demeanor, the corners of his mouth barely twitching. Yego! Kill him! Pwai's eyes glowed crimson as he sought refuge beneath Yego's imposing figure, his gaze flickering with trepidation. Caught between the command of the incantation and the specter of mortality, he chose the latter, inexplicably feeling no pain. Kill! Yego, riddled with countless blades, coughed up a mouthful of blood but pressed on through the agony. Number 6 observed the approaching duo with a faint smirk. His fingers moved slightly. This is no longer entertaining. With an indifferent gaze, he gestured downward, lightly tapping the air. Buzz! Suddenly, a ripple coursed through the void, akin to a droplet disturbing the placid surface of a lake, causing the entire expanse to tremble slightly. Bang! Accompanied by a dull thud. The two grotesque figures before him froze in place, their eyes widening in disbelief and shock, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Simultaneously, a dark crimson liquid began to flow from their orifices, swiftly staining the ground beneath them. Number 6's earlier strike had obliterated their innards. What remained were mere shells devoid of life, caught off guard by the overwhelming speed of the assault. Gazing into their increasingly haunting eyes, Number 6 hurled an energy sphere with his right hand. After a resounding explosion, the two vanished without leaving even ashes behind. Boring. Only this Dapula remains a worthy opponent. Number 6 clicked his tongue and stretched languidly, turning to depart. At that moment, the skies suddenly filled with auspicious clouds. a beam of golden light flashing and momentarily blinding him. What is this? I have never seen such a sight. Number 6 raised his gaze in confusion, staring at the celestial formations above. This is Earth? An ancient, hoarse, yet somewhat familiar voice resonated, causing Number 6 to momentarily lose his composure. Turning to look, he beheld an elderly man with hair as white as snow and a complexion pale as parchment. His face was etched with deep and shallow wrinkles, as though time had left countless marks upon him. The long white beard cascaded like a waterfall around his upper lip, imparting a sense of profound antiquity. The elderly man wore an oval-shaped black hat, which harmonized beautifully with his overall appearance. Upon closer inspection of his attire, he donned a sleek black jacket that conveyed a sense of sharpness and efficiency. Beneath the jacket, a yellow-striped undershirt added an air of mystery to his ensemble. His lower half was adorned with fitted black trousers, enhancing his vigorous demeanor. A careful observer might notice a concealed dark red device nestled within his palm. Emitting a faint glow, the hat atop his head, unmistakably bearing the emblem of the Red Ribbon Army, a white double are paired with a red bow, marked him as none other than Dr. Gero. It appeared that the advanced version of the bio-android had resurrected Dr. Gero from the depths of hell and transported him to Earth. Did that mean others had also arrived on this planet? Dr. Gero, is that truly you? Number 6, somewhat taken aback, pointed at the elderly figure with uncertainty. Why did my father bring back this old relic? The sight of the silver-haired elder stirred a sense of familiarity within Number 6. After all, if one were to trace lineage, this man was, in fact, his grandfather, a truth he was reluctant to acknowledge. Number 6 shook his head in disbelief. Dr. Gero, initially astonished by his presence on Earth, turned to the entirely blue-clad Number 6, displaying a look of confusion. Who are you? Me? Number 6's mind raced as he pondered whether to reveal his grandfather's identity when Dr. Gero interjected once more. You are Cell. You must be Cell. Dr. Gero exclaimed with palpable excitement, recalling an abandoned project of his that featured a complete version of Cell, albeit with discrepancies in color and size. Why are you so small? Was there insufficient nourishment during your development? Dr. Gero furrowed his brow, reminiscing about his previous research. So yes, I am Cell. Number 6 quickly shook his head, feigning a pitiful expression. You see, I may have been born, but due to malnutrition and insufficient cultivation time, I emerged prematurely, resulting in my current appearance. Moreover, I am aware that Android 17 and 18 ruthlessly killed you. In my quest for revenge, I harnessed the essence of human life on Earth as energy, ultimately ambushing Androids 17 and 18, achieving this complete form, and then using the Dragon Balls to resurrect you. As he wove this elaborate tale, tears streamed down his face, nearly convincing Dr. Gero of its authenticity. No, you're not Cell. Dr. Gero quickly distanced himself, shaking his head in denial. Cell's personality would not align with yours, and your previous statements were deceitful. He blinked, as his cognitive enhancements assessed that much of what this individual had claimed was likely false. However, you must also be an android, correct? Has someone taken over my experiments? Dr. Gero continued to retreat, his mind racing with reflections of the past. TCH, I have indeed been discovered. Number 6 wiped the tears from his face and smirked cunningly. A smile so malevolent it could chill the very air. Indeed, it seems I am ill-suited for deceit, yet your unexpected resurrection, old man, truly took me by surprise. He remarked, however, I do not believe I have deceived you. I am, in fact, a creation of Cell. Moreover, it was you who brought me into existence. As the androids Number 17 and 18 are indeed no more. Number 6 tilted his head slightly, his knees swirling in the air, and continued, there is one thing. Though, it certainly was not I who resurrected you, you foolish old fool. He shook his head. Suddenly, he sensed 3 formidable presences approaching nearby. So, it is. Since you are androids, I must bid you farewell. A figure darted swiftly through the sky, arriving at Number 6's side. With a head of golden hair glimmering in the sunlight, and a resolute face adorned with a confident smile. The iconic M-shaped hairline and timeless battle attire marked him unmistakably as Vegeta, the perennial second of the Dragon Ball universe. At that moment, he had transformed into Super Saiyan 2, his body enveloped in golden lightning, exuding arrogance with a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth. He raised his thumb towards himself, proclaiming, although I am uncertain how I was resurrected, you detestable androids must be vanquished by me, Prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta. No. Now, it is Super Vegeta. Chapter 43. Super Vegeta? After all, I too am now Super Vegeta, Vegeta declared with bravado, gazing at the two androids below, before continuing with a measured tone. Super Vegeta, is it? Dr. Gero shook his head, reflecting on the many events that transpired during my death. Those wretched number 17 and number 18. His face darkened ominously, fists clenched tightly. He was filled with regret for hastily activating the two permanently powered androids without adequately calibrating their personalities, resulting in the emergence of their malevolent traits and intentions, which even now threatened to eliminate their creator. Oh, what is this? Are you too frightened to move, little brat? Just moments ago, you boasted of defeating androids number 17 and 18. Allow me to test your strength. Vegeta's azure eyes flashed with golden light as he instantly appeared before Dr. Gero, delivering a swift knife hand strike. How could this be? Terror filled Dr. Gero's eyes. Am I to perish once more just after being resurrected? Having just been granted the gift of life, must I now face death? His mind raced, seeking some remedy, when a figure faster than Vegeta appeared beside him, delivering a kick that sent the arrogant Saiyan flying. Bang! The force was so tremendous that it hurled the unprepared Vegeta into a distant mountain, creating a massive crater and stirring up clouds of dust. Bah! What a shameless scoundrel, bullying an old man. You claim to test my strength, yet you merely prey on the weak. With an expression of righteous determination, number 6 shielded Dr. Gero behind him and spoke with genuine concern. Doctor, are you alright? Did Vegeta harm you? Staring into number 6's sincere eyes, Dr. Gero was momentarily taken aback. What is this? Why is this fellow treating me with such kindness? It feels rather unfamiliar. The last person who treated me this well was number 17. Adjusting his hat and swallowing hard, Dr. Gero inquired, what exactly are you? Why are you helping me? Number 6 reiterated the question, shaking his head gently. With hands clasped together and eyes narrowed, he resembled a wise monk as he slowly articulated. Because I am a good person. I cannot bear to witness the slaughter. Good? Dr. Gero glanced at the bloodstained ground and the scattered weapons, then scrutinized the individual before him, nearly convinced. That wretched artificial being. A sudden, furious shout interrupted the benevolent exchange. Vegeta, enveloped in a golden aura, radiated an overwhelming presence, his body pulsating with rising anger. Step aside, doctor. Let me handle this. Number 6 forcefully pushed the doctor aside, urging him to retreat, then fixed a piercing gaze upon Vegeta, a hint of mockery evident. What's the matter? Are you angry, second prince? If you're upset, come at me. You, the Saiyan prince, can't even defeat a mere lower-class warrior. How can you still show your face in this world? Number 6 unleashed his most provocative taunt, comparing him to Son Goku. What? What did you say? I cannot surpass Kakarot? Vegeta's complexion flushed crimson, his aura nearly boiling over, while number 6 maintained a nonchalant demeanor, further stoking the flames. Oh, I haven't even mentioned who I was referring to. Why did you bring up his name? Or is it that, deep down, you two believe you're inferior to Son Goku? With a serious tone, number 6 continued, be quiet. Silence yourself. Vegeta suddenly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, fury radiating from him like a volcanic eruption, creating a striking visual impact. Golden arcs of energy crackled around him, causing the very planet to tremble, his entire being enveloped in a ferocious aura. I will tear that mouth of yours apart. In an instant, Vegeta surged forward, his right fist swelling with might, aimed directly at number 6's head. Observing this, number 6's lips curled into a slight smirk as he countered with a punch of his own. Boom! A deafening sound erupted. White energy waves cascading outward, powerful forces clashing and radiating off each other. A flicker of doubt crossed Vegeta's mind as his body swiftly moved, realizing his initial attack had been ineffective and preparing for another strike. Damn, so powerful. Number 6 distanced himself, shaking his right hand vigorously, still feeling the numbing impact from Vegeta's immense force. I didn't expect that enraged Vegeta would be this formidable. It seems I can no longer conceal my true strength. On the 6th day, an offensive was launched, swiftly targeting Vegeta, delivering a flurry of punches that fell like a cascade of mercury. Vegeta's expression was far from pleasant, yet he managed to parry each strike. The sound of fists and feet colliding reverberated through the sky, unleashing waves of white energy that created two storms clashing in the heavens. Such combat prowess. Dr. Gero marveled from the sidelines, his eyes wide with astonishment. This was the power he had long desired. This level of strength far surpassed that of androids 17 and 18. It was nothing short of a complete annihilation. Have people become this formidable? Dr. Gero gazed at his hands, plagued by doubt. Could this old man still forge even more powerful warriors to contend with such beings? He stood frozen in contemplation. The battle raged on beside him, and Vegeta, increasingly astonished, reflected on his years in hell where he had never once slacked off, always training. How could this young fighter's power be on par with his own? A moment of vulnerability. The sixth, with a piercing gaze, noticed Vegeta's fleeting distraction, and his body suddenly descended, delivering an uppercut that struck directly at Vegeta's chin. Oh no! Vegeta's pupils widened in alarm. He was unable to block the impending blow in time. Bam! A fierce punch connected squarely with Vegeta's jaw, scattering his thoughts. The sixth held nothing back, seizing the opportunity. Huh! With hands clasped tightly, his body bent slightly, arms swelling, he struck downwards towards Vegeta's head. Bam! Vegeta's form plummeted to the ground like an arrow released from its bow, creating a massive crater. Smoke billowed and spread in every direction. What a thrilling sensation. This is what battle feels like. The sixth wiped the sweat from his brow. His gaze lowered as he contemplated the vast pit. Then he pressed down, hands clasped fiercely to his right side, forming a blossom-like posture, and began to concentrate his energy. Buzz. Soon, a vivid blue energy surged forth, and the sixth revealed a hint of amusement, thrusting his hands forward towards the fallen Vegeta. Behold my Kamehameha, he shouted, accompanied by the descent of the azure energy wave. The sheer might of the energy trembled the void, nearly causing Dr. Gero's eyes to bulge in disbelief. Damn it! Vegeta knelt on the ground, struggling to support his body. His right arm draped over his left, his expression weary. Suddenly, something caught his eye, and his pupils narrowed in shock. He hastily unleashed an energy wave to counteract the assault. Boom! The two energy waves collided instantaneously, powerful forces surging and crackling, emitting a sizzling sound. Vegeta gritted his teeth, the ground beneath him crumbling as it sank. I can't hold on much longer. Dr. Gero observed from the sidelines, offering a candid assessment. Chapter 44, Look, is indeed falling apart. Indeed, I can barely hold on any longer. A youthful voice emerged from behind Dr. Gero. Who? A chill of cold sweat instantly drenched his collar, and his pupils constricted as he turned to look. He beheld two figures that bore an uncanny resemblance to the impudent child who claimed to be Cell, one stout and the other slender, with the plump one appearing rather peculiar. Please, do not tell me you are also Cell. Dr. Gero retreated repeatedly, his arms swaying slightly, his mind racing. Why did he find himself surrounded by entities he could hardly have imagined in his ordinary existence? Was he truly so endearing that they flocked to this old man? Is that what number 6 told you? Number 3, arms crossed and eyes narrowed, observed as number 6 continued to engage in conversation nearby. Dr. Gero, before you utter more words, do you believe you possess any worth? Or rather, what is your value as a being? Number 3 interjected, his tone calm, yet probing. Worth? Utility? Life? Dr. Gero's countenance darkened, for this inquiry had evidently left him speechless. Moreover, the atmosphere around him felt increasingly unsettling. He sensed an unexpected chill, and his modified body began to shiver. Looking at the individuals before him, it was clear they did not embody benevolence. I can create life, conduct research, and engage in numerous scientific endeavors. Dr. Gero gestured animatedly, striving to demonstrate his value, only to be interrupted once more, this time by number 5. Allow me to pose a question. You mentioned in your notes the ultimate evolution of Cell. What, pray tell, does that entail? Number 5 inquired. Ultimate evolution? Let me ponder. Wait, I am feeling somewhat anxious. Dr. Gero swallowed hard, glancing at number 6, who was still conversing with another. Ultimate evolution is merely an idea of mine, which entails a fundamental transformation after Cell undergoes a 2-stage evolution. This involves devouring another entity with an identical genetic composition, another Cell, if you will. This would consummate the evolution of life, allowing his bloodline to attain true advancement. At that point, the myriad strands of his genetic lineage would unify, enabling him to truly become a being of creation. Prior to this, even if he absorbed others and gained their abilities, he could not manifest them flawlessly. However, thereafter, these capabilities would be expressed perfectly and even more powerfully. Dr. Gero became increasingly animated as he spoke, for Cell was indeed the most formidable creation of his life. Is that all? I expected something more substantial. Number 3 and number 5 exchanged glances and chuckled. Well then, we have discerned your value. You may rest assured in your departure, number 3 declared, raising an arm. A gust of pressure coalesced into a lethal blade, instantly cleaving Dr. Gero in two. At that moment, his face remained adorned with the excitement from his prior revelations, the winged blades striking before he could comprehend the grim reality of his demise. He had never anticipated that he would meet his demise again so soon after his revival. How bothersome. Number 3 furrowed his brow, raising a hand slowly, gathering a wave of energy that swiftly obliterated the remnants, leaving only a few ashes to drift away. Brother 3, why do you think Father revived Dr. Gero? This old man is quite irritating, Number 5 remarked with a rare expression of disdain. How should I know? It has little to do with me. It was Vegeta who vanquished him, Number 3 replied, casting a glance at Vegeta, who was still struggling. Is it truly permissible to be so? Number 5 raised his small head, indicating towards Number 6 high above. What exactly are we doing here with Number 6? Is it merely to witness the birth of Super Vegeta? But isn't that rather dull? Furthermore, I have not sensed Number 8's presence since earlier. It seems as if he has vanished. Should we not return to check? Do not fret. I have a premonition that Father will be returning soon. At that time, Majin Buu will be easily dealt with. Let us remain as spectators for now. Number 3 shook his head, dismissing Number 5's concerns, and continued to observe the battle between Number 6 and Vegeta in silence. Crackling sounds resonated as tremendous energy surged forth. Vegeta grit his teeth, struggling to endure, his lower body nearly sinking into the ground. In a fit of defiance, he let out a furious roar, believing he was on the brink of death once more. When Number 6 suddenly ceased his assault, retracting his energy and merely watching him. However, in Vegeta's view, it appeared as though Number 6 was mocking him. Just as he prepared to launch another attack, Number 6 vanished and reappeared behind him, delivering a precise strike that caused Vegeta to instantly lose consciousness. The transformation into Super Saiyan was forcibly undone, his golden hair reverting to black, along with the fierce aura that had once enveloped him. To be a Super Saiyan, one must possess the resolve. Simply lying still will suffice. Number 6 observed as Vegeta's previously fierce countenance gradually relaxed, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. He felt somewhat helpless. Being the Prince of the Saiyans was no easy task. After a brief contemplation, Number 6 shook his head, deciding against forcefully stuffing the delectable treat into Vegeta's mouth. Swish! Thud thud! 2 figures descended, revealing Number 3 and Number 5. What brings you here? Weren't you supposed to be capturing the fleeing Babidi? Number 6 inquired, puzzled. Babidi was eliminated by Old 5, but Majin Buu managed to escape. However, there is only the energy of Majin Buu present. Number 8 seems to be absent, perhaps absorbed. Number 3 shrugged, giving Number 5's small belly a gentle squeeze. Has Father bestowed upon us yet another brother? Who is this Number 8? Number 6 asked, scratching his head in anxiety, suppressing the urge to eat. Oh, he is the fusion of Brother 2 and Brother 4, who calls himself Number 8. Number 5 quickly provided the answer with a little hand gesture. Then Number 8 has truly been absorbed? Number 6 blinked, questioning. Isn't he coming now? Just wait and see. Number 3 seemed to sense something and quickly turned to speak. Moreover, some companions would soon arrive. Number 6 sensed a number of powerful auras approaching this way. What have you done? Why are they all coming here? Number 6 retorted first. It can't possibly be just us two. It's clearly the clash of your and Vegeta's auras that has drawn them here. Number 3 turned to point at Number 6's nose and then gestured towards the direction from which Majin Buu approached. You are currently the strongest among the 3 of us, so you should take the lead. Indeed, indeed. Number 5 chimed in enthusiastically, knowing all too well the shadow that Majin Buu cast upon him. They're here. Just as the words left his lips, a cascade of radiant light filled the sky. Several white streaks flashed and hovered above them. Chapter 45. They have arrived. Is this what they have arrived means? Number 3's eyes darkened as he slowly lowered his arms, which had been crossed over his chest, and looked up. In the sky, he saw 2 groups, one with a single individual and the other with a multitude. Hey, Number 3, how about I take on those people while you handle the one? Number 6 patted Number 3's shoulder, his intentions far from innocent. No need. It seems that Number 8 has indeed been absorbed by Majin Buu. We might as well surrender. Otherwise, we should call the boss to bring our father. None of us can handle this. Number 3's complexion darkened as he sensed the unabashed aura of Majin Buu, cold sweat pouring from him. Gohan, look, is that Vegeta? A bald man in the crowd suddenly shouted, his eyes glinting as he pointed at the 3 standing on the ground. Yes, Uncle Krillin, but our greater concern lies over here. Son Gohan's gaze grew solemn as he fixed his eyes on the right side, where the pink figure stood. The aura emanating from it was something he had never felt from his father, an overwhelming presence that could not be resisted. Damn it, what are we going to do? Son Gohan turned his head to glance at his father beside him. Son Goku was astonished, gazing down at his hands, murmuring to himself, incredible. Truly it's so strong. This energy is making my body tremble in fear. Despite his words, excitement gleamed on his face. Suddenly, he lifted his head sharply, his eyes locking onto Majin Buu with fierce intensity. At that moment, Majin Buu had transformed significantly. He was no longer the rotund figure from before. His body was now muscular and well-defined, with appendages resembling antennae elongated down to his feet. He bore a carapace akin to number 8's, clinging to his chest and shoulders. A pair of pink wings sprouted from his back, his physique lean and taut, radiating an aura of terror. His face resembled that of Cell, resembling a pink, corrupted version of him. Majin Buu let out a cold grunt, turning to lock eyes with Son Goku from afar. An overwhelming sense of pressure washing over them in an instant. Let us hurry and run. Klin's complexion turned ashen in an instant, cold sweat soaking his back, his legs trembling uncontrollably as he dashed away without a glance back. Klin, Son Gohan urged, his voice steady despite the pressure. In that moment, everyone present felt a surge of tension, their pupils dilating as they assumed a defensive stance. Gohan, let him go. Having such power here is merely a burden for us, Piccolo said through clenched teeth. Besides, it's only us few who have come. We merely sought to witness the collision of energies between Vegeta and his opponent. Many have chosen not to attend, have they not? And who knows why we were resurrected? It is only natural for Klin, newly returned, to wish to avoid death once more, Piccolo added, addressing Gohan once again. Indeed, Uncle Piccolo, Gohan replied, his gaze shifting to Majin Buu, feeling the overwhelming, malevolent energy emanating from him, swallowing hard. On New Namek, the clouds above rumbled ominously, golden lightning flickering as Cell hovered in the void, his eyes wide, marveling at the beauty of the Dragon Balls. He then raised his hands, his expression turning grave, speaking in the ancient tongue, arise. Dragon, grant my wish. As his words fell, Cell gazed expectantly at the Dragon Ball, which was as large as a house, his heart brimming with delight. Buzzing filled the air as the 7 Dragon Balls shimmered, resonating with a brilliant light that illuminated the entire planet. A colossal beam of golden light erupted into the sky, the thunder of lightning crackling. The 7 Dragon Balls began to ascend slowly, spinning as a magnificent golden column of light gradually transformed into a towering dragon, dancing amidst the clouds, ultimately revealing a massive golden dragon head, its eyes glowing red, fixated on Cell. If anyone were near the outer space of New Namek at this moment, they would surely be struck with terror by the sudden appearance of a gigantic golden dragon, its body spanning several planets, with a dragon head larger than a planet itself, now facing New Namek. Master Cell, I can grant you 3 wishes, the golden dragon proclaimed, its voice resonating like a bell, though only Cell could hear. How magnificent! This is the true dragon, Trunks exclaimed, bouncing with excitement and shaking Dandy's arm vigorously. However, Dandy stood transfixed, though he had risen to his feet. His eyes remained glued to the golden dragon above, utterly speechless. Standing nearby, Number 1 crossed his arms, gazing upwards with an indifferent expression, seemingly uninterested in the spectacle. Huff! Cell exhaled, releasing a breath of pent-up tension, his emotions surging as he looked at the golden dragon above. My first wish is to possess the omniscient abilities akin to Zuno. This should be a simple matter. Granted immediately. The golden dragon slowly nodded, its eyes glowing with a fierce crimson light, which painted the entire sky in shades of red. Subsequently, strands of golden arcs shot forth from its gaze, piercing into Cell's very being. Your wish has been granted, proclaimed the golden dragon. It seems there is no noticeable change, Cell remarked, gazing at his hands and eyes, filled with confusion. Could this be a passive ability? He clenched his fists, golden light surging within his eyes as he gradually closed them. Suddenly, fleeting images flickered before him, culminating in a vision of Earth, showcasing its history from ancient times to the present. He witnessed the arrival of Babidi and Dubra, along with the battles of Number 6, among other events. This ability is indeed passive? Whatever I ponder, all related information floods into my mind. Cell curiously rubbed his head and promptly articulated his next wish. I desire to acquire all abilities pertaining to souls in the universe. The golden dragon remained silent this time, its eyes momentarily glimmering with red light. Cell felt an unfamiliar sensation within himself, as knowledge of those abilities instantaneously became clear and perfectly grasped in his mind. State your third wish, the Golden Dragon urged. I wish to possess the ability to instantaneously appear anywhere in the universe, Cell declared solemnly. This wish poses some difficulty, yet it is within my capabilities. The Golden Dragon responded, its eyes flashing crimson once more. Very well, you may depart now, the dragon concluded, and Cell nodded in satisfaction, feeling the myriad of complex powers within him. Until we meet again. With a whoosh, the Golden Dragon began to dissipate, leaving behind a cascade of golden light particles. While the imposing figure in the cosmos vanished simultaneously, the 7 Dragon Balls, once spinning, gradually settled. This was the first benefit of Cell's set of Dragon Balls. Wishes could be made without further waiting, and the Dragon Balls would not disperse. The second advantage was that they could only be utilized by him, as he had to carry them with him, and summoning the Dragon Balls required the use of his native tongue. Boom! The sky was suddenly illuminated as the dark clouds swiftly dissipated. With a wave of his hand, Cell instantly collected all the Dragon Balls into his alternate space. This was one of the abilities bestowed upon him by Purunga, the eternal dragon of Namek. In addition to the myriad of peculiar powers he had acquired. In a flash, Cell appeared beside Trunks and the others, soon followed by the elders who had been momentarily stunned. Mr. Cell, no, Chief, you are now the leader of the Namekian clan, the elder Muley said respectfully, bending slightly. The remaining Namekians echoed their reverence, bowing as they addressed him as Chief. Chief? Cell's mind struggled to comprehend how a mere wish had transformed him into the leader of the Namekian people. Could this be related to my lineage with the Dragon Clan? It appears so. Muley gazed at Shuru, his expression one of perplexity, and spoke among the Namekians. There exists a codified decree. One who possesses the bloodline capable of summoning the 5-clawed golden dragon shall be regarded as the clan leader. Regardless of how you, Mr. Sheru, have achieved this, we must indeed address you as our leader. Muley nodded, taking a moment to collect his thoughts. Is that so? Sheru furrowed his brow. However, there is no need for you to remain with us. Observing Sheru's troubled demeanor, Muley shook his head repeatedly. Phew, that is a relief. My affairs are now concluded. A minor issue has arisen on Earth, and I must return to investigate. Upon hearing this, Sheru exhaled, relieved. Farewell, leader, Muley declared, leading the assembly of Namekians. Farewell, leader. Very well, Sheru nodded, preparing to depart with a few companions. Yet, he sensed that something was amiss with Number 1. Number 1 suddenly knitted his brows. A faint voice emerged, a form of communication shared among the brothers, allowing for convenient long-distance exchanges. Boss, please respond. Requesting assistance. Those two fools, Number 2 and Number 4, have fed themselves to Majin Buu. His current strength exceeds our capacity to contend with. We need Father to return swiftly, or Earth is doomed. Father, we must leave at once. Number 1's face, usually composed, displayed an unusual urgency. What? Is there trouble on Earth again? Trunks hastily pushed past Dandy and approached the two. Time is of the essence. We must depart. Cher's expression turned grave upon hearing this. He nodded and grasped the shoulders of the two, vanishing from sight in an instant. The world is about to descend into chaos, Muley murmured to himself, shaking his head with a troubled countenance. On Earth, Majin Buu, having absorbed Number 8, now mirrored the latter's arrogant demeanor, spotting Goku's intense gaze. A sinister grin crept across his face as he took a swift step forward. Whoosh! In an instant, he appeared before Goku. Zulfast! There's no time to react. All around, the onlookers' pupils contracted, their faces paling. Hee. Majin Buu's smile was malevolent. Trouble. Run. Goku exclaimed, a sudden realization dawning upon him. Too late. Majin Buu's expression hardened as he unleashed a devastating blow, his fist crashing down with ferocity, striking Gohan and Piccolo in the abdomen. Puff. Ugh. Their pupils vanished in an instant as their bodies were sent flying. Gohan. Piccolo. Damn it. Goku's face contorted, his muscles tensed, rage surging within him like a tempest. Huh. Goku bellowed in fury, preparing to transform into Super Saiyan 3, when suddenly, a massive hand clamped over his mouth, silencing him. In that moment, Majin Buu pressed Goku's head downwards, plummeting with alarming speed. Whoosh! Boom! The ground erupted, creating a vast crater, within which Goku, still in his normal state, found his pupils fading, teetering on the brink of death. The smoke swirled incessantly, and the sound of shattered stones echoed as it spread outward. How delightful! The demon Majin Buu's violet eyes glimmered as he gazed upon the trio of brothers. What should we do? Those few were eliminated in an instant. We are next. Number 6 leaped up in place, shaking number 3's body anxiously. Hush, don't panic. We can only stall now. The fusion technique of the Metamorans typically lasts 30 minutes. But we likely have no more than 10 minutes left. We just need to hold on a bit longer. Number 3 calmly assessed, his gaze fixed on number 6. Wait, why are you looking at me? Third brother. It's rather unsettling. Number 6 shivered. Utilize your nonsensical tactics. Just distract him, and we should manage to buy some time. Can that really work? Number 6 stood frozen, glancing between number 3 and number 5. It can. Go for it. Number 6, I believe in you. Number 5 encouraged. All right, I'll do it then. Taking a deep breath, number 6 closed his eyes tightly, exhaling a heavy sigh before levitating into the air, his hands making a sudden gesture. Boom! An inexplicable downpour of foulness descended from nowhere, enveloping number 6 as he floated above. A potent stench filled the sky instantaneously. Sniff, sniff. Son Goku es nos twitched. His mind jolted awake by the noxious odor, and his pupils regained their color. Cough, cough. What is this? Son Goku grimaced in agony. Majin Buu, also suspended in the air, was taken aback by the scene and sought to flee. However, number 6's ultimate technique arrived first, a deluge of filth cascading down, rushing toward Majin Buu. No way. Majin Buu's eyes widened, his pupils constricted as he watched the oncoming deluge with a look of panic. Suddenly, he recalled one of his abilities. In an instant, a swirling mass atop his head erupted, and a bolt of purple lightning shot forth, the two forces clashing in midair. The purple lightning gradually transformed the filth into dark chocolate, which plummeted to the ground in clumps. Cold sweat trickled down Majin Buu's face, filled with terror. He was nearly engulfed by that mountain of filth. Gazing at the fallen chocolate, he felt a wave of nausea wash over him, likely vowing never to eat chocolate again after today. How revolting. Ziz. The two figures in the sky remained locked in a stalemate. Piccolo lay still atop a mountain, while Gohan struggled to his feet, witnessing the astonishing scene before him. The moment he caught a whiff of the overwhelming stench, his already weakened body collapsed, his complexion turning a shade of purple, as if poisoned by the foulness. Third brother. Does this count as inflicting 1,000 casualties on the enemy, while harming ourselves by 800? Number 5 and number 3 don gas masks they had somehow procured. It is indeed a bit damaging, but no matter, we'll maneuver behind the enemy. Number 3 patted number 5's belly, propelling himself to appear behind Majin Buu. Together? All right. Number 5 nodded, and in an instant, both parties unleashed their full auras. Boom! A golden flame gradually rose, emanating a powerful presence as energy surged outward. Unleash the ultimate attack. Number 3 bellowed, raising his right hand with the index and middle fingers pressed together against his forehead, azure arcs of electricity crackling into existence. Excellent. Number 5 responded, nodding solemnly as he extended his arms. In that moment, numerous energy slashes materialized in the air, filling half the sky. ZZZZ. The energy in number 3's hand intensified, with arcs of electricity spreading outward, the sound of crackling energy resonating. Now, with a thunderous shout, number 3's aura peaked, and he thrust his right hand forward. Spiraling waves of red and yellow energy intertwined rapidly, crashing toward the demon Majin Buu. Demon Annihilation Cannon. Endless energy slash. Boom! Both number 3 and number 5 simultaneously unleashed their most formidable techniques. Chapter 46. Fury. Number 3 and number 5 executed their ultimate moves, both being devastating attacks. Number 5's endless energy slash reached Majin Buu first, slicing through the air with relentless force. Puff, puff, puff. Countless golden streaks erupted, detonating upon contact with Majin Buu's form, leaving a sky filled with shimmering particles. Buzz. At that moment, number 3's Demon Annihilation Cannon followed closely behind. A spiraling wave of red and yellow energy interlaced with blue arcs, aimed directly at Majin Buu's head. Bang! En explosion reçunded, engulfing the area in a cloud of black smoke. A glimmer of excitement flickered in number 3's eyes as he witnessed his Demon Annihilation Cannon piercing through Majin Buu's head, followed by a violent explosion. Surely, the strange tentacles that emitted that peculiar magic would be incapacitated for a time. Indeed, The violet thunder that had previously clashed with number 6 mountain of waste vanished in an instant, leaving Majin Buu vulnerable. Cough cough, we must leave. Number 3 sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere and urgently grasped number 5's hand, urging them to escape. Boom! The massive mound of waste began to spread, crashing down upon Majin Buu's body and releasing a foul stench. Number 6, witnessing this scene, momentarily stunned, quickly grasped the situation upon seeing number 3 and number 5. He raised his hand in approval. Then, number 6 exhaled a deep breath, followed by a powerful inhale, consuming the surrounding oxygen. His cheeks puffed out as his eyes widened. With a slight parting of his lips, a torrent of searing flames erupted, the pale orange fire growing fiercer with distance, as if the air itself were being scorched, releasing a charred aroma. Boom! The orange-yellow flames engulfed the entire mound of waste, and in an instant, the noxious odor spread widely, causing number 3 and number 5 to shudder, tightening their gas masks. Zzz. Gurgle gurgle. In a moment of combustion, certain viscous areas continuously emitted bubbling sounds, sizzling where they met the flames, quickly drying out and solidifying. A series of resounding claps echoed from behind. Number 3 squinted, peering down at the mound of excrement with an odd expression. Impressive work, number 6. You've truly outdone yourself this time, he remarked, retching slightly and waving his hands dismissively. Meanwhile, number 6, sensing the moment was right, retracted the fiery ability he had learned from Depura and turned to the 2 individuals wearing gas masks. He posed a rather critical question. Is it really that foul? Doesn't it smell delightful? Initially displaying confusion, number 6 took a deep breath, reveling in the aroma, leaving numbers 3 and 5 in stunned silence. Is Majin Buu still inside? Number 5 adjusted his mask, his brow furrowing in concern. He should be in there. Don't you think, number 6? Number 3 prompted, continuing to inquire. Indeed, he is indeed inside, but I can't shake the feeling that this is truly effective. Once we truly provoke Majin Buu, we might be doomed, number 6 stated nonchalantly, shrugging in indifference. Gohan, Goku, Piccolo, are you all right? Krillin, who had not strayed far, bore the unbearable stench as he dragged the 3 to a hidden location. Oh, and Vegeta. A flicker of hesitation crossed Krillin's face as he glanced towards Vegeta, who was perilously close to the trio of terrifying blue creatures. Their origins were shrouded in mystery. Earlier, from a distance, he had witnessed a technique that belonged to him. The Keyblade, executed with a level of proficiency that surpassed his own, as he could only manage a few in a short span. The sheer number of Keyblades in the air was something he believed he would never achieve. Additionally, another individual had employed Piccolo's technique, the special beam cannon. Although he hadn't witnessed it firsthand, based on Goku's prior descriptions, it was unmistakably the special beam cannon. Curse it, these bizarre occurrences are happening one after another. First, those who were once dead have inexplicably returned to life. Then those blue terrors engaged Vegeta in combat, and now a pink one has appeared, seemingly even stronger. Even Goku couldn't prevail. Why is Earth plagued with such turmoil? It feels as if the entire universe revolves around Earth, with foes coming from afar to battle and pillage. Krillin's mind was in disarray, a chaotic mess. The fleeting joy of being revived had vanished completely. He cast a glance at the 3 diminutive blue figures debating above, and then towards Vegeta, a hint of hesitation crossing his features, yet he ultimately steeled himself to approach. Suddenly, the once solid mound of excrement emitted a strange sound, drawing the trio's attention. Majin Buu was about to emerge. The trio swiftly assumed a battle stance, their expressions grave as they gazed down at the mountain of excrement. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed, and the once solid mound shattered into fragments. A pink figure gradually emerged from the chaos. Majin Buu, with a shadowy gaze, wore a grotesque expression upon his face. Damn you, you shall perish. Upon sighting the trio, his previously violet eyes ignited into a furious crimson. A formidable aura erupted forth, a purplish flame shooting skyward, radiating immense energy that stirred the air into a relentless tempest. Thunderous roars filled the atmosphere as dark clouds rapidly gathered, illuminating the sky with flashes of pink lightning that surged through the billowing clouds, creating an awe-inspiring cacophony. The energy surrounding Majin Buu intensified, creating an oppressive force that seemed to threaten the very fabric of space, which cracked ominously like shattering glass. With a mighty crash, a bolt of pink lightning struck down towards Majin Buu amidst the tempest. Tendrils of purple arcs danced around him, emanating an astonishing momentum that fractured the ground beneath, sending floating stones crashing to the earth. The sound of glass shattering reverberated as the space around Majin Buu fragmented, spiderweb-like fissures spreading outward. Majin Buu shimmered with pulsating purple light, arcs of electricity crackling around him as he expelled a cloud of foul air, his form erupting into motion and vanishing in the blink of an eye. Oh no, the energy shields now. The third member of the group was the first to perceive the danger, raising his hands as numerous energy shields materialized in the air, poised to defend against Majin Buu's assault. The sixth and fifth members soon followed suit, their expressions tense as they lifted their hands, a dense array of energy shields encircling them. Ha! The fifth member bellowed, golden lights swirling around him, draping his lower body in a lustrous hue. As golden flames surged from his being, sparkling brilliantly, the energy shields seemed to glimmer with a touch of gold. Suddenly, Majin Buu appeared, exuding an overwhelming presence, raising his right arm with tremendous force, striking out with a thunderous crash that sent the air howling. Boom! After a mere 0.001 seconds, the outer energy shields began to vanish one by one, as Majin Buu regarded the trio with a mocking smile. Chapter 47. The Arrival of Cell. Majin Buu sneered, exerting his right arm with vigor, arcs of electricity swirling around him as a forceful punch was unleashed. The transparent pressure of his fist obliterated the energy shields that had sought to impede him. Oh no! The trio's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly astonished. They had not anticipated that the energy shield they had forged together would shatter before him like fragile glass. Farewell, you trash. Majin Buu smirked, clearly satisfied with their reaction. With his right fist slightly retracted and fingers splayed, a purple energy sphere materialized before him. Boom! In an instant, a robust wave of purple energy surged forth, erupting in a cataclysmic display. Thunderous rumbles ensued. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the air, accompanied by a thick plume of smoke that spread and enveloped the surroundings. Ha ha ha! The trash has finally met its demise. Call your mother, will you? Go ahead. A warm voice emerged from the smoke, exuding an air of politeness while provocatively inquiring about another's mother. The smile on the face of Majin Buu abruptly faded. He was no longer the same as before. He comprehended the meaning behind the taunt. A gentle breeze swept through, dispersing the dense smoke, revealing a tall figure. A glimmer of interest flickered across the face of Majin Buu, and a smile curled at the corners of his lips. It was Cell. I must admit, the number 3, number 5, and number 6 clones do bear a striking resemblance to me, albeit lacking in charisma. Cell shook his head and glanced back. Father. The three voices chimed in unison. Cell? A rare look of panic appeared on Majin Buu's face as he took a few steps back. Clap, clap, clap. Cell applauded, a playful smirk gracing his features. That last move of yours truly stung. Look, my hand is all blackened now. Cell extended his left hand, which had once been pristine but was now charred. Father, where's the leader? Number 6 asked, his exuberance evident. Down there, look, Trunks is with his father. Cell pointed toward the pit where Vegeta lay. What about you, number 6? After this spectacle concludes, just wait until Trunks gets his hands on you. Bullying others is not a noble pursuit. Hee. Fear not, father. From this day forth, we shall commence our training. I refuse to believe he can surpass me. Number 6 declared proudly, crossing his arms. Wait a moment, what is that foul odor? Cell suddenly caught a whiff of a putrid stench and quickly covered his nose. Following the source of the smell, he encountered a revolting mound of filth, causing his lips to twitch in disgust. Blast it! Let this abomination vanish. With a wave of his arm, a beam of golden light illuminated the area, instantly erasing the vile ground from existence. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as the entire mound disappeared, along with several meters of soil beneath it. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept through, cleansing the air of its foulness. And instantly, the atmosphere felt remarkably better. Dad, you're incredible! Number 6 exclaimed, his face a mix of regret and sorrow, eyes filled with longing. Finally, it's gone. Indeed. Numbers 3 and 5 exchanged glances before discarding their gas masks, taking deep breaths of the fresh air. Refreshing. Everyone in the vicinity, save for number 6, displayed expressions of sheer relief. Cell merely smiled at the somewhat apprehensive Majin Buu before saying, What's wrong? Still wish to play? I shall oblige. Snap. Cell rubbed his thumb and forefinger together, producing a sharp sound that resonated. An energy barrier emanated from him, gradually expanding and isolating the trio, leaving only Majin Buu and himself. Step. As Sheru gently descended to the ground, he gazed at his own hands and murmured, "Let me test the efficacy of this magical gift." Flame. Ice. Sheru uttered softly. In an instant, the space around him warped dramatically. A radiant golden flame engulfing half of the area, the temperature soaring immediately as wisps of steam rose from the ground. Majin Buu, witnessing the spectacle, attempted to escape with instant transmission, only to find it rendered ineffective, as if it had failed him. With a sigh that echoed like a lament, a chilling wind swept in from an unknown source, freezing everything it touched, transforming the other half of the space into a winter wonderland, with delicate snowflakes cascading from the sky. Quite impressive. It seems my magic is contingent upon the strength of my energy, Sheru observed, his eyes alight with inspiration as he turned to Majin Buu. Allow me to show you something entertaining. With that, Sheru exhaled a puff of murky air, his gaze sharpening with an air of gravity. He took a slight step forward, his hands coming together in fervent prayer. Raising his eyes, he summoned a wood-based magic. Sheru's true thousand hands, transforming into a Buddha. Boom! Towering trees erupted from the ground, vines and branches stretching skyward, transforming the once barren land into a flourishing forest. A colossal tree gradually morphed into a wooden statue, its visage resembling none other than Sheru himself. Thud, thud, thud. The immense trees continued to grow, morphing into a multitude of rotating hands, forming an imposing array of arms that radiated a formidable presence. What do you think? Impressive, isn't it? Sheru proclaimed, standing atop his creation, hands raised, exuding an aura of dominance towards the levitating Majin Buu. Damn it! Majin Buu, clearly infuriated, began to gather energy, his aura reaching its zenith. Crackling arcs of electricity danced around him as he extended his hands, forming a small energy sphere that gradually expanded, ultimately evolving into a purple energy orb the size of a small planet. Its overwhelming force pressed down upon the ground, causing it to crack and fissure, white energy waves surging forth. Observing this scene, Sheru's playful demeanor faded, his expression turning serious. He concentrated his energy, commanding the ice and flames to collide. Whoosh! The purple energy orb swiftly engulfed them, creating ripples before exploding in size. Damn, this thing is formidable, Sheru exclaimed, instantly transforming into Super Android Sheru. Boom! A flash of golden light erupted as a faint glow ascended from beneath him. Where it passed, vibrant green landscapes turned to shimmering gold, and his purple eyes took on a hint of azure. The golden flames spiraled upward, his energy surging, while the colossal statue beneath him began to expand, the ground collapsing further. Majin Buu lowered his hands. The gigantic energy orb plummeted downwards, and Sheru, feeling the abundant energy coursing through his body, wore a confident expression. What once seemed insurmountable now appears effortless to my current self. Come fort, shouted Cell, effortlessly commanding a colossal statue of himself, tenfold larger than before. In an instant, countless gigantic hands surged forth, propelled by a tempestuous force, effectively countering the enormous energy blast. How mundane! I've transformed, and yet this is all you can muster? Is this truly your limit, Majin Buu? Cell bellowed, unleashing his full power. Almost immediately, the hands began to swell, innumerable trees extending and entwining around the energy sphere imbued with a destructive aura, as if they were absorbing nutrients and taking root. Boom! In a flash, a colossal hand formed from the trees enveloped the entire energy sphere, rapidly consuming it with astonishing speed. With a sigh of relief, the oppressive force dissipated, and Cell reveled in the invigorating energy surging within him, even letting out a satisfied belch. Appearing before Majin Buu, he placed a hand on his shoulder and said slowly, "My little friend, it's time to return what you owe me." Before Buu could react, a burst of golden light erupted from Cell's hand, piercing into Majin Buu's body and forcibly extracting the two small entities that had just reappeared. With a swift motion, he hurled them towards his younger brother. "Now, you belong to me," Cell sneered, gazing at the terror-stricken eyes of Majin Buu. With a hum, a flicker of light surrounded him as Cell extended his hand towards Buu's head, extracting his very soul, a technique he had mastered. He then consumed it, chewing it to nourish and strengthen his own essence. Delightful. Cell laughed heartily, feeling his soul growing ever more potent, his spirit surpassing his physical form. The exhaustion from the vast knowledge and abilities he had wielded vanished in an instant, replaced by a profound sense of exhilaration, akin to a rejuvenating spa for his soul. And now it's time for the body, Cell murmured, unleashing a powerful suction that drew Majin Buu's pink form entirely into him. Chapter 48. The Transformation of Cell. The force emanating from Cell engulfed Majin Buu's body in an instant. At this stage, he could command every part of his being, no longer needing his tail to absorb. With a twist of his neck, a series of cracks echoed as he clenched his fists tightly, a glimmer of excitement shining in his eyes. He still craved Majin Buu's abilities. Suddenly, a muffled thud resonated from within him, a cloud of pink mist enveloping him. Cell squinted, keenly sensing the sensations that Majin Buu's essence imparted to his own form. A sudden tornado arose without warning, dark clouds enveloping the sky, while ominous rumbles of thunder echoed. As pink lightning danced through the clouds like a serpentine dragon. Crack! The sky lit up with flashes of lightning, an eerie aura emanating outward. The protective energy shield abruptly vanished. How are those two rascals faring? Number 3 maintained his aloof demeanor, arms crossed, eyes half closed as he murmured. They're fine, just fainted. They'll awaken shortly. If you ask me, they're a couple of fools. With such formidable power, how could they still be absorbed? Haven't they learned from the original text about Gotenks? Number 6 picked his nose and then nonchalantly ate it. There was no choice. All reserves had been purified by his father, leaving only self-sustenance. Indeed, Brother 4 has always had this temperament, and Brother 2 is quite similar. If they were to merge again, the double-wave warriors, they wouldn't TB themselves if they weren't reckless. Number 5 chuckled and shrugged in resignation. By the way, is Father absorbing Majin Buu? Number 5 rubbed his small belly, speaking with curiosity. Exactly, a youthful voice chimed in from behind. Boss. The 3 stared wide-eyed, blinking in astonishment. Number 1 approached slowly, followed cautiously yet joyfully by Trunks, who was carrying Vegeta. It appeared that Father intended to fully integrate Majin Buu into his being, thereby granting himself an extraordinary regenerative ability akin to immortality. The wondrous magic that alters the structure of matter, coupled with an exceptional learning capacity, would allow Father's absorption to become exceedingly versatile. It could be said that, apart from the god of destruction and the angels, Father is virtually invincible in this universe. A smile crept upon Number 1's lips, the stronger Father became. The happier he felt. Indeed, that is precisely the case. If Father were to absorb Cell Pro and achieve ultimate evolution, completing the unification of bloodlines. With such immense potential combined with Cell Pro's strength, he could likely push Beerus to reveal a fraction of his true power. Number 6, exhilarated, fixed his gaze on an egg composed of pink smoke. Who knows? Number 1 shook his head. Beerus has patched himself up extensively. Who can ascertain his limits? It's hard to say. At the very least, reaching the level of Black Frieza might coax out a fraction of his true combat prowess. After all, he effortlessly knocked out Goku and Vegeta in their perfected forms, reaching an indescribable level of strength. What about Beerus and the God of Destruction? Are they formidable? Trunks inquired with a hint of curiosity. Beerus is the God of Destruction, indeed formidable, at least in comparison to our Father. There is a vast chasm akin to the difference between the full moon and mere dust. Father is the dust. Number 1 sighed, enlightening this inquisitive child. After all, he has been bombarded with questions along the way. Queries about siblings, their ages, and even how they were conceived. This fellow wanted to know it all. Oh, by the way, over there are your companions. Aren't you going to take a look? Number 1 suddenly recalled something, gesturing towards a distant location, indicating for Trunks to gaze in that direction. What? Trunks followed the direction of the finger, but saw nothing, only sensing a faint energy. What is this? Trunks furrowed his brow, concentrating intently. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock, as if a realization struck him, tears slowly streaming down his cheeks, dripping onto the ground. Gohan. It's Gohan's energy, although quite faint. Trunks' eyes sparkled with hope. He gently set down Vegeta on his back, asking a few companions to look after him, and in an instant transformed into a Super Saiyan, soaring rapidly towards the horizon, a golden streak flashing across the sky. Boss. Look, he's so excited he even left Dad here. Number 6 remarked, still picking his nose. His voice muffled. Don't mind that. It seems Father is about to emerge. Number 1 cast a glance at the unconscious Vegeta. His gaze fixed sharply on the pink egg ahead. Suddenly, the pink shell began to crack, and a figure emerged from within, arcs of pink energy swirling around, crackling with electricity. Boom! A bolt of pink lightning descended from the heavens, striking directly at Cell. Bang! With that single blow, a layer of pink shell surrounding Cell shattered, revealing his true form. His appearance remained predominantly green, yet a halo of pink light continuously radiated around him. His stature seemingly compressed from over 2 meters to about 1.90 meters. Visually, that was the only distinction. Cell exhaled a deep breath, his mouth slightly agape, his eyes, once purple, now emanating an eerie pink glow. Boom! An overwhelming aura erupted forth, a terrifying pressure radiating outward, shattering mountains and trembling the very planet. Damn it! We're dead. Number 6 quickly activated an energy shield, and the others followed suit, a soft green barrier swiftly enveloping Vegeta. Bang! A wave of pressure struck the energy shield. Crack! The sound of shattering glass echoed as cracks rapidly spread across the barrier formed by their combined strength. Just hold on for a few more seconds. Number 1 gritted his teeth, glancing at Vegeta on the ground, urging them on. Boom! The oppressive aura emanating from Cell suddenly receded, vanishing without a trace. Zzz. As the pink arcs continued to swirl, Cell looked down at his hands, clenching them tightly. A smile blossomed on his lips. My power has increased slightly, and this body feels quite different. A glint of brilliance sparkled in Cell's eyes. Now, his spirit and body had once again reached a harmonious balance, an unprecedented sensation enveloping him. Sherry gazed at his pristine white fingers, lifting his head to direct his attention towards a distant towering mountain. A bolt of azure thunder coalesced in the air, suddenly erupting forth. Whoosh! The violet lightning surged instantaneously, enveloping the entire mountain at an astonishing speed. Bang! A veil of white smoke billowed forth, resembling the sound of an explosion. In that moment, the mountain transformed into a magnificent golden statue, a grand creation belonging to Sherry, entirely crafted from pure gold, embodying the entirety of the mountain's riches. Am I not immensely wealthy now? Sherry raised his brow, a grin spreading across his face, seemingly in delight. Chapter 49. After the crisis, I must surely be the wealthiest person alive. Sherry mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Something feels amiss. Yes, the sensation of shimmering brilliance. With a chuckle, he raised one hand abruptly, summoning a fierce wind that swept away the clouds above, allowing blinding light to cascade down upon the golden statue. Buzz! The light struck the statue, and the dazzling golden radiance burst forth, reflecting in Sherry's eyes like a miniature sun. Wow! I almost thought I was on the brink of death just now. Number 6 sighed, plopping down onto the ground as the fear in his eyes gradually faded. The terrifying pressure they had just experienced was merely a manifestation of power, one that had nearly overwhelmed the energy shield they had collectively summoned. Well, are you not fearless of death, Number 6? Number 3 inquired with an air of calmness. How can that be the same? Majin Buu is unworthy of even lacing my father's shoes. I was merely speaking in jest. Did you genuinely think I wish for my own demise? Number 6 sprang to his feet, squinting, his finger nearly poking his nostrils. Go away. Keep your distance. I would prefer it. Number 3 retreated, pulling out a tissue to wipe away his disdain. Agreed. Indeed. Both Number 1 and Number 5 raised their hands in unison, expressing their approval of Number 6's earlier remark, though they mused it would be even better if such sentiments were acted upon. TCH, it's just a minor hobby of mine. Look at your grotesque faces. Number 6 raised an eyebrow, making a face that indicated his refusal to partake in such life-wasting endeavors. At most, he would restrain himself in collective circumstances. Quite well. Sherry observed from a distance, his form suddenly appearing behind them. He found their bickering amusing, a gentle smile gracing his lips, his gaze soft. Father. The group turned their heads in unison, speaking up eagerly. All right, enough of that. Let us focus on the task at hand. Sherry nodded, glancing at those sprawled on the ground with a hint of exasperation, as he still needed to assist with their healing. Forget it. Let it be Vegeta and the others. After all, those two little imps need a proper reprimand. Sherry spoke lightly, extending one hand slowly towards Vegeta. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Circles of red ripples emanated from his hand, cascading over Vegeta, infusing him from head to toe with healing energy. He's better now. Let us depart, Sherry said softly. As if to validate Cell's assertion, Vegeta soon awakened, only to find that they had already departed. What has happened to me? Vegeta slowly opened his eyes, the pain and fatigue that had plagued him dissipating in an instant, as a surge of energy flowed ceaselessly within him, invigorating his body with renewed vigor. A gust of wind swept through, stirring up the dust on the ground and lifting the tattered remnants of his clothing. What is this? Vegeta stood up in bewilderment, feeling the tumult of power surging within him, glancing around at his unfamiliar surroundings, utterly perplexed. Oh, what of that little brat? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his expression twisted into a fierce grimace. His teeth clenched as he sensed the energy around him. That direction. With a thunderous roar, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 2, his aura pulsating with intensity, golden flames blazing around him, causing the ground to fracture beneath him. Oomph, that damn brat. With a cold snort, Vegeta propelled himself towards Cell's location, his feet pounding the earth. Boom! The ground erupted, creating a massive crater that collapsed downward. Damn it, there are no Senzu beans. What are Goku and the others going to do? Krillin furrowed his brow. Trunks, are you certain that green figure named Cell is the one who resurrected us? Of course. Uncle Cell is amazing. He can practically do anything, and he might come over soon to help Gohan and the others. Trunks observed Gohan, who was writhing in pain on the ground, his brow slightly furrowing. Is that so? Krillin questioned, glancing up at Trunks, who claimed to be Vegeta's son. This robust figure, with his tall stature and handsome features, bore little resemblance to Vegeta. Had it not been for the striking violet-blue hair and the recent transformation into a Super Saiyan, he would have found it hard to believe. However, it was evident that this individual named Cell was indeed formidable. Just then, at that very moment, Cell arrived with his 4 formidable sons. The 4 were quite impressive indeed. As for the second and fourth, he had forcibly awakened them and assigned a task to transport the statue he had transformed to the Capsule Corporation, and they had already commenced their mission, leaving only the 4 sons present. Cell? Krillin gasped in surprise before inquiring. Huh, Uncle Cell, you've come. Trunks' earlier worries vanished instantly, his face breaking into a crescent-shaped smile. Yes, I've arrived. Cell gently ruffled Trunks' hair and then turned his gaze to the 3 individuals on the ground, completely disregarding Krillin. Feeling somewhat isolated, Krillin awkwardly stood by, observing the interactions. Trunks, would you like your brother Gohan to have his arm restored? Cell's gaze fixated on Gohan's severed left arm, his eyes glimmering as he suddenly posed the question. Of course I would. Trunks' smile instantly brightened even more, yet he still inquired, but Uncle Cell, when did you acquire such abilities? Oh, you are unaware. The Dragon of Namek granted me a wish, and what I received were all enhanced versions. Thus, my recuperative capabilities are quite formidable now, Cell replied, shrugging as if it were an effortless matter. However, Cell's tone shifted, a playful smirk gracing his features. Come on, Trunks. Call me brother. I want to hear it. You were rather unruly in the hyperbolic time chamber last time. Uncle, please don't. Trunks' face flushed as he waved his hands dismissively. Very well, Uncle Cell. Brother Cell? Trunks blinked, feeling a bit awkward. Ha ha. You might as well stick with Uncle. Cell chuckled heartily, clearly amused, finding it entertaining to tease Trunks amidst their daily lives. All right, I shall assist them in recovering. Cell nodded to himself. Waves of crimson energy emanated from his hands, enveloping the 3 individuals. In an instant, their injuries and expressions of pain vanished, and the tails of Gohan and Goku gradually reemerged, while Gohan's left arm returned to its original state, indistinguishable from one that had grown naturally. Now then, just as Cell was about to speak with Trunks, a rough voice boomed from above, filled with wrath. You little brat, get out here this instant. Chapter 50. The group raised their heads to see the fierce visage of Vegeta charging towards them with great intensity. Vegeta, somewhat irate, paused as he observed the gathering below. Kakarot? Piccolo, is that Gohan? But why are there so many of those little brats? Are they a series of androids? Vegeta appeared bewildered, sensing the chilling atmosphere around them, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Who? Vegeta felt an unfamiliar energy and shifted his gaze towards Cell. Upon meeting Cell's cold, pink eyes, an overwhelming sense of pressure surged through him. The chilling gaze evoked memories of his previous encounter with an android that had led to his demise. What is it? Cell spoke indifferently, his smile fading as he slowly ascended to match Vegeta as height. The pressure emanating from him intensified, weighing heavily upon Vegeta. In that moment, Vegeta's expression changed dramatically, facing a formidable foe. A look of despair and terror filled his eyes as his Super Saiyan transformation instantly dissipated, reverting to his normal state. This feeling, it is so familiar. Vegeta's hands and feet trembled uncontrollably, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. Beads of moisture suddenly forming on his forehead as his body instinctively recoiled. Who are you? He stammered, swallowing hard. Are you also an android? I am Cell indeed, a creation of Dr. Gero. Cell observed Vegeta's rare demeanor with a slight shrug, continuing, of course, I am not your enemy. Androids 17 and 18 were dealt with by me, and you, along with those others, were resurrected by my own hand on Namek. He gestured towards the unconscious figures on the ground. Moreover, I have taken care of your son, leaning slightly to the right. Cell allowed Vegeta a clear view of Trunks' face. Trunks. The thought stirred a complex mix of emotions within Vegeta. A fleeting glimmer of joy flickered deep in his eyes. Suddenly, his body ceased to tremble as he beheld Trunks, whose lavender hair was reminiscent of his own. Trunks, head bowed, bore a faint blush on his cheeks, occasionally meeting Vegeta's gaze before quickly averting his eyes. Meanwhile, Cell, arms crossed and a smile on his face, watched the scene unfold. Reminiscent of the moment in the original tale when Trunks revealed his true identity to Goku, seemingly shy in his demeanor. Is it truly you, Trunks? Vegeta repeated, dismissing any trivial matters, and approached his son. Yes, Dad. Trunks raised his head earnestly. Have you and Bulma been well? No. Have you been training properly over the years? Vegeta's words shifted as he hesitated, altering his inquiry. Yes. I have been training diligently. I have grown quite strong. Trunks exclaimed, a spark of determination shining in his eyes. Over these years, Gohan and Uncle Cell have trained me. I have indeed become much stronger, though I still have a way to go before reaching true strength. As he spoke, he glanced at Cell and proclaimed loudly, a way to go. Cell lightly tapped his arm with a finger, chuckling softly, yet remained silent. A way to go was irrelevant, so long as the boy was happy. Is that so? Vegeta's lips curled into a mischievous grin as he suddenly declared. Then let me test that. Without warning, he sank slightly, his right hand tightening into a fist, unleashing a right hook aimed at Trunks' abdomen. A thud echoed as shockwaves erupted, and Trunks, arms braced against the spot Vegeta aimed for, chuckled, Don't underestimate me. Boom! In an instant, Trunks transformed into Super Saiyan 2. His aura surged violently, unrestrained energy bursting forth, shaking the air around him. Golden flames cascaded upward from his feet, enveloping him in a radiant golden hue, his hair shimmering, eyes azure, as arcs of blue electricity danced around him, crackling with a fearsome intensity. Vegeta's face was a canvas of shock, his body leaning back, only for this astonishment to swiftly transform into a hearty laughter. Ha ha ha! Truly worthy of being my son. The Prince of Science, Vegeta. Splendid. With a smirk gracing his lips, Vegeta erupted into a transformation, ascending in a Super Saiyan 2, standing defiantly against his opponent. Suddenly, Trunks closed his eyes, and the golden aura enveloping him dissipated, with arcs of electricity retreating into his body. This technique allowed for a more efficient utilization of energy, minimizing physical exertion and energy loss. Since his father was eager for a fight, Trunks resolved to follow him. He lifted his gaze to meet Vegeta's. Recalling his Uncle Cell's assessment of his father, a man of immense pride, a thirst for power, yet deeply valuing his family. To earn his approval, one must first showcase their strength. Then let us hasten. In an instant, Vegeta shot forward, heading toward an open space. Well then, Uncle Cell, I'm off. Trunks nodded at Cell before swiftly pursuing Vegeta. Strange, but I feel an overwhelming urge to personally confront Vegeta, Cell mused, scratching his head in surprise. Choosing not to interfere and gradually descending to the ground. You all should be waking up now, Cell murmured. Moments later, the three figures stirred, accompanied by a muffled groan, gradually opening their eyes. What is this? Why am I lying here? Where's Uncle Krillin? The trio murmured, slowly rising to their feet. Goku, Gohan, Piccolo, are you all right? Krillin rushed over, his face beaming with joy, entirely shedding his previous bewilderment. Krillin, what happened to us? I recall being knocked out by a pink monster, Goku said, scratching his head in confusion. Yes, Uncle Krillin, these individuals. Gohan began, gazing at the nearly identical figures of Cell and his companions with a befuddled expression. Cell, the androids created by Dr. Gero. These are my, sons, Cell interjected, reiterating his earlier statement. Dr. Gero? Androids? Upon hearing these pivotal details, Gohan's eyes sharpened, his expression shifting dramatically as he instinctively assumed a fighting stance. Misunderstanding, Gohan. Cell is actually a good guy. He aided us in our resurrection, helped eliminate androids 17 and 18, and facilitated your recovery. Krillin exclaimed in a flurry, waving his hands in urgency. Cell was not only their great benefactor, but even if he weren't, His formidable power was beyond their capacity to confront. How could they treat him with such hostility? Chapter 51, A Father-Son Encounter. Is that so? My sincerest apologies then, haha. Gohan's eyes instantly cleared, and he unconsciously scratched his head. Indeed, Cell nodded slightly, his arms crossed, signaling that he bore no ill feelings regarding the matter. My deepest gratitude once again. Son Gohan politely bowed, accompanied by Son Goku. Upon witnessing this, Piccolo also released his grip, albeit with some hesitation, merely inclining his body slightly in acknowledgement. It's nothing. Reviving you was merely a wish of Trunks. I simply wish to assist him, so do not overthink it, said Cell with a gentle smile. Trunks? He must be doing splendidly now. Son Gohan initially paused, then quickly responded with a radiant smile, his eyes shimmering as if lost in reminiscence. Indeed. By the way, your left hand is a gift he left for you. Cell nodded and added. Huh? I hadn't noticed until you mentioned it. My left hand has grown back, and I have a tail too? Son Gohan remarked in confusion, glancing left and right, with Son Goku becoming curious as well. Wow, Gohan, my tail has grown back too, look. Son Goku exclaimed, lifting his backside towards Son Gohan's face. Father, that is rather impolite. Son Gohan feigned anger as he spoke. My apologies, haha. Son Goku scratched his head, but then, as if sensing something, his expression turned gravely serious. This, Son Goku's eyes sharpened, his brows furrowing, and his right hand instinctively formed a sword-like gesture at his forehead to sense the presence. Vegeta and another aura similar to his. Son Goku calmement remarked, turning to Cell with a smile. Mr. Cell, next time you visit the Capsule Corp, I shall treat you to some delightful food. Chi-Chi's cooking is exquisite. However, there is a matter I must attend to. Before Cell could respond, with a swift motion, he vanished into the distance. Mr. Cell, Son Gohan began to speak. It's fine. You all have your own matters to attend to. There's no need to linger here, Cell replied slowly, waving his hand. Then, as father suggested, you must come to Capsule Corp next time. Son Gohan smiled. Very well. Cell nodded in agreement. Now, Krillin, Piccolo, let us depart. We must find father. Son Gohan declared resolutely. All right. With that, Son Gohan, Piccolo, and Krillin took flight together, soaring into the distance. After a moment, as they departed, Cell suddenly gazed upward. Speaking softly, the supreme deity of the universe prefers to hide in the shadows and observe. Does he? On a desolate island, devoid of life. Vegeta and Trunks faced each other defiantly. Trunks, I'm astonished that you have reached this level. However, there remains a gap between us. Kulme. Unleash your full power without holding back, Vegeta said, a grin spreading across his face. Ever since witnessing Trunks transform into the Super Saiyan 2 that he had arduously trained for, Vegeta's smile had not faltered. His son's potential surpassed his wildest expectations. He was likely just behind him. All right, Trunks shouted, slightly lowering his body and assuming a battle stance. In an instant, Vegeta launched the first attack, his right foot lightly pressing against the ground as he dashed towards Trunks with remarkable speed. Ha! Vegeta bellowed, extending his hands slightly, eager to engage Trunks in a test of strength. With a resounding clash, Trunks seized Vegeta's hands, their fingers interlocking tightly as they unleashed tremendous force. The ground beneath them suddenly caved in with a deafening roar, forming a semicircular indentation that continued to expand, causing the surrounding earth to fracture. With countless cracks radiating outward in every direction, Vegeta poured every ounce of his energy into the battle, his golden aura erupting skyward. Electric arcs swirling around him as flashes of lightning accompanied the explosive sounds of his power. In contrast, Trunks' hair shimmered with golden light, yet he revealed no trace of energy, emanating only a formidable presence, a piercing force imbued with overwhelming impact. Trunks, you have truly reached this level, Vegeta exclaimed, his face flushed and veins bulging on his forehead as he struggled to speak. In my quest for strength, I have not squandered my training these past years. Give it your all. With a mighty shout, Trunks' eyes sparkled with golden light, his arm muscles swelling dramatically as he hurled Vegeta towards the ground. A tremendous crash echoed as the earth erupted with cracks, collapsing near the shoreline. Vegeta lay stunned, disbelief etched across his face as he felt himself driven into the ground. Panting heavily, Trunks retreated, creating distance as he pondered his next move. He unsheathed the sword from his back, recalling his father's words, "Go all out." A powerful surge of energy erupted, the winds from his aura causing the ground to buckle, with stones of various sizes rising before being reduced to dust. Vegeta's eyes glowed crimson, steam emanating from his body, seemingly fueled by his frustration at being surpassed by his son, breaking through his limits and reaching a critical state. With a sudden burst of fury, Vegeta charged towards Trunks, his right fist enveloped in a golden flame, propelled by a fierce gust of wind aimed directly at Trunks. How fast? Trunks thought, his expression growing serious as white energy waves circled around him, a piercing, melodic hum resonating from his sword. In that moment, he resembled a relentless, sharp blade ready for battle. As Vegeta's fist closed in, Trunks thrust his sword forward with great force. The two forces collided with a cataclysmic impact, the ground unable to withstand the sheer power, erupting in chaos as their energies clashed. Shock waves surged outward into the distance. Suddenly, a glimmer of white light appeared on Trunks' sword, and upon witnessing it, Vegeta's expression shifted to one of alarm. A brilliant flash of sword light erupted from the long sword, transforming into a razor-sharp blade of light that swiftly cleaved through the golden aura enveloping Vegeta's right fist. However, he reacted just in time, resulting in only a shallow cut that drew a few drops of blood. Vegeta staggered back, his body retreating in a series of rapid jumps. He lowered his head to examine his right fist, where the white glove had been torn, revealing a faint yet noticeable gash from which blood trickled. "Trunks, have you truly reached this level?" Vegeta murmured softly, staring blankly at his hand. He understood that the next move would likely determine the victor. Chapter 52. The Blade of Sword Chi. Is this truly my limit? Vegeta muttered, his fists clenched tightly with a hint of reluctance. No, I refuse to accept this. He suddenly grinned, his eyes glimmering as he gazed at Trunks. I still have one final move. I refuse to believe it. With a fierce roar, Vegeta unleashed his energy, propelling himself to his utmost peak. The golden aura surged skyward, crackling with arcs of electricity as the ground quaked beneath him, his gaze ablaze with intensity. Boom! Vegeta's expression twisted into a grimace, veins bulging on his forehead as he pressed his hands together, arcs of metallic electricity swirling between them. Observing this, Trunks raised an eyebrow, sensing numerous openings in his father's stance, and noted that he seemed to be gathering a significant technique, a state that typically rendered one immobile. Yet, Trunks furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of unfairness about taking advantage of the situation. With a sigh, he conceded, if father demands full power, then I shall oblige. After all, Uncle Cell can heal him if he gets injured. Trunks exhaled a breath of determination, lowering his stance and gripping the hilt of his sword, positioning it before him as he slowly closed his eyes. Buzz! A resounding clang of the sword echoed. In an instant, Trunks was enveloped by a swirling wave of white energy, strands of luminous light emanating from within him and gracefully adhering to the blade. The sword's resonance grew louder, and Trunks' aura transformed, resembling that of a keen blade. Breathe, breathe. Trunks entered a unique state of being, his body radiating a brilliant white light that illuminated the entire island. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As Trunks gradually opened his eyes, the sword began to tremble with excitement. His once azure gaze now shimmered with a hint of white light, the brilliance on the blade intensifying, exuding a terrifying pressure. Vegeta certainly noticed the shift in his opponent, his expression tightening as he focused on condensing his energy further. Ziz! A golden energy sphere, pulsating with a destructive aura and surrounded by golden arcs, began to form, its ominous energy thrumming with intensity. Behold my ultimate flash! Vegeta's eyes widened abruptly as he thrust both hands forward, unleashing a brilliant golden light that erupted outward, gradually expanding into a resplendent column of energy, surging violently towards Trunks. The air hummed with intensity. Trunks' sword trembled more violently in his grasp. Upon witnessing Vegeta's ultimate flash hurtling towards him, a subtle smile graced his lips. Gripping the sword with both hands, he slightly advanced it toward the oncoming beam of energy. Bang! Suddenly, a flash of white light erupted, forming a sword aura from Trunks' blade, compressed and charged with energy, slicing through the air. Bang! The two forces collided, and in the face of Vegeta's ultimate flash, Trunks' sword aura appeared insignificantly small. Ha! Vegeta sensed a resistance, intensifying his energy output. This was truly his final move, after which he would be utterly spent. After all, conceding to his own son was not an act befitting the prince of the Saiyans. Bang! The golden beam suddenly expanded, shattering the ground beneath it and creating a vast, gaping chasm. Startled, The white sword aura suddenly radiated a fierce momentum, its tip piercing the golden column, as if attempting to cleave it in two. Huh! Trunks let out a thunderous shout, his body surging with newfound power, muscles bulging, and his form towering as he transformed. His hair spiking into a hedgehog-like silhouette. This was the culmination of 3 years spent in the hyperbolic time chamber, where he had developed the Super Saiyan 2 transformation, a form that prioritized sheer strength. Much like the third stage of Super Saiyan, it involved a significant increase in power at the cost of speed. A secret he had never shared with Uncle Cell. Of course, there was no opportunity to divulge such a revelation, as Uncle Cell had been preoccupied with his own training and meditative practices. Trunks' eyes widened with determination. Under his amplified energy output, the sword aura diminished even further. Yet the brilliance at its tip intensified. It was as if the very heavens had turned white. In an instant, it cleaved through Vegeta's ultimate flash, racing towards his father's face with lightning speed. However, under Trunks' control, the sword aura erupted rather than aiming directly for his head. After all, this was not a battle. His opponent was his father, and there was another reason. He could not linger before his father's face, as Uncle Cell had warned that such a display would be a profound blow to his proud parent. Boom! The white light exploded, a deafening roar resounding as a massive burst of brilliance illuminated the surroundings, the island trembling violently, engulfed in swirling smoke. The explosive force cleaved through the land, leaving only half of the island remaining. Certainly, were Sheru present, he would undoubtedly remark that the small island had gained an immense advantage, having only crumbled halfway, and should be grateful to Trunks. Suddenly, a figure materialized, catching the fallen Vegeta and instantaneously appearing before Trunks. Trunks, this marks our first encounter, does it not? Goku said, a slight smile gracing his lips as he turned his head. Mr. Goku. Trunks reacted abruptly, reverting to his normal state and sheathing his sword. With a rush, 3 white auras descended from the sky, revealing Piccolo, Gohan, and Krillin. Trunks, you have grown significantly stronger than I, Gohan remarked, a smile illuminating his face, his eyes sparkling with joy. Gohan. Trunks stepped forward, embracing Gohan and tenderly running his fingers over the remnants of Gohan's once broken left arm, tears welling in his eyes. It's all in the past now, Gohan said gently, brushing a stray hair from Trunks' forehead. He understood Trunks' gesture was filled with meaning. Uncle Sheru is indeed formidable. It's impossible to tell he was artificially created. Trunks laughed and cried simultaneously, releasing Gohan and wiping his eyes, sharing a warm gaze with him. At that moment, Trunks stood nearly at the same height as Gohan, no longer needing to look up. It seems like I've only just left. Yet you appear to have matured into a young man, Gohan remarked, astonished. The hyperbolic time chamber. I suspect you spent time there, Piccolo mused, arms crossed, gazing at the touching scene with a distant look as if lost in reminiscence. Is that so? Gohan scratched his head. Truthfully, he had almost forgotten about that place. Or perhaps he simply did not know. Hey, didn't you mention it before, Gohan? Trunks inquired with a puzzled expression. No, I never said that. I've never even been there myself. Gohan blinked, signaling his ignorance. Forget it. It's a trivial matter. What truly matters is that we have all returned. Androids 17 and 18 have been vanquished, and peace has been restored to the world. Krillin interjected, waving his hand enthusiastically. Indeed, but what of Vegeta? Should we take him to Mr. Sheru for further treatment? Goku suddenly said, his brow furrowed in concern, believing that Vegeta should receive immediate care given his current state of severe injury. Although he harbored a desire to spar with Trunks, Vegeta's well-being was equally significant. Cradling the unconscious Vegeta, he lamented that his unfortunate son had endured 2 defeats in a single day, one of which was dealt by his own offspring. Right, father? Trunks paused, realization dawning upon him as the joy of seeing Gohan had momentarily overshadowed this concern. Chapter 53, The Kaioshin. Then, I shall accompany my father to meet Uncle Sheru, Trunks exclaimed eagerly, taking his father from Goku's hands. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the large charred mark on his father's chest, accompanied by a shallow gash on his armor. That was the result of his own sword energy. Had he not detonated it, he feared he might have been separated from his father by the veil of death. Feeling somewhat awkward, Trunks swallowed hard, realizing that in future battles, he would no longer heed his father's words, especially when urged to unleash his full power. It was far too perilous. Should we use instant transmission? It would expedite our journey, Goku suggested calmly. All right, Trunks nodded in agreement. Gohan, You should go find Chi-Chi and the others. It's sufficient for just the two of us to remain here, Goku said, gazing at Gohan. Understood, father, Gohan replied, casting a glance at Trunks before exchanging a few words with Piccolo and Krillin, then departed. Well, I shall take my leave as well, Goku. I'm off to seek Master Roshi for a brief respite, Krillin said with a smile, waving goodbye before soaring into the sky and vanishing from sight. So, I too shall be going, Piccolo nodded, then flipped and disappeared into the distance. Very well, let us set forth, Goku remarked, bringing his fingers together, placing them on his forehead as he attuned himself to the unique and formidable energy of Sheru. He then placed his left hand on Trunks' shoulder. All right, Mr. Goku, Trunks replied, his eyes widening with determination. With a whoosh, both figures suddenly vanished, leaving behind a whirlwind that stirred up clouds of dust. Sheru narrowed his eyes slightly. Although he could not sense their energy, he was certain someone was spying from the clouds, lacking any discernible energy. The observer must be the playful and inexperienced Kaioshin Asin and his attendant Jebet, who had recently caused trouble alongside Majin Buu. After all, divine energy was imperceptible to most unless one had also trained in its essence. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed. The sky remained eerily calm, a gentle breeze caressing the air. The figures numbered 1, 3, 5, and 6 wore expressions of concern, firmly believing in their father's words. If he said it was so, then it was indeed the truth. Among them, number 5 exhibited a rare display of displeasure, levitating in the air with his right hand slightly extended, causing the sky to fill with small energy slashes, dispersing the clouds as they rolled forth. Soon, 2 figures emerged, clad in peculiar attire, their ears adorned with pendants, their hairstyles and skin tones markedly different from those of Earthlings. These were indeed Kaioshin Asin and his attendant Jebet. Sheru couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the real-life Kaioshin Asin, whose shaved sides and a strip of white hair in the center appeared quite comical, especially with the peculiar expression on his face, an awkward attempt to appear composed. Ahem, Sheru pretended to cough, signaling number 5 to retract his attack. With a hum, number 5 lowered his hand, gradually descending to the ground, visibly displeased. 2 figures swiftly descended from the sky, and upon landing, the voice of Jabber could be heard, exclaiming loudly, You all, knowing that this is Lord Supreme Kai, how can you be so disrespectful? He is the most esteemed deity in the entire universe. Jabber's face flushed as he hoarsely called out, Oh, the most esteemed? Slowly landing, Cell regarded Supreme Kai Asin with a bemused expression and inquired, So, esteemed Lord Supreme Kai, have you mastered the creation techniques that every Supreme Kai should know? Asin, who had been feigning calmness, suddenly faltered, his expression darkening. He could not possibly admit that he was the least talented among them and had only just begun learning, knowing next to nothing. Mr. Cell, thank you for eliminating Majin Buu, Supreme Kai Asin replied, diverting the conversation. He slightly bowed. Lord Supreme Kai, Jabber exclaimed, incredulous. It was astonishing to him that the most revered Supreme Kai would bow to a mere mortal, even if this individual had vanquished Majin Buu. Jabber's eyes widened as he suddenly perceived Asin's hands pulling at him from behind. Understanding dawned upon him, and though he felt a sense of resignation, he complied with the command and bowed as well. Indeed, Cell nodded, crossing his arms and standing at the forefront to accept their bowing, as he was warranted to do so. Given that I have rendered you such significant assistance, I require your gratitude. Cell's demeanor shifted to a serious one as he spoke deliberately. Gratitude? Supreme Kai Asin paused momentarily, but soon regained composure, hastily responding, Of course. What form of gratitude do you desire? Jabber scoffed, turning his face away in silence. Cell, unfazed, continued, I want the holy sword of the Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai sword? What do you think? The Supreme Kai sword? Asin and Jabber exchanged glances, astonished. How could a mere mortal possess knowledge of the Holy Land and the Supreme Kai sword? However, not dwelling on it too long, Asin placed a reassuring hand on Jabber's shoulder, signaling him to remain silent. Very well, though I am unsure how you came by this information. Since you are aware of the Supreme Kai sword's existence, I trust you also know that it has never been drawn since its inception. I am aware, but that merely reflects your inadequacy as Supreme Kais. You cannot blame others, Cell waved dismissively. All right, Supreme Kai Asin wiped the cold sweat from his brow, stifling Jabber's rising anger. He addressed Cell once more, Then please, Mr. Cell, follow us. No need. Cell suddenly recalled something amusing and grinned. Grabbing hold of the four small ones, he declared, "To the Holy Land," and then vanished from sight. Whoosh! Along with the four small ones, he disappeared. What did Lord Supreme, Kai, just say? He mentioned the Holy Land? Jebite's eyes widened in disbelief, his hands flailing as he exclaimed, "Indeed, I believe I have heard correctly. It appears that this mortal named Sheru is exceptionally powerful, a fact I had never encountered before." The King of Worlds, Awakens, shook his head slowly and said, "Let us depart for the sacred land." "Very well." Jebite nodded, and in a flash of green light, their figures vanished from sight. Whoosh! In the realm of the King of Worlds, the sacred land, Sheru and his companions suddenly materialized, surveying this so-called sacred land. "Wow, Father, this place is stunning," exclaimed one. Indeed, another chimed in, "I concur." The four little ones rose and began to frolic around. They were enveloped by lush greenery, with towering trees and a sky tinged with a soft pink hue, revealing numerous celestial bodies in the vicinity. "Ha! If you wish to play, feel free to explore. There is no one here." Shara laughed heartily. His trusty dragon, indeed, was remarkable. No coordinates were necessary. Merely the thought in his mind was sufficient for instant travel. What a vital skill for any homebody. He imagined that the expressions of King of Worlds, Saiyan and Jebite were likely filled with disbelief at that moment. With a smile, Shara gestured for the little ones to play freely, and in an instant, they vanished, including the first one. Still a child at heart, always eager to play, Shara mused, shaking his head. Whoosh! Two figures suddenly appeared around Sheru, and upon closer inspection, he exclaimed, "Ah, familiar faces." Chapter 54. The Realm of the King of Worlds. Shara turned around and saw, why, it's Trunks and Son Goku. Upon further inspection, he noticed a wounded Vegeta as well. Whoosh! Trunks and Son Goku blinked, and in an instant, they followed Sheru to the realm of the King of Worlds. "Uncle Sheru." Trunks shook his head, lifting his gaze, his eyes sparkling, and a smile gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. "It is a pleasure to meet you again, Mr. Sheru. But where exactly is this place? It feels somewhat different from Earth." Son Goku scratched his head, frowning slightly. "This is the realm of the King of Worlds, the sacred domain of the King of Worlds. Who is the most esteemed deity in our universe?" Sheru explained, observing their puzzled expressions. "Did you follow my aura here?" Sheru's enchanting pink eyes blinked as he raised his hands, murmuring, "It seems my unconstrained aura was detected by Son Goku, allowing him to teleport here with me." His gaze shifted to Vegeta, sensing his diminished energy and the visible wounds adorning his body. He glanced at Trunks, a knowing expression crossing his face. "It appears my years of training Trunks were not in vain. Father and son dynamics clearly indicate that Trunks has emerged victorious." "Uncle Sheru, my father," Trunks furrowed his brow, about to speak, when a sudden burst of green light illuminated the area, revealing two figures from within. "Indeed, we are truly in the sacred land." Jebite's rugged, gravelly voice resonated, but as his gaze fell upon Trunks and Son Goku, he couldn't help but express astonishment. "From whence do you come?" Jebite exclaimed, his eyes widening like eggs, round and bulging, his feet planted apart, hands trembling uncontrollably as he shouted. "How can these mortals so effortlessly arrive in this sacred realm of the King of Worlds? I have endured countless hardships to reach this place." A flicker of shock and irritation danced across Jebite's face. "Jebite." King Kai Asin appeared unconcerned, his voice amplifying as he frowned slightly, displaying his displeasure. "They must be friends of Mr. Cell. Welcome to the King of Worlds." The King of Worlds graced them with his signature smile and gestured gently. "My lord, is it permissible for these mortals to enter the sacred realm of the King of Worlds?" Jebite paused momentarily, quickly regaining his composure to inquire earnestly. In response, King Kai Asin merely shook his head in silence. With measured steps, Cell approached Trunks, his eyes half closed, signaling him to place Vegeta gently on the ground. "Buzz." Trunks complied, lowering Vegeta softly to the earth. Observing this, Cell raised his right hand, and waves of red and yellow energy gradually emanated from it, cascading onto Vegeta. Beep, beep, beep. The healing energy swiftly enveloped Vegeta, mending his injuries. The scratches on his face, the blood at the corner of his mouth, and the gashes on his chest vanished at a visibly rapid pace. Cough, cough. Lying on the ground, Vegeta suddenly awakened, initially wearing a fierce expression. Upon realizing his surroundings, he sprang up, muttering, "I actually lost to Trunks. I lost to Trunks." His features twisted in disbelief, and after a prolonged moment, he regained his composure and scanned his surroundings. "Cell, you healed me?" Vegeta furrowed his brow as he slowly rose. Before Cell could respond, Vegeta continued, "Humph. Don't think that just because you healed me, I will express my gratitude." Sensing the surge of energy within him, a flicker of joy crossed his face. He then took a few steps back, distancing himself from the others, and uttered a disdainful snort. Folding his arms across his chest, he surveyed the environment. "Huh, Uncle Cell." Trunks chuckled awkwardly at this scene, scratching his head. "It's nothing," Cell replied, shaking his head, choosing to disregard the proud Saiyan prince, and turned his attention to the duo of King Kai. "My lord, where is my reward? Or rather, my King Kai sword? Please lead the way." Cell spoke softly, regarding the seemingly unreliable pair before him. "The King Kai sword, you say? Follow me." King Kai Asin floated gently into the air, gesturing for Cell to follow, then soared into the distance. Cell nodded silently, rising to accompany him while subtly suppressing his energy. The three soon vanished into the horizon, fading from the view of those left behind. "Hey, Kakarot, what is this place, and what exactly is the King Kai sword?" As Vegeta observed Cell's departure, he strode forward and inquired, "Are you asking me, Vegeta?" Goku replied, pointing at himself with a hint of surprise, his once sharp eyes now taking on a naive expression. "TCH, never mind." "Trunks, you speak." Vegeta suppressed his curiosity, gazing at his son, who was even more robust than he, a smile unwittingly curling at the corners of his mouth. "Ah, father, according to Uncle Cell, this is the residence of the most esteemed deity in the universe, the Supreme Kai. As for what the Supreme Kai sword is, I have no idea." Trunks initially paused before earnestly answering the question. "The most esteemed deity in the universe? Supreme Kai? What nonsense is this?" Vegeta scoffed derisively. "However, the environment here is indeed quite suitable for habitation. If sold, it could fetch an excellent price." He cast his gaze into the distance, gradually becoming lost in thought, his fists clenching unconsciously as memories flooded back. Suddenly, a furry object swayed before him, intruding upon his line of sight. Following its movement, he glanced behind Goku, where a tail, an emblem of Saiyan heritage, was unmistakably present. "A tail? Where did you get that tail?" Vegeta blinked, loosening his hands as he hurriedly questioned. He had never witnessed Kakarot with a tail before, and recalling his myriad peculiarities, Vegeta felt a twinge of wariness and confusion. "A tail?" Goku paused, swinging his tail back and forth, then turning his back to Vegeta, inquiring with puzzlement, "What about the tail? I don't even know why it grew back. It seems I just woke up with it." With a swift motion, Vegeta's fist came crashing down onto Goku's forehead, instantly raising a sizable red bump. "Oh, Vegeta, what are you doing? Ouch, that hurts!" Goku exclaimed, clutching his head, his expression a blend of innocence and irritation. "Why did you hit me? That really hurts." Tears welled in his eyes. "Oof. Has no one taught you manners? Presenting your backside to me is utterly revolting." Vegeta grimaced in disdain, extending his right hand as if to strike again, hoping to instill a lasting lesson. "Ah, now I understand what Uncle Cell is up to." Trunks, observing the farcical exchange, glanced at Goku's tail, stroking his chin in contemplation. Suddenly, a realization sparked in his mind, recalling the details Uncle Cell had previously shared with him, and his eyes lit up with understanding. Chapter 54, the so-called Super Saiyan 4. "What?" Vegeta queried, casting an inquisitive glance at Trunks, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Simultaneously, though silent, Goku also fixed his gaze on Trunks, eager to hear his insights. "Based on my conjecture, Uncle Cell deliberately reactivated Mr. Goku's and Gohan's tails to facilitate their transformation into Super Saiyan 4 in the future." As Trunks spoke, his eyes sparkled with admiration as he gazed enviously at the tail behind Goku. He lamented why, upon seeing it, he hadn't asked Uncle Cell to grant him one as well. How impressive it was to have a tail. Trunks furtively glanced at that fluffy appendage, which exuded an undeniable charm. He recalled Uncle Cell mentioning that after transforming into a Super Saiyan 4, both the tail and body hair would turn a deep crimson. How magnificent that would be. Just the thought filled him with excitement. Super Saiyan 4? Vegeta and Goku echoed in unison, their voices tinged with a mix of delight and astonishment. "Trunks, do you know how to transform?" Vegeta's eyes glimmered with intrigue. After all these years of successfully achieving Super Saiyan 2, he felt a sense of accomplishment. The enhancement provided by this transformation was significant. To hear about Super Saiyan 4 was utterly unexpected, especially since he had yet to grasp the concept of Super Saiyan 3. "But I can only transform into Super Saiyan 3, Goku admitted, a frown creasing his brow. That guy named Cell knows so much. I don't know much either. Kakarot, have you already mastered Super Saiyan 3? Vegeta interjected, his tone rife with disbelief and confusion. Why is it that this fool always seems to be a step ahead of me? Vegeta, I just recently learned this transformation. I've only done it once. Goku raised his hands, attempting to explain, mindful of Vegeta's temperament. Yet, instead of calming him, Goku's apparent humility seemed to infuriate Vegeta even more. All right, show me this transformation of yours. Let me witness your so-called Super Saiyan 3. Vegeta exhaled a deep breath, striving to temper his emotions. But what? Prove it to me now. Vegeta insisted, his eyes wide with urgency. All right then. Goku contemplated for a moment, then gestured for the two to step back. Thud! Trunks and Vegeta leaped back to a higher vantage point, Trunks' eyes gleaming with anticipation. He too had heard Uncle Cell speak of Super Saiyan 3. Though Uncle Cell had expressed reservations about pursuing that path, stating it suited only one individual, without disclosing who. It seemed that the individual in question was none other than Mr. Goku. However, Trunks couldn't fathom how Uncle Cell had known. Gasping a breath, Goku exhaled forcefully, then inhaled deeply. His muscles tensed, filled with rage. Boom! A golden aura erupted from beneath him, surging upward and enveloping Goku in a radiant golden glow. His hair transformed from black to gold, and with piercing blue eyes, his power surged dramatically. This was Super Saiyan, Sun Wukong murmured, as if narrating, casting his gaze towards Vegeta and the others. Oomph. Nonsense, how could I not know? What I wish to witness is Super Saiyan 3. Vegeta let out a cold grunt, his tone laced with displeasure. Huh. Trunks, standing nearby, offered an awkward smile, his attention fixed on Vegeta. To speak candidly, this father seemed a far cry from the man his mother described. Was this merely a case of love rendering one blind? Trunks found himself perplexed, choosing to redirect his focus to Sun Wukong in the arena. Now what follows is... Sun Wukong paused, his aura erupting with a thunderous force. A torrent of energy radiating outward. A fierce whirlwind surged forth, sweeping across the ground, clearing a 5-meter radius and reducing the grass to mere dust. Boom! Crackle. The air crackled with vibrant blue electricity, dancing around Sun Wukong like mischievous sprites. His hair became more voluminous, a tuft of bangs cascading down his forehead. His expression growing increasingly fierce, exuding an overwhelming presence. Super Saiyan 2. And now behold, Super Saiyan 3. Sun Wukong gradually ascended, his body curving. Fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on his forehead, muscles taut as his aura surged like a dragon, erupting skyward. Here it comes. Vegeta's sharp gaze fixated on this spectacle, determined not to miss a single detail. Rumble. Above, the clouds thickened, converging towards the direction of Sun Wukong's energy, while the ground shattered, stones of varying sizes levitating, only to be crushed into dust by the overwhelming aura. Huh! A thunderous roar echoed through the heavens, as a golden blaze erupted around Sun Wukong, forming a vortex within the white clouds at the horizon. With a shout, his energy surged at an astonishing pace. Sun Wukong's body bent slightly, his hair growing longer, eventually reaching his waist and even down to his legs. Bang! A deafening clap of thunder reverberated as a burst of golden light exploded forth, truly astonishing. Crackle! The previously dense blue arcs intensified, leaping about him. Looking at his face, Sun Wukong's brows had vanished, lending him a more sinister appearance. His cheeks were taut, eyes cold. With golden hair flowing behind him, his aura roaring forth, breaking through the confines of the universe. Buzz! Golden flames began to rise around him, and his tail, now shimmering with a golden hue, flickered with life. This is Super Saiyan 3. Sun Wukong spoke with a cold demeanor, then glanced at his hands, feeling an exhilarating strength surpassing even that of his transformation in the underworld. Was it due to the tail? Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, revealing his form. So this is Super Saiyan 3? Vegeta's body trembled with excitement, his arms dropping from his chest, filled with a yearning for the power emanating from Goku. Super Saiyan 3. How magnificent it is! Trunks blinked his eyes, sparkling with wonder, far more impressive than he had ever imagined. Uncle Cell wouldn't allow him to learn it. How frustrating. Goku's energy has surged immensely. Has he transformed into Super Saiyan 3? A smirk played on the lips of Cell, who was flying alongside the Supreme Kai. What is this, Mr. Goku? This aura has spread throughout the entire Supreme Kai realm. Both Supreme Kai Asen and Jebet halted their movements, gazing in astonishment at the source of the energy. They had not anticipated that the seemingly ordinary Goku possessed such formidable strength. Let us continue our journey, Supreme Kai. Cell, who had paused, did not look back but rather spoke up. Very well, that seems reasonable. Supreme Kai Asen wiped the cold sweat from his brow and swiftly resumed his flight. Chapter 55. The Sword of the Supreme Kai. Well, Vegeta, are you satisfied with my transformation? Goku suddenly vanished from his position, reappearing before Vegeta with an expression of indifference. He radiated a resplendent golden light, and the strands of hair cascading from his forehead danced in the wind. Gazing at the clouds above, enhanced by the angle of the light, Goku appeared almost divine. Vegeta found himself completely entranced, his usual self frozen in place, overwhelmed by Goku's powerful aura, rendering him nearly immobile. Super Saiyan 3 has reached this level. How powerful could Super Saiyan 4 be? Vegeta swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat streaming down his face. Huff! Goku exhaled a breath of stale air. Instantly reverting from his transformed state, his overwhelming energy dissipating, hair returning to its normal state, brows reappearing. Mr. Goku, that was incredible, and that transformation is simply stunning. Trunks rushed over, his eyes gleaming with admiration as he gazed at Goku. If you wish, you can achieve it too, as long as you train diligently and contemplate deeply. However, I'm uncertain if it would suit you. Goku replied with a smile, addressing Trunks. Kakarot, I will surpass you. Trunks exclaimed. Tell me about Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta shot a glare at Goku before locking eyes with Trunks and speaking. His fists clenched tightly, teeth gritted. All right. Trunks nodded slightly. According to Uncle Cell, while possessing a tail, one must be exposed to the Blutz wave of a full moon to transform into a great ape. Then, while maintaining clarity of mind, one must transform from the great ape form into Super Saiyan, thus becoming a Super Saiyan great ape. Finally, condensing this Super Saiyan great ape form back into a humanoid shape results in Super Saiyan 4. Regrettably, Uncle Sheru is unaware of how to transform from a monkey into a human, but it likely pertains to the fundamental power of belief and the S cells within the body. Trunks concluded his remarks, leaving Goku and Vegeta in a state of bewilderment. So, transforming into a monkey is all that is required, right? Goku swiftly grasped the crux of the matter. By first transforming into a monkey and then reverting back, he could attain the power of Super Saiyan 4. Is that correct? Trunks found himself at a loss for words. Well, I already have a lead on this. Super Saiyan 4, is it? I am determined to achieve it. Vegeta seemed to have an epiphany and burst into hearty laughter. Transforming into a Super Saiyan ape presents no challenge. He possesses the conviction that he can reach that level of power. The S cells are likely connected to the golden energy emanating from within his body. A simple experiment will suffice. First, he must seek out Sheru to have his tail regrown. Upon this realization, Vegeta felt elated, sensing Sheru's energy and erupting in a blaze of white aura, soaring skyward. Ha ha! I shall be the first man to transform into a Super Saiyan 4. Trunks and Goku stood in stunned silence, watching as the white aura enveloped Vegeta before bursting forth. Let's first find Uncle Sheru, Trunks said to Goku. He too desired Sheru to regrow his tail and partake in the endeavor, for power was what he yearned for. He was growing increasingly distant from Uncle Sheru. If this continued, he must grow stronger. Oh, all right. Goku focused his gaze, his right index finger poised like a sword against his forehead, while his left hand rested on Trunks' shoulder. In an instant, they vanished without a trace. Behold, that is the sword of the Kaioshin. We have arrived. Kaioshin Asen smiled and pointed at a sword perched atop a small stone pillar. Oh, is it this? Sheru instantly appeared before the sword. The sword's design was rather ordinary, lacking any distinctive features. Sheru bent down and tapped it lightly, listening to the crisp sound, and remarked, Hey, is this truly the old Kaioshin-S issue? Fear not, I shall release you shortly. As Kaioshin Asen and Jebet arrived, they heard Sheru calmly say, Just watch closely as I extract it. Sheru softly spoke, his right hand gently gripping the sword, channeling a hint of his true power. Boom! The stone pillar shattered in multiple places, and the sword of the Kaioshin was effortlessly grasped by Sheru, who waved it in the air with a flourish. The atmosphere roaring as if it were tearing apart. What do you think? Quite simple. I assent it. After playing with the sword for a moment, Sheru rested it diagonally on his shoulder and slowly spoke. Impressive. He truly managed to extract the sword of the Kaioshin. The Supreme Kai. Asen widened his eyes in astonishment. It seemed only fitting. After witnessing Cell's overwhelming defeat of Majin Buu, he found that nothing else appeared particularly astonishing in Cell's presence. Behind him, Jebbit was equally perturbed, though he concealed his shock, enduring the situation to avoid further ridicule. Well then, allow me to present a trick, an astonishing transformation. Cell, in a rather amused manner, gazed at the sword in his hand. Gripping the hilt tightly with his right hand, he flicked the blade with his left index finger, and with a resounding crack, the sword shattered. At that moment, Jebbit could no longer contain his astonishment. His eyes bulged, his body bent in disbelief, and he trembled uncontrollably. The Kaioshin sword, a sacred artifact with millions of years of history, had been effortlessly broken by a mere flick? Could this be real? Jebbit exclaimed in disbelief, feeling as though his very faith had shattered. Calm down, Jebbit. Remain composed. Compared to Jebbit, Supreme Kai Asin appeared somewhat more collected, though beads of cold sweat continued to trickle down his brow. He repeated to himself, "It's inconsequential. It pales in comparison to Majin Buu. How can I remain calm? This is a sacred relic." Jebbit turned to gaze at the broken blade, easily retrieving the tip from the ground. "Oh, has that old fellow finally emerged?" Cell observed Jebbit picking up the sword tip with ease and quickly scanned the surroundings, spotting a short, unkempt old man approaching with a grin. "Ahem. So the sword is broken. Why cling to it as if it were a treasure?" A raspy, aged voice echoed as the old Supreme Kai ambled over, snatching the sword tip from Jebbit and tossing it into a nearby lake, where it vanished from sight. "Haha, it's I who am the protagonist here." The old Supreme Kai grinned widely, revealing yellowed teeth, his face wrinkled like a withered flower. Chapter 56, The Deity. Jebbit, already in a foul mood, felt his anger escalate upon seeing this lecherous old man discard the revered Kaioshin sword. His eyes widened in fury, veins bulging on his temples, his complexion reddening with rage. With a crack of his knuckles, Jebbit clenched his right fist and launched a swift punch aimed directly at the old man's face. Bang! The force of Jebbit's wrath propelled the old Supreme Kai backward, blood gushing from his nostrils, and a tooth knocked loose. Ouch! The old Supreme Kai's initial excitement and joy were utterly shattered. He had not anticipated such a sneak attack from someone, and in his complacency, he had failed to evade. Incredible! Upon witnessing this scene, Shalu's eyes revealed a hint of astonishment, and he promptly raised his thumb in approval, acknowledging the necessity of commending such talent that dared to confront a superior. "Kudos to you, Jebbite. What sort of lecherous old man is this? How is it that anyone can just waltz into the realm of the King of Worlds these days?" Jebbite let out a cold snort, yet inwardly he felt a surge of satisfaction. The pent-up frustration he had been harboring was finally released. He examined his own hands, pleased with his strength, and with a single blow, he sent the old man soaring. "Jebbite, who is that?" The King of Worlds, Asin, had been lost in thought, his gaze unfocused, and he merely observed a diminutive figure being struck away by Jebbite's punch, oblivious to the circumstances. "My lord, that is merely an old man from who knows where. He dared to toss the sword of the King of Worlds. Hitting him once is lenient. Just wait and see how I deal with him." Jebbite expressed his indignation, rotating his neck in preparation for another assault. At that moment, Shalu, who had been watching the spectacle, interjected with a mocking expression directed at the duo of the King of Worlds. "Are you truly certain you wish to strike that venerable elder? He is, after all, the King of Worlds from 15 generations ago, your ancestor, no less. Imagine his plight, having been sealed within the sword for so long, only to emerge and be struck by his own kin. Alas, how pitiful, how tragic." Shalu feigned wiping away tears, chuckling at the bewildered expressions of the two. "Jebbite, did I just mishear? Ha! Did I really hear Mr. Shalu claim that individual is our King of Worlds from 15 generations prior?" The expression of King Asin froze instantly, his neck twisting awkwardly as he regarded Jebbite with a look of horror, sweat pouring down his face. The King of Worlds from 15 generations ago? Jebbite bellowed, the weight of his previous actions suddenly feeling like lead, his heart plunging with dread. Especially upon witnessing the expression of King Asin, he felt an overwhelming urge to flee. "Mr. Shalu, please do not jest." Jebbite struggled to force a smile, his face contorted in distress, arms raised in surrender. "I am not jesting," Shalu replied earnestly, shaking his head. Just as the words left his lips, King Asin and Jebbite vanished from their location, propelled by an urgency that rivaled the swiftest of winds. Rushing to assist the old King of Worlds, hastily lifting him up, Jebbite was now in a state of panic, attempting to administer aid. "Cough, cough, you rascal. Do you wish to be the death of me? In my day, I escaped the clutches of Beerus, only to meet my end at your hands. The old king of worlds glared at Jebite, gripping his neck in fury, as if ready to fight back. His teeth clenched so tightly that one of his front teeth fell out, causing his speech to become breathy. Ancestor, I was wrong. Please don't do this. I'm trying to help you. Jebite swore that this was the most tense moment of his life. Consider the consequences of a subordinate striking the leader's leader, and even knocking out a tooth. Beerus? Is it Lord Beerus who has sealed you within that Kaioshin sword? Kaioshin Asin furrowed his brow, his small mind racing. Hey, how did you know that? I haven't mentioned it yet. The old Kaioshin paused, rising from the ground, his injuries now healed, and even his front teeth restored. He was perplexed. First, he wondered how this fellow Jebit, who appeared to be a Kaioshin attendant, had the audacity to strike him, and second, he pondered the implications of Kaioshin Asin's words. This was told to us by Mr. Cell, Kaioshin Asin replied nervously, his lower limbs trembling as he pointed behind him. Oh, so it was the one who released me, the old Kaioshin remarked, hands clasped behind his back, his narrow, squinting eyes fixated on Cell, suddenly captivated. Cell, is this a completely new entity? The old Kaioshin seemed intrigued, ready to advance for further discussion when abruptly, his right foot halted as if recalling something. Slap, slap, slap. The old Kaioshin sprang to his feet, delivering 3 swift slaps to Jebit. This is what you get for disrespecting your elders, he exclaimed. With a swift leap, the old Kaioshin moved with remarkable agility, causing Jebit's cheeks to flush instantly. Ouch! My old back. The old Kaioshin landed unsteadily, twisting his waist and groaning in pain on the ground. In a flash, Cell appeared before him, and before Jebit could react, his right hand extended, sending ripples of red and yellow energy cascading over the old Kaioshin, alleviating his back pain. Wow, you're rather impressive, unlike this one, the old Kaioshin remarked, a smile gracing his face as he cast a disdainful glance at Jebit. Jebit, somewhat dazed, touched his face, feeling the warmth, still unable to process the rapid turn of events. Not to mention, this ancestor is indeed quick, striking fast and collapsing just as swiftly. Mr. Cell, Kaioshin Asin stepped back a few paces, seemingly trying to diminish his presence. Come here. What kind of Kaioshin are you? I've been sealed for so many years, and yet a mere human has released me. How embarrassing is that? He chastised, gripping Kaioshin Asin's sleeve and pointing an accusatory finger at him. Ha, old ancestor. The Kaioshin Asin chuckled awkwardly, waving his hand dismissively, offering no rebuttal. Well, it seems you truly understand nothing. The old Kaioshin shook his head, hands clasped behind his back, squinting his eyes as he spoke. But you've done me a favor. If you have any requests, speak up, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill them. The old Kaioshin tilted his head, looking up at Cell. Fulfilling wishes? That is not necessary. Cell pondered for a moment, shaking his head regarding the Dragon Balls in his possession, but soon continued, I need you to teach me the essence of a god, or rather, to help me become one. Chapter 57, The Apprentice Kaioshin. Or rather, allow me to become an apprentice god of the universe. I believe you must possess the capability for that, said Cell in a somber tone. Oh, the aura of a deity, an apprentice god of the universe? What gives rise to such a notion? Upon his utterance, even the god of the universe, Asin and Jebit were taken aback, casting their gazes in his direction. The old god of the universe also appeared somewhat astonished, narrowing his eyes, a gleam of white light flickering as he scrutinized Cell. To his surprise, he sensed an extraordinary power emanating from Cell. Although it still fell short of the strength of that feline creature, Beerus, it was undeniably formidable. Should he acquire the aura of a deity, the old god of the universe could scarcely fathom the heights this being might reach. Perhaps in the future, it would not be beyond imagination for him to best Beerus. The old god of the universe mused, appearing somewhat troubled. Logically speaking, as an apprentice god of the universe, Cell, perceiving the old god's dilemma, leaned in closer, whispering, how about I bring you a stack of yellow books from Earth? How absurd, exclaimed Asin, his ears keenly attuned, overhearing Cell's conversation with his ancestor. Mr. Cell, how could you propose such a thing? Our ancestor, I have no need for such materials, the old god of the universe interjected earnestly. Even without those books, I can utilize my clairvoyance to see the beauties from around the world. As he spoke, a rather lascivious grin crept across his face, his right hand positioned above his eyes, his gaze widening with excitement. Thud! Asin and Jebit promptly stumbled to the ground, their expressions ones of disbelief. Murmuring in a panicked tone, "Ancestor, what are you talking about?" Their faces flushed. They exchanged awkward glances with Cell. Discs, exquisite beauties on discs. What do you say? Let us come to an understanding." Cell continued, nudging the old god of the universe, his expression mirroring that of a comrade in mischief. The old god of the universe, believing he had found a kindred spirit, pondered for a moment before responding. "Ahem, you have indeed rendered me a service. Thus, I shall acquiesce. However, the extent of your learning will depend solely on your own efforts. This is not merely a favor due to the allure of the discs." Clearing his throat, the old god of the universe clasped his hands behind his back, adopting an air of a reclusive sage. "Huh, that is splendid. Rest assured, old sir. I am a quick learner," Cell said, rubbing his nose with a sheepish grin. He harbored no fear of acquiring such knowledge. Having just absorbed the formidable learning abilities of Mage Embryo, he estimated that his progress would range from half a month to 6 months, contingent upon fortune. Moreover, he possessed a distinct advantage: his ability to completely suppress his aura within, preventing it from leaking, which would greatly aid in cultivating the aura of a deity. As for development and enhancement, those matters would be considered at a later stage, not something for him to ponder at present. What he must now do is to master the ability to harness the divine essence, attempting the transformation into Super Android 4. The subsequent step will be to fuse the powers of both systems into one. Progressing gradually in this manner, he believes he can surpass any individual or deity, even achieving the form of Super Android 5, attaining ultimate self-awareness and freedom, alongside the beastly form of Son Gohan, for his veins also carry that blood. Cell chuckled softly. Although these were mere visions of the future, he felt they were not far off and would soon come to fruition. "Excellent. Your confidence is commendable," muttered the old Kai, who then produced a pair of earrings, the Patera earrings, and offered them, saying, "Were these both of them? This way, your learning will be exponentially more effective. If you are indeed confident in your capacity to learn, you should master it swiftly," he added with a smile. Cell gazed at the familiar earrings, momentarily taken aback before accepting them and promptly adorning them on his ears. In that instant, a white luminescence emerged, and an unfamiliar yet potent divine essence surged within him, exuding an aura of majesty and strength. "Is this the essence of the divine?" Cell pondered, momentarily stunned by the anomaly within him. His pink eyes flickered and then closed tightly as he began to deeply comprehend, entering a meditative state, levitating in the air. "Oh, has he commenced his understanding already? So soon?" The old Kai was once again astonished by this mortal. Even after absorbing Mage Embryo and acquiring that formidable learning ability, such rapid comprehension was unexpected. Indeed, the old Kai discerned that the subtle essence emanating from Cell bore traces of Mage Embryo's aura. Just moments ago, he had observed through his clairvoyance that Mage Embryo had vanished completely, both physically and spiritually. Thus, combining this with the myriad complex bloodlines within him, one could surmise that this individual possessed the ability to absorb others, having consumed Mage Embryo. It seemed that he had always been adept at meditation, enabling him to swiftly enter a contemplative state to absorb the pure divine essence he had deliberately imparted. "Phew, this young man is truly remarkable." A smile of admiration blossomed on the old Kai's face. "Ancestor, he is indeed," remarked Kaioshin Asin, who also sensed that pure divine essence. Observing Cell's form, the mortal aura surrounding him had nearly dissipated entirely. "This young man is a genius, and he is diligent as well," the old Kai noted, shaking his head before adding, "But you, as a Kaioshin, are quite inadequate. You too must engage in training." With a grand gesture, a stream of white-green light penetrated Kaioshin Asin's mind, representing the developmental methods of the Kaioshin's creative abilities, a treasure trove of knowledge refined over millions of iterations. Upon his emergence, he realized that this self-proclaimed Kaioshin possessed not only divine power, but lacked the very abilities inherent to a Kaioshin. "Ha ha ha." The Supreme Kai Asin awkwardly scratched his tuft of hair and, with a hint of embarrassment, admitted, "I am the last-born Supreme Kai. Originally, the Grand Supreme Kai was meant to instruct me, but he was absorbed by the villain Mage Embryo." Asin's expression grew somber, reflected in the deepening demeanor of his companion. "Jebbit, is that so? Well, it is not your fault. However, immediately, you must go and practice now." The old Supreme Kai, disregarding the past, bellowed, his voice echoing as he shouted into Asin's ears. Yes, I will go right away," replied Asin, flustered, beads of cold sweat trickling down his face. He thought to himself, so this is what it feels like to have a superior? The Grand Supreme, Kai, was much gentler. With that thought in mind, Asin hastened his movements, leading Jebet away towards the sacred temple where he would train. Chapter 58, The Old Supreme Kai. Soon, the two departed, leaving the old Supreme Kai, who wore a forlorn expression, and the meditating cell alone in the space. Alas, I wonder how long it will take for this fellow to possess his own divine power. Something feels amiss, the old Supreme Kai pondered for a moment before shaking his head. He retrieved a television from an alternate dimension, adjusted the channel, and sat down to watch a young and beautiful maiden gracefully stretching her form, dancing in rhythm. 1 2 1 2 ha. A foolish smile spread across the old Supreme Kai's face as tears flowed from the corners of his eyes, swallowed back as he became entranced by the sight. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept by, and two figures appeared beside Cell. Noticing this, the old Supreme Kai narrowed his eyes, promptly switched off the television, and returned it to the alternate dimension. After a moment's contemplation, he pulled out a health magazine, chuckling as he held it in his hands. Ahem, who are you two? The old Supreme Kai inquired, clearing his throat as he regarded the two figures before him. This is my grandfather. Are you also a Supreme Kai? Uncle Cell is my brother, or no, my uncle? Trunks turned to look at the elder, whose attire resembled that of the previous two, his mind momentarily confused and unable to respond. Yes, I am a Supreme Kai. The old Supreme Kai nodded affirmatively. Grandfather, I've heard that the Supreme Kai is the most powerful deity in the universe. Are you truly formidable? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's expression brightened with excitement, his feet tapping lightly, eager for a sparring match. The most powerful deity in the universe? Well, in a certain sense, that seems to be true. From a particular perspective, I too possess considerable strength, the old Supreme Kai replied, momentarily taken aback by Sun Wukong's question. Logically, the god of destruction is considered the mightiest deity in the universe. Since I share a fate with the god of destruction, it would not be incorrect to claim that I am among the strongest, especially considering our equal standing in divinity. Indeed, it is as such. Might we engage in a duel? Sun Wukong, while warming up, spoke eagerly. No, why would I fight you? My strength lies not in combat prowess, but in the ability to unlock the potential of others. You may challenge this fellow once he awakens. He is currently my disciple. The old Kai shook his head, a smirk gracing his face as he gestured towards the meditating cell. Isn't it said that one possesses great combat strength? Sun Wukong's enthusiasm swiftly waned. Mr. Cell is not someone I can contend with at present. I seek formidable opponents, yet I am not foolish. With his arms bent and resting behind his head, he lost interest in the elder and turned his gaze to the meditating Cell. Hey, old man, what is Mr. Cell doing? Meditating? Indeed, he is meditating, which is a part of training, the old Kai replied, shaking his head as he took out a magazine and sat down to peruse it. Isn't remaining still for too long going to make one sluggish? I hardly meditate these days. Sun Wukong scratched his head and chuckled. Trunks, standing nearby, was about to speak when the old Kai interjected again. I noticed you just used the instant transmission of the Yarats. Logically, you should have practiced this technique as well. Otherwise, mastering instant transmission would not come easily. Without looking up, the old Kai continued to read his magazine, explaining, it seems so, but at that time, I was merely seeking to learn a new technique. That is all part of training. Sun Wukong clenched his fist, his brow relaxing as he smiled and affirmed, of course, the Yarrat's energy is immensely beneficial for you mortals. Their training emphasizes the unity of mind and body, allowing one to harness their inner strength to the fullest. You see, while the gap isn't particularly vast, there's a noticeable disunity between your body and spirit, not as well aligned as this purple-haired lad beside you, who is on the verge of achieving perfect balance. Because your physical strength surpasses your mental fortitude, it is crucial to rest adequately and meditate properly. Achieving equilibrium will only benefit you. The old Kai continued his discourse, suddenly lifting his head to retrieve a more health-oriented book from his space, scrutinizing it intently, his eyes wide, unwilling to overlook any detail. Wow, Lord Kai, what you say is nearly identical to what Uncle Cell told me. How impressive. Upon hearing the old Kai, Trunks felt a deeper respect for him. For the wisdom shared mirrored that of Uncle Cell, indicating his high caliber. His eyes gleamed with eagerness for guidance in his training. Identical? The old Kai paused, surprised. He had assumed Cell's equilibrium stemmed from meditation and physical training. It seemed that Cell had indeed come to this realization on his own. Excellent, this disciple is quite remarkable. The old Kai thought, casting a satisfied glance at Cell before rising, feeling a newfound interest in the purple-haired youth before him. In the distance, a white streak of light cut across the sky and descended, revealing the figure of Vegeta. Kakarot? Trunks? Are you both faster than I am? Oomph. I almost forgot about that instant transmission. Upon seeing the two, Vegeta momentarily froze, then quickly regained his composure, crossing his arms disdainfully. Who's this old man? Another Supreme Kai? Vegeta frowned, but quickly diverted his attention to Cell, dismissing the old man as inconsequential. Observing Cell in a meditative state, an epiphany seemed to dawn upon Vegeta, his mind racing with possibilities. Do you know this person? The old Supreme Kai regarded Trunks and Goku with an expressionless gaze. This is my father, Trunks replied, gradually lowering his head, feeling that his father was indeed rather impolite. Oomph. Trunks, what is Cell doing? When will he wake up? I still need him to retrieve my tail. Vegeta scoffed, casting a sidelong glance at Trunks, who shook his head and replied, Father, all I know is that Uncle Cell is meditating. For anything else, you'll need to ask the Supreme Kai. Trunks slightly turned his body, revealing the old Supreme Kai behind him. This Supreme Kai is engaged in sensing and cultivating divine energy. Before Vegeta could inquire further, the old Supreme Kai interjected. Divine energy? What is that? Vegeta squinted, his mind racing with thoughts. The fact that even Cell was learning it indicated its formidable nature. In literal terms, it is the essence of a deity, something only a god can possess. Do not harbor any illusions. I will not teach you, for you are not a god. The old Supreme Kai saw through Vegeta's thoughts and promptly dismissed them. As for Cell, he is currently an apprentice Supreme Kai, thus considered a deity. The old Supreme Kai continued. Regarding your tail, I could grant you one, but why would I assist you? We are not acquainted. He cast a sidelong glance at Vegeta, muttering softly. Chapter 59, The Tail. You could do that too? Haha. As expected of a Supreme Kai, Vegeta chuckled, though he felt an unsettling sense that something was amiss. His eyes narrowed slightly as he suddenly noticed a healthy magazine on the ground, and an understanding began to form within him. Perhaps this could serve as a breakthrough. If all else fails, he could always return to Earth to seek the Dragon Balls. Such a simple wish should be within the capabilities of the Eternal Dragon. I can provide you with an abundance of such things. What does that sound? Can you help me grow my tail? Vegeta furrowed his brow, contemplating that such items must abound on Earth. A mere pretense would suffice, and agreeing did not necessarily bind him to fulfill it. Oh, the old Supreme Kai's interest was piqued. His eyelids drooped slightly as he glanced at the indifferent Vegeta, surprised to find him a kindred spirit. I never would have guessed. Forget it. I no longer require these items for the time being, and your arrival is rather belated. The condition set by this individual is precisely these terms. Would you consider an alternative? The old Kai pointed towards the meditating Cell and spoke slowly. What? Vegeta stared blankly at Cell's figure, astonished that Cell's conditions mirrored his own. Never mind. It is unnecessary. After a moment of contemplation, Vegeta waved his hand dismissively, deciding instead to seek the Dragon Balls on Namek and Earth rather than squander time here. Kakarot, return me to Earth using your instant transmission. Though it sounded like a request, Vegeta's tone bore an unmistakable command. That is impossible, Vegeta. We are too far from Earth for me to sense it. Goku furrowed his brow, placing his fingers on his forehead to attempt a faint sensing, yet he detected nothing. Not only Earth, but he couldn't even sense the presence of any living beings aside from his planet. What? How shall we return then? Are we to wait here? You brought me here, so return me the same way. Vegeta momentarily faltered, lowering his hands. He approached and seized Goku by his collar, expressing his frustration vehemently. Do not be angry, Vegeta. I too wish to return. When I arrived, I sensed Cell's energy. His strength is formidable. However, now on Earth, there is no energy that can compare to Cell's, leaving me powerless. Goku chuckled lightly, stepping back a few paces. What of Namek? Can you not go there either? Vegeta's eyes widened, his grip tightening further. I will try. Please release me. Umph. Vegeta shrugged off his hands in disdain, stepping aside with arms crossed over his chest. Where could it be? Goku's brow furrowed deeply, his right hand forming a sword-like gesture against his forehead as he searched for a moment, expanding his range. It still found nothing. There is no way. I cannot locate it. Goku shook his head in frustration. Damn it. Must we wait for Cell to awaken? Vegeta gritted his teeth, disregarding the others as he unleashed a white aura, propelling himself into the sky, disappearing from view. He has left. Indeed, Father merely wishes to return. Trunks sighed, realizing there was nothing else to do. He might as well train, especially after hearing that Uncle Cell had become a god. He must have grown significantly stronger. The gap between us widens. How will this ever resolve? Furthermore, with no means to return to Earth, waiting for Uncle Cell is not the worst option. This time could be spent honing our skills. Do not fret. If you wish to return, I can assist you with instant transmission. It is not beyond my capabilities. The old Kai chuckled, his raspy voice echoing as he began to move forward. Is that so? I cannot express my gratitude enough to you, old Kai. A smile broke across Trunks' face, his lips curling into a broad grin. However, Trunks suddenly recalled something, and his smile faded as he spoke softly. Oomph. That impolite fellow can wait for himself here. I shall not escort him. The Supreme Kai is not merely a means of transportation. The old Supreme Kai scoffed, raising an eyebrow and tilting his head with a disdainful snort. Thus it must be so, Trunks remarked. He longed for his mother, and the thought of her joy upon meeting her dear friends warmed his heart, a smile unwavering on his face. As for his father, he might as well remain here for a while longer. There was little else to be done. Really, that is splendid. However, Trunks, shall we first engage in a spar here? I have witnessed your battle with Vegeta, and you appear remarkably strong. Goku chuckled, his countenance brimming with combat enthusiasm, gazing at Trunks with keen eyes. With the issue of returning home resolved, it was time to address his desire for battle. In truth, when he had transformed into Super Saiyan 3 earlier, he sensed that a breakthrough was imminent. He yearned for combat to explore whether he could achieve that breakthrough through confrontation. Mr. Goku? Trunks tilted his head, quickly recovering, and then smiled, his eyes shining brightly. To be honest, he too wished to clash with Mr. Goku's Super Saiyan 3 form. Well then, old man, I shall rely on you for a while. We intend to battle in a more distant locale, Goku said, turning to the old Supreme Kai. No problem, off you go. I shall rest for a while. The old Supreme Kai exhaled, settling into a meditative pose, retrieving his health book to peruse with great enjoyment. Seeing this, Trunks and Goku nodded in unison, their white auras erupting as they soared into the sky, quickly disappearing from sight. Ah, the youth of today. The old Supreme Kai shook his head, setting out a tea set and kettle to prepare for a calming brew. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, a cascade of vibrant colors emanated from Cell, enveloping him with a shimmering white light flickering within. Oh, has he already refined the remnants of divine energy within him so swiftly? The old Supreme Kai raised an eyebrow, somewhat astonished. At this rate, he might master divine energy within days, and it would even be his own power. Remarkably swift. Let us enhance him a bit. The old Supreme Kai murmured, a glimmer of white light appearing at his fingertip as he gently pressed it into Cell's mind, imparting all the techniques and abilities that every Supreme Kai ought to learn, including creation. Now it is up to him. The old Supreme Kai sipped his brewed tea. What is this? It's ruined? Chapter 60. The unfortunate number 6. Oomph. I truly wish to sell this place. Vegeta soared swiftly through the sky, surveying the lush landscape below, and could not help but scoff. It appeared to be far larger than Earth, for he had flown quite a distance already. Suddenly, as he soared through the air, Vegeta's expression darkened. He had detected the presence of that little imp here, along with several similar auras converging together. How infuriating! Why did that wretched Cell bring along his little minions? Just as Vegeta contemplated turning back, a taunting voice emerged from behind him. In an instant, several figures appeared at Vegeta's back and swiftly encircled him. Who could it be? So familiar. It is none other than the Prince of Science, Speedy Vegeta. Ha ha ha. The diminutive figure of number 6 revealed itself, a mocking grin plastered across its face. Oh dear, number 6, must you speak so harshly? He is Super Vegeta, not Speedy Vegeta. Ha ha. Number 1, who had initially maintained a serious demeanor, could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. You dare mock me? Vegeta roared, his teeth clenched, his skin turning a furious red as golden flames erupted from him, burning fiercely. His overwhelming aura surged forth, sending the others flying backward. At that moment, his sole desire was to annihilate number 6, disregarding the matter of Cell. Ah, Speedy Vegeta is angry, number 6 spat defiantly, his eyes alight with combativeness as a golden blaze ignited around him, exuding a powerful presence. However, that fiery aura was swiftly reined in, vanishing into his being. Sigh, I have no interest in him, number 1 remarked, shaking his head as he retreated into the sky, his gaze lowered, observing the confrontation in silence. Number 3 followed suit, accompanied by number 5, as they ascended from the scene, leaving only number 6 behind to revel in the spectacle. Yet, This fellow's power had considerably increased, leaving one to wonder if number 6 could hold his own. I do not know, number 1 replied, arms crossed, slowly speaking. Best if he were defeated, number 3 added, shaking his head. Goodness. Number 5, you've changed. Are you becoming so violent? Number 1 exclaimed, astonished, his arms dropping as his pupils constricted, disbelief etched across his face. It seemed as if number 5 had undergone a transformation, different from before. Indeed, I concur, number 3 chimed in after a moment of silence. By the way, leader, weren't you the one who first suggested this? No need to feign surprise, number 5 remarked, piercing through number 1's clumsy act. Hee, I was merely going along with you. Number 1 responded, regaining composure and nodding. I was thinking the same. Shall we trick him? Also, Chief, you were quite far away at the time. Perhaps you didn't catch it, but number 6 unleashed a technique that reeked of filth. It was utterly disgusting. Even now it makes me feel nauseous, number 5 coughed. His expression exaggerated. Indeed, number 3 narrowed his eyes, nodding in agreement. Enough of this. It would be quite unfortunate if our father were to hear us. Let's focus on the show, number 1 declared. The group nodded in unison. Below them, the drama unfolded, though number 6 spoke with a certain demeanor. His body remained tense and his expression grave, showing no hint of underestimating Vegeta. Even in the briefest of moments, Vegeta had grown stronger, and though he was reluctant to admit it, his power level had already surpassed that of number 6. Vegeta continued to seethe with rage, his body crackling with thick arcs of blue electricity that swirled around him, producing a cacophony of sounds as they struck the ground, creating deep craters. His energy surged ever higher, golden flames reaching for the heavens, while stones intermittently levitated from the earth, shattering into dust. Fortunately, the stability of the Kaioshin realm prevented it from collapsing into a massive pit. Prepare to perish, Vegeta exclaimed abruptly, his body erupting with energy as a golden aura, tinged with blue, glided through the air. Boom! A muffled sound resonated as the ground erupted into a vast crater, smoke billowing forth and debris scattering everywhere. Cough, cough. Damn, that was quick. Number 6 coughed twice. Just as he attempted to rise, a figure descended upon him, striking him squarely in the abdomen. Bang! A thunderous roar erupted. The ground fractured, and spiderweb-like cracks spread outward. Puff! Cough! Number 6 expelled a bitter fluid, his pupils constricting. Before he could react, Vegeta seized his head with one hand, fingers tightening around it, a disdainful smirk adorning his face. Yo, go on. Why the silence now? Spitting on the ground, Vegeta grew bored, clenched his left fist enveloped in golden flames, and swung it with ferocity, as if the very air had been shattered by the force of his blow. Bang! Vegeta's fist connected with number 6's skull, obliterating it, blood spraying everywhere as chunks of flesh fell to the ground, and number 6's body crumpled, stirring up clouds of dust. Ha 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 ha! He is dead. Such trash. Truly a nuisance. Vegeta laughed heartily, his aura surging, swirling like a tempest. Oomph. I have declared it. I am Super Vegeta. Do you dare to challenge me? With a cold demeanor, Vegeta's lips curled into a malevolent grin, his left thumb pointing at himself as he spoke arrogantly. As his words fell, Vegeta tilted his body slightly, his right palm opened, gathering a golden energy sphere that radiated dazzling light. Boom! A golden energy blast erupted, striking number 6's lifeless form, the brilliance illuminating the space as the energy surged outward, carving a vast chasm into the ground, leaving no trace of number 6. Oomph. Who is next? Vegeta uttered coldly, arms crossed, his presence overwhelming. Boss, is number 6 truly dead, or has he been brutally slain? Number 5 swallowed hard, overwhelmed with excitement. Had his wish come true? Look closely, you fool. Number 6's core, like that of the others, still twitches, number 1 remarked, his expression dark as he pointed below. Though he often spoke of eliminating number 6, that was their own business. When had it become the prerogative of outsiders to act so brazenly? On the 3rd, silence enveloped as he closed his eyes, embodying the adage that silence is golden. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from the chasm, leaving Vegeta in disbelief. Could it be that the diminutive figure, whom he had obliterated, still lingered in existence? Was this some cruel jest? With a thunderous roar, the heavens trembled. Number 6 emerged. Enveloped in a golden blaze, his former blue hue vanished entirely, replaced by a resplendent golden sheen, radiating with formidable power. You really hurt me earlier, number 6 exclaimed, flashing a wide grin. Now it's my turn. Chapter 61, Super Saiyan 3. Mr. Goku is right here. Trunks declared with a smile, turning to gaze back at son Goku. Very well, Goku replied with a grin, surveying the barren expanse devoid of even a single tree. Likely one of the few lifeless patches on this planet. With a firm step, the two faced each other, their eyes ablaze with the fervor of battle. The Saiyan blood within them surging. Mr. Goku, give it your all, Trunks urged, his expression serious. No, I shall first gauge your strength before unleashing my full potential. Goku replied coolly, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Then observed closely. Ha! Trunks roared, unleashing a torrent of powerful energy. The golden aura erupted from his feet, swirling upward, enveloping him in a dazzling display, his hair rising in a golden cascade, blue eyes gleaming, stirring up a cloud of dust. Boom! Trunks' aura surged once more, electric blue arcs crackling around him, the ground trembling beneath his might, a tempest swirling outward from his form. Ha! Goku's face flushed with excitement. Trunks' power was undeniably formidable. This is not the end. Trunks bellowed, unleashing all the surging power within him. The golden flames soared skyward, his muscles bulging like those of a coiled dragon. His stature expanding, the ground beneath him caving in. Puff, puff, puff. The golden radiance shimmered, electric arcs dancing around him, cocooning Trunks. Exhaling deeply, Trunks steadied his breath, his body rising and falling. This was a relatively balanced state he had developed within Super Saiyan 2, sacrificing speed for strength, though this form was less aggressive. Sacrificing only a modicum of speed for a significant boost in power. Bang! The golden aura receded within, the electric arcs vanishing into his body, Trunks' aura stabilizing. He unsheathed his long sword, positioning it before him, his posture lowered, eyes sharp. What do you think, Mr. Goku? How does my power measure up? Trunks inquired slowly. Ha ha ha, splendid. Now it's my turn, Goku responded. In an instant, Sun Wukong erupted with a dazzling burst of golden light, flames soaring towards the heavens. His hair flowed backwards, shimmering with golden arcs of electricity that crackled like thunder. His body hunched slightly, eyebrows vanished, eyes deepened with intensity, and his cheeks slightly hollowed, exuding an air of cool detachment. A furry golden tail swayed behind him incessantly. The Super Saiyan 3 had made its grand entrance. With a simultaneous roar, Trunks surged forward first, the ground beneath him collapsing under his rapid speed as he wielded his long sword with fierce precision. Block, block, block. The sound of metal clashing echoed as Sun Wukong smirked, effortlessly parrying with a finger amidst the relentless collisions. Ha! Trunks narrowed his eyes, conjuring a swirl of white energy that flowed into his sword. A soft hum resonated as the blade shimmered with an intensity that was nothing short of lethal. Sun Wukong's smile faded, his expression turning serious. This was a strike he dared not block casually, his fists clenched as golden energy swirled around him. With a swift motion, Trunks launched a downward strike, unleashing a torrent of white sword energy that surged forth. Sun Wukong's eyes widened as he swiftly pointed his right hand like a blade, teleporting to evade the attack. Whoosh! The white sword energy cleaved through the ground, creating a long, gaping chasm that extended into the distance. Heh, Mr. Sun Wukong, are you afraid? Trunks raised an eyebrow, contracting his body as if deflating, then suddenly accelerating as he thrust his sword behind him. A tempest surged forth, the white blade of energy hurtling towards Sun Wukong. Swish! Sun Wukong's palm was pierced, blood gushed forth, and as his eyes narrowed in pain, he swiftly withdrew and teleported away to create distance. Yet, Trunks seemed to possess foresight, twisting his body as his right hand gripped his sword, unleashing a wave of golden energy with his left hand. Puff! Whoosh! Just as Sun Wukong reappeared, a golden energy blast erupted unexpectedly before him. Oh no! His pupils contracted. Too late to evade, he clasped his hands together in front of him for defense. Boom! A tremendous sound reverberated as clouds of smoke billowed forth. Phew! This is truly exhausting. Trunks' eyes dimmed as he sheathed his long sword. This form was far too taxing on his stamina. Now, it's time to rely on my fists. Trunks furrowed his brow, sensing the presence within the smoke without hesitation. Golden light surged from his hands, unleashing countless energy spheres upon the figure hidden in the haze. Bang! 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 The explosions rang out continuously, a massive mushroom cloud rising into the sky. Yet, Trunks did not cease his assault. Instead, he overlapped his hands, energy swirling around him, muscles expanding, his stature increasing, embodying the form of a true warrior. Magic flash! Trunks shouted, unleashing a colossal wave of golden energy, streaked with arcs of electricity, surging straight into the smoke. You've grown complacent, Trunks. Sun Wukong, battered and breathless, clasped his fists together and struck down fiercely. Bang! A figure suddenly crashed to the ground, creating a massive pit, and smoke billowed forth. The sound of heavy breaths startled me, and I thought, hey, take this. Sun Wukong felt a surge of heat coursing through him. The blood of Saiyan was boiling within. He sensed that he was on the brink of a breakthrough. With a forceful exhale, he expelled a cloud of murky air. Lowering his body as he clasped his hands behind him in a flower-like posture, unleashing a powerful aura. A vibrant blue energy sphere emerged. Kamehameha, here it comes. Sun Wukong shouted, thrusting his hands forward. The azure energy wave surged forth like a blue dragon, crashing into the pit with a perfect fit. Boom, boom, boom. The ground continued to collapse, fissures spreading around. Suddenly, a resounding sword cry echoed, and a white glow enveloped the area as dark clouds gathered overhead. Trunks, gripping his long sword tightly in the pit, raised it skyward, the white light intensifying, and a brilliant sword aura erupted, pulsating with energy. Witnessing this, Sun Wukong pressed down harder, amplifying the already robust blue energy even further. The surging energy erupted with a thunderous roar, pushing downward. Trunks appeared to be in a frenzy, his pupils vanishing as his muscles swelled, and he thrust his sword upward, piercing the vibrant blue energy. With a deafening roar, a blinding white light erupted, causing a terrifying energy wave to explode, instantly fracturing the ground. A colossal mushroom cloud surged into the sky, a beam of light tearing through the heavens, shattering the clouds. Exhausted. Trunks, holding the shattered remnants of his sword, collapsed to the ground. Sun Wukong, panting heavily, materialized beside him. The temperature in the pit was exceedingly high, the ground char black. Hey, not bad, kid, Sun Wukong chuckled, returning to his normal state as he lifted Trunks onto his back, soaring into the distance. Chapter 62, a one-sided battle. Hey, you must have enjoyed hitting me just now, right? Is it my turn now? Number 6 grinned, and the debris in the surrounding ravines lifted into the air, exploding into powder. The ground caved in, an overwhelming aura bursting forth, golden flames blazing fiercely, his golden form shimmering. Goodness, boss. No, 6 is actually the first among us to complete the transformation into a super android. Number 5 gazed at the gleaming, intact number 6, now a super android, feeling an intense pang of jealousy. He clutched his stomach, grinning but clearly unsatisfied. Becoming a super android? Isn't that quite simple? The S cells within you are sufficient. Your combat power is adequate. You just need a little guidance and anger. That's all. It's rather straightforward. Number 1 raised an eyebrow, though surprised. He maintained his composure as the leader. Let me think. This was likely triggered by Vegeta's taunts towards number 6. Additionally, after number 6 was obliterated to mere fragments, only the core remained, and the Saiyan blood within him compelled him to grow stronger, making the transformation into a super android a natural progression. Number 1 waved his hand, indicating his readiness to transform at any moment. I don't believe it. Boss, you're just boasting, exclaimed number 3. Count me in. Number 5 shook his head in response. Well then, let me show you later. For now, I'll just observe. Number 1's gaze flickered, his eyes blinking slightly, and he spoke with a hint of uncertainty. Below them, what? You can do this? Vegeta's face was a mask of disbelief. This little brat could actually transform? The aura emanating from him was so potent that it eclipsed even the Super Saiyan 3 Goku who had stood before him earlier. If number 6 could hear Vegeta's thoughts, he would undoubtedly mock him. After all, he was born with half the power of his father, who possessed the strength of Super Saiyan 3, and had recently absorbed a Dabra, which, while not exceptionally strong, still enhanced his abilities. In his current state, transforming into a super android and multiplying his power 50-fold, he had become the second strongest being on this planet. With a deep breath, number 6 bent slightly, gathering his strength. Suddenly, he launched himself forward with a powerful thrust, propelling himself into the air. His aura receded into his body as he swung his right fist down, striking Vegeta squarely on the cheek. Boom! Vegeta's pupils dilated as his body was caught off guard, the blow landing with such force that it contorted his face, sending him hurtling backwards. Blood spraying forth and splattering onto the ground. I won't make it easy for you. I'll control my strength just enough to hurt. Number 6's azure eyes sparkled with intensity. In an instant, he appeared before Vegeta again, delivering a swift kick that sent him soaring into the sky. Bayou. Number 6 made a sound effect, a smirk dancing on his lips as he reappeared above the injured, bloodied Vegeta. His exhilaration surged as the Saiyan blood coursed through him. With his hands clasped together, he brought them down with force. Puff! Vegeta plummeted towards the ground like an arrow, creating a massive crater upon impact. Smoke billowed around them. The battlefield now littered with craters and cracks from their fierce exchange. Thud! Number 6 landed and leaned down to peer into the crater where Vegeta lay, a sense of amusement washing over him. Just as he prepared to retrieve a delectable treat, he realized his stock had been completely consumed by his father, leaving him momentarily despondent. Hey, stop pretending. I barely put any effort into that. One might think you came out here to play the victim, Number 6 remarked, clicking his tongue as he picked up a piece of debris and hurled it downward, with his immense strength behind it. The stone flew through the air like a bolt of lightning. Crack! Vegeta raised his hand and crushed it, his visage twisted with rage, the blood on his cheeks and lips adding a feral ferocity to his appearance, making him resemble a ravenous wolf. Well then, if you have the guts, come at me. Number 6 grinned mischievously, playfully fluttering his eyelids at Vegeta and making faces. Go to hell. A golden aura began to rise around Vegeta, showing signs of further ascension. His energy surged mightily, and with a clenched fist, he stomped the ground, causing it to shatter. Golden light enveloped him as arcs of electricity crackled incessantly. In an instant, he appeared before Number 6, sweeping his hand to scatter dust directly into his eyes. Ouch! Damn it, can't win a fair fight, so you resort to sneak attacks. Number 6's vision was instantly obscured, and he rubbed his eyes in anguish. Oof! Vegeta scoffed coldly, launching a powerful punch that tore through the air with a roar. Bang! Number 6 was sent flying into the distance. Boom! Vegeta pursued, extending his fingers as a barrage of golden energy spheres surged forth, targeting Number 6. Bang! 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 Explosions echoed as Number 6 was repeatedly blasted away, wisps of black smoke swirling around him. Vegeta remained vigilant, his expression grave as he swiftly ascended above Number 6, delivering a powerful kick. Bang! A muffled sound reverberated as Number 6's right hand clutched Vegeta's foot tightly, releasing waves of white energy that rippled through the air. So you prefer underhanded tactics? Number 6 struggled to open his eyes, which were bloodshot, gripping Vegeta's foot with unyielding strength. Damn, how cunning can this Vegeta be? Suddenly, Number 6's right arm bulged with muscle, and he began to plummet downward. This is bad. Vegeta's pupils narrowed, teeth clenched, his face contorted with fury. An idea struck him. A smirk crept across his lips as he unleashed an energy sphere from his right foot, aimed straight at Number 6's head. Bang! The explosion rang out as Vegeta seized the opportunity to distance himself, retreating rapidly. Ugh, why is this little brat so tenacious? He seems almost impossible to defeat, and his energy hasn't diminished at all. Vegeta exhaled a breath of frustration, his expression darkening, realizing he had already expended a significant amount of stamina, leaving him with little hope for victory. Boom! Number 6 charged forth with incredible speed, throwing a punch at Vegeta. What? Vegeta's pupils constricted as he hurriedly countered with his own fist. Bang! A thunderous clash erupted, sending waves of white energy rippling outward from their point of contact, obliterating the nearby ground into dust. Yet, Number 6's strength proved greater, and he swiftly overpowered Vegeta. How tedious, let's finish this, Number 6 muttered to himself, observing the airborne Vegeta as he brought his hands together, a golden light emerging. Golden energy spheres coalesced, shimmering with radiant energy. Hey, use your own techniques against yourself. Ultimate Flash. Chapter 63. The Revolt of Number 6? Ultimate Flash. Number 6 appeared relaxed, abruptly thrusting his hands forward. A robust wave of golden energy surged forth with formidable might towards Vegeta. The void trembled, the air resonated with a low hum, and strands of golden arcs ascended, illuminating the heavens and the earth. Whoa, boss, don't let Number 6 kill Vegeta. That would be quite the spectacle, Number 5 remarked, his lips curling as he sensed the overwhelming energy, feeling a tremor within, and turned to Number 1. Rest assured, he should be fine, Number 3 replied, arms crossed and eyes narrowed, carefully attuning to the situation before speaking softly. Indeed, Number 6 would not dare, Number 1 stated, his eyes gleaming with golden light. a faint glow emanating from within, his tone icy. With a resounding blast, the powerful golden energy wave roared forth, the air exploding with a thunderous sound. Directly aimed at Vegeta. Damn it, is this where my journey ends? Vegeta struggled to open his eyes, gazing at the approaching energy wave, his eyes betraying a yearning for strength. Once, he was the epitome of brilliance, hailed as the hope of the Saiyans, a formidable warrior for birth. Yet, he had been easily overpowered by Frieza, Kakarot, and even the artificially engineered beings created by the Earthlings. Now, he found himself being effortlessly subdued by Cell's minions. Where had he faltered? A flicker of light emerged, an instant assault. Boom! A colossal roar erupted as the energy wave engulfed Vegeta, creating a deep crater in the ground, leaving him untraceable. The surrounding earth collapsed into the chasm, unleashing a massive mushroom cloud. Ha ha! Practice makes perfect. Number 6 laughed heartily, looking mockingly at the gaping pit below. His voice cold. Feeling a twinge of boredom, he tilted his head skyward and suddenly shouted, "Number 1, come play with me. Let us see how much our strengths differ now." With narrowed eyes and a sharpened gaze, Number 6's aura surged, his blood boiling within. "You wish to fight me?" Number 1's eyes glimmered with a brilliance that seemed on the verge of bursting, and with a single step, he appeared before Number 6. His expression calm as he spoke slowly. "Tell me, do you wish to be beaten into a pig's head or a dog's head?" Number 1's gaze was piercing, reminiscent of how Number 6 regarded Vegeta, igniting a surge of suppressed fury within Number 6. "Do you really think you're the boss? Who are you anyway? Just because I call you boss doesn't mean you truly are." Number 6's expression darkened, a slight grin forming as he vented his frustrations. "Oh, so this is your true sentiment?" Number 1 raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Did Number 6 lose his mind? Why had he become so ferocious? It seemed a lesson was in order from his father. "Just so you know, no crying later. Otherwise, not just your face, but everything else will look quite unsightly." Number 1 smirked, a grin spreading across his lips. "To speak candidly, witnessing the recent battles among them has ignited a peculiar restlessness within me. At last, is it my turn?" "Huh!" Number 6 scoffed, regarding the scene as one would a mere jester. In an instant, he unleashed his aura, an oppressive force that bore down upon Number 1. He was eager to observe just how resilient Number 1's resolve truly was. My goodness. Number 6 dares to provoke the leader. This is bound to be an entertaining spectacle. Number 5 feigned terror, yet his face was alight with excitement, his hands instinctively rubbing his slight belly as he glanced at Number 3. "What do you think? Is this not amusing?" Number 5 leaned his arm across Number 3's shoulder and inquired. "Boring. Number 6 is bound to face defeat several times, and it seems that only he has mastered the complete superhuman formula. However, the leader has never claimed he would not rise to the challenge." The corners of Number 3's mouth curled upwards. He could sense the leader's blood boiling and a golden light surging within. Below them, Number 6's overwhelming aura created a resonant hum in the air, an ominous sound echoing around. Boom! The terrifying pressure descended upon Number 1, causing the ground beneath to fracture and yield under the weight. Yet, Number 1 merely grunted softly, bending his knees slightly before suddenly raising his head. Huh! A powerful aura erupted forth, shattering Number 6's oppressive presence. Golden flames surged upward, a tempest born from him that radiated outward, sending forth waves of white energy. Number 1's stature surged, muscles expanding, his entire being glimmering like gold, exuding an intimidating aura. His azure eyes ignited with a remarkable golden brilliance, his essence erupting uncontrollably, instantly pushing Number 6 back. From an energetic standpoint, the two were clearly not on the same level. "No way. How can this be? You can transform as well." Number 6 was momentarily stunned, for he believed himself to be the foremost. How could this happen? His pupils constricted, a wave of dread washed over him, causing his body to tremble involuntarily, cold sweat beading on his brow, a chill running down his spine. Had he spoken too soon? It appeared that unless Number 1 was utterly defeated, he would not relent. Regret began to seep into Number 6's mind as he realized the hastiness of his words. "Huh! Leader, we are like brothers." Number 6 forced a laugh, his eyes darting, pondering his next move. "Brothers, indeed. It is more enjoyable to spar with family," Number 1 nodded, understanding completely. After all, there was no responsibility when it came to familial rivalry. Number 1 inhaled sharply, the oppressive force dissipating, golden flames receding into his being. As he lowered himself and slightly spread his hands, boom! In the next instant, number 1 shot forth with remarkable speed, his eyes gleaming with determination. His right fist coiled tightly, the wind howling as he unleashed a powerful punch aimed squarely at number 6, sparing no effort. Damn, it's over. Number 6's pupils dilated as realization struck. His body felt immobilized. If this blow landed, he would surely be left bruised and battered. Boom! With a powerful punch unleashed, the air erupted with a thunderous roar, and the very fabric of space fractured, sending numerous fissures spiraling outward. The form of number 6 exploded from the chest down, a torrent of blood gushing forth, painting the sky a vivid crimson as he was hurled backward, tearing through the air at an astonishing velocity. Huh! Number 1 grinned widely, his eyes brimming with madness, as white steam enveloped his figure in an instant. At that moment, number 6 retained a look of sheer terror. His eyes filled with agony as he surveyed his own disintegrating body, contorting in a grimace. Just as he began to mend, even slightly, a shadow loomed overhead. Upon looking up, he saw the frenzied azure gaze of number 1. As number 6 contemplated fleeing, a massive hand swiftly enveloped his head with terrifying precision. Number 6's expression morphed into one of horror, until a sudden idea struck him. He extended his tongue, dripping with saliva, and recklessly licked number 1's palm. Number 1 grunted, sensing something amiss. With a powerful grip, he smashed number 6's head downwards like a shot put. Bang! A streak of golden light plummeted from the sky, creating a massive crater upon impact, extending for hundreds of meters and displacing untold amounts of earth. Fortunately, this was the realm of the Kai, for had it been earth, the ground would have likely been obliterated. Number 1 looked down, and indeed, an unusual sensation coursed through him as the center of his right hand began to petrify, swiftly creeping up toward his torso. Chapter 64. A Ruthless Beating. In the distance, Son Goku and the recently revived Trunks were meandering aimlessly when they suddenly sensed 2 immense energies colliding, exuding a remarkable aura. Mr. Goku, is that my father's energy? Trunks, weary and with drooping eyelids, spoke uncertainly. Ah, it is Vegeta's energy, yet the other presence is even stronger. It seems to surpass my Super Saiyan 3 by a significant margin, Goku replied, excitement radiating from his eyes, a fervent flame of battle igniting within him. Only the strong could inspire one to grow. Trunks, why don't you seek out that old man while I investigate over there? Goku suggested, glancing at Trunks, noting his less than ideal state. No, I want to go too, Mr. Goku, Trunks insisted, shaking his head, determination shining in his eyes. I must witness the battle against my father. Goku paused thoughtfully before finally saying, all right, but keep your distance. Understood, Mr. Goku. Trunks smiled slightly, agreeing. Very well, let us proceed. In an instant, Goku and Trunks surged forth, their white auras flaring as they raced towards the site of the conflict. High above, number 1 surveyed his right arm, glancing at the petrified section with an indifferent expression. With a forceful tug, he wrenched his entire right arm free, blood gushing forth in torrents and splattering across his visage. Bang! Casually discarding the gradually petrifying limb onto the ground, number 1 clenched his teeth and bellowed. Ha! In an instant, the gray, tentacle-like flesh began to writhe, and a resplendent golden right arm reemerged. Ah, how intriguing! Is that the saliva of Dapra? Number 6, can you still perform his feat? It seems that during my absence, you have orchestrated quite the escapade. Number 1 tightened his right fist, moved it slightly, and in a blink, he vanished, reappearing suspended above the pit. His eyes narrowed, his head tilted downwards, and a fierce glimmer ignited in his gaze. He spoke softly. What? Are you not coming out? Your body has healed, hasn't it? Are you afraid? As his words lingered, a gentle breeze stirred, raising a swirl of dust, yet the pit remained unresponsive. Below, concealed hundreds of meters beneath the earth, number 6 wore a mask of terror, his heart racing as he beheld his newly formed body, his expression transforming into one of savagery. That last blow truly imparted upon him a sense of impending doom. Number 1 had indeed held nothing back, striking with full force, leaving him utterly defenseless. Had he not possessed this formidable physique, he would have been pulverized by a single punch. This cannot continue. At this rate, I shall be reborn countless times. Number 6 clenched his teeth, racking his brain for a solution. Damn it, still not coming up? Do you truly believe I am powerless against you? Number 1 had called out for quite some time, yet there was no response. At this moment, his face twisted in rage, veins bulging, and the atmosphere around him crackled with intensity. He exhaled a deep breath, gazing at the ground, murmuring a wish for the realm of the Kais to be more resilient. With that, number 1 hovered in the void, descending, hands clasped behind him, fingers forming a blossom as he concentrated energy. Kamehameha! A vibrant azure energy began to manifest in his hands. The energy gradually coalesced into a small sphere. The azure energy stabilized, radiating light. As a tremendous force began to rise, expanding outward. Here it comes, number 1 bellowed, unleashing the energy with a swift motion. The robust azure energy wave surged forth, causing the very fabric of space to tremble, accompanied by a cacophony of cracking sounds, as white shock waves surged forth, crashing into the profound pit below. Within the pit, number 6 sensed a monumental energy approaching and cursed under his breath, resorting to his secret technique to burrow deeper. He spun erratically downwards. Before long, the Kamehameha struck, unleashing overwhelming pressure that obliterated the pit, the ground heaving, soil erupting, some of it vanishing entirely into nothingness. Crap, crap, crap. Boss, I was wrong, spare me. Number 6 shouted desperately, glancing upwards with a face full of despair. Too late. Number 1 smirked, applying further pressure downward. The azure energy wave surged, exploding with cataclysmic force. Boom! The entire planet seemed to shudder as a colossal mushroom cloud ascended, smoke swirling, the terrifying heat scorching the ground to a blistering temperature, while number 1 hovered above, his eyes gleaming with golden light. Is this Vegeta? Son Wukong and Trunks hurriedly made their way, only to encounter a figure emerging from a pit, none other than Vegeta. Father! Trunks exclaimed as he rushed to Vegeta's side, shaking him, but to no avail. Vegeta remained in a state of unconsciousness. At that moment, Vegeta's complexion was ashen, his upper body exposed, his battle attire reduced to mere ashes, revealing his robust physique. Do not fret, Trunks, Vegeta has merely fainted. His energy has not waned to a critical level, Son Wukong remarked, furrowing his brow. He pondered, perplexed by the recent pattern of Vegeta being beaten, injured, and subsequently healed, a continuous cycle. Never mind, I shall not dwell on it any longer. Shaking his head, he continued, Trunks, stay here and watch over Vegeta. I will investigate who is battling ahead. A flicker of excitement crossed Son Wukong's face as his body trembled slightly. Before he could finish his sentence, Son Wukong swiftly soared into the sky, vanishing from sight, leaving only Vegeta and Trunks in the pit. Could those be the sons of Uncle Cell? Trunks murmured, glancing down at Vegeta, his brow furrowing in concern. In a flash, Son Wukong appeared beside number 1, his eyes lighting up with recognition. Oh, I've seen you before. You're Mr. Cell's son, correct? Number 1 turned in surprise, wondering how Son Wukong seemed to appear everywhere. He had sensed Wukong's energy from a distance earlier, but now he had approached directly. What brings you here? Numero uno in Guayev. While I was thinking, suddenly a multitude of golden energy spheres surged through the air, encircling number 1, seemingly on the verge of exploding. This is bad. Son Wukong's expression shifted dramatically, his pupils narrowing. Instantly, he transformed into Super Saiyan 3, his hair golden and eyes azure. A golden aura rising around him as blue electricity danced along his form. His eyebrows vanished, his eye lines deepened, and a tuft of hair fell forward. As his power surged forth, with a swift motion, he clasped his hands together, and an explosion erupted. Boom! 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 The sounds of detonation continued relentlessly. The energy spheres, originally aimed at number 1, inadvertently struck Son Wukong. Chapter 65, Saliva. The explosions reverberated, smoke billowing in every direction, and before Son Wukong could react, he was engulfed by the energy sphere unleashed by number 6, sent hurtling through the black smoke, his golden hair flowing majestically as his formidable energy surged. Are you all right? Number 1's indifferent voice reached him, his gaze fixed on Son Wukong. I'm fine. Such minor injuries cannot possibly hinder me, Son Wukong replied, momentarily taken aback by number 1's unexpected concern for his well-being. That is good to hear. You should take your leave. I have certain matters to attend to. If you wish to engage me in battle, please wait a moment. At this moment, number 1 transformed into a figure of utter gentleness, his tone markedly different from before, now imbued with politeness, as they understood the importance of decorum in the presence of outsiders, for they were the face of their father. No sooner had he spoken than a golden figure erupted from the pit. Number 6, his visage now a mask of ferocity, approached number 1. Initially, number 1 dismissed the threat, forcefully casting him into the sky with a swift motion of his right hand. He then conveyed a unique thought to numbers 5 and 3. instructing them to remove Sun Wukong from the scene, as the residual energy from their clash posed a significant danger to him. However, when number 1 saw 6 puffing out his cheeks, his heart leapt into his throat, cursing inwardly. Was 6 reduced to employing such vile tactics? First excrement, now saliva, an approach that resorted to disgusting methods when outmatched. Truth be told, he was not particularly afraid of the petrifying ability. Rather, the prospect of saliva was simply repulsive. With quick reflexes, number 1 conjured a green barrier with his left hand for defense, while his right hand formed a gesture akin to a pistol. A barrage of small energy orbs was unleashed towards number 6. With a series of splattering sounds, 3 jets of saliva struck number 1's barrier, swiftly commencing the petrification process. Much to his disgust, a thunderous explosion reverberated as shockwaves radiated outward, whipping up fierce winds, and number 6 plummeted towards the ground, his face darkened with frustration. Damn it! My ultimate move failed. He tumbled through the air, landing with a force that caused the ground to shatter beneath him, then sprang away from the scene, overwhelmed by number 1's formidable strength, leaving him no opportunity to retaliate. In the skies above, numbers 3 and 5 were aware of number 1's instructions and understood the situation. With a vigorous exhale, number 5 positioned his rotund belly to cushion the swiftly approaching Sun Wukong, propelling him upward. Thank you. Sun Wukong tumbled in midair, regaining his balance beside him. No need for thanks. Haha, but now you can only spectate until the boss is done. Number 5 chuckled, his double chin jiggling, his eyes squinting in delight. A puzzling sight given his apparent girth without the consumption of food. Is that so? Very well. Sun Wukong scratched his head, glancing at the 2 who were intently focused on him, returning to his normal state, his expression serious as he peered down at the unfolding chase. Boss, I was wrong. How about I treat you to my most treasured possession? I've cherished it for ages. Number 6 lamented, softening his tone. Yet, there was no room for leniency. Had he not noticed the colossal golden fist and the unceasing barrage of energy orbs? Ha! Your words only intensify my desire to strike you, number 1 replied, his expression darkening, veins bulging on his forehead as he spoke through gritted teeth. However, do not blame me for not granting you an opportunity. I shall now adjust my breath to match yours. Let us engage in a serious contest, shall we? Number 1 paused for a moment before continuing. Is that truly the case? Number 6, with a perplexed expression, halted and inquired, more genuine than gold itself. Upon noticing number 6 had stopped, number 1 chuckled cheerfully, his right fist clenched, emitting a series of cracking sounds. Nevertheless, his breath had indeed diminished significantly, reaching a level comparable to that of number 6. If only you had done this from the very beginning. What a convoluted affair this has been. Number 6's gaze momentarily dulled, but after a brief pause, he regained his composure, his previously tense body relaxing, along with his mindset. Then let us begin. Number 1's expression sharpened as he released a powerful aura, his fists tightening slightly. Lowering his body, he gently pressed his feet against the ground, and in an instant he lunged forward, appearing before number 6 in the blink of an eye. You think you can assault me just because our breaths align? How naive. Number 6, unfazed by number 1's near-instantaneous appearance, assumed a combat stance, ready to engage in a fistfight. In an instant, an unforeseen change transpired. Number 1's figure accelerated abruptly, his eyes glowing with a golden radiance. His fists, enveloped in dazzling gold light, surged with a formidable energy, appearing almost otherworldly from afar. What the hell? Number 6's face contorted in terror, his pupils constricting as his heart raced. He realized, too late, that he had been deceived. With a resounding thud, number 6's body erupted, and the look of sheer horror on his face was, to number 1, the most splendid of gifts. In an instant, number 1 unleashed a flurry of strikes, akin to a practiced martial artist, pummeling number 6's entire form, flesh bursting forth, blood splattering, leaving no part of his body unscathed, all reduced to ruin by number 1's relentless punches. In his mind, this was the embodiment of heartfelt sincerity, representing the fervent love harbored by the elder brother. Exhaling a heavy breath, number 1 felt a slight relaxation, seizing number 6's battered head, a benevolent expression gracing his features as he observed the warmth within number 6. With all this bloodshed, it must indeed feel warm. As the elder brother, let me impart another lesson. Do not place too much faith in the promises of others. Number 1 felt an unprecedented sense of ease and suddenly recalled something of importance. Speaking up, I want you to swear never to touch those filthy things again, like excrement. Do you understand? Aware that spoken promises hold little weight, He raised his golden-tinged fist above number 6's head, compelling him to vow. "Oh, I swear as a mage, I shall not touch such filth in the wild." Tears shimmered in number 6's eyes, flowing freely, his mouth battered and mangled, rendering his speech somewhat indistinct. "Ooh, do you understand the sensation of being relentlessly struck by a fist the size of a sandbag, radiating golden light, especially for a baby not yet a year old?" He understood. Ah, good child, acknowledging one's mistakes and seeking to amend them is a great virtue. Do not weep. It is detrimental to your health. Number 1's face radiated warmth, his gaze tender, as if genuinely concerned. However, in the eyes of number 6, it was extraordinarily terrifying, a portent of great calamity. Chapter 66. You first engage him. "All right, I shan't jest any longer. Rise." The calm voice of number 1 resonated, lifting the battered form of number 6. "Furthermore, remember this. It is acceptable to flaunt before Vegeta and the others, but do not attempt to feign with me. I shall annihilate you." Number 1 slowly clapped his hands, instantly reverting to his usual demeanor, his form shrinking as he gazed down at the pitiful sight of number 6, unable to restrain himself from exclaiming, "Damn it! Why act so wretched before me? Hurry and recover. Otherwise, I shall deliver another blow." Number 1 furrowed his brow, feeling an inexplicable agitation in his heart upon seeing number 6, a primal urge to strike, which often led this otherwise polite and civilized individual to curse. Alas, it was all number 6's fault. He shook his head, displaying a look of resignation. Cough, cough, cough. Number 6's body rapidly healed, numerous gray tendrils intertwining until he soon returned to his normal state. "Boss, I'm all right." He managed to force a smile, tears glimmering in his eyes. Although his body had mended, the lingering pain was a reality he wished never to endure again. Splendid. Follow me." Number 1 nodded and instructed. In the sky, Son Goku stood astonished, shocked at how the seemingly harmless individual, who had just displayed such politeness, could unleash such ferocity upon his own brother. He could scarcely fathom the pain inflicted. Number 3, did you see that? Number 6 got thoroughly beaten. He deserved it. Number 5 erupted in laughter, reveling in the misfortune, his eyes narrowed in delight. I had already stated that number 6 was courting disaster. Such an outcome is only fitting. Number 3 smirked, arms crossed, appearing quite pleased. From now on, we need not live in fear. That issue has finally been resolved. This statement left Son Goku momentarily dazed, realizing that perhaps all the brothers were akin to this. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared, the sorrowful number 6 and the smiling number 1. Both individuals were in remarkably high spirits. "Son Goku, you engage him first." Despite his appearance, he has not expended too much energy. Number 1 spoke softly, his tone gentle and his expression serene, gently pushing number 6 forward. Number 6, taken aback, turned repeatedly, disbelief etched on his face. He began to suspect that the current number 1 had been possessed. For how could he be so different from his usual intimidating self? Where had the fierce leader gone? "What are you staring at? Is there something worth your gaze?" Number 1 slightly turned his head, narrowing his eyes to meet number 6's gaze. In nothing, number 6 stammered, his body quivering, his legs trembling as he managed a forced smile. "Do you wish to fight me?" Number 6 turned away, exhaling a sigh of frustration, looking at Son Goku with a perplexed expression. Indeed, I intended to engage him in combat just now, yet I find it agreeable to face you instead. Are you certain you do not require a moment's respite?" Sun Wukong inquired, scratching his head in confusion. Having just witnessed the pitiful state of number 6, he could not help but speak up. "No worries, let us proceed. Oh, and please bring Trunks and the others up as well." With that, the 2 descended gracefully to the ground, locking eyes. Trunks, you say?" Number 1's lips stretched into a grin as he activated instant transmission, arriving at the pit where Vegeta resided. At that moment, Trunks was deep in meditation, seated cross-legged upon the earth, his expression serene. "Oi!" Upon seeing this, number 1 wore a mischievous smile, quickly jogging to Trunks and shouting into his ear. What is this?" Trunks, startled, opened his eyes wide, falling backward, his hands bracing against the ground. Upon realizing it was number 1, he exhaled, a fierce look crossing his face. "What are you doing? Have you finished your bout?" "Of course. I merely took the liberty of disciplining that little rascal of mine. He has been most disobedient. Look, it was he who injured Vegeta, so I assisted in teaching him a lesson. What do you think? Am I not quite generous?" Number 1 spoke with a smile, his lips curling upward, exuding a gentle light. "Well, I must thank you, brother number 1. Trunks rolled his eyes. skeptical of number one's words, convinced they were mere fabrications. Only someone lacking in reason would believe him. I assure you, I speak the truth. However, I have finished my part, and now it is Sun Wukong who wishes to engage him in battle. I have come to transport you both, but I lack any restorative abilities. Hence, you should seek out Jebbit. That fellow can mend Vegeta's injuries. Number one mused aloud. Jebbit? Who might that be? Trunks inquired, perplexed, having never heard of him. He is the crimson-faced fellow who stands beside the Kaioshin, sporting long, ash-colored hair. Would you believe he is rather stylish? Oh, I see now. You're not deceiving me this time, are you? Trunks paused, recalling the tall individual, yet out of caution, he still posed a question. A hint of skepticism in his expression. Doubtful, are we? TCH. Number one scoffed, displaying a look of disdain towards Trunks. Look at you still so hesitant. It seems you ought to enhance your abilities. You cannot even compare to that foul-mouthed fellow. Foul-mouthed fellow? Trunks inquired, bemused, yet before he could fully comprehend. Number one grasped his shoulder and vanished. On the ground, Sun Wukong and number 6 faced each other, brimming with combat spirit. The foolish presence of number 1 has receded. Number 6 raised an eyebrow, his originally dismal mood lifting slightly. With hands slightly spread, he stretched lazily. So, are you truly determined to fight me? Given Vegeta's condition, I trust you have observed, I do not hold back in my strikes. Number 6 smirked arrogantly. Is that so? Would it not be better to unleash your full strength? Sun Wukong's lips curled into a smile as the gentle breeze tousled his hair, his garments fluttering, stirring the dust upon the ground. Is that so? Arrogant indeed. With a gentle bite of his 6th tooth, an overwhelming force surged forth from his body, and a magnificent aura erupted, enveloping him in a radiant golden light. The ground beneath him began to tremble, an intense pressure bearing down on Sun Wukong. In response, Sun Wukong wasted no time and immediately transformed into Super Saiyan 3. A resplendent flash of gold illuminated the skies as clouds churned violently. His hair, once dark, now cascaded in golden waves, and his entire form was enveloped in a brilliant golden aura that soared into the heavens. His eyebrows vanished, his eyes accentuated, and his hair flowed down to his waist, with blue arcs of electricity dancing around him, pulsating with energy. A bushy brown tail, now gleaming gold, coiled around his waist, accentuating his might. At that moment, the full manifestation of Super Saiyan 3 made its grand entrance. In this form, empowered by the Saiyan lineage and the presence of his tail, Super Saiyan 3 no longer leaked energy, and its energy consumption was significantly reduced, enhancing its endurance. My mother need not worry about the duration any longer. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Sun Wukong gradually reigned in his aura, the golden flames slowly dissipating as sparks of electricity coursed back into his body. This technique, which he had observed during their battle, was a method he deemed most effective for conserving energy. After all, the transformations of the two he fought resembled that of a Super Saiyan, drawing their external energy back within. Thus, he endeavored to replicate this, despite the challenge it posed, showcasing his undeniable talent in combat. Sun Wukong's expression turned serious. It was indeed a daunting task to contain the immense power within him. Yet he understood that this would allow him to unleash the full potential of Super Saiyan 3. If I cannot release it, then I shall unleash it in battle. With a determined gaze, he lowered his stance, planted his feet firmly, and erupted forth, appearing as a streak of golden light from afar. Come at me. Number 6 laughed with exhilaration, eager to reclaim his pride. After feeling stifled against number 1, he was resolute in his intent to secure a victory against Sun Wukong, declaring that if he failed again, he might as well cease to exist. Number 6 accelerated with remarkable speed, even surpassing Sun Wukong slightly. His right arm swelled with power, veins bulging on his forehead, and he unleashed a powerful punch. With a thunderous boom, the ground erupted around them, the air howling as their fists collided, creating shockwaves that shattered the earth. An invisible energy wave radiated outward, fracturing the very stones of the mountains. Sun Wukong's expression grew grave as he was sent flying, tumbling through the air before crashing into the ground and carving a long trench. Is this really how strong he is? He mused, looking at his trembling hands, a grin breaking across his face. Despite the trembling coursing through him, he felt no fear. Rather, it was exhilaration. The blood of the Saiyan within him was boiling, his golden tail swinging with fervor, and a smile crept onto Sun Wukong's face. I can do this. In the battle with Trunks, I'd already seized the opportunity. In this confrontation, I am certain I will break through. Goku clenched his fists and gazed ahead. Number 6 retreated several dozen steps, his face displaying a hint of surprise. Although he had yet to unleash his full strength, the power he exhibited was formidable enough to force him back. Huh, how intriguing. Number 6 licked his pale lips, smiled, and once again intensified his aura, launching forward with a powerful stomp. Seeing this, Goku's expression brightened with excitement as he threw a punch. Bang! The air resonated with the continuous sounds of flesh colliding, the two figures moving at high speed, relentlessly striking one another, fist against fist, leg against leg. The air reverberated with muffled thuds, causing the very planet to tremble as their forces clashed, the shock waves shattering mountains and tearing apart clouds. Waves of white energy surged, with arcs of electricity crackling like remnants of their unleashed might. Throughout this battle, Goku had been at a disadvantage. However, Number 6's expression was far from composed. This Goku is truly a child of fortune, seizing the chance to break through amidst the fight, his strength steadily increasing, rapidly closing the gap between us. Gritting his teeth, Number 6's face grew grave. The more Goku fought, the brighter his eyes shone, until they radiated a golden hue, and with a single punch, he sent Number 6 flying. Bang! The force of the punch howled through the air as Number 6 raised both hands, his form hurtling backward, crashing through several towering mountains. Damn it, this is utterly unreasonable. Number 6 ceased to conceal his strength, no longer fearing the expenditure of energy, as a colossal aura erupted forth. Golden light illuminating his form, the intensity soaring. He felt akin to a sparring partner. While his opponent grew increasingly powerful, he remained stagnant. The frustration from being mercilessly beaten by Number 1 transformed into strength, and his aura began to rise, a tempest swirling around him. Number 6 soared through the air with incredible speed, resembling a golden meteor, his energy coalescing into his fists. In an instant, a flash of golden light surged forth, filling his fists with fiery energy as he appeared before Goku, delivering a powerful right hook. Bang! The air detonated, the punch arriving before the wind. A compressive force accompanied by a howling gale. Goku's hair was lifted, his skin vibrating. This is bad. There's no escaping this. Gritting his teeth, Goku's pupils constricted, his heart racing. The surge in battle power was overwhelming, leaving him no time to react. Bang! The punch struck Goku squarely in the abdomen, the force exploding outward, sending shockwaves through his body and crashing into the distant mountains, obliterating them. The air surrounding Goku erupted, and he was propelled backward, spewing forth a copious amount of blood, which drenched his body as he smashed through several mountains, ultimately crashing to the ground, carving a long trench. Goku's complexion turned pale, the imprint of the punch still vivid on his abdomen, a deep reminder of the impact. At this moment, he was racked with excruciating pain, agony coursing through his entire being, his expression twisted in anguish as he coughed up blood. Son Wukong gasped for breath, every inhalation a struggle. He endeavored to rise, only to behold a golden figure materializing in the heavens, a hand firmly grasping his head and pressing it against the ground as they soared through the air. With a series of resounding crashes, the sixth figure, cold and unyielding, forcefully held Wukong's head down, propelling him forward at an alarming speed, causing the earth beneath to fracture and carve a deep rift in its wake. In the sky, one exclaimed in astonishment at the ruthlessness of the sixth figure. With such relentless force, how can Wukong possibly retaliate? The fifth figure, contemplative, touched his belly and spoke. It is his own request, is it not? The third figure shook his head, choosing silence as he flew towards the two. The fifth figure followed closely behind. After shattering 10 mountains, the sixth figure finally relinquished Wukong, lifting his head high into the air. At this moment, Wukong's energy had waned significantly, his face twisted in a fierce grimace. He desperately attempted to pry free from the sixth figure's grip. It is over. The sixth figure's eyes gleamed with intensity as he yanked Wukong and hurled him downward like a projectile, resulting in a massive crater upon impact. Unsatisfied, the sixth figure descended, gathering energy spheres at his waist, unleashing them mercilessly into the ground beneath. The ground shook with continuous explosions, reverberating with thunderous roars as the terrain crumbled and fissured, leaving a landscape marred with gaping holes. Within the cavity, Wukong gazed vacantly at the sky, his eyes dazed. He had returned to his normal state, devoid of the energy and stamina to maintain his Super Saiyan form. He stared blankly at the sky, which shimmered with a beautiful yet peculiar hue of violet. What a magnificent star! Wukong murmured softly, captivated by the sight of a brilliant blue star twinkling gently above. Chapter 68. The Formidable Super Saiyan Ape. In the distance, Trunks, perplexed, remarked, "What are you pretending for? I thought you would teleport me directly to Jebbit, yet you merely brought me out of the pit?" Trunks, uncharacteristically sarcastic, did not understand why the presence of the first figure made him uneasy, compounded by a less than favorable first impression. Having spent years with Uncle Cell, he had learned various quips, and today seemed the perfect occasion to utilize them. Cough, cough. You simply aren't trying hard enough, are you? Too many distractions in your mind, perhaps? I say, how dull. The first figure rolled his eyes, bemused by the antics of Trunks, who had evidently picked up some rather tiresome humor from his father. You know, well, it makes sense, considering you are Uncle Cell's son. Trunks paused momentarily in surprise before swiftly processing the realization. Uncle Cell had likely shared such insights with him. With a random, awkward smile, I silently reflected. I wonder how Uncle Cell managed to father so many sons, each possessing such distinct and peculiar personalities. Surely, I cannot be blamed for this. Logically, one would expect to sense the presence of my father, yet for some unknown reason, it eludes me. Moreover, in my eagerness to find Jebbit, I neglected to consider that, despite being a servant of the Supreme Kai, he is still a deity, and without that aura, instantaneous movement is rendered impossible. With a resigned gesture, I continued now. It seems we must seek out my father, especially since you mentioned you just came from him. Let us swiftly traverse this planet. To be honest, the route we took earlier did not lead us here. I noticed that Mr. Son Goku also arrived via instantaneous movement. Trunks chuckled, waving his hand in a similarly resigned manner before adding, Uncle Cell is currently engaged in meditation concerning divine energy. It would be unwise to disturb him. Divine energy? So, my father's purpose in coming here was indeed this? I nodded in understanding. What misfortune! It seems my father has repeatedly found himself injured during treatment, first being knocked out by that insufferable number 6, then wounded in battle with me, and now again injured while fighting number 6. It appears my father and this number 6 are at odds. There's no helping it. We enjoy our share of playful banter. I murmured softly. What did you say? Trunks inquired, his eyes widening in confusion. Nothing, let us set off. I rose, golden flames erupting around me, my form shimmering with a lustrous golden hue. Perhaps you should wait here. I will seek out Jebbit and bring him to you. Without another word, I soared into the sky, leaving a fleeting afterimage in my wake. This fellow is truly peculiar, Trunks muttered as he glided to a nearby mountain, gently setting down Vegeta before entering a meditative state. Indeed, it was true. My own power was lamentably inadequate, and I needed to engage in rigorous training. I aimed to reach a level comparable to Mr. Goku in his Super Saiyan form. I was merely a step away from unlocking Super Saiyan 2, poised to breach that barrier and attain a whole new transformation. What a racket! The old Supreme Kai furrowed his brows, stowing away the health magazine he had been perusing. He glanced at the meditating cell and murmured, "Soon, his speed has escalated to an incomprehensible level. He is likely to emerge from meditation shortly." Observing Cell, who radiated with a kaleidoscope of colors, a smile crept across the old Supreme Kai's face. I never anticipated my first disciple would possess such remarkable talent. I wonder if he will reach or even surpass the level of that hairless cat, Beerus. Oof, just thinking of that cat dampens my spirits. The old Supreme Kai straightened his posture, gazing skyward, hands clasped behind his back, contemplating the beautiful sky, his emotions swirling in complexity. Meanwhile, number 6 hung suspended in the high sky, coldly surveying Son Goku below, suddenly sensing something amiss. How beautiful it is, the blue star, in Sun Wukong's eyes. That azure planet captivated him, and despite the blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, a smile emerged, elevating his spirits. Suddenly, a dull, thudding sound reverberated. The furry tail behind him began to thrash with vigor, and his eyes turned a vivid crimson. As his heartbeat quickened, his fur began to sprout at an unnatural pace. A roar erupted from his lips, reminiscent of a furious bellow. Number 6 furrowed his brow, suddenly struck by a realization that left him astonished. Could it be that Sun Wukong was transforming into a Saiyan, Super Saiyan? At that moment, number 6's expression shifted to one of confusion and dread. He had failed to notice the furry tail behind him. Instantly, he looked up, his countenance darkening. Had he mistaken that star for Earth? Was the saga of Dragon Ball GT unfolding before him? The two observers high above marveled at the scene, yet offered no assistance to number 6, continuing their vigil from the sky. Brother, shall we not assist number 6? Number 5 inquired, his brows knitted in concern. Let him come to us in need. When number 6 seeks our aid, it will not be too late. Rest assured, he will not perish, even if he does. Our Father can simply wish him back to life. Number 3 replied, crossing his arms, imparting a rather philosophical perspective that prompted number 5 to nod in agreement. The heartbeat grew louder, Sun Wukong's eyes ablaze, his body swelling rapidly, the dense black fur bristling, his mouth contorting grotesquely as he shot up in height. His martial arts attire quickly torn as he reached several meters tall. Roar! The transformation into the Saiyan monkey commenced. A surge of primal ferocity erupted forth. Number 6 gazed down from the sky, waiting for the emergence of Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan form to engage in battle. He had made up his mind. He too bore the bloodline of a Saiyan, including the potent heritage of Gohan, the strongest of them all. He sought strength through combat, and the colossal mindless and slower Super Saiyan would serve as an excellent sparring partner. After having been a temporary training partner for Sun Wukong, it would only be fair for the roles to be reversed. Soon, Sun Wukong's energy began to swell. Instinctively, a golden aura enveloped him, dyeing his fur in vibrant hues. His previously flat hair suddenly standing on end. The Super Saiyan emerged. Chapter 69. The Battle of the Golden Great Ape. Roar! The Golden Great Ape, transformed from Sun Wukong, let out a thunderous roar, a savage and primal aura emanating from him as he stomped down, causing the ground to shatter beneath him. Glancing upwards, he spotted number 6 and unleashed a colossal energy blast. The Golden Great Ape struck its chest in exhilaration, and a brilliant golden energy beam erupted from his mouth, hurtling towards the suspended form of number 6. Let me see your true power. Number 6's gaze sharpened, his form unfurling as he joined his hands together, unleashing a Kamehameha wave with fervor. A cerulean wave of energy surged forth from his hands, colliding with the golden giant ape's cannon. A thunderous boom echoed through the air as a powerful shockwave radiated outward, scattering azure and golden particles that shattered the ground, creating a push-pull effect reminiscent of connected light columns. The golden giant ape, incensed by the provocation, opened its mouth wide, causing the golden beam to swell instantly, becoming even more robust as it surged forward. Damn it! Number 6 could barely hold on. His cheeks glistened with sweat, droplets cascading down to the ground. Veins throbbed on his forehead, pulsating with intensity. The energy output from the opponent was overwhelmingly superior. The golden cannon swiftly engulfed his diminutive azure beam, charging towards the relatively insignificant number 6. Gritting his teeth, number 6 executed a swift maneuver, narrowly evading the attack and landing on the ground, his expression grim. The golden cannon plunged into the mysterious cosmos, gradually vanishing from sight, its destination unknown. A triumphant roar erupted from the golden giant ape as it pounded its chest, producing a series of deep thuds. This is absurd. I refuse to believe that its speed is equally formidable. Number 6's body sank slightly. He stomped the ground with explosive force, propelling himself forward like a cannonball, the earth fracturing beneath him and releasing a wave of white energy. Boom! Number 6 disregarded his energy expenditure, unleashing all his might, golden flames leaping skyward with a crackling sound, enveloping his entire form. His right fist, shrouded in golden flames, clenched tightly, all his breath coalescing into a singular point, which then transformed into a finger, emitting a fierce golden glow. This was a culmination of inspirations drawn from a previous life, anime, combined with ideas of energy swords, his most potent killing move, and he was determined to inflict at least some damage. As he soared through the air with increasing speed, he closed the distance, drawing the golden giant ape's attention. With a sharp thrust, his glowing fingertips struck the giant ape's ear, eliciting a spray of blood. At this critical moment, unexpectedly, the ape turned its head, causing the attack to miss its intended mark. Number 6, realizing the miscalculation, prepared to leap and strike again. But the golden giant's powerful right fist came crashing down with such velocity that he had no chance to react. Boom! There was nothing complex about the attack. It was merely a fist brimming with raw power. The space surrounding number 6 shattered instantaneously, the air ripping apart in an explosion, intricate cracks sprawling outward. His body sustained numerous injuries, blood gushing forth like water as he was forcefully driven into the ground. Rumbling, number 6, dazed, plummeted deep into the earth, obliterating untold amounts of soil, blood filling his mouth. His body lay in tatters, with his right arm seemingly severed and flung into oblivion. This was not the speed depicted in the anime. Yet, he had still managed to breach the defenses. As consciousness slowly returned, number 6 erupted into laughter, blood continuously spilling from the corners of his mouth. His complexion shifted to a serious hue as the gray-black tentacles entwined around him. Subject 6's body swiftly rejuvenated, reaching peak condition once more, and within him surged powerful energies erupting outward, bringing him immense pleasure. I told you, my lineage still holds significance. Subject 6 opened his mouth, wiped away the blood at the corner, and raised his fist, his form radiating brilliant golden light as he shot forth. In the high skies, Subjects 3 and 5 gazed down, observing the entire spectacle of Subject 6 being mercilessly battered. This golden giant ape is said to possess a 500-fold amplification. How can it move with such swiftness? Subject 5 turned to Subject 3, speaking softly. It is indeed so. However, Sun Wukong's foundational combat prowess has undergone a tremendous breakthrough in this battle, rendering him significantly stronger. To be candid, I am contemplating whether to assist him in achieving Super Saiyan 4. Subject 3 rubbed his chin, a glimmer flickering in his eyes. His brow slightly furrowed as he spoke slowly. Why? Subject 5 inquired. Because my father would inevitably reach this juncture, and observing Sun Wukong transform into Super Saiyan 4 might provide him with some aid in his metamorphosis, albeit perhaps negligible. Yet as a son, any assistance I can offer is worthwhile. What should we do then? There's no Xiao Fong here, not even Son Gohan. Subject 5 waved his hand, appearing somewhat helpless. No need for that. We merely need to restore his consciousness. We must strike, bringing him back from his violent state, relentlessly pounding him. Subject 3 reflected for a moment before responding. Can this truly work? I feel it is somewhat dubious, Subject 5 said, scratching his head softly. It's fine. Just strike first. Subject 3 nodded, yet remained motionless, arms crossed, observing. Subject 5 understood that Subject 3 was awaiting Subject 6's command, shaking his head, refraining from further speech. Quietly watching below, on the ground, the golden giant ape, rather human-like, touched its injured cheek. Upon seeing the bright red blood, it descended into a frenzy once more. Roar! The golden giant ape alternated its feet, pounding the ground with such force that the earth could no longer withstand it, fracturing instantaneously. With no ground beneath it, the golden giant ape plummeted into a deep pit, landing on its back. Phew, what a foolish creature. Subject 6 emerged from the earth, catching this scene, a smirk playing on his lips as he mocked. Observing this, Subject 6 hovered in the air, pressing down with his body, hands resting on his waist, conjuring one energy sphere after another, unleashing them with astonishing speed, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages. Boom! Countless energy spheres rained down, the ground continuously collapsing, burying the golden giant ape deep beneath, explosions resonating endlessly, accompanied by faint ape howls. Boom! Dense black smoke billowed, swirling toward the horizon. Subject 6 gasped for breath. He had not conserved energy, giving it his all, losing count of how many strikes he had unleashed. If the golden giant ape remained unscathed, he would call for assistance. He felt utterly exhausted. Phew! Subject 6 exhaled a breath of murky air, beginning to gather energy, clenching it in his right fist, enveloped in radiant golden light. In the depths of the earth, the golden giant ape was rendered dizzy and disoriented by the explosion. The energy spheres unleashed by number 6 were all aimed at a singular target, its head, now charred to an unimaginable black. For a fleeting moment, Sun Wukong's consciousness returned. However, it was swiftly overtaken once more by a violent rage. The giant ape brazenly leapt forth, shattering the surrounding rocks. Amidst the swirling smoke, number 6 observed the fierce, blackened head of the golden giant ape and stifled a laugh, thinking to himself that it was worthwhile to have altered the creature's appearance. Chapter 70. The three warriors battle the golden giant ape. Super Saiyan 4 emerges. Phew, this battle is truly exhausting. It all started with just a minor scratch. Number 6, with a look of resignation, clenched his right fist, channeling all his energy into this final strike. If this did not yield substantial damage, he would have no choice but to retreat. Shaking his head, his gaze suddenly sharpened. After exhaling a breath of stale air, he bent slightly, stepping forward with explosive energy, his body shimmering with golden light. In terms of brilliance, the golden giant ape could not compare to him. As his speed escalated, by the time he reached the golden giant ape, he was moving at an unfathomable velocity, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages and an eruption of golden light as he unleashed a punch. The golden giant ape, sensing the formidable power emanating from this bothersome insect, raised its massive right arm and countered with a punch of its own. When their fists collided, it appeared that number 6 punch was no match for the giant ape's might. Yet in reality, the disparity was far greater than it seemed. A tremendous roar echoed as energy surged forth, unleashing waves of white energy that cascaded outward in all directions. The powerful shockwave reverberated throughout the King Kai's realm, erupting in a dazzling display of golden light that radiated into the depths of the universe. With a thunderous crash, the ground collapsed, sending ripples through the air. Number 6 was sent flying, bloodied and battered, his right arm obliterated, hurtling like a cannonball across the terrain, carving a long trench in its wake. The golden giant ape staggered back a few paces before regaining its balance. Seeing this, number 6 no longer hesitated. He looked skyward and cried out, "Elder brother, third brother, help me. I am utterly inadequate. I cannot face this alone." In an instant, the figures of third brother and fifth brother appeared before him without a hint of hesitation. "Number 6, why are you struggling so?" Third brother remarked with a smirk. "Are you blind, third brother? He is currently son Wukong. He has turned into a frenzied beast." "Huh? What did you say?" Third brother inquired, flying a short distance before reiterating his question. "Third brother," number 6 exclaimed in exasperation. "Isn't that the truth? First and foremost, one must maintain a proper attitude. Without the right mindset, nothing can be accomplished well." Third brother shook his head, signaling fifth brother to speak. "Indeed, third brother is right." Fifth brother nodded in agreement. "To begin with, the ultimate measure would be to obliterate the planet above or sever the tail. However, it is preferable to refrain from such drastic actions. This is a last resort. We must strive to restore Sun Wukong's consciousness, enabling him to successfully transform into a Super Saiyan 4, expending his power to assault his cranium. In terms of endurance, we hold the advantage." Number 3 spoke slowly, casting a sidelong glance at number 6, seemingly awaiting his response. "Not a problem. I'll follow your lead." Number 6 waved his hand, unusually refraining from questioning. "Then let us proceed." Number 3 was the first to charge forth, with number 5 closely trailing behind. And finally, number 6 took flight as well. "Huh!" Number 3 bellowed, elevating his energy to its peak, unleashing a barrage of attacks upon the left leg of the golden giant ape. Number 5 hovered in the air, unleashing a storm of small energy slashes that battered the right leg. The earth-shaking sounds reverberated as the golden giant ape roared incessantly, attempting to block the onslaught with its arms. Yet the duo disregarded conventional tactics, focusing solely on his legs and the ground beneath him. This relentless assault irked the golden giant ape to no end, as it spewed forth its golden ape cannon. However, due to the diminutive size and swift movements of numbers 3 and 5, the cannon fire could barely graze them, as they possessed no clothing to catch the flames. The continuous explosions echoed as the ground beneath the golden giant ape began to collapse. Thanks to number 5's persistent barrage targeting a single area, the golden ape's right leg, once impervious to harm, was ultimately cleaved open, spilling forth torrents of blood. Boom! Throughout this time, number 6 had been gathering energy, shaping it into an arm larger than the golden giant ape itself, drawn back behind him. "Haha! Behold my mighty blow!" Number 6 grinned, propelling himself forward with great speed, leaving craters in his wake as he charged toward the golden giant ape's head, his colossal right arm trailing behind, a howling wind accompanying his advance. Roar! The golden giant ape let out a furious roar, its crimson eyes gleaming with rage, but to no avail. Most of its body was buried underground, leaving only its charred head above, continuing to bellow in fury. "Here, allow me to gift you something special," number 3 murmured softly, raising his right hand, fingers forming a gesture. As energy coalesced with a sizzling sound, arcs of electricity crackling forth, emanating an astonishing presence. As the golden giant ape had its mouth agape, after a moment of intense concentration, number 3 thrust forth with great force, demon-penetrating light cannon, a spiraling beam of red and yellow light, intertwined with golden arcs of electricity, crackled and surged toward the giant's maw. Just as the beam was about to strike, the golden giant ape closed its mouth, absorbing the blow with its head. Bang! A tremendous explosion ensued as the beam collided with the giant's skull, sending shockwaves through the ground. "Huh!" With a thunderous roar, number 3 intensified the gathering of energy within, channeling all available power into a singular force. As the energy surged, Beams of light thickened into a radiant pillar that erupted violently, accompanied by a resounding blast and swirling smoke. The golden giant ape let out a mournful cry before toppling backward. Coincidentally, number 6 arrived at its side, dwarfed in comparison to the golden giant ape. Wielding a colossal iron hammer, with a fierce determination, it swung its fist with the force of a howling gale, the impact of air resonating powerfully. Bang! The iron fist struck the golden giant ape's head with tremendous force, causing the ground to fracture beneath them. The pressure of the punch echoing thunderously as the golden giant ape's head reacted explosively, its features distorting under the strain as it was pressed to the earth. Whoosh! Following the strike, number 6 swiftly retreated into the air, where number 5 and number 3 appear behind it, placing their hands in support. "This is your moment," number 6 remarked, feeling the continuous flow of energy within and sensing the unusual presence behind it. "Relax. I am not a threat, nor am I inclined that way. You are the strongest among us. Deliver one final blow," aimed at its head, number 3 encouraged with a smile. "Get your all, old 6. Hearing this, number 6 exhaled deeply, resignedly stating, "Indeed, if this doesn't succeed, you cannot blame me." As it floated, golden arcs of electricity danced around it, a fiery aura rising, emanating a formidable presence. It gazed at its hands, murmuring, "What astonishing power." With that, golden light surged from within, its body slightly lowering as it positioned its hands at its right waist, wrists touching in a blossom-like formation. A brilliant azure energy flowed forth, radiating dazzling brilliance and exuding a powerful aura, white waves of energy rippling around it. The sky darkened with ominous clouds, rumbling thunder echoing as if a dragon of lightning stirred within. Kamehameha. Number 6 opted for its most practiced technique, thrusting its hands forward fiercely. Puff! A robust wave of azure energy burst forth, entwined with golden arcs of electricity, erupting with a thunderous roar as it barreled toward the golden giant ape's head. The poor creature endured repeated blows to its cranium, its gaze becoming clearer as the savage aura dissipated significantly. Boom! The Kamehameha surged forward, striking directly at its head and pushing it back at an angle, carving a deep and lengthy trench into the ground, uprooting soil and reducing stones to dust. Rumbling. An explosion resonated, smoke billowing in all directions. At this moment, number 6 gasped heavily, having depleted nearly all its energy, leaving just enough to sustain its movements. On the verge of collapsing to the ground, it was caught by number 5, who supported it with hands and belly. In the depths of the crater, number 3 approached the golden giant ape. Ouch! What is happening? My head aches unbearably. The golden giant ape? No, Sun Wukong groaned, rubbing its throbbing head in shock. Why has my body grown so immense? Sun Wukong endeavored to coalesce his form into that of a human. However, he realized that maintaining such a conscious state would not endure for long. He was reminded to embrace a fervent belief in his quest for strength. For only then could he suppress the ferocious energy surging within him and successfully transform into a Super Saiyan 4. Is that so? Sun Wukong replied, his voice laced with uncertainty. Indeed, to attain greater power, you must follow this path, spoke number 3 with utmost seriousness. I must tell you, there are countless formidable beings in the universe awaiting your challenge. In the future, malevolent forces will invade Earth, and it is imperative that you grow stronger to vanquish them. Thus, you must first conquer yourself. Very well, I shall attempt it, Sun Wukong said, gently closing his eyes. The words imparted by number 3 ignited a fervor within him. The blood of the Saiyan boiled, and his desire for strength intensified. A faint, crimson glow began to envelop him, as his body gradually lifted off the ground. Observing this transformation, number 3's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it truly be related to belief? He pondered, retreating to a safe distance in the sky, intent on documenting the entire metamorphosis. Within the depths of Sun Wukong's mind, a sea of crimson threatened to consume him once more. My aspiration for strength cannot be halted here, he bellowed, his face contorted in struggle. A surge of golden light emanated from him, dissipating the blood-red aura that had engulfed him. Instantly, his mental landscape transformed from a crimson hue to a serene, golden warmth. At that moment, Sun Wukong gasped, involuntarily parting his lips as a flash of insight illuminated his mind. The golden giant ape began to shrink, ultimately revealing his own naked form. Boom! In the external realm, Sun Wukong's body quaked violently, bursts of red light erupting forth. The sky darkened ominously as a crimson thunder dragon roiled within the clouds, its surface shimmering with interwoven golden light. Waves of golden energy surged forth. Sun Wukong's immense figure became enveloped in a radiant golden glow. Just as the blood-red thunder dragon descended upon him, cracks formed on his body as it exploded, unveiling the silhouette of Sun Wukong, transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. At that moment, his stature had elevated significantly, arcs of golden electricity dancing around him. His long, raven hair cascaded down his shoulders, with 2 strands of bangs falling gracefully over his forehead. His golden eyes, profound and piercing, held a reflection of his black pupils, framed by crimson markings that resembled a dragon. Muscles rippled beneath a layer of deep pink fur that adorned his upper body, exposing his powerful chest. A blue wristband encircled him, while he wore bright yellow combat trousers, complemented by matching blue ankle bindings and polished boots. A fluffy, deep pink tail curled behind him, swaying gently. He exuded an air of untamed charisma, tinged with an alluring danger, as a fierce and tyrannical energy radiated from him. In that moment, he was the very embodiment of the cosmos, the Super Saiyan 4, Sun Wukong. Chapter 71, Super Saiyan 4. At this moment, Son Goku had transformed into Super Saiyan 4, exuding an overwhelming aura as he descended slowly to the ground, lightly treading upon its surface. The terrain, having been ravaged beyond recognition, continuously sank and crumbled. Thus, standing upon this devastated land could be considered a position of elevation. Number 3 hovered slightly above the gaping chasm, gazing up at the deep pink figure in awe, his violet eyes shimmering with light as he committed the image to memory, merging it with the iconic form from the anime, Super Saiyan 4. In truth, the battle was already concluded, lacking any semblance of competition. The others appeared as mere insects before the might of Super Saiyan 4 Son Goku, a disparity so vast that one could simply accept their fate. Of course, they could have chosen a different path, severing the tail or obliterating the star, thereby negating the circumstances. However, such actions would have precluded witnessing the birth of Super Saiyan 4, rendering the effort worthwhile despite the fatigue it entailed. Has success truly been attained? Number 6 clenched his teeth, steadying himself. He was now gradually replenishing his strength and energy, thanks to Number 5's infusion of energy into him, allowing for normal movement. Isn't success a natural outcome? It is through strength and conviction that one conquers their inner brutality, achieving self-awareness. That is Son Goku. Number 5, cradling his belly, emerged slowly from behind, speaking deliberately. So what exactly does Number 3 intend to document? Surely, a father of such prowess can effortlessly transform into Super Android 4. Is there any difficulty in that? Number 6, puzzled, inquired further. Who knows what Number 3 is thinking? Perhaps he merely wishes to marginally enhance the odds of success. After all, he too can transform into Super Android 4 with a bit of training. It is a relatively simple feat for us. After pondering for a moment, Number 5 continued, is this truly Super Saiyan 4? This power exceeds my expectations. Son Goku cast a glance at Number 3, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Indeed, this is Super Saiyan 4. How does it feel? Number 3 swiftly approached, asking with anticipation. Remarkable. My body is a vessel of power. Compared to Super Saiyan 3, this strength has multiplied tenfold. An endless surge of energy flows within me, enveloping me in profound comfort. Son Goku tightened his fists, relishing the tremendous force coursing through him, sensing an extraordinary transformation taking place. His perception, defense, strength, and even speed felt profoundly enhanced, and despite the passage of time, he felt no fatigue, almost as if he had not exerted himself at all. This transformation is truly formidable. I can now even perceive the existence of Earth. Son Wukong's eyes were slightly closed, revealing his crimson eyelids, from which a subtle red glow emanated from within his being. He sensed several powerful auras on Earth, likely those of the offspring of Cell, 2 individuals. In that case, they certainly possess formidable strength. Number 3 nodded. The distance from Earth was vast, and although the leader had the ability to teleport, he could not return, as he could not perceive Earth's existence. However, Son Wukong's newfound sensitivity was indeed significantly enhanced. Well, I must express my gratitude to you all, but it is impossible for me to wield such power, Son Wukong said with a smile. Soon, Number 5 and Number 6 arrived, their keen hearing allowing them to catch the conversation from afar. "Take me back. To Earth," Number 6 said, his voice steady. "And I as well. We are of no use here. It will be better to return and train ourselves. Ideally, we should enter the hyperbolic time chamber. I shall not emerge until I reach the level of a super android too." Number 5's earnest words resonated with seriousness. "Then I shall accompany you," Number 6 exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, glancing at Number 5 with a hint of surprise before continuing. "I will remain here and wait until my father is finished. Then I shall follow." Number 3 nodded, fully agreeing with their sentiments. Upon his return, he too intended to enter and engage in rigorous training. "Very well, then grasp my hand," Sun Wukong said gently, extending his left hand while his right index and middle fingers formed a sword-like gesture against his forehead. Number 6 and Number 5 exchanged glances before placing their palms in Sun Wukong's grasp. "Farewell." Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow, his form vanishing in an instant as he teleported back to Earth. "Phew, they have departed. Who shall I seek now? Perhaps I should look for the leader." Number 3 exhaled a deep breath, ascending into the sky, casting a resigned glance over the ground below. Observing the cratered, collapsed, and rutted terrain, he chuckled to himself. Their battle had indeed wreaked havoc upon the landscape, and he wondered who would undertake the arduous task of restoration. With a smile, Number 3's golden aura surged from his feet, enveloping his entire being as he made no delay, charging forth towards Number 1's location, tracing a brilliant arc of light across the heavens. This aura feels somewhat familiar. The old Kai stood, gazing towards the source of the recently released energy, his brow furrowing. After pondering for a moment, he shook his head, choosing to disregard it. His attention shifted to Cell, whose body now radiated divine energy, having absorbed enough divine power. He should soon awaken. The old Kai glanced at Cell, who was enveloped in a myriad of colorful lights, contemplating inwardly. Suddenly, an unexpected event transpired. The multicolored brilliance emanating from Cell intensified, culminating in a colossal beam of vibrant light that soared skyward. Boom! Above, the heavens swirled with clouds, layers upon layers coiling together. As Cell was shrouded in an extraordinary glow, his form becoming indistinguishable. The sky, once resplendent in daylight, suddenly darkened, transforming into a shroud of night, only to revert again as rain, snow, and hail fell in alternation. Ultimately, the light vanished entirely. Cell's form levitated, a radiance flickering to life before gently dissipating, revealing his figure within. It was still Cell in his original visage, yet his physique appeared somewhat emaciated, more diminutive. His once pink eyes had turned a blood-red hue, and his eyebrows mirrored this sanguine transformation. A golden-red luminescence began to rise from beneath his feet, enveloping his entire being. Chapter 72. The Breath of the Divine and Divine Power. The black sections of his chest armor and the exoskeleton on his wings were tinged with a thin veil of blood red. The immense aura he once possessed vanished, replaced by a formidable golden-red glow that exuded an unsettling pressure. His presence was infused with an enigmatic depth, evoking a sensation of being both present in this world, yet simultaneously absent. Yet, amidst this contradiction, there was a sense of tranquility and warmth. "Congratulations. It appears you have discovered a method to harness the essence of the divine," the old Supreme Kai remarked, momentarily taken aback before gesturing with his hand and raising an eyebrow as he approached. "You have merely grasped the rudiments of utilizing divine essence. A complete mastery lies ahead. Once you achieve full control, you will be able to significantly condense your own divine power, which will greatly benefit you. As for the divine energy within you, it is essentially the divine essence absorbed by Majin Buu from the two Supreme Kais. You have merely converted it into your own, though it is not truly yours." The old Supreme Kai continued with a lengthy discourse, while Cell merely nodded, feeling little need to absorb the entirety of the information, as he could intuit what he sought to know without memorization. Instead, his focus was entirely on his own form. This state was a result of infusing the divine essence into the Saiyan blood coursing through him, a condition he found peculiar. His combat prowess had indeed surged dramatically, surpassing his transformation into Super Android 3, yet it seemed not to be a stable state. He believed that with continued concentration on gathering divine essence, this condition would grow in strength. However, in contrast to what the original text suggested, the power increase of those Super Saiyan gods was fixed, differing merely in the application of that power. The enhancement was likely tenfold that of Super Saiyan 3, yielding a staggering increase of 4,000 times, distinct from his own experience. "Fascinating," A smile crept on his cell's lips as he slowly descended, his fists rapidly slicing through the air, his feet lightly pressing down, allowing him to instantaneously appear among the peaks and rivers before returning. His combat strength, speed, and agility had all seen considerable enhancement, though his endurance was somewhat average. Moreover, Cell furrowed his brow, tapping on his exoskeleton. Having previously gazed at his reflection by the lakeside, he noted his drastically diminished form, feeling as though his defenses were lacking. With a deep exhale, I pondered the extent of my current combat prowess. According to his conjecture, upon transforming into the Super Android 3, my foundational strength, augmented by a staggering factor of 400, would reach a formidable level, likely comparable to that of the Super Saiyan Blue. Moreover, my energy consumption is remarkably minimal. Approaching an infinite state of eternal energy, my expenditure is slight, my recovery rapid, and my control over power formidable. Even if my strength does not match that of the Super Saiyan Blue, I could outlast him through sheer endurance. However, having undergone the divine powers baptism, my current strength has vastly surpassed my former self, and I now possess the capability to utterly dominate the so-called Super Saiyan Blue. I may even surpass him. My body has been honed to perfection, and further training would yield only marginal improvements. Nonetheless, the transformation is unique. My special physique allows me to transform directly into a Super Saiyan Blue while in a state infused with divine energy. The prerequisites for this transformation: harboring divine energy, mastering the control of that energy, possessing a robust physique, and having learned the Super Saiyan technique, are all met, making the transition to this state effortless. As for the color, it is likely distinct from theirs, considering I am a deity, albeit a half one. Taking a slow breath, I expel a cloud of stale air. Returning to my normal state, my aura surges, my body instantly becomes remarkably strong, my eyes revert to a pink hue, and the golden-red luminescence dissipates. I have no intention of experimenting here. It is unnecessary. I shall begin my contemplation in a more secluded location. How does it feel to be a god? The old Kaishin inquired, observing me in a daze without interrupting, and only speaking once I returned to normalcy. Quite remarkable. It is a peculiar sensation. As if I am capable of anything, I replied slowly. Indeed, it feels as if one can achieve anything, but that is merely the initial illusion of becoming a deity. How could one truly be omnipotent? The old Kaishin shook his head and continued, try using the divine energy absorbed within you to create something. He gestured to the ground, instructing me to conjure a tree. Is that so? I recalled the method of utilizing divine energy from my mind, channeling the modest amount within me. With a sweep of my palm, a brilliant array of colors emanated and gently covered the earth. In an instant, a small sapling inexplicably sprouted from the soil. As I amplified the divine energy, the sapling rapidly grew into a towering tree, casting shade upon the sunlight above. You truly possess a modicum of talent. To succeed on your first attempt is far superior to my own experiences in the past, the old Kaishin expressed with a hint of joy, revealing a grin that showcased his yellowed teeth. And how many attempts did you require in your time? I asked, withdrawing my divine energy, my face etched with curiosity. Ahem. That is of little consequence. Such matters are trivial, the old Kaishin replied, somewhat awkwardly clearing his throat. Could he really confess to Sheru that he had failed to succeed even once in his first year? How embarrassing would that be? The old fellow was still alive, and he certainly had some pride to maintain. Cough, cough. To be honest, I am contemplating retirement, allowing you to take over my duties, for I am now aged and should embrace a life of leisure. The old Kai chuckled softly, gently stroking his chin. You're still quite robust. No need to rush, no need to rush. Sheru appeared to have an epiphany, waving his hands in denial. How absurd. You, old man, are quite cunning, wishing to relinquish this divine role so that you need not share your vitality with Beerus. He had no desire to genuinely assume this so-called divinity. He merely sought to bask in a hint of divine essence, utilizing this position of the apprentice Kai. He certainly had no intention of genuinely embodying it. The daily mental strain was one thing, but losing his freedom was entirely another. No, he would not do it. Son. The old Kai squinted, grinning in a rather lecherous manner, seemingly lost in some delightful thought. Thus, old Kai, I still have matters to attend to. I have long since mastered these concepts, and I shall return another time. Without waiting for the old Kai to respond, Sheru abruptly vanished. Whoosh! Only a gentle breeze remained, along with the old Kai, who was left mid-sentence. Sigh, let it be, let it be. The youth are a bit restless, but it's of no consequence. The old Kai shook his head and retrieved the television once more, watching those agile young ladies dance. Chapter 73, The Hairless Cat. Time flew by. The days and months passed swiftly, and the delightful tour of the Kai planet concluded in what felt like a mere moment. After Shero vanished before the old Kai, he successfully located the lost number 1 and Trunks, and at Trunks' behest, Shero reluctantly treated Vegeta once again. To be honest, it was not that he held any disdain or disrespect towards him. Rather, he felt that, as a warrior, now a divine being, playing the role of a caretaker was rather unbecoming. Moreover, Vegeta's frequency of injuries was simply too high. It had barely been a few days, and he was already hurt again. Shero found it tiresome to even comment. After concluding the treatment, he brought number 3 to his side. Yet upon learning that Goku had transformed into Super Saiyan 4, Shero's expression remained relatively unchanged, while Vegeta immediately reacted with unease. Subsequently, Shero found himself persistently pursued by Vegeta, who insisted on training together. Shero remarked that it was of little consequence. Whether 1 or 2 trained, it mattered not. Furthermore, upon arriving on Earth, he would occasionally require lodging, to which Vegeta readily agreed. Ultimately, Shero summoned his Dragon Balls, one of which granted the wish to create a space akin to the hyperbolic time chamber, albeit with the stipulation that one could not exit unless reaching a power beyond Super Saiyan Blue. Additionally, provisions were made to adjust time and offer meat-based sustenance, ensuring that one would eat well and train hard, for that was truly beneficial. Trunks and Vegeta wholeheartedly endorsed this arrangement, declaring it splendid. Certainly, upon encountering Cell, Vegeta was profoundly astonished to discover his own Dragon Ball. As for the remaining 2 wishes, Cell declared them to be of little significance and entrusted them to Trunks. The first wish was to solidify the Earth's core, rendering it more robust, while the second was to restore the people's lives, or rather, the cities, to their pre-android state, including the recovery of resources. Upon hearing this, Goku, having received information from an unknown source, arrived to train alongside the others. However, Cell declined his participation, and Vegeta expressed vehement resistance, while Trunks, adhering to Cell's wishes, gently declined as well. Consequently, they had no choice but to retreat to the room of spirit and time within the Supreme Kai's temple, where they trained alongside Cell's 6 formidable offspring. In the end, humanity's existence flourished, cities were restored, and the revival of mankind was hailed as a miracle. Ultimately, grand statues of Cell were erected in each city. Dr. Hito deemed Cell Pro to be inadequate for the current hero, so he embarked on modifications to create Cell Pro Max, a process that would require an additional 3 months. As for Gamma 1 and Gamma 2, following the restoration of the city, and with the assistance of Mrs. Bulma, they swiftly completed their tasks and upgraded the Eternal Energy Furnace, both achieving a level of exceptional prowess, unbeknownst to Goku and his companions. The Red Ribbon Army appeared poised to undertake some clandestine experiments once more. However, the fleeting passage of 3 months hastily approached its conclusion. 3 months later, in a location near the edge of the universe, the realm of the gods of destruction, planet Beerus, exhibited a unique tetrahedral form. The most prominent feature was a colossal, withered tree that twisted in spirals across the entire planet, with numerous castle-like structures nestled amidst its branches. Beneath this, a dense thicket of smaller trees formed a complete forest. The sky was a dazzling tapestry of colors, more resplendent than the realm of the Kais, invoking admiration in all who beheld it. It can only be said that the aesthetic sense of the hairless cat was indeed exceptional in this regard. In the dimly lit corridor, devoid of illumination save for the faint glimmers of external light, a tall male figure leaned on a staff, sauntering leisurely. His hair was pure white, standing upright as if waxed, coalescing into a single tuft that curved slightly backward. Judging by his visage alone, he could be considered a distinguished male, though his skin bore a bluish hue, and an aura symbolizing angelic life and power encircled his neck. He was none other than Whis, the Angel of Universe 7, serving as the mentor and attendant to the god of destruction, Beerus. Lord Beerus! Lord Beerus! Whis exclaimed with a furrowed brow as he entered a room filled with clocks, covering his mouth and nose with a silk scarf. Suddenly, a loud explosion resonated, flames erupted, and smoke billowed, causing the room to tilt. On a rather elevated sleeping mat lay a hairless cat, lazily waving a paw as though the clock's explosion were of no consequence to him. Lord Beerus, if I recall correctly, you set this alarm bomb yourself, did you not? If you do not rise soon, the bomb will. Boom! A resounding explosion échoued, followed by the detonation of the alarm bomb beside it. Understood, understood. Beerus's ears perked up, and he tumbled from his bed to the floor, unsteadily making his way towards Whis, rubbing his bleary eyes as he inquired, "Whis, how long have I been asleep this time?" "Not quite 50 years, to be precise." 39 years, replied Whis, frowning slightly, seemingly displeased by the odor emanating from Beerus. "Lord Beerus, you ought to bathe. You become rather odorous." "No." Before Beerus could finish his sentence, Whis waved his staff, the embedded black magical orb instantly enveloping the two, teleporting them to the bathroom, while Whis patiently awaited outside. Splash! Water erupted, creating ripples as Beerus's tattered nightgown slipped off, and he fell naked into the bath, instantly awakening, his head submerged. Bubbles escaping from his mouth while he cast a forlorn gaze at the corner ahead. "Lord Beerus, the water temperature is just right," Whis remarked, stifling a laugh as he covered his mouth and nose. With no recourse, Beerus hastily washed himself and emerged wrapped in a towel. I haven't slept well during this period. Merely 39 years feels akin to a brief nap. Indeed, my sleep quality has deteriorated. Isn't it the time you set yourself?" "Lord Beerus?" Whis replied nonchalantly. Stretching lazily, Beerus reclined on the sofa, ignoring Whis' words, and continued, "Whis, I dreamed of someone who could rival me. But I have forgotten their name. Something super. It vexes me I cannot recall." Rolling on the sofa, his head now resting on the cushions, he lamented, "Ha. You are overthinking it, Lord Beerus. How could there possibly be anyone surpassing you in this world? Surely, it was merely a nightmare." Whis chuckled softly. "Never mind. I shall inquire the language fish later. It should be similar to what he previously told me." Beerus scratched his ear and continued, "By the way, Frieza has destroyed planet Vegeta, hasn't he?" "Indeed, but he was slain by a Saiyan named Son Goku," Whis replied, lightly tapping the ground with his staff, projecting an image of the battle between Son Goku and Frieza on Namek and Earth. "Nanny, a Saiyan killed Frieza," Beerus exclaimed, his eyes widening as he sprang up from the sofa, the towel around him slipping to the ground. "Ah, Lord Beerus, your towel has fallen," Whis said, turning his head shyly, his cheeks flushed. Realizing his exposure, Beerus hastily retrieved the fallen towel and wrapped it around himself again, then curiously asked, "Is this Saiyan named Son Goku truly that formidable? And why does he have golden hair?" "It appears to be a transformation known as Super Saiyan, which significantly amplifies one's combat power. It was through this transformation that he triumphed over Frieza," remarked Whis with an air of nonchalance. Chapter 74. The God of Super Saiyan? Super Saiyan? Ah, yes. I recall that my fated adversary is referred to as the God of Super Saiyan. After a moment of contemplation, Beerus provided his answer. "God?" Whis inquired, somewhat puzzled. He then retracted those images, narrowing his single eye as he glanced at the obsidian magical crystal ball, searching for a while before continuing, "Lord Beerus, there is no entity by the name of the God of Super Saiyan. This being's presence is absent throughout the entire universe." "Then where is the Son Wukong you just mentioned?" "Let's go see him," Beerus said, squinting his eyes as he stood up. "Indeed, he is on the green planet 877 of Sector 4032, known as Earth, where Son Wukong is situated within a time-dilated chamber called the Hyperbolic Time Chamber." "HM? A time-dilated chamber? Can humans possess such things?" Beerus expressed his astonishment, pondering the existence of such an object belonging to a mere human Saiyan. "This is a relic left behind by the deities of Earth. It does not belong to Son Wukong himself. Would you like to visit it? It will take approximately 30 minutes, to be precise, 27 minutes and 11 seconds, Whis replied with a smile. "Well, that is about the length of an episode of an animated series. It is indeed quite a distance." Beerus mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "Let us consult the oracle fish first. I am quite famished. It has been some time since I last ate." "Understood," Whis acknowledged, turning to prepare the meal. After changing into his God of Destruction attire, Beerus stepped onto the balcony and shouted, "Oracle fish! Oracle fish! Come forth, I have inquiries to make." Upon uttering these words, the air fell into an eerie silence. After a brief interval, a peculiar fish tank suddenly plummeted from the sky, crashing through the balcony's railing. Beerus shut his eyes, displaying an expression of resignation as he gazed at the dazed, blue fish within the tank, resembling a muddy loach. "You mentioned that 39 years from now, I would encounter a rival of equal stature. Is this being called the God of Super Saiyan?" Beerus glared at the oracle fish with a menacing look, as if to obliterate it should it dare to refute his statement. "HM?" The oracle fish, dazed and confused under Beerus's dark countenance, hastily nodded in affirmation. "Very well. Your presence is no longer required here. Beerus waved his hand and strolled into the living room, having caught a whiff of the delectable aroma. No longer interested in conversing with the foolish fish. Shortly after finishing his meal, Beerus, accompanied by Whis, transformed into a golden stream of light and vanished into the vastness of space, leaving the solitary oracle fish murmuring to itself. Was it the god of Super Saiyan or the super android? Perhaps both? Oh well, it doesn't matter. That stingy glutton Beerus has already left. The oracle fish shook its head and retreated to its nest for a nap. In the realm of the Supreme Kai, the old Kaioshin sensed something amiss. With his hands clasped behind his back and a furrowed brow, he expressed his concern, stating that Lord Beerus had awakened and appeared to be heading towards Earth. Ancestor, the god of destruction, Beerus, truly exists. I had thought it mere legend. In stark contrast, Kaioshin Asin seemed rather delighted, despite sensing the profound destructive energy emanating from Beerus. He appeared blissfully ignorant. Beside him, Jebbet could no longer contain himself, and suggested, should we inform the individuals on Earth? What a splendid idea. Jebbet, let us journey to Earth. I yearn to witness the fabled god of destruction, Beerus. Clearly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, Kaioshin Asin, along with the simple-minded Jebbet, vanished to frolic on Earth. This infuriated the old Kaioshin. Why was it that such fortuitous events never included him? All they seemed to do was indulge, lacking even an eye to appreciate beauty. Although, truth be told, he had no desire to see that hairless cat, Beerus. Indeed, their intention for traveling to Earth was not to deliver news, but rather to indulge in the culinary delights the planet had to offer. As the apprentice Kaioshin, Sheru took Jebbet along to enjoy Earth's cuisine, which Jebbet could not refuse, thus bringing Kaioshin Asin with them. Bulma graciously welcomed them, presenting herself as the affluent hostess, and the delectable dishes soon captivated their palates, leaving them yearning for more. It is worth noting that Bulma had regained her youth thanks to Trunks using the Dragon Balls, now appearing as a young woman of approximately 20 years. This brought her immense joy, for what woman does not cherish beauty? Meanwhile, in the heavenly realm, Piccolo floated in the air, arms crossed, and a cold demeanor while meditating. Suddenly, the Supreme Kai gazed towards the horizon in terror. Even Bubbles' expression darkened, turning increasingly somber. Do not fear, Bubbles. This may not necessarily herald misfortune, the Supreme Kai reassured, although cold sweat trickled down his face as he sensed an immense, unfathomable power. In the Capsule Corporation's hyperbolic time chamber, Sheru stood with arms crossed, his penetrating pink eyes fixed on the father-son duo engaged in battle, both having transformed into Super Saiyan gods. Indeed, they had become Super Saiyan gods. Sheru had devised a small space where he transmuted all his divine energy into a divine aura, existing within that confined area. Having grasped the essence of divine energy and acquired his own divine power, he deemed the external energies to be mere dross, inferior to his own. Moreover, these energies were not one-time use. During critical moments, he could reclaim them within himself. Thus, he allowed Vegeta and Trunks to train in this space for approximately 3 months, following the training methods that mirrored Whis' divine aura from the original narrative, due to Shalu's adjustment of the flow of time to match that of the outside world. 3 months have elapsed. As for the reason behind this, it is simply because he desires it. Why do I suddenly feel a pang of anxiety? Is something about to occur? Shalu's expression darkened as he furrowed his brow. After a moment of contemplation, understanding dawned upon him. So, it is true, Beerus has awakened, hasn't he? He intends to visit Earth? The tension in Shalu's brow instantly eased as a smile graced his lips. If Beerus is coming, then the narrative of Dragon Ball Super is finally unfolding. Let them all be entrusted to Whis. I can contemplate returning to the past. Shalu stroked his chin, lost in thought. This is rather splendid. Before departing, I can engage in a contest with the god of destruction, gauging his strength and discerning just how formidable he truly is. After all, I still possess my trump card. Chapter 75, Arrival on Earth. King Kai of the North sensed that familiar power and felt beads of cold sweat trickling down his face, his expression a classic portrayal of panic. Yet this moment was undeniably the most tense. Suddenly, an aged and hoarse voice resonated from the sky. It was the voice of the old Kai. King Kai of the North. You need not concern yourself with this matter. Lord Beerus should not go too far this time. Are you certain, Lord Kai? Lord Beerus's moods are notoriously fickle. He has come to Earth, which falls within my jurisdiction. How can I not be alarmed? Should he take offense, he could obliterate the entire northern galaxy. King Kai expressed his overwhelming pressure, This time was unlike previous instances where there was a glimmer of hope. Who in the galaxy could withstand the might of the god of destruction? Beerus? Sweat continued to pour from King Kai's brow as he dabbed at his face with a handkerchief, attempting to mask the tense atmosphere. Rest assured, there is still my pupil on Earth. Based on my understanding of Lord Beerus, he will undoubtedly find him intriguing. With that, the old Kai's face lit up with a look of satisfaction, reflecting on the adage that a master guides, but the disciple must rely on his own efforts. His pupil is commendable in every way. Upon returning, he immediately summoned a throng of beautiful dancers to entertain him. After so many years, the old Kai had never witnessed such a spectacle. The memories of that time were indeed delightful. With a smile, the old Kai reminisced, contrasting it sharply with that ungrateful descendant, who knew nothing and lacked any sense of social grace, squandering the privilege of his divine status. In any case, King Kai the North, do not fret. At worst, it's merely death. Take heart. If you remain anxious, I can transfer you to my realm as the god of Kai. That is unnecessary. I cannot accept such a grand gesture. I must simply place my faith in your pupil. The conversation concluded swiftly. King Kai of the North cast a worried glance toward the direction of Earth and sighed softly. He could only hope that Son Goku, that reckless youth, would refrain from provoking Lord Beerus. Earth, within the Divine Hall. The celestial beings received the edict from the King of the Northern Realm, learning of the identity of the god of destruction, Beerus, causing them immense anxiety, yet leaving them powerless to alter the course of events. In a flash, a golden beam of light descended, revealing two figures, Beerus and Whis, who had hurried from the realm of destruction. Whis, is this the so-called Divine Hall on Earth? Beerus inquired, yawning as he surveyed the surrounding architecture. Indeed, Lord Beerus. This is the place. The Saiyan known as Son Goku is currently within the room of spirit and time, engaged in training, Whis replied calmly. May I assume you are the god of destruction, Lord Beerus? The celestial being bowed respectfully, his legs trembling with trepidation. In contrast, Mr. Popo maintained a composed demeanor, merely bowing in acknowledgement. Noticing Mr. Popo, Whis furrowed his brow, sensing a familiar aura emanating from him. He promptly retracted his staff, stepping forward slightly, and directed a subtle thrust towards Mr. Popo. The other deities present were astounded, yet Mr. Popo remained unfazed, instinctively sidestepping Whis' advance. Intriguing, Whis chuckled, returning to Beerus' side, regarding the dark-skinned attendant with admiration. Despite his youthful appearance, he indeed possessed the essence of ultra instinct. Beerus, of course, sensed the anomaly. His demeanor shifted from languid to alert, a profound aura of destructive power subtly emanating from him. Whis, is this ultra instinct? How did you acquire this, little one? Yes, Lord Beerus. It is a nascent form, yet I have nearly mastered it instinctively, akin to a newly born angel, Whis responded, his expression serious. Beerus found it hard to believe that on his first visit to Earth, he would encounter such a remarkable surprise, a solitary angel without a mentor. I am certain Father would find this intriguing, Whis mused, having sensed a vague yet compelling presence, reminiscent of divinity, yet distinctly different, piquing his curiosity. Lord Beerus, this sudden display of aggression has left me quite alarmed, especially at the mention of angels. The mere mention sends a chill down my spine. Do not be so flustered, celestial being of Earth. However, I would like your attendant to accompany me once my matters are concluded, he stated, though it sounded more like a command than a request, leaving the celestial being perplexed. The commotion stirred Piccolo from his meditation, and he slowly approached the ground, scrutinizing the unfamiliar figures with a slight frown. Hey, old man, are these two friends of yours from afar? Whis raised his gaze, seemingly captivated by something intriguing, and spoke, Lord Beerus. It appears that they are two beings sharing a single existence, quite a remarkable entity indeed. This journey to Earth has proven worthwhile. What does that concern me? Did you hear that, God of Earth? If you do not comply, I shall obliterate this planet, Beerus replied, his impatience evident. Lord Beerus, you wouldn't resort to harming Mr. Bobo, would you? The god, though filled with trepidation, mustered his courage to inquire. Do I appear to be one who delights in such trivialities? Rest assured, even if the Earth were to be annihilated, I would ensure the safety of this individual, Beerus snorted, gesturing toward the small figure of Bobo. With a sigh, the god exhaled a heavy breath and briefed Mr. Bobo, who nodded in agreement, for he was always obedient to the goddess' directives. Then Whis lead the way. I wish to behold the Saiyan known as Son Goku, Beerus said, leisurely resting his hands behind his head. Greetings, Lord Beerus, Whis replied, stepping forward into the divine palace. Stop. Who are you two? One moment you speak of destroying the earth, the next you seek old Sunday speak. Who sent you? Piccolo demanded, but before he could finish, Beerus had instantaneously appeared behind him, wearing a serious expression. With a slight flick of his finger, he struck Piccolo's neck, causing his pupils to vanish as he collapsed to the ground. Troublesome. Hey, I spared him for your sake, so you should be grateful, Beerus remarked, reverting to his playful demeanor as he followed Whis into the temple. The god of earth did not respond, but instead sighed, only beginning to heal Piccolo after the two had completely disappeared. The power of this god of destruction is truly astonishing. Chapter 76, Meeting Son Goku. Have we arrived? Whis? Beerus inquired, savoring the delectable sweets he had brought from the realm of destruction. Indeed, this is the room of spirit and time, was confirmed, observing the chamber adorned with a clock. He then silently opened the door, exerting a subtle force to restore the previously vanished space. Suddenly, a golden energy blast rushed toward them. Whis slightly frowned, waving his staff, causing the golden blast to vanish as if it had never existed. Lord Beerus, we have arrived. It seems they are quite busy, Whis said as he stepped aside to reveal the scene before them. The Saiyan named Son Goku, with golden hair and no eyebrows, was engaged in a fierce battle with two golden figures, appearing to be at a disadvantage. Son Goku, concede, one of the opponents boasted, unleashing a relentless barrage of golden energy blasts with hands that moved like shadows, the air whistling with each strike. Even if you were to lose to us, Son Goku, it would not be a disgrace. In a position directly opposite to that of number 2, number 4 unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, resembling a rapid-fire cannonade, orchestrating a pincer movement against Sun Wukong, who stood defiantly in the center. Sun Wukong remained silent, his expression grave, brows slightly furrowed, as a faint crimson aura began to emanate from him. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar akin to a clap of thunder, the atmosphere crackled as Sun Wukong instantaneously transformed into the state of Super Saiyan 4. His golden aura swirled around him, wild ebony locks cascading over his shoulders, while deep pink fur fluttered in the wind. His golden eyes radiated an overwhelming pressure, and with a mere burst of energy, he repelled the relentless barrage from the two assailants. This transformation caused Beerus to narrow his eyes, scrutinizing closely as he compared it to his own dreams. Whis, however, maintained a calm demeanor, his brow slightly furrowed as he continued to observe the unfolding battle, deciding it prudent to remain still since Lord Beerus had not spoken. In the blink of an eye, Sun Wukong vanished from sight, reappearing swiftly before number 2. The latter's expression morphed into one of astonishment at the sight of this transformed Sun Wukong, his mind struggling to process the event. With a swift punch, Sun Wukong sent number 2 hurtling backward, blood spilling from his lips, a deep imprint marking his abdomen. Recognizing the formidable recovery abilities of his opponent, Sun Wukong's movements became even more rapid. He deftly appeared behind the fallen number 2, delivering a slicing blow that incapacitated him instantly. Number 4, witnessing this, was taken aback, his pupils constricting, a jolt of fear coursing through him as Sun Wukong vanished once more. Every cell within number 4's being screamed in alarm. Just as he contemplated turning to defend himself, a powerful kick struck him, sending him flying. How is this possible? He had mastered Super Saiyan 4. When did this happen? Why had no one informed them? Number 4 glanced at the onlookers, number 1 and number 3, their expressions revealing that they were undoubtedly aware of this development, yet chose to withhold it, having accompanied Sun Wukong to King Kai's planet, while he and number 4 remained oblivious, newly arrived. Meanwhile, numbers 5 and 6, after 2 years of training, had taken it upon themselves to patrol the Earth, ensuring its safety, leaving them to wonder about their intentions. A resounding explosion of energy rippled outward, sending shockwaves through the air as Sun Wukong, for safety's sake, unleashed several energy blasts. Number 4 was propelled away by the force, whether by design or in an attempt to feign defeat, rolling toward the resting area of numbers 1 and 3. Whis, wait here. I must test him, Beerus proclaimed, excitement gleaming in his eyes, fists clenched as he charged forth, a whirlwind of energy trailing behind him. After Beerus departed, Whis glanced around, seemingly savoring the moment, retrieving a backup dessert from his staff. With a contented smile, he sat upon a long bench, indulging in the sweet treat while expressing his delight. Upon sensing the chill behind him, Sun Wukong ceased his contemplation. The ferocious crimson aura surged into his fist as he swiftly turned and unleashed a powerful strike. Witnessing this, Beerus simultaneously swung his own fist. Bang! The two fists collided, releasing waves of white energy that surged forth, creating ripples that wreaked havoc and causing the reinforced space, bolstered by Cell himself, to crack with countless minute fissures. Boom! The two combatants recoiled simultaneously. Sun Wukong gazed at the hairless feline before him. Although a hint of confusion lingered, his eyes were predominantly filled with excitement and joy. After all these years, the only opponent he could spar with was the first, as others failed to elicit much thrill within him. Yet this figure before him instilled a sense of pressure like no other. Sun Wukong, are you familiar with the Super Saiyan God? Beerus inquired, his hands clasped behind his back, a note of appreciation in his tone. Super Saiyan God? Sun Wukong hesitated, counting on his fingers. I know about Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, and even my current Super Saiyan 4, but I've never heard of Super Saiyan God. Perhaps you could ask Cell later? Having trained here for approximately 3 years, as per Cell's instructions, Sun Wukong believed he had pushed his body to its limits, reaching a point where further enhancement seemed impossible. Yet, Cell had mentioned the pursuit of transformation, prompting him to ponder the peculiar energy Cell had infused into him, along with the transformation into Super Saiyan 5. You're unaware? How strange. Nevertheless, there is indeed a trace of divine energy within you. Forget it. As for that Cell, Whis, you should investigate this individual known as Cell. Whis, Beerus bellowed, his mouth agape. Here I am, Lord Beerus, Whis replied, dabbing the corner of his mouth with a handkerchief. Are you secretly indulging in treats behind my back? Beerus leaned forward, scrutinizing Whis with intent eyes. Well, never mind. Can you help me locate this individual named Cell? He might possess knowledge of the so-called Super Saiyan God, Beerus said, observing Whis with a hint of suspicion, yet choosing not to confront him. This Cell is a recently appointed apprentice Supreme Kai, currently residing at a place called Capsule Corporation on Earth, Whis remarked, squinting at the dark magical sphere. Apprentice Supreme Kai? Beerus's eyes widened in sudden realization before he quickly regained his composure, exclaiming, thank goodness he's not a Supreme Kai. He exhaled deeply, patting his chest. Interestingly, it seems the Supreme Kai has also arrived on Earth and is currently conversing with this apprentice Supreme Kai named Cell at Capsule Corporation. Whis chuckled, covering his mouth with a smile. Nanny? What is this fellow doing on Earth instead of remaining in the Supreme Kai realm? Beerus's expression darkened, his demeanor turning ominous. It appears he is indulging in gourmet food, and it looks quite delectable, Whis remarked, glancing at Beerus, swallowing hard. Oof, let me see it. Beerus seized the staff with a swift motion, his gaze fixated on the sumptuous array of delicacies laid out before him. Tears of joy welled up at the corners of his eyes. Whis, let us depart. I suddenly yearn to meet this Cell, he declared, clearing his throat. Indeed, Lord Beerus. I too am eager to go, Whis responded with fervent nods. Lord Beerus, shall we engage in a brief sparring session beforehand? Goku, previously overlooked, raised his hand timidly to interject. Chapter 77. The Super Saiyan 4's clash with the God of Destruction, Beerus. Do you wish to fight? Beerus inquired, a hint of curiosity glimmering in his eyes as he regarded Goku. Although this transformation was not that of a Super Saiyan God, the aura radiating from Goku's body was indeed formidable, even amongst mortals. Yes, I do wish to fight. That last encounter was utterly unsatisfying. Let's go again, Goku exclaimed enthusiastically, his excitement palpable as he playfully hovered in the air, his movements comically animated. How amusing. If all the Saiyans from planet Vegeta were like you, it would indeed be entertaining. Very well, I accept, Beerus chuckled, a smile gracing his lips as he glanced at Whis, signaling him to bide his time. Suddenly below, the observant number 1 and number 3 swiftly approached, slightly bowing. Number 1 spoke with a measured tone. Honorable God of Destruction, Lord Beerus. What brings you to our humble abode? Both were taken aback. They had not anticipated Beerus's swift arrival, nor his intent to seek out Goku within the time chamber. Why would I not be able to come here? Beerus replied, his expression stern as he glared at them. No, of course not. It is our utmost honor that you have graced us with your presence, Number 1 thought to himself, cursing internally while wearing a beaming smile. Withdraw, Beerus commanded, disinterested in further discourse. Number 1 and Number 3 exchanged glances before gradually descending back to their previous position as mere spectators, lifting the incapacitated Number 4 and Number 2, who were revived after receiving a sharp slap from their companions. Boss, I thought Number 2 was momentarily dazed and would express some emotion upon seeing Number 1. But instead, he received another slap, Number 4 remarked. Silence. The hairless cat, Beerus, has arrived, Number 1 warned, glaring fiercely at Number 4, who seemed eager to perform. Nanny? He arrived so swiftly? I thought we had more time. Number 2 exclaimed, rubbing the crimson imprint on his face in shock, as he looked upward to behold Beerus. The hairless cat, hands on hips, exuding an air of authority. Opposite him stood Goku, transformed into Super Saiyan 4, the two locked in a tense standoff, their gazes unwavering. Lord Beerus, may we commence? Goku positioned himself for battle, his expression grave. Proceed, come at me. Allow me to witness your strength, Beerus replied. A subtle smile crept upon Beerus's lips as he slightly turned his body, his right hand resting casually behind him while his left hand gestured provocatively. In Goku's eyes, excitement and anticipation flickered. He raised an eyebrow and quickly steadied his breath and posture. With a sudden push against the ground, he launched forward like a cannonball, his speed reminiscent of a lightning bolt streaking across the sky. Simultaneously, a deep roar erupted from his throat as his right fist clenched tightly, unleashing a tremendous force. This punch, imbued with boundless power, surged toward Beerus with the might of a tidal wave, tearing through the air as if it were being ripped apart. Upon witnessing Goku's ferocious assault, a flicker of surprise crossed Beerus's gaze, yet confidence and composure prevailed. He slightly bent his torso, rapidly coalescing a formidable energy within his right fist. In a remarkable display of speed, he retaliated with a punch of his own, meeting Goku's strike head-on. The air resonated with a thunderous clash, as if the entire world trembled in response. The collision of their fists generated an immense shockwave, sending violent ripples radiating outward. The surrounding atmosphere warped under the overwhelming pressure, causing the faces of the onlookers, Shao Si and his companions, to turn pale with fear. They quickly joined their hands together, attempting to withstand the formidable force. Among them, Number 1 conjured a thick energy shield, enveloping the four of them and absorbing much of the impact. Yet, they still struggled to breathe, their bodies trembling involuntarily. In that fleeting moment, a shared smile emerged on both combatants' faces, their bodies bursting forth with superhuman speed as they exchanged blows in the sky, the sound of their physical clashes echoing like muffled thunder. The fissures in space widened with each strike, only to be swiftly mended by an unseen force. Amidst this cycle of destruction and restoration, the air crackled with piercing sounds and erupted in swirling white energy. With a smile tugging at his lips, Beerus spoke amidst the exchanges of blows and evasions. Goku, you are one of the strongest adversaries I have faced during my years of becoming a god. Is that so? Goku's gaze sharpened, his movements accelerating as the mysterious energy within him surged. Then who is the strongest opponent you have fought against, Lord Beerus? I cannot recall. It has been many years. With that, Beerus swiftly distanced himself, unleashing a flurry of golden energy spheres into the sky, each radiating brilliance akin to miniature suns, brimming with immense power. Hey, take this. Goku, seeing the multitude of energy spheres, felt no fear but rather exhilaration, as the Saiyan energy within him ignited, causing his blood to boil with anticipation. He curled the corners of his mouth, revealing a radiant smile. Then, with both hands clasped together and bent backward, a brilliant wave of azure energy swiftly coalesced. He thrust his hands forward with great force, akin to a blue dragon, devouring the space ahead. Intriguing, Beerus scoffed, swiftly bringing his hands down, unleashing a tempest of searing energy spheres. Boom! 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 The deafening echoes of explosions resonated through the air, enveloping the entire space in a cacophony of destruction. As smoke billowed and visibility diminished, Beerus's energy spheres burst like balloons, effortlessly shattered by the shockwaves emitted by Sun Wukong, scattering countless fragments through the air. Each explosion released tremendous waves of energy, as if intent on tearing apart everything in their vicinity. Ha! Beerus exclaimed, a fragment of his destructive power surging forth. Encircled by a halo of pale, purple flames that rose around him, amplifying the oppressive aura he emanated. In an instant, his form vanished, only to reappear behind Sun Wukong, his narrowed eyes gleaming with intent as he delivered a thunderous kick. At that moment, Sun Wukong was fully focused on executing the Kamehameha wave, entirely oblivious to the danger approaching from behind. Consequently, the kick landed squarely on his back, propelling him a considerable distance away. Boom! A muffled thud echoed as Sun Wukong crashed to the ground, rolling before regaining his footing. A trickle of blood escaped the corner of his mouth. but it hardly affected him as he wiped it away. Huh! Sun Wukong bellowed, a surge of formidable power erupting from within, golden flames spiraling upward around him. He enveloped himself in a crimson aura, entering the full-powered state of Super Saiyan 4, his mightiest form. Oh, you still harbor hidden strength? Allow me to witness your limits. Beerus remarked with a sly grin, releasing another surge of destructive energy, his divine presence pulsating with an overwhelming force. Wow, boss, when will you reach that realm? Number 4 whispered, gazing enviously at the two combatants. Number 1 cast a sideways glance at the envious Number 4, but remained silent. Preoccupied with locating Number 6 to unleash his forbidden techniques and impose order on Number 4. The two stood opposed, their golden and purple auras intensifying, colliding with one another. Come on, ha ha ha, they declared in unison, charging toward each other and clashing. In the sky, two beams of contrasting colors collided repeatedly, energy surging violently, conjuring fierce gales that left the 4 smaller beings below in torment, cursing Beerus's folly. With a slight step, Beerus shattered the space around him, debris flying chaotically. Sun Wukong momentarily faltered as Beerus surged forward like a cannonball, delivering a headbutt that struck Sun Wukong's abdomen, sending him hurtling away. Following this, Beerus, fists enveloped in divine energy, pursued, appearing above Sun Wukong, and brought his fists down with fierce intensity. Boom! Sun Wukong descended like a meteor, his golden radiance striking the ground with fervor. With a peculiar cry, Beerus instantaneously materialized beside him, seizing his tail and hurling him in every conceivable direction until, observing Wukong's apparent exhaustion, he hoisted him aloft by the tail, positioning his face near Wukong's head and asking, "How is it? Have I disappointed you?" Beerus's expression was grave, his pupils resembling tiny yellow beans as they scrutinized the Saiyan with whom he had battled for many rounds. Cough, cough, Lord Beerus. You truly are formidable. Wukong coughed lightly, his eyes sparkling with clarity, a smile gracing his lips. Oh, you are indeed an odd fellow, smiling even after being struck. Beerus furrowed his brow, spinning Wukong in the air, dragging his body in a whirlwind that carved crimson streaks across the sky. Whis! Beerus bellowed, retracting his destructive energy, only to find Whis shaking his head and gently responding, Lord Beerus, your battle is not yet concluded. Is it? How can this be? Beerus gasped, his eyes widening as he beheld Wukong, suspended in the sky, his divine aura swelling with increasing intensity. At this moment, Wukong had his eyes tightly shut, his countenance serene and tranquil, devoid of any turbulence, as if he were one with the universe. The mysterious and potent aura within him surged forth, a continuous flow of divine energy that did not originate from him, but rather from the essence infused into him by Cell. As the protagonist of the Dragon Ball universe, Cell ultimately bestowed a measure of respect upon Wukong. Wukong hovered in the heavens, resembling an indomitable mountain, his divine aura growing denser, akin to a roaring river breaking free from its confines, enveloping him in its embrace. His deep pink fur gradually transformed into a translucent sheen, emanating a gentle radiance. Each strand of fur sparkled like stars, adorned with endless luminescence. Simultaneously, his previously fierce aura began to retract, no longer as aggressive as before. The once tumultuous and savage energy dissipated with the flickering of his starlit form, replaced by a tranquil and harmonious strength. Suddenly, a brilliant stream of light erupted from within him, encircling his body like a resplendent rainbow. This luminescence, woven from red and purple hues, appeared extraordinarily enchanting. Under its illumination, Wukong's deep pink fur danced in the wind, shimmering with a subtle glow, its colors becoming ever more vivid. The dark strands atop his head gradually transformed into a fiery orange, reminiscent of blazing flames. With a hum, Wukong abruptly opened his eyes, his divine aura intensifying, once sacred, solemn, and heavy, now infused with the wild energy of Super Saiyan 4, becoming exceedingly ferocious, his golden irises brimming with brilliance. The emergence of the Super Saiyan 4 limit-breaking transformation had arrived. At this moment, the entire world seemed to tremble in awe, as boundless waves of energy surged like a tempest, overwhelming and suffocating. By mere chance, Sun Wukong had harmoniously fused his own power with the divine essence bestowed by Cell, successfully manifesting this novel transformation. His body brimmed with formidable strength, each muscle line radiating an unparalleled majesty. The ferocious power of Super Saiyan 4 erupted incessantly, akin to an unstoppable volcanic eruption. Within this fury, the agility of Super Saiyan God and the sublimation of divine essence intertwined, leading to an almost exponential enhancement of Sun Wukong's combat prowess. In this moment, he had undeniably become the mightiest being on Earth. Of course, this only pertained to humanity, for neither Cell, Beerus, nor Whis could be considered human. Oh, how intriguing! It is truly captivating, Whis. Do you reckon this qualifies as Super Saiyan God? Beerus exclaimed, his mouth agape in hearty laughter. Sun Wukong had a knack for delivering unexpected surprises, first with his wild transformation, and now, augmented by divine essence, showcasing such formidable strength. This brought Beerus a sense of delight. It should be considered so, for according to his own words, his previous transformation was Super Saiyan, and now, imbued with divine essence. We may tentatively regard him as a Super Saiyan God, Whis replied nonchalantly, his tone calm. Although he held admiration for Sun Wukong, his current desire lay in indulging in the delectable food before him. Meanwhile, below this Sun Wukong, one after another, keeps surpassing limits. First Super Saiyan 4. And now, an unprecedented breakthrough. Who could possibly compare to him? Number 4 exclaimed, eyes wide in astonishment. Previously, they had all shared similar combat capabilities, yet he had stealthily grown stronger. It could only be said that the protagonist was indeed favored by this world. Indeed, Number 4. I feel that even if Sun Wukong were to unleash a Zen-like mastery now, I would not be surprised, Number 2 remarked, smirking as he hooked his arm around Number 4's. It's the way of yin and yang. Number 1 also struggled to believe the dramatic surge in strength. It was quite extraordinary. For someone as gifted as him, having only attained Super Android 2, he was now on the brink of Super Saiyan 3. Clearly, Sun Wukong had found an exceptional mentor, one who could guide him to grasp this breakthrough with just a spin. Truly impressive. In the sky, Sun Wukong himself was perplexed by his current state. With golden eyes, he gazed at his own hands, clenching them to feel the immense energy coursing through his enhanced physique. A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Regardless of the circumstances, this was undoubtedly a positive development, was it not? As Sun Wukong unleashed the radiant crimson and purple aura enveloping him, the atmosphere erupted with an overwhelming presence. An immense pressure descended. A potent blend of majesty and raw ferocity intertwined with divine essence, radiating outward. Below, while the little four remained oblivious, Beerus and Whis felt the palpable intensity. As Sun Wukong gazed at the two individuals, who appeared somewhat astonished, he promptly spoke up. Hey, Lord Beerus, although I am unsure of the circumstances, it seems we are once again able to engage in a contest, are we not? Sun Wukong chuckled, playfully touching the tip of his nose, grinning mischievously. This lad, unaware of the origins of his own powers, is rather amusing. Beerus furrowed his brow, intending to commend him, only to conclude that he was indeed a fool. Furthermore, if he was not mistaken, there lingered a faint trace of divine destruction energy within him, albeit minuscule. Well then, Lord Beerus, shall we proceed to battle? Whis, seemingly intrigued, covered his mouth with a smile, clearly having noticed the divine energy emanating from Sun Wukong. Very well, but I am pressed for time, so I shall resolve this with a single move. What do you say, Sun Wukong? Beerus tilted his head, gradually descending before Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong paused for a moment, then replied, Excellent. Let us see if you can withstand my attack. With a wicked grin, Beerus summoned a colossal, fiery red energy sphere that radiated blinding light, its scorching energy emanating a fierce brilliance. Hovering in the air, he cast a commanding gaze downward. With a mere flick of his hand, the immense energy orb began to descend, accompanied by a tumult of white energy waves, exerting an overwhelming pressure solely upon Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, witnessing the impending onslaught, immediately elevated his power to its zenith. The luminescent fur on his body danced in the wind, swirling with hues of red and purple as arcs of crimson lightning erupted from the air, crackling with intensity. Exhaling a deep breath, Sun Wukong lowered his body, bringing his hands together behind him in a lotus formation as strands of azure energy gradually blossomed into brilliance. Just as he approached the peak of his power, a glimmer ignited in his golden eyes, illuminating his gaze. Tenfold Kamehameha! With a fierce shout, Sun Wukong thrust his hands forward. The azure energy wave enveloped in a mantle of crimson light, surging forth with an unstoppable force toward the towering, fiery red energy sphere above. Boom! The two forces collided, unleashing a cascade of energy ripples. The tremendous power swirling forth as gales erupted between the colossal energy entities, shattering the air and fracturing the space itself, revealing glimpses of the outside world. Huh! Sun Wukong bellowed once more, intensifying the tenfold Kamehameha, which thickened and strengthened. Beneath this overwhelming pressure, Sun Wukong struggled to maintain his stance, gritting his teeth, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he was pushed back. Oh, such power remains? Beerus's eyelids flickered as he extended his left hand and flicked it again. Boom! The massive fiery red energy sphere swelled several times larger, descending with renewed force. Sun Wukong strained to hold his ground, realizing that this newfound strength seemed trivial in the face of the god of destruction, who effortlessly sought to subdue him. As the two engaged in their second bout, the four little ones scampered joyfully to Whis' side, for that was undoubtedly the safest haven. Seemingly finding the delay intolerable, Beerus extended his entire right hand to assert dominance. The pitiful Goku, with his tenfold Kamehameha, found his efforts utterly futile, completely engulfed by the overwhelming force. A thunderous explosion resonated, causing the very fabric of space to shatter, unleashing a colossal shockwave that swept through the entire hyperbolic time chamber, propelling the individuals into the normal timeline, which happened to be the sacred world of the Kais. Whis unfurled his barrier, enveloping the four little ones and gently lowering them to the ground, while Beerus remained suspended in the air, observing the epicenter of the explosion as a figure gradually emerged. It was Goku, now with black hair, still poised in the stance of his Kamehameha, his gaze distant, his energy nearly depleted. Oof, such a fortunate boy, Beerus mused, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he regarded Goku. Lord Beerus, could you divulge how much of your power you just employed? Goku managed to lift his head, speaking slowly. Beerus replied, glancing at the earnest expression on Goku's face, about 70%. You performed admirably, compelling me to exert that much power. You should take pride in that. A thought seemed to cross Beerus's mind, causing his smile to broaden. Whis, it is time to depart, he commanded. With a casual wave of his staff, Whis dispelled the energy barrier, swiftly floating to Beerus's side. A gentle tap of his staff upon the void enveloped them both in a radiant golden light as they journeyed towards the Capsule Corporation. For there were still delectable earthly cuisines yet to be savored.